The Tianwu continent reveres martial might above all. The weak are no more than ants, when the strong rage seas and rivers overturn, and a million corpses litter the ground. At the edge of this vast continent lies a small country Xia. In a remote corner lies a village called Chongqing Village. Beneath drifting clouds nestled among the valleys, a tiny hamlet gradually comes into view, Chongqing Village. The place is small, only a few dozen households, yet every family has cultivators. The people worship martial strength. If you are weak and cannot handle even a single stance, you are treated as a human ant, despised by all. In a small shabby courtyard, a youth is pulling weeds, plainly dressed. Though his clothes are coarse, his eyes are strikingly bright, too brilliant to meet directly. Suddenly a flock of birds bursts from the woods into the sky, startling the youth. 16 years have passed in this world without my realizing it, he murmurs, watching the fading trail of their flight. Cough, cough. Damn you, Wang Hao, you deserve to die. Revenge. I'm nothing but a cripple. Revenge. Revenge for what? Between coughs the youth spits out a mouthful of shocking blood. His thin body grows even paler and frilier, as if he might die at any moment. The youth's name is Junlin. In the real world, he had been a fourth-year university student. While crossing a road, a child suddenly dashed out in front of him. He grabbed the child and was struck by a car that could not stop in time. When he woke up, he was in this world, and inexplicably bound to the all-heavens fate check-in system. At first, Junlin was overjoyed. Such systems were written about in the novels of his old world. A system? What was a system? A miracle that could carry even a useless nobody straight to the pinnacle of cultivation. It could truly look down upon all ages, and all heavens would kneel before it. But what happened afterward shattered every illusion Junlin had. For 16 years the system had issued no tasks at all, remaining silent ever since it bound to him. He had been in this world for 16 complete years. Worse, he could not cultivate. He was truly useless. Most importantly, the system remained completely silent, without the slightest sign of life. Even in his darkest moments, the system had never activated. He did not know how it was supposed to awaken. After all these years, Junlin had simply grown used to it. Now he was dying, gravely wounded. He was an ordinary mortal, more ordinary than ordinary. The village tyrant Wang Hao had beaten him so severely that he had nearly died on the spot. In truth, he had always been peaceable. But moved by compassion, he had once stepped forward when Wang Hao harassed a village woman. And for that, Wang Hao hated him. Wang Hao found every excuse to make trouble for him. Junlin shook his head at the thought. In this world that revered martial strength, the strong devoured the weak. Under such circumstances, survival was impossible. Ever since arriving in this world, he discovered that all his meridians were completely blocked. He could not cultivate or practice martial arts, not even the most basic self-defense skills. He had once imagined that the falling system would grant him privileges to rule this world as king. Yet it never awakened, and now all he could do was wait for death. His wounds were too severe. Wang Hao and his men were at the peak of martial disciple, each able to throw 1,000 jin of force with one arm. If someone had not intervened, Junlin would have died on the spot. But his current condition was no better. In recent days, he coughed blood daily, with clearly only days left to live. Ding! The all-heavens check-in system has been activated. Check-in location, Chongqing Village. Host, do you wish to check in? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Junlin's mind. He showed not a trace of joy, though he had waited 16 years for this very moment. Junlin could hardly believe it, yet he chose to trust it. Even as he suppressed the joy in his heart, a tremor of excitement ran through him. Confirm check-in, Junlin said. Ding! The heaven mandate check-in system is activating. Host, please wait. Another electronic voice echoed in his mind. But Junlin did not leap up in excitement. He stayed calm. He refused to be carried away by hope. For so many years he had expected it every day, only to be disappointed every night. By now his heart was like still water, utterly unruffled. Even if the system failed to activate, nothing could be worse than his current broken body. Ding. System loaded. Check-in location, Chongqing Village. Reward unknown. Confirm check-in. Junlin said again. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward 100,000 years of cultivation. Ding. The system has detected the host's severe injuries and will now begin healing them. Host, prepare yourself. Ding. Beginning injury repair and spiritual infusion. One system notification after another rang through Junlin's mind. Before Junlin could even react, his injuries were simply healed. He felt his body become light and agile in an instant. The pain vanished in a flash. Boom. Just as he was rejoicing over his recovery, a violent roar erupted inside his mind. A surge of power poured directly into his body. Then Junlin felt as if his whole being were being torn apart. The agony overwhelmed even the willpower Junlin had forged through the years. He fell unconscious on the spot. Sigh. The host's body is truly too fragile. A soft sigh echoed through the courtyard. Very well. I will grant the host 100,000 marrow-washing, marrow-cleansing pills. Then Junlin's body was wrapped in a blaze of golden light. Suddenly the courtyard was filled with countless gleaming golden marrow cleansing pills. All of them melted at once, turning into a mighty river of energy that poured straight into Yi Junlin's body. Even the royal family of Xia might not be able to produce 1,000 marrow cleansing pills. Yet at this moment Yi Junlin consumed a full 100,000 of them. If anyone found out, they would surely go mad. No one could swallow 100,000 pills at once. It should have exploded the body into pieces. 100,000. Even Xia Liuyun, the strongest master in Xia, would not dare to take 10 at once. A marrow cleansing pill washes the marrow and purges the veins. For an ordinary person, one pill is enough, and a second is basically useless. Swallowing several at once would allow that vast pure energy to blow a person apart alive. But Yi Junlin was different. He had the system. To the system, none of this was a problem. It could make every marrow cleansing pill work at maximum effect, so from the second pill onward, each one would still take effect, all the way to the 100,000th. Yi Junlin struggled to open his eyes. He murmured softly to himself. He had just had a long dream, dreaming that his system had awakened. Then it directly rewarded him with countless pills and poured cultivation power into his body. The pain of that infusion was so intense that even after he fainted he could still feel it. He had nearly died in that dream. Did the system really awaken? Is it real or not? Yi Junlin murmured to himself, unable to tell whether it was a dream or reality. But all around was silent and no one answered. Even the system notification sound Yi Junlin had been expecting did not appear. Then Yi Junlin slowly sat up and discovered that he had slept all night in this shabby courtyard. More terrifyingly, beneath his body lay a shocking patch of dried blood and bone fragments. These are all mine. Then I really can't survive this time. Alas, in the end it was only a dream. Very well. Fate is fate. Yi Junlin sighed bitterly. He had no idea that these were the bones and bloodshed during his rebirth, the old body being replaced as a perfect new frame was forged for him. Even if I die, I want to die with some dignity. It's a pity I can no longer take revenge. Yi Junlin staggered to his feet and hobbled toward the thatched hut. He wanted to wear something decent so that he could pass peacefully. But what Yi Junlin called decent was merely a garment patched more than 30 times. Because all his other clothes were ragged, even worse than a beggar's. Sigh, there should still be a little time. I'll wash myself before I go. Yi Junlin was a clean person and did not want to die dirty. Why is this bucket of water so light? Yi Junlin stared blankly at the leaking wooden bucket in his hand and muttered in confusion. In the past, even carrying half a bucket had been a struggle for him. But today he was carrying more than half a full bucket of water and felt not the slightest weight. Alas, my time must be up. Is this the last radiance before death? Yi Junlin's eyes were full of desolation with no life in them. He knew all too well that once a person showed the last radiance before death, death was not far away. Bang! Yi Junlin accidentally kicked the threshold as he walked. The threshold instantly shattered into flying splinters. Sigh, this threshold breaks apart at the slightest touch. Yi Junlin stared blankly at the threshold that had crumbled completely into splinters and sighed. Even my foot feels nothing at all. I need to hurry up. Otherwise I might die right in the bath bucket and no one will even come to collect my body. With that thought, Yi Junlin began to speed up. But he did not notice that his entire body vanished from the spot in an instant and appeared beside the well. Then he vanished once more and reappeared beside the bath bucket inside the thatched hut. Cold water will do. There's no time to heat it now. Yi Junlin jumped straight into the bath bucket. His body felt not the slightest chill. When did I get such a toned body? When did I become so strong? Yi Junlin looked at his 8-pack abs in disbelief. He had always been thin, malnourished, and perpetually looked like he was on the verge of death. No. This must be the last radiance before death. Hurry up and wash, then lie down on the bed. Then wait for the corpse to rot. Probably no one will care about me. And no one will come here to collect my body either. Yi Junlin said as he changed into his better clothes. Then Yi Junlin lay quietly on the bed. He folded his hands over his chest, closed his eyes serenely, and waited quietly for death to arrive. Snore. Then Yi Junlin let out earth-shaking snores. Yi Junlin, you thing born from a rock, I'm here. Why aren't you kneeling to welcome me? A wildly arrogant voice shouted outside Yi Junlin's broken house. Oh, he really died. Smash his thatched hut. Wang Hao shouted imperiously outside. Immediately the few ruffians under his command began to act. Boom. The already loose and rotten wooden door could not withstand the force of those martial apprentices. Brother Hao, this kid seems not dead yet. Listen, he's still snoring. A ruffian hurriedly said to Wang Hao. Indeed, Wang Hao had not noticed before, but now standing outside the door and focusing his mind, he truly heard an extremely vigorous snoring sound. Good. He's still sleeping, meaning nothing's wrong with him. Drag him out. I'm in a bad mood today. I want to take it out on him. A cruel smile flickered across Wang Hao's face. The few ruffians quickly walked toward Yi Junlin's room. Bang! They were utterly ruthless, kicking the door open with one blow. The entire wooden door burst apart on the spot, splinters flying. Yi Junlin, deep in sleep, was jolted awake. He sat up and stared blankly at Wang Hao's henchman. Yo, Yi Junlin, you look radiant after a few days apart. A henchman sneered. Bah, I'm already dead. Do you think I'd be afraid of a few lackeys like you? Yi Junlin swung off the bed and said darkly. The henchmen suddenly felt their hearts tighten, a chill creeping up their backs. Yes, a few days ago they had known that Yi Junlin had almost been beaten to death. How could he possibly have recovered in just a few days? The more they thought about it, the more wrong it felt. I don't believe it. I want you dead. One startled thug, driven by fear, pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Yi Junlin. Clink. Instead of the expected piercing sound, there was the ringing sound of metal striking metal. The dagger in the thug's hand snapped into two pieces on the spot, and there was not a single mark on Yi Junlin's body. Today it's finally my turn for revenge. Yi Junlin laughed like a madman. For so many years he had endured the wanton bullying of Wang Hao and the others, beaten badly time and time again. After all, he was a mortal with not a shred of power to resist, let alone any pills. The reason he had survived was that there was a mountain forest behind the village. As a mortal, the best he could do was find low-grade spirit herbs in the forest others looked down on. It was on these that he clung to life, otherwise he would have died long ago. Ma, it's a ghost. Run. The ruffians shouted in terror, scrambled up, and fled. Run. You'll all come down to keep me company. Yi Junlin said grimly. Even now he still believed he was already dead and had merely become a vengeful ghost here to claim their lives. Brother Hao, save me. Yi Junlin is dead. He's turned into a ghost. Help. Standing outside the door, Wang Hao suddenly overheard the screams of several underlings and his face tensed. He then looked up at the sun and a faint smile flickered at the corner of his mouth. A ghost? Aren't ghosts afraid of the sun? Let me see just what kind of ghost you are. Wang Hao narrowed his eyes and walked straight through the gate of Yi Junlin's house. Yi Junlin, in just a few days your knack for fooling people has really improved. Wang Hao sneered at Yi Junlin. At this moment Yi Junlin carried an indescribable aura that Wang Hao couldn't quite define. Nor could he see through it. It was profoundly mysterious. It was as if Yi Junlin had become an entirely different person, no longer timid and servile. In one of his eyes the sun, moon, and stars rose and sank. In the other, countless great stars were falling. One side was like a chaotic world evolving and being reborn, the other like total annihilation. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment. What a terrifying pair of eyes. This Yi Junlin must have obtained an extraordinary inheritance. Brother Hao, this is a ghost, not a human, someone said to Wang Hao with dread. Ghost? Ghost my ass. Have you ever seen a ghost that isn't afraid of the sun? Have you ever seen a green-faced fanged ghost? Wang Hao said coldly. Those words made Yi Junlin's heart jolt. Could it be that he really wasn't dead? Could the dream last night have been real? He had awakened a system. He hadn't died. Yi Junlin, hand over whatever you got. I promise I won't cause you any more trouble from now on. How about it? Here too are 20 taels of silver. Take them and consider it a purchase. How's that? Do you know that 20 taels of silver is enough for you to spend a whole year without a worry? Wang Hao said with the swagger of a rich man. He was originally the illegitimate son of the head of the Wang family in a nearby city called Qingshi City. He had been temporarily fostered in Changxing village by the Wang family patriarch. The Wang family was one of the 3 great clans of Qingshi City, so powerful that no one in the city dared to provoke them. Thus Wang Hao was arrogant and unruly, and no one dared to rein him in. Oh, you're carrying that much money? Yi Junlin asked bluntly. He could no longer live in that shabby thatched hut. It was time to get himself a couple of new outfits. Most importantly, it was time to eat a few decent meals. Of course, as long as you hand over what I want, all of this is yours. Wang Hao reached into his clothes and took out a money pouch. Very well, then I won't refuse. Yi Junlin's expression turned cold, and he vanished from where he stood. Not bad. A full 20 taels. Yi Junlin remained standing in place, opening the money pouch. Wang Hao's face changed drastically. Somehow the money pouch that had been in his hand had appeared in Yi Junlin's hand. Yi Junlin clearly hadn't moved at all. He had stayed in the exact same spot. Now it's time for us to settle the grievances between us over all these years. He casually stowed away the money pouch and gave Wang Hao a cold look. Yi Junlin, what are you going to do? Don't forget I'm from the Wang family of Qingshi City, someone you can't afford to offend. Wang Hao blustered, fierce in tone, but weak at heart. Just let me leave today, and I can pretend nothing happened. Wang Hao said again. He was afraid by now. Judging from the way Yi Junlin had vanished and reappeared like a phantom, just now he knew Yi Junlin had changed. No longer was he the boy who had once let himself be bullied. Nothing happened. Yi Junlin shook his head with a mocking smile. Do you think the pain you've inflicted on me all these years can simply be forgotten, eh? Wang Hao, you're far too naive. Yi Junlin's expression turned icy. Without another word, he stepped forward and seized Wang Hao by the throat. KHH. Yi Junlin, spare me. I won't dare anymore. Wang Hao said with difficulty, his neck gripped in Yi Junlin's grasp. He was now feeling what it was like to have death closing in. Yi Junlin, calm down, calm down. Think about it. Even if you kill me, the Wang family of Qingshi City will definitely come after you. Better yet, let me go. I swear I won't cause you any more trouble. Wang Hao said, his face flushed crimson. He was truly on the verge of suffocation now. Deep in his eyes burned a venomous hatred. He swore that this bastard would die a miserable death. Crack. Ah. A sharp sound of bones snapping rang out, and Wang Hao screamed. All 5 of his limbs had been brutally broken by Yi Junlin. The pain was something only those who had felt it could truly understand. Smack. Yi Junlin let go and flung Wang Hao outside like a piece of trash. Mercy, mercy, boss. Several of the henchmen were so terrified that they wet themselves on the spot. All they felt was a chill piercing straight into their hearts. When they saw Wang Hao foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back and his body slumped into unconsciousness, they scrambled and crawled to kneel before Yi Junlin. You aided a tyrant in his evil. Now go keep him company. In the end, Yi Junlin was still too soft-hearted. He merely crippled all 5 limbs of those henchmen instead of killing them. After all, having been reborn from a modern civilized world, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He had only crippled the men, not killed them. It's time to leave this place. Yi Junlin decided to head to Qingshi City, the nearby city. He could cultivate now, but he had no idea what realm his cultivation had reached. Before he had been nothing but a mortal unable to go anywhere. Now things were different. He was a cultivator too, and he could go see what this world was truly like. What young man has never harbored the soaring ambition to gallop through the world sword in hand? Qingshi City. Yi Junlin wandered through the streets of Qingshi City. All the people coming and going were cultivators. Even the lowest among them was at least a first-rank martial apprentice. Yi Junlin was about to stroll into a restaurant called the Tianxiang Restaurant. Halt! Do you know what kind of place this is, eh? A beggar like you dares to set foot in the Tianxiang Restaurant. The waiter of the Tianxiang Restaurant blocked Yi Junlin's path with a sneer and snapped. One glance was enough to tell that this guy wasn't wealthy. He was clearly after a free meal. His clothes were covered in patches of all sizes. No matter how one looked at him, he didn't seem like someone who could afford a meal. The strong prey on the weak. That is the eternal truth. Yi Junlin murmured to himself, then walked straight into the Tianxiang Restaurant. Are you deaf, or what? Get the hell out of here now. The waiter's expression shifted slightly. He hurriedly reached out to grab the back of Yi Junlin's neck. He was a 4th-rank martial apprentice. Dealing with a beggar should be child's play. After all, there was an important figure dining in the Tianxiang Restaurant today. If this beggar disturbed the important figure's meal, his own life would be forfeit. Scram. Yi Junlin's eyes turned cold, and he spat out a single word icily. Boom. In an instant, the waiter recoiled as if struck by lightning and was sent flying backward. He landed on the ground, spat out mouthfuls of blood, and then fell completely unconscious. He still couldn't comprehend it. How could a mere beggar possess such profound cultivation? Who dares to cause trouble in my Tianxiang Restaurant? At that moment, a rugged voice exploded from above the restaurant. Then everyone saw a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes descending slowly from the 2nd floor. The middle-aged man radiated formidable aura, and it was immediately apparent that his cultivation was no ordinary level. That's store managerly. I've heard his cultivation rivals the patriarchs of the other 3 prominent families in Qingshi City. Someone whispered softly. How would you know? That store managerly may appear to be just a manager, but he's actually affiliated with the Wanbao Pavilion. Otherwise, why would anyone dare to provoke him? Another person chimed in. What? He's actually from Wanbao Pavilion. This is going to be quite entertaining. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Wanbao Pavilion was among the most powerful forces throughout the Xia Kingdom, so influential that even the imperial family had to extend them a measure of respect. The Wanbao Pavilion here was merely the smallest branch imaginable, yet its influence extended across the entire Tianmu continent. This beggar dares to cause trouble at Tianxiang Restaurant. He likely won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Someone jeered. In an instant, the speaker was struck as if by lightning sent flying backward. He had merely caught Yi Junlin's cold stare. Previously, no one had witnessed Yi Junlin make a move, but now they saw it clearly. Just a single glare sent the man flying, and he never moved again. Sir, striking within my Tianxiang Restaurant will demand an explanation from you today, the middle-aged man said sternly. An explanation? What explanation do you require? Yi Junlin had no desire to justify himself. The waiter's contemptuous behavior spoke for itself. It appears you intend to oppose my Tianxiang Restaurant then, the middle-aged man replied coldly. No one had ever dared such blatant disrespect here, precisely because behind Tianxiang Restaurant stood the Wanbao Pavilion. You presume to speak to me so arrogantly based solely on your mediocre martial master 10th rank cultivation. Is that truly what gives you courage? Yi Junlin murmured quietly. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grave. Could this shabbily dressed youth really discern his cultivation level at a single glance? There were only two possibilities. The first was that the youth's cultivation exceeded his own. The second possibility was that the boy possessed some supreme treasure capable of revealing another's cultivation. The middle-aged man stood fully alert, ready to strike at any moment. "Eldestly, stop." A melody-like voice rang out. An elegant figure descended from the second floor. Her graceful figure moved with poise, her face partially veiled by sheer silk. Large luminous eyes framed by long lashes captivated all who saw her. Though her full face remained hidden, one could readily infer this woman possessed breathtaking beauty. "Miss." Store manager Lee immediately bowed respectfully to the young woman. "Young sir, our establishment has failed to attend to you properly. Please accept our apologies." The young woman turned directly to Junlin. "Prepare the finest wine and dishes for this young master. The meal is on us at Tianxiang Restaurant. Please enjoy your meal, sir. Our staff's earlier behavior was unacceptable. We ask for your forgiveness." She spoke softly to Junlin, though she couldn't quite explain why she felt as though his gaze had stripped away every layer of her being. It was simply that Junlin's eyes were so strikingly brilliant. Despite his tattered garments, there was no mistaking the fact that he was an exceptionally handsome man. Junlin remained silent, taking a seat at an empty table without acknowledging the young woman in the slightest. It's nothing. Let's go." The young woman cast one final lingering glance at Junlin before turning toward the stairs. "Miss, he's merely a beggar, yet he dared to ignore you like that." Store manager Lee stood respectfully beside the young woman, his expression filled with indignation. "This person is not ordinary. You cannot hope to defeat him," the young woman said slowly. "What?" Store manager Lee's face drained of color. He had already reached the pinnacle of martial master cultivation, standing on the verge of breakthrough to great martial master. This ragged-looking youth couldn't possibly be beyond his reach. He was just a boy, not yet old. Could he have already attained the great martial master realm? Not to mention Qingfeng City. If one could reach great martial master at such an age in the imperial capital, they would certainly be considered exceptional talents. On the Tianwu continent, martial cultivation was revered by all. The cultivation stages progressed through martial apprentice, martial warrior, martial swordsman, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and finally martial god. At that moment, commotion erupted from the street. Shouts, curses, and the thundering of iron-shod hooves. "I am Wang Gu, head of the Wang family. Store manager of Tianxiang Restaurant. I request passage to enter and apprehend the one who killed my son." "So it's the patriarch of the Wang family. Might I ask what fugitive you seek within my Tianxiang Restaurant?" Store manager Li appeared at the entrance, once more clasping his fists in greeting toward Wang Gu. "Patriarch of the Wang family, our two families have maintained relations for years. I request your indulgence today." Wang Gu pressed again. "Very well, but do not cause trouble inside," Store manager Li replied. "Naturally. Please be at ease, old Li. This small token of appreciation is offered with sincere regards," Wang Gu said quietly as he handed over a silver note worth over 1,000 taels. Store manager Li concealed his expression as he accepted the silver note. "Boy, you've got some nerve. You reduced my son to a cripple, then came here squandering his wealth on food and drink." Wang Gu thundered, his face contorted with rage as he fixed his gaze upon the conspicuous Junlin. A chilling aura of killing intent radiated from him. He was certain this was the culprit. No one else around wore such tattered clothes. Wang Hao was a wretched creature who bullied the innocent and preyed upon women. He deserved death. I showed him mercy by only crippling him rather than taking his life entirely. Who do you think you are? A mere savage dares to compare himself to my son. Your worthless life holds no value. Dead men tell no tales. When I get my hands on you, you'll experience suffering far worse than death itself. And as for those others from Chongqing village, I'll make them answer for your actions as well." Wang Gu sneered coldly. "If you lack ruthlessness, you cannot maintain your position. I spared his life, and yet you show no gratitude, instead displaying no remorse whatsoever. Then so be it. The Wang family of Qingshi City shall be extinguished." Junlin sighed and shook his head. His initial mercy had only provided them with ammunition to insult and threaten him further. He wipe out my clan. My Wang family has stood tall in Qingshi City for decades, growing ever more prosperous. Today some young upstart dares to speak such words. Bold indeed. Seize him. Take this savage back alive. I will make you understand what true agony feels like." Wang Gu said, his face dark and gloomy, staring at Junlin. "True agony." Junlin sneered. He was no longer the man he used to be. In his past life, he had been bullied and forced to tolerate everything. Yet now, though he could not gauge his own cultivation level, he knew one thing for certain. His strength was far beyond what these insignificant insects could ever hope to disdain. Furthermore, he vaguely recalled the system mentioning a reward of 100,000 years of cultivation. Even if he were the most mediocre person alive after 10,000 years of cultivation, he surely could not be weaker than a peak martial master, right? Cut the nonsense. Seize him. Wang Gu barked, his face dark. At that moment, Manager Li finally realized that the person Wang Gu wanted to capture was none other than Junlin, whom he had initially looked down upon. This was a VIP who could not be offended. Young prodigies like him typically had powerful sects or formidable masters backing them. He certainly could not afford to provoke such a person. While the Tianxiang restaurant was backed by the Wanbao Pavilion, the pavilion would not intervene on behalf of a mere manager like himself. Wang Gu, what do you think you are doing? You dare lay hands on this young master? Manager Li asked, his eyes blazing with anger. He knew his young miss had once said this youth would not fall short of her own cultivation, likely at the Grand Martial Master realm. He trusted his young miss implicitly. She was the daughter of the Wanbao Pavilion, a person of noble birth. Even the Emperor of Xia would pay respects if he came before her. During this undercover visit by the young miss, he naturally needed to make a good impression. Manager Li, what is going on? Wang Gu asked in bewilderment. What do you mean, what is this? This young master is our honored guest at the Tianxiang restaurant. You cannot simply come and arrest him on a whim. Manager Li spoke with indignation, then tossed the 1,000 taels of silver he had just received from Wang Gu back at him. Now was the perfect opportunity to curry favor with Junlin. If he did not step forward now, when would he? If he could forge a connection with a young talent like this, the future benefits would be unimaginable. Fine, very well indeed, Manager Li. I will remember this. Wang Gu said grudgingly, his aged face twisted in resentment. Yet despite his unwillingness, he dared not speak harshly to this Manager Li. The Wang family was among the top 3 clans in all of Qingshi City, yet in the eyes of the Wanbao Pavilion, they were worth less than ants. Of this he had no doubt whatsoever. You may shield him temporarily, but not for life. Unless he stays at your Tianxiang restaurant forever, or else. Wang Gu said with a cold smile. Let us go. The moment this bastard steps out, kill him. Wang Gu sneered coldly. An ant presumptuously challenging a dragon. Truly ignorant of his own fate. Manager Li chuckled coldly, watching Wang Gu's retreating figure. Indeed, in his eyes, who was Junlin? He was a young master of outstanding talent. By both age and cultivation alone, he would qualify as a distinguished youth even in the capital of Xia, especially here in this modest Qingshi city. On the Tianwu continent, nations like Xia were as numerous as dust motes, countless in number. And Qingshi City was merely the weakest among 3,000 cities in Qingfeng Commandery, one of 3,000 commanderies under Xia's domain. Located on the frontier of the barbarian beast forest, this region endured constant threats from feral beasts year-round. Moreover, cultivation resources here were exceedingly scarce. For an entire Qingstone city to produce even a handful of peak martial masters was already quite remarkable. Naturally, someone like Wang Gu, whose cultivation had reached the peak of martial master, harbored considerable arrogance. After all, such a cultivation level was considered formidable. The Wang family had held sway over Qingstone City for decades with deep roots and solid foundations. Wait, Junlin called out slowly. What, you have come to your senses, you bastard? I was about to grant you a dignified death, but now even if you kneel before me, I will make you suffer beyond bearing. Your life worse than death. Wang Gu ignored everyone around him and spoke coldly. The hatred between us runs to the death, does it? You mean from this moment on everyone in the Wang family is sworn to kill me? Junlin looked at Wang Gu with an expression as still as an ancient well. Naturally, you think breaking my son's limbs would leave you unscathed. This is a mortal enmity, one without end. If I had not known you were an orphan, a wretched child, without parents, you would already be kneeling at your mother and father's graves. Wang Gu said coldly. Buzz. A resonant hum echoed through the void, audible to all. Terrible cold energy began to swirl within Junlin's eyes. His parents were his absolute taboo. Though he was reborn as an infant, he remembered clearly. That night his father, a warrior akin to a god of war, shattered the dimensional barrier with a single punch and vanished in immortal radiance. This was not abandonment, it was to lure away powerful enemies. Back then in Chongqing village, the original Junlin had lived with an elderly man. Eventually the old man passed away peacefully and left the young boy barely several years old behind in Chongqing village. Since he already possessed an adult's mindset at the time, he naturally remembered everything clearly. Although he now possessed cultivation, the more he understood, the more terrified Junlin felt. Before, without any cultivation of his own, he had only assumed his parents were simply extraordinary powerhouses. But now, having glimpsed even a fraction of their true nature, he realized what they truly were. They were absolutely beyond his ability to articulate. In that case, the Wang family shall be destroyed. Today I begin with you. Junlin said expressionlessly. What have I just heard? A bastard claims the Wang family must be destroyed. That I should be annihilated. Do not say I, an elder, am bullying a youth. Today I stand right here. Come destroy me if you can. Wang Gu laughed wildly. Then perish. A look of calm settled on Junlin's face. Very well, I will see exactly how you kill me today. Wang Gu sneered contemptuously. A mere ant dares to bluster. With that, Junlin slowly extended his index finger and gently tapped toward Wang Gu. Ha ha ha, you think a single finger strike can kill me yet? Your feeble, powerless finger. Do you intend to tickle me? Caw. Before Wang Gu could finish speaking, he suddenly appeared as though confronted with something terrifying. His expression instantly shifted to one of horror. He lacked even the courage to resist that single finger strike from Junlin. He could only watch helplessly as that finger strike descended. Then in the sight of countless onlookers, Wang Gu was reduced to powder in an instant. All that remained where he stood was a mound of powder. Every single person shuddered violently. This youth, this ragged, shabbily dressed youth, was truly far too terrifying. A dignified peak martial master and absolute powerhouse throughout Qingshi City. Yet in this youth's hands he could not withstand even a single finger. Could this young man be a prodigy from Qingfeng Prefecture? One of the onlookers remarked. How could that be? If he truly came from Qingfeng Prefecture, would the Wang family's patriarch dare to offend him? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone was intensely curious about Junlin's true identity. Patriarch, a member of the Wang family, cried out in grief. Boy, you're quite something. You dared to kill our patriarch. One day you will be killed for this. Someone shouted with blustering bravado. Then in the blink of an eye he took the remaining Wang family members and fled, not even bothering to collect Wang Gu's ashes. Junlin showed not the slightest reaction. Since he had declared the Wang family was doomed, the Wang family would surely be doomed. He paid no heed to the horrified gazes around him. He remained seated on the chair, calmly enjoying the savory dishes. To him, this meal was the first decent one he had had since arriving in this world. Junlin ate quietly and with composed grace. The people around him did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that they would meet the same fate as the Wang family's patriarch. Check, please. Junlin said indifferently. A young friend, let me pay for this meal. I feel as if we are old friends at first sight. At this moment, shopkeeper Li hurried over to Junlin with a fawning smile. At the same time, he could not help but admire the Wanbao Pavilion's young mistress for her keen judgment. Little did he know that the young mistress was standing at the entrance of the second-floor corridor, quietly watching Junlin. Her eyes held nothing but utter horror. No one knew what that horror signified. Perhaps only the young mistress herself knew. I don't like owing others favors, Junlin said calmly. Your meal comes to 10 taels of silver. Today, in celebration of our 8th anniversary in business, we are offering a special discount. Only 1/10 of the price. So 1 tael will suffice. A shrewd glint flashed through shopkeeper Li's eyes as he spoke. He was determined to build a connection with Junlin by any means necessary. No need. Junlin tossed down 10 taels of silver, turned, and strode out of Tianxiang restaurant toward the Wang family. What a joke. Would he stoop to care about a mere 10 taels of silver? Once the entire Wang family was destroyed, everything it possessed would belong to him. Not to mention vast wealth enough to rival a country. They had at least several 100,000 taels. There's going to be a good show. Just now I heard this young man say he was going to wipe out the Wang family. Someone said and promptly followed along. They all wanted to see how this youth would destroy the Wang family. Given that one move he had just displayed, none of them doubted that he could. A long, enormous procession trailed behind Junlin all the way. These people all wanted to watch this youth annihilate the entire Wang family. Insolence. You useless wretches. You all just watched someone slay your patriarch. And then you had the nerve to run back. You didn't even care to retrieve the patriarch's corpse. The Wang family's grand elder said, furiously glaring at the guards who had fled back in disgrace. The Wang family had been in Qingshi City for decades, but it was ultimately an outsider clan. They had come this far only by relying on their extraordinary unity. Otherwise they would have been devoured and annexed by other families long ago. Useless trash. Gather all the Wang family's guards and follow this old man to Tianxiang restaurant, the grand elder bellowed. Grand elder, that person said for us to wait. He would come to our door himself. The head guard said in a low voice. Fine, very well. He killed our clan's patriarch, and still dares to come to the Wang family himself. Today this old man shall see for himself whether he has 3 heads and 6 arms. The grand elder sneered. Does everyone think the Wang family is easy to bully? Go and invite our clan's elder out. Tell him the Wang family is facing a calamity of extinction and the old ancestors' intervention is needed. The grand elder said coldly. If outsiders heard these words, it would stir up huge waves throughout Qingshi City. Since when had the Wang family produced an old ancestor? Judging by the grand elder's words, this old ancestor was no ordinary figure, and his cultivation would absolutely shock everyone. Boom. At that very moment, the Wang family's front gate was violently kicked open. Dust billowed up, and wood splinters flew in all directions. Today I have come specifically to destroy the Wang family. A calm voice drifted out from within the dust. Junlin slowly stepped out from the dust and said lightly, a mere snot-nosed brat, and you dare to make trouble at the Wang family. Now that you have a little cultivation, you no longer know your place, the grand elder bellowed. Where are the Wang family guards? The Grand Elder roared. Seize this ignorant fool who doesn't know the height of heaven and earth. Schwa. Figures moved in unison. The Wang family guards all charged at Junlin. I will say this only once. Today I have come to destroy the Wang family. All unrelated people leave immediately if you wish to live. Otherwise no one will be spared. Junlin gave only one chance. Anyone who was not a member of the Wang family had the opportunity to survive. But if they insisted on staying, they could not blame Junlin for being ruthless. Yet the guards rushing over all wore expressions of utter loyalty. How could they take Junlin's words to heart? Kind words are wasted on the damned. Junlin shook his head and said softly, "Whooshed." He extended his right hand and pointed relentlessly. Any person he pointed at exploded on the spot. Within a few breaths, more than half of the several hundred Wang family elite guards had fallen dead, without even knowing what had happened. They all stared at Junlin in terror. In their eyes, whoever he pointed at died. Such power was beyond imagination. I am not from the Wang family's main branch. I was just making a living. Please spare me, spare me. One guard threw down his weapon and begged loudly for mercy, his face flooded with terror. Clatter. All the remaining guards likewise dropped their weapons and cried out for mercy. The chance was already given, but you failed to seize it. So now all of you die. Junlin said flatly. Such foolish loyalty that fails to seize its chance deserves only death. If the roots are not pulled up, the grass will sprout anew when the spring wind blows. You have such a cruel heart. We already begged for mercy. Even if I turn into a vengeful ghost, I will never let you go, a guard shouted in resentment. In their eyes, Junlin was a true murderous fiend. They all cursed and reviled Junlin. However, Junlin remained indifferent to all of this. Insolence. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Wang family's presence? At this moment, an aged voice exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone was horrified. Such a majestic tone, such overwhelming spiritual energy. This was no ordinary person. Indeed, hovering directly above the Wang family estate, an elderly man in a blue robe coldly surveyed the entire scene from above. The old man's eyes were cold and emotionless, with shards of icy light radiating from within, crushing all those present beneath an unbearable pressure that prevented them from raising their heads. This oppressive power was truly immense. Wang Chongqing, the ancestor of the Wang family. It's actually Wang Chongqing. He hasn't died. He is still alive. An elder cultivator among the onlookers exclaimed in shock. At these words, someone immediately asked who Wang Chongqing was. As for Wang Chongqing, he was once the patriarch of this Wang family. When he went to participate in the hunting competition of Qingfeng Commandery, he entered a secret realm. When he emerged, he was already gravely injured, appearing on the verge of death. Who could have imagined that after all these years he would have reached this level? Everyone outside believed him dead. It seems he obtained a tremendous opportunity within. A cultivator shook his head and said, "This youth is in grave danger. The ability to stand suspended in the air already indicates a martial spirit expert." An elder cultivator said with traces of envy in his eyes. "What? A martial spirit? A martial spirit expert?" Someone shouted in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. A martial spirit powerhouse, let alone Qingstone City, even throughout Qingfeng Commandery, such a person was a formidable force. Indeed, only upon reaching the martial spirit realm could one fly through the skies. It was clear that the Wang family's ancestor had attained the martial spirit cultivation level. Where is the city lord of Qingstone City? Could he just stand by and watch this illegitimate brat run rampant? Said Wang Chongqing in a calm tone. "This city lord, I am here. Ancestor Wang, it has been 30 years since we last met. I trust you have been well." A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, speaking with some obsequiousness. This city lord just emerged from seclusion when I heard that someone dared to run rampant in my Qingstone City, and even harbors the audacity to destroy the Wang family. Do you not know how much the Wang family has contributed to Qingstone City? This city lord hastened here at full speed and just in time. Today I shall rid the people of this plague, the city lord declared righteously. A wave of contemptuous murmurs rose from the crowd. Everyone knew this was no act of protecting the people. It was simply the city lord's unwillingness to offend the Wang family. Are you certain you wish to side with them? Junlin looked at the city lord with a calm gaze and asked. For some reason, the city lord suddenly felt a chill run down his spine under Junlin's tranquil stare. He could not sense even a trace of aura from Junlin. He is merely a down-and-out youth. What storm could he possibly stir up? The city lord shook his head, casting aside the chill in his mind. How dare you commit violence here? Today this city lord must intervene. The city lord felt that being intimidated by a youth was a disgrace, so he loudly declared. Even so, there is no need for the city lord's mansion to continue existing. Junlin said indifferently. His expression remained as calm as still water, never rippling. City lord, do you see? Such an arrogant fellow dares to disregard the city lord's mansion altogether. What crime does this warrant? Wang Chongqing said calmly. I am the city lord appointed by the present Xia Emperor. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Dare you threaten me? The city lord said angrily at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin simply ignored him and walked straight toward the Wang family members. Bold! How dare you disregard this city lord? Immediately summon the city guard and execute this youth on the spot. The city lord was also quite shrewd, giving orders directly to his subordinates. He needed to buy time. After all, it took time to muster reinforcements. By then perhaps this youth would already be dead. This way he could curry favor with the Wang family without offending them. Hold on. At this moment a clear voice rang out. The young miss of Wanbao Pavilion arrived, looking at the tense scene and saying. Behind her an elderly man followed closely. This elderly man always kept a distance of 1 meter from Miss Wanbao Pavilion, which showed clearly that he was a powerful figure. Miss Wan, what is this about? Upon seeing the newcomer, the city lord's expression first shifted dramatically, then he hurried to the girl's side and asked respectfully. He clearly knew who she was, the young miss of Wanbao Pavilion. Although he did not know exactly how powerful Wanbao Pavilion truly was, he knew there was a law in the Xia Kingdom. Actions taken by Wanbao Pavilion do not require the royal family's approval. They may act as they please. Simply by this one law, people could understand just how formidable Wanbao Pavilion was. He must not come to harm. Wan Xia said softly, her red lips parting. That is so, that is so. Whatever you say, miss, the city lord quickly replied. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh at Yi Junlin's good fortune to have such a powerful backer. Now it was Yi Junlin's turn to be somewhat puzzled. He could not recall what connection he had with the young miss before him, the one wearing a veil. Is that really a martial spirit expert, the Wang family's ancestor? Wan Xia asked, looking up at Wang Changqing in the sky. Yes, miss. This Wang Changqing has now reached the peak of the martial spirit realm, able to break through to the martial ancestor rank at any time. The elderly man behind Wan Xia said nonchalantly. What? He has reached the peak of martial spirit. The city lord's body trembled, and he widened his eyes in shock. Wang family ancestor, you cannot interfere with this person. The city lord immediately turned and said to Wang Changqing. Silence. Not only must the Wang family be destroyed, but the city lord's mansion shall meet the same fate. Some matters cannot simply be brushed aside with a few words. Yi Junlin said indifferently. What nonsense. Does he expect someone to plead for him? Grandpa Li, if he cannot prevail later, I will need you to step in and save him. Wan Xia said to the elderly man behind her. Miss need not worry. He is merely a martial spirit. But miss, is this youth truly worth it? Old man Li slowly shook his head. As you can all see, it is not this old ancestor unwilling to let him go, but the boy himself insists on seeking death. There is no other way. Wang Changqing said slowly. Originally, when Wan Xia had offered to protect Yi Junlin, his heart had trembled. If he had let the boy escape, what would have become of this matter? Someone of this tender age who could kill a martial master. In a few more years of cultivation, he might very well end up as a corpse under Yi Junlin's hand. But now Yi Junlin had refused. He had the opportunity to eliminate this youth directly. In that case, even Wanbao Pavilion would have little to say. Splat. Thud. Bang. Sounds of human bodies bursting open echoed continuously. With a casual gesture from Yi Junlin, the members of the Wang family exploded one after another. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, corpses strewn across the ground like a living hell on earth. Bastard, go die. Unable to sit still any longer as he watched his Wang family descendants fall one by one, Wang Changqing swooped down from the void and drove his aged palm straight toward Yi Junlin. A thunderous boom rang out in everyone's ears. Bastard, meet your death. Witness this old man's mountain-splitting palm. Wang Changqing bellowed furiously. The mountain-splitting palm was heavy and immensely powerful. When cultivated to perfection, it was said that a single palm could cleave a mountain. Old wretch, you spout, bastard, at every turn. Today I'll be the one to send you to the afterlife first. A cold light flared in Yi Junlin's eyes. Slowly he raised his right hand, without any technique, without even the faintest ripple of spiritual energy, and simply swung it toward Wang Changqing. Yes, just like a resounding slap across the face. Some people wondered why was Yi Junlin not using any technique at all. Wasn't it obvious? He had merely acquired 100,000 years of cultivation and knew no techniques whatsoever. Everything now was propped up solely by his torrential spiritual energy. Everyone believed that Yi Junlin was as good as dead. After all, with Wang Changqing being a genuine martial spirit powerhouse, he was unquestionably the #1 figure in all of Qingshi City. Even elderly standing behind Wan Xia was bracing to make his move. Smack! A crisp sound resounded. Everyone's eyes flew wide open as they stared in utter disbelief at the spot where the two had clashed. In that place, there was no longer any trace of Wang Changqing, the ancestor of the Wang family. There was only Yi Junlin standing there in perfect stillness. What's going on? Where is he? Everyone strained their eyes, desperately searching for Wang Changqing's figure. But they saw nothing. They simply could not find him anywhere. Elderly, did you see it? Wan Xia asked, her beautiful eyes gazing blankly in Yi Junlin's direction. I couldn't make it out. In that instant I couldn't even perceive his speed. Elderly said, his face tinged with horror. When the city lord heard this, he immediately began to tremble all over and nearly wet his pants on the spot. He truly had never imagined that this youth could be so terrifyingly formidable. And when he further recalled the young man's earlier words, that he would annihilate the Wang family and the city lord's mansion, the city lord was so frightened that he nearly pissed himself outright. Good, well killed, he had it coming. Over these years the Wang family has burned, killed, plundered, and committed every conceivable atrocity. A well-deserved death. This young hero is truly a veritable dragon among men. He has rid our Qingshi city of a great scourge. A cause for celebration, truly a cause for celebration. What this young brother may not know is that I have always harbored an intense hatred for the Wang family. Over the years they have caused me no end of trouble. The city lord stepped forward and immediately began to heap on flattery. But Yi Junlin paid him no heed whatsoever, walking straight toward the remaining members of the Wang family. Dead? Just gone like that? The Wang clan members stammered in disbelief. One after another they seemed to have lost their very souls, their eyes hollow and lifeless. You dare kill me? You dare annihilate my entire clan? The great elder of the Wang family looked at Yi Junlin with contempt. My son is a disciple of the Royal Academy. If you dare kill me when the time comes, you will most certainly die. This old man knows you are an orphan. But with the Royal Academy's means, finding your parents is an absolute certainty. When that happens, even your own parents will die. The great elder of the Wang family spat out the words venomously. The Royal Academy, is it? If they provoke me, I'll wipe them out as well. Yi Junlin said with casual indifference. Your son is at the Royal Academy. It seems I'll have to pay that Royal Academy a visit as well. Yi Junlin knew very well that if he did not uproot the weeds, endless troubles would ensue. He had read quite a few novels in the past, so he naturally understood such matters. A protagonist out of soft-heartedness spares a young child. Who would have thought that child would be filled with seething hatred? Then in the not-so-distant future, that child seizes the protagonist's beloved and uses her as a hostage. Before Yi Junlin, such a thing could never exist. They would all die. Wait for your son on the Yellow Springs Road. Yi Junlin raised his hand and pointed a finger straight at the great elder of the Wang family. Squelch. A sliver of light shot forth and instantly pierced through the great elder of the Wang family. With this, the entire Wang family was wiped out. Everyone present was shaken to the core. Not only was this young man's cultivation terrifyingly high, but what was most frightening was his sheer ruthlessness. He would annihilate a whole clan at the slightest provocation. It was by no means an exaggeration to call him cold-blooded and merciless. Ding. Sign-in location released. Sign-in location: the Royal Academy of the Xia Kingdom. Do you accept? Upon successful sign-in, the host will be rewarded with 100,000 divine cultivation arts, secret techniques, and methods. At this moment, the system suddenly issued the mission within Yi Junlin's mind. Confirm acceptance. Yi Junlin was caught off guard at first, then ecstatic. At present, he had a body full of cultivation, but knew not a single technique or secret manual. This time he had already planned to head to the Royal Academy of the Xia Kingdom anyway, so he might as well sign in there and dispose of the great elder's son along the way. 100,000 techniques and manuals. If the system was behind them, they certainly would not be ordinary fare. Once that happened, he would be able to genuinely crush everything. Unlike now, when he could only depend on his overwhelming cultivation and knew no techniques or martial arts whatsoever. It could be said that in a battle against anyone of the same level, Yi Junlin would be no match at all. Without techniques or martial arts, anyone at his rank could trample him and torment him at will. But on the Tianwu continent, there was no one who existed at the same level as him. Whoosh! Thump! When the city lord saw Yi Junlin's gaze turn toward him, he dropped to his knees immediately. His robes were already soaked with cold sweat, his entire body was trembling. This was sheer terror. My lord, this humble one had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my dog of a life. The city lord knelt on the ground, knocking his head and wailing at the top of his voice. He knew that even if he were spared from this day forth, he would never be able to hold his head high in society again. He would be gossiped about and despised by countless people. But at this moment, what worthless pride was worth trading for his life? So to hell with all that face, straight to the devil with it. As long as he could survive, let alone kneeling. Even if he were told to eat excrement, he would do it willingly. I told you before, the city lord's mansion is next on the list. It must be annihilated. Yi Junlin's words carried not a single trace of emotion. Was this a game? The chance had been given just a moment ago. They had failed to seize it, and on top of that, they had even mustered forces to slaughter him. Did they truly take him for a spineless pushover, someone anyone could bully at will? And then upon seeing they were no match for him, a kowtow and an apology would settle everything. What kind of logic was that? In Yi Junlin's book, if you want to kill someone, you had better be prepared for your entire family to be annihilated. There was no such thing as apologizing one's way out of paying the price. If apologies were of any use, then why bother cultivating at all? When the city lord heard these words, he immediately collapsed limply to the ground. He knew he was utterly done for. Although he was the city lord personally appointed by the emperor of the Xia kingdom in the face of absolute power, even the royal family had to bow their heads. Young miss, save me, save me. At this moment, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, the city lord turned wildly toward the young miss and begged for mercy. This young lady's status was far from ordinary. The city lord believed that as long as she was willing to speak up, Junlin might not refuse to spare him this once. I cannot help you, Xia said coolly. Souring her relationship with Junlin for the sake of a city lord was something she had no desire to see. In Junlin she saw the bearing of a supreme, young powerhouse. To have reached such a level of cultivation at such an age was truly unimaginable. For him to possess such cultivation at such an age, there must certainly be a remarkable existence behind Junlin. Xia had only been sent out by the Wanbao Pavilion headquarters this time to gain experience. She had paused here on a whim while passing through the Xia kingdom. Yet she had stayed for only a few days, and today was the day she had originally planned to leave. Instead, she ran into a freak like Junlin. If she could befriend such a young supreme talent, it would be greatly to her advantage in the future. After all, she was the eldest young lady of the Wanbao Pavilion. What prodigies had she never seen? Yet here a youth who had suddenly emerged from this tiny place possessed unfathomable cultivation. The city lord fell into complete despair, but his intense will to live did not let him choose to give up. Whoosh! The city lord leapt from his spot in a single bound. His figure flickered rapidly as he fled into the distance. He did not want to die, and he was also bitterly regretful. Today he had simply been too idle for his own good. Why had he come to the Wang residence to join in the excitement? Why had he provoked such a powerhouse? Whiz! How could Junlin possibly let him leave? A fine beam of light burst from the tip of Junlin's finger and shot toward the city lord in an instant. The city lord, who was fleeing at full speed, suddenly trembled, and his forehead was pierced straight through. Carried by inertia, he still ran nearly 100 meters forward before crashing to the ground. Impressive ability, sir. I am Xia of the Wanbao Pavilion. Might you be interested in visiting the Wanbao Pavilion? As for the remnants of the city lord's mansion, the Wanbao Pavilion will gladly clear them away for you. Xia stepped forward, looking at Junlin. A hint of a sly smile touched the corner of Junlin's mouth, and he nodded in agreement. He wanted to see what this Xia planned to do. In a single day, the Wang family and the city lord's mansion had been annihilated with not a single survivor. It caused a tremendous upheaval throughout Qingshi City. Yet Junlin, the person at the center of it all, was leisurely drinking tea in the Wanbao Pavilion at this very moment. The Wanbao Pavilion really is remarkable. Cultivation, arts, martial skills, and elixirs are all available in abundance, Junlin said with a smile. This was still only a small branch hall in Qingshi City. Has anything caught your eye, young Master Yi? If you but say the word, everything here shall be yours for 1/10 the price, Xia said with a sweet, captivating smile. Now, without her veil, she revealed a face that could charm all under heaven. She could truly be called a country-toppling beauty, a peerless enchantress of the age. That won't be necessary. Just a few sets of clothes will do, Junlin said. At present he lacked nothing. The decades of hoarded wealth from the Wang family and the city lord's mansion were all in his hands. He could be considered not short of money now. He was rich, at least here in Qingshi City. After all, cultivators had never cared much for worldly wealth. It was nothing but dirt in the mundane world. In the true cultivation world, gold, silver, and treasures were nothing but refuse. When Junlin finished changing and came out, Xia's eyes lit up. Junlin now wore a luxurious purple long robe with ornate patterns. His tall figure was slender, his hair casually tied behind his back, and his eyes were so bright that one could hardly look at them directly. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he had a striking, handsome bearing, a beauty taken to the extreme. A man as jade walking the mortal road, a young master without equal in this world. Oldly standing behind, Xia sighed in praise. Junlin was truly breathtakingly handsome, a flawless, handsome man, who, calling him unervingly beautiful, would not be an exaggeration. What are your plans next, young Master Yi? Oldly asked with a smile. At such an age, to have reached the martial spirit realm, or even martial ancestor, was truly astonishing brilliance worthy of the title of prodigy. The imperial capital, the Royal Academy, Junlin said coolly. When cutting grass, one must pull up the roots, otherwise endless trouble would follow. Even though those remnants might not necessarily pose a threat to Junlin. However, to avoid a few small annoyances, he would simply deal with them. What a coincidence. We're also heading to the imperial capital. Why not travel together? Xia fixed her big sparkling eyes on Junlin. With this old man's speed, I can carry the two of you to the imperial capital in less than a day. Oldly said with a laugh. Powerful as he was, even he would need nearly a full day to reach the imperial capital without stopping. Of course, if they were not in a hurry, they could travel slowly. Along the way they could admire the scenery, and take their time. Do you have a flying technique? To tell you the truth, though my cultivation is decent, I have never flown before. Junlin asked with some curiosity. Old Li and Wan Xia exchanged baffled looks. In the cultivation world, who would directly ask to practice another person's technique? That was a sign of disrespect toward the other party and could easily get one beaten to death. A powerful cultivator's very foundation lay in his cultivation art. Unfortunately, in the world of cultivation, Junlin was truly a novice. He simply knew none of these things. Moreover, they speculated that by rights there should be an extremely formidable master behind Junlin. Why then had that master not given him a cultivation art? Was this a test? The two of them thought to themselves. But what kind of master would test his disciple by withholding his cultivation art? No matter how they racked their brains, they could not make sense of it. Ahem, this old man has a heaven-grade art here, the wandering dragon steps. You can learn it. Old Li took out a heaven-grade movement art from his storage ring and handed it to Junlin. It was obvious from Old Li's face that he felt great heartache. This was a heaven-grade art. In a small place like the Xia Kingdom, even a profound grade art was already a treasure of the royal family. Cultivation arts were divided into 5 ranks: heaven, earth, profound, yellow, and mortal. Among them, mortal rank arts could be cultivated even by ordinary people. Mortal was the lowest and heaven was the highest known at present, but above heaven there were still even higher ranks. Wandering dragon steps, a heaven-grade art? Junlin asked, somewhat puzzled. Then he immersed himself in it and could not pull himself free. In fact, this was the first time Junlin had ever seen a martial skill manual. Young master, Yi truly is worthy of being called a young prodigy. With a single glance, he has already fallen into a state of profound absorption. Young lady, how long do you think this young master will take to comprehend a heaven-grade martial skill? Old Li asked with a smile, looking at Wan Xia. I cannot see through his cultivation. It is hidden extremely deep. When I first acquired a heaven-grade art, it took me more than half a year to comprehend it. I imagine he will need less time than I did. About 2 months. Wan Xia replied, basing her words on her own judgment. 2 months. Elder Li said, somewhat taken aback. He knew very well just how gifted the eldest daughter of his household was. In their part of the world, the talent of the Wan family's eldest daughter was plain for everyone to see. That place was full of brilliant talents with countless proud sons of heaven rising across the world. Even the eldest daughter of the Wan family could hold a place among them. Yet now the young lady of his own household was praising a teenager so highly. If this news were to spread back, the prodigies of that place would surely be thrown into turmoil. After all, as the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of that place, her suitors were as numerous as carp crossing the river. To be honest, even 2 months feels too long to me. I'd say 1 month, or perhaps half a month. Wan Xia, never willing to stop until her words shocked her listeners, spoke again. A heaven-tier cultivation art in only half a month. Elder Li was utterly astounded. Then they turned their gazes to Junlin, who was sitting with his eyes closed. He appeared exactly like an ordinary person, with not the slightest breath of aura leaking from his body. He seemed no different from a mortal. Suddenly a strange energy burst forth from Junlin's body. This energy did not belong to spiritual power, it was a kind of Tao resonance. What? It's already done, the two exclaimed in disbelief. Half a month, as Wan Xia had said, was already a remarkably high appraisal of Junlin. But now they were truly shocked. What kind of monster was he? They had both cultivated the wandering dragon step, so they naturally knew what a successful cultivation of it required. Shua. Junlin opened his eyes and 2 beams of visible light shot out from them. In the next instant he vanished from where he stood. Roar! A dragon's cry that shook the heavens resounded. Junlin's entire body moved like a wandering dragon, his form flickering elusively. He flickered in midair. Well, was my cultivation speed too slow? Junlin appeared before the two and asked. Wan Xia and Elder Li's expressions turned somewhat stiff. Saya movement-type cultivation art actually took me this long. It seems my natural talent is not very good either. Junlin shook his head and sighed. Seeing that the two said nothing, he assumed his aptitude was poor. Elder Li suddenly felt his old face burning hot, utterly mortified. Back then he had spent as many as 5 whole years to fully comprehend it. Yet this young man had taken only a few breaths. They had only exchanged 2 sentences, and he had already cultivated it successfully. Was he a prodigy? No, he was not a prodigy, he was a monster. Ahem, since young master Yi has already mastered it, let us set out for the Royal Academy. Wan Xia said gently. He had indeed lived up to her judgment, such talent was rarely seen in the world. Alright, since that is the case, let's set out. Junlin once again used his movement technique, soaring into the air. This time a huge azure dragon appeared beneath his feet, carrying an immense pressure. Its head was like a camel's, its horns like a deer's, its eyes like a rabbit's, its ears like an ox's, its neck like a snake's, its belly like a clam's, its scales like a carp's, its claws like an eagle's, and its paws like a tiger's. On its back were exactly 81 scales, and 9 nines were the supreme number. How is this possible? A technique made manifest. This is a sign of great perfection only seen in the flourishing primordial era. Elderly said, his voice trembling. His words were full of sheer disbelief. Today this youth had completely overturned their understanding. Ancient records state that during the primordial era heroes vied for supremacy, prodigies rose in force, and 10,000 races stood side by side. The primordial era could be called a time when every person was like a dragon. For in that age, almost every cultivator could cultivate a technique to manifestation. That was the true supreme realm, the ability to bring every technique to genuine great perfection. Only when all techniques reach the state of ultimate perfection could their true power be unleashed to the maximum. Could it be a natural special constitution? Elderly asked with some suspicion. For one's talent to be strong to such a degree, it was hard for him not to suspect that Junlin had a special constitution. For example, the innate immortal spirit body that was naturally in harmony with the Tao, the innate Tao body, and so on. Roar. Wanxia also executed the wandering dragon step, and a clear dragon's cry rang out. Under her feet too there appeared a dragon that was nearly substantial. But the dragon beneath Junlin's feet was wholly solid. If one did not use divine sense to examine it, it would be taken for a true dragon. The wandering dragon step, as its name implied, was like a wandering dragon when unfolded. His form flickered, elusive and hard to track. Roar. Once he knew the direction, Junlin stepped onto the azure dragon and disappeared into the sky. After the better part of a day, the three arrived above the imperial capital by flight. In fact, Junlin could have arrived before them, but after all this cultivation art had been given to him by Elderly. Along the way, Junlin had stopped and started repeatedly, which could be regarded as waiting for them. Who goes there? Flight is forbidden above the Xia kingdom. Come down at once and kowtow to confess your crime. At this moment, a fierce shout came out from the imperial capital below. How dare you? You actually dare to provoke the majesty of my Xia kingdom. Archers, get ready. Seeing that the people in the sky had no intention of paying them any heed, an imperial guard at once shouted, a mere little Xia kingdom daring to babble in front of this old man. Elderly was not some kind-hearted person. In his eyes, an insignificant Xia kingdom was truly nothing at all. Whoosh! Wanxia took out a jade token and cast it forward. Suddenly the jade token blazed with light, turning into a scorching sun that radiated incomparably brilliant rays. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital of the Xia kingdom looked up at the jade token. An incomparably huge character, one slowly condensed, releasing blazing light. This is a specially made jade token of the Wanbao Pavilion. What are these people's identities? Could they be distinguished guests of the Wanbao Pavilion? A cultivator said in shock. The imperial guards then dispersed. When everyone came to their senses and looked at the sky again, there was no one in the sky at all. The three had vanished like they had never appeared, leaving nothing behind. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they might have believed they were dreaming or that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Clang! A crisp bell note rang out, reverberating throughout the imperial capital. Quick! The Royal Academy's annual enrollment ceremony has begun. At this, countless cultivators stirred into action. Some brought their families' younger juniors along and headed to the Royal Academy to take part in this year's enrollment. As the greatest academy in the Xia kingdom, the scale of the Royal Academy went without saying. At its gate stood no fewer than several 100,000 youths who had come for the enrollment competition. A cacophony of voices filled the air, extraordinarily lively. Junlin and two companions stood quietly in an open clearing watching. These were all teenagers and young maidens carrying ideals in their hearts. They had come to this place clutching their dreams, all hoping to one day become among the powerful. Where had Junlin ever seen such things? Ever since arriving in this world, he had known none of this was meant for him. He simply could not cultivate. But now, he had leaped to obtain 100,000 years of cultivation base. Though he did not know what realm he currently occupied, he knew one thing: he was extremely strong. Absurdly so. Once he had also dreamed of being noticed by some wandering powerhouse who would declare his aptitude 1 in a billion, then take him away and bestow upon him their inheritance. Ding! Check in at the Royal Academy to receive 100,000 cultivation techniques and secret manuals. Confirm check-in. The system's distinctive electronic voice rang within Junlin's mind. Confirm check-in. Junlin said within his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Rewarding the host with 100,000 cultivation techniques. Rewards have been dispatched to the storage ring. Please verify. Junlin immersed his consciousness and indeed found countless cultivation methods, martial techniques, and secret arts within his storage ring. None of them were ordinary objects. Without even trying, Junlin casually glanced and saw the names of numerous cultivation manuals. For example, Zhu Xian, Zhu Shi Shun Gong Fei Xian, and so on. Just from their names alone, one could tell how extraordinarily powerful they were. Immortal. This was the lifelong aspiration of every cultivator, for only an immortal could exist eternally alongside the world. Only then could one truly achieve deathless invulnerability and boundless lifespan. Ding. Would you like to fuse all cultivation techniques and secret arts? The system spoke within Yi Junlin's mind. Yi Junlin paused. Could he fuse them directly, as if pouring knowledge into his mind, eliminating the need for him to contemplate and comprehend? Could it really operate this way? Confirm fusion, Yi Junlin said within his mind. Boom. A thunderous explosion rang out inside his mind, and a surging energy of utmost magnitude crashed over him in an instant. The information contained within this energy was simply too vast. Various cultivation methods, martial techniques, and secret arts. All of them, Yi Junlin directly absorbed and mastered. Do not speak of heavenly grade techniques. The lowest among these were supreme rank cultivation methods. Though Yi Junlin did not know what supreme rank meant, it was at least beyond heavenly grade. For below heavenly grade, there had never been any mention of supreme rank techniques whatsoever. All of this occurred in an instant. No one knew that in a single breath Yi Junlin had mastered 100,000 techniques. If he were to tell anyone, no one would believe it. Ordinarily, someone who mastered techniques within a few years was considered a prodigy, favored by heaven. How could anyone master 100,000 in merely a single breath? This was absolutely nonsense. Silence. Suddenly, a rough voice boomed across the entire Royal Academy square. A burly giant appeared suspended in the air. Martial Ancestor. This is a martial ancestor level expert. Is he the Academy's instructor? A youth asked reverently. If only I could become such a powerful figure one day, someone said enviously. To stand upon the void was the very symbol of a martial spirit. But every instructor at the Royal Academy possessed martial ancestor cultivation. I am Sher Shan, the instructor responsible for this year's Royal Academy recruitment. Next, you will need to pass 3 trials. Only those who succeed in all 3 may enter my Royal Academy. New students must not exceed 18 years of age. Those over 18 whose cultivation has not reached the martial warrior level should return home at once. Sher Shan stated directly, giving no one a chance to respond. The first trial is the comprehension test. This is a person's foundation. If one's comprehension is too poor, there is almost no chance of becoming a powerhouse. Hold on. A person's comprehension is not the only factor. As long as one possesses the spirit of enduring hardship and diligence, I believe there is still a chance to become powerful. Yi Junlin looked at Sher Shan and spoke calmly. Sher Shan was somewhat angered. Who did this boy think he was? A peak martial ancestor authority, yet being contradicted by a mere youth. Did he not care about saving face? By your logic, Sher Shan said dryly to Yi Junlin, even a person without any comprehension could become a powerhouse. His tone had originally been rough, but the moment he saw Yi Junlin, he softened it. Yi Junlin carried an extraordinary bearing, showing not the slightest reverence toward a powerful expert. Such a person was either a naive fool or simply looked down on experts like them. Yes, looked down upon a martial ancestor. Of course, without comprehension, as long as one is willing to work hard, Yi Junlin said. He had read too many stories of trash protagonists who only changed their fate after encountering heavenly materials, earthly treasures, or some system eventually reaching the pinnacle. The second trial is the aptitude test. Cultivators' aptitudes are divided into mortal, human, yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. The higher the aptitude, the greater the achievement. The lowest is mortal grade aptitude, meaning one cannot cultivate at all. Currently, the highest is heaven grade. Beyond heaven grade, even we do not know what manner of aptitude that would be. Sher Shan continued, not dwelling on Yi Junlin's words. In his view, Yi Junlin was just a youth who would naturally understand these truths in time. I do not fully agree with this either. Since ancient times, high aptitude has indeed meant greater potential for becoming powerful. But aptitude cannot be the sole measure of a person's accomplishments. How many throughout history have possessed extraordinarily high aptitude, yet most ultimately faded into obscurity? I have seen a legend, a person of mortal flesh without any so-called talent or comprehension. But in the end, they shook the ages and became what history remembers as a true powerhouse. Oh, do tell, who was this powerhouse? Why have we never encountered this legendary figure in ancient records? Sher Shan asked with a cold sneer. His temper was already fierce, and now Yi Junlin had challenged his authority again and again. Even the most patient person would lose their composure under such circumstances. Ancient records do not document such a person, Yi Junlin said directly. If ancient records cannot find it, what are you even doing here looking for validation? Someone stepped forward displeased and shouted. He wanted to leave a good impression on this instructor. Regardless of whether he passed, this was simply the way of the world. The third trial is the trial of mental fortitude. A cultivator must possess unwavering will and press forward courageously. Those with weak will are prone to chi deviation and falling into demonic paths. After seeing Yi Junlin remain silent, Sher Shan spoke again. Fortunately, upon glancing at Yi Junlin this time, the youth said nothing. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yi Junlin's calm voice made his body stiffen. What is righteous? What is evil? Hey, if you cannot even distinguish between right and wrong, why cultivate at all? The youth who had spoken earlier mocked again. I cultivate only my path of invincibility. Whether righteous or evil, as long as they do not cross me, they may live. But if they provoke me, they must die. Junlin said calmly. You truly believe yourself to be some ancient luminary, do you? Whoever you desire dead must perish, the young man continued speaking. Though I may not be an ancient luminary today, I shall make you die. Junlin said calmly. Hey, this young master stands right here before you. Let us see how you intend to kill me. The young man had no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. Killing is forbidden within the Royal Academy. Shirshan said coldly. Those I wish dead cannot be stopped by anyone. Junlin said indifferently. Die. Junlin merely spat out a single word coldly. In an instant the young man was struck as though by lightning, his entire body trembling. Then his eyes grew lifeless, his divine soul perishing directly. What Junlin had employed was a divine soul attack technique known as the silent divine soul art. It reached directly into a person's divine soul, annihilating it utterly. A domineering technique beyond compare. Bang! The young man collapsed face first onto the ground, leaving those around him stunned. How dare you? What demonic art is that? To slaughter so recklessly within my Royal Academy. You deserve death. Shirshan roared. How could someone dare kill beneath his very eyes? He would not tolerate it. I have said it, those I wish dead cannot be blocked by anyone. Whoever obstructs me shall die. Junlin said directly. A wave of uproar swept through the crowd below, everyone chattering excitedly. From which family does this youth come, daring to speak such reckless words? Does he not fear his tongue being cut? Truly naive. The young ever fearless of consequence. Someone sneered. The Royal Academy is the largest academy in the entire Xia nation, and its dean is none other than Xia Liyun, the ancestral pillar of Xia. He is also the #1 powerhouse. His cultivation depth is unfathomable. Does he wish to make an enemy of the Royal Academy? Let us see if he has the capital for it. Many spoke with a spectator's mindset. Junior brother, it is good to have ambition as a young man, but one must not be overly arrogant. Otherwise, in the end, you shall be the one to suffer. A voice resounded across the entire training ground. Then everyone saw a white-robed youth walking out from the Royal Academy, with a gentle smile on his face. He was refined and elegant, giving off an amiable sensation, like a warm older brother next door. Ding, a child of fate has appeared. A quest is now issued. Eliminate the child of fate, and the reward shall be a special heavenly Tao reincarnation body. Subdue the child of fate as your subordinate, and the reward shall be the flying immortal art. The system's friendly voice rang out in Junlin's mind. What is the heavenly Tao reincarnation body? What is the flying immortal art? Junlin asked. The heavenly Tao reincarnation body can reincarnate all things in the world, even the heavenly Tao itself can be drawn into its cycle. As long as you are sufficiently powerful, even the heavenly Tao cannot escape reincarnation. All beings shall behold their true selves upon the path of reincarnation, chanting the monuments of the immortal. As for the flying immortal art, it grants immediate ascension to immortality without any drawbacks. From then on, one shall enjoy endless eons of lifespan, sharing longevity with heaven and earth, sharing brilliance with sun and moon. The system explained. Immortality, how many envied it? Who did not wish to become an immortal? None cultivated without that goal in heart. My, truly arrogant. You do not even spare face for the #1 outer disciple of our Royal Academy. A lackey behind the white-robed youth snorted coldly. What? That must be Wang Changsheng, the #1 outer disciple of the Royal Academy. I heard even the Crown Prince wished to recruit him, but was rejected. Indeed, I heard when he first arrived, he was merely a servant disciple. They say he was once considered good for nothing, bullied by anyone. Yet he endured in silence for 3 years. After 3 years, his cultivation surged forward. In just 10 days, he leapt from martial apprentice 3rd stage directly to warrior. Simply incredible. Now he stands at the peak of warrior cultivation, and all of this has taken only 3 months. Someone exclaimed in wonder. Wang Changsheng. Could it be Wang Changsheng of the Wang family from Qingshi City? Junlin asked indifferently. Correct. He is indeed Wang Changsheng, the eldest son of Grand Elder Wang of the Qingshi City Wang family. Wang Changsheng smiled and cupped his fist in greeting. Oh, the Wang family of Qingshi City has already been exterminated by me. Only you remain as their last descendant. Junlin said with a smile. System, I choose to eliminate the child of fate. Boom. What did you say? Wang Changsheng was instantly struck as though by lightning. The 3 great families of Qingshi City, the Wang family held the foremost position. Beyond all this, even a single Wang family ancestral elder was something no mere youth could annihilate. The Wang family ancestral elder was a power at the martial spirit level, considered a powerhouse of a region. Within the Xia nation, such a figure would qualify for a marquisate. How could they possibly have been exterminated? There were but few martial spirits in all of Xia. Yi Junlin and his companions had not lingered on their journey. The news had not yet reached them. All right, this should belong to your Wang family. Yi Junlin seemed to remember something and produced a Wang family patriarch seal from his storage ring. No, how could this be? In an instant, Wang Chongqing's eyes split with fury. He could not fathom that his Wang family had been destroyed. He recalled his father's loving gaze, his mother's reluctant parting looks. He had promised himself he would one day become their pride. And yet now, his entire Wang family had fallen. How could he still aspire to be the Wang family's pride? He had just begun to rise, becoming a prodigy beloved by all. He had not failed his parents or clansmen. At present, he was one of the most dazzling geniuses of the entire Royal Academy. I shall kill you. Wang Chongqing's eyes blushed crimson, his overwhelming aura of wrath and grief erupting as he bellowed. Having left home this time, he never expected it would be for eternity. From this moment on, heaven and earth would separate them forever, never to meet again. Even so, then you shall die. After speaking, Yi Junlin prepared to eliminate Wang Chongqing. Stop! Suddenly a thunderous explosion resounded. Wang Chongqing stopped in his tracks. Master, I want revenge. Wang Chongqing looked up at the sky where an elegant middle-aged man spoke. Your cultivation currently falls short of his, but given time you will surely surpass him. This time I shall not let him kill you. I shall spare him for the future you. Morongbai stood with his hands behind his back. What? Wang Chongqing's master is actually Vice Principal Morongbai. The Royal Academy's Vice Principal Morongbai, already at the Martial King realm at only 40-odd years of age. I hear even Xia Luyun has praised his talent endlessly. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. How else could he have attained the position of Vice Principal at such a young age? Yes, master. Wang Chongqing nodded fiercely. He believed that given time he would grow strong enough. Vice Dean, Shirshan, and the surrounding mentors and disciples all respectfully bowed and saluted Morongbai. You're saying you'll spare my life? Yi Junlin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Morongbai and speaking. But I have no intention of sparing the sole survivor of the Wang family. Ignoring Morongbai's words, Yi Junlin continued. Rest assured, from today onward I guarantee that no one in the entire Xia nation will dare to lay a hand on you. Live well, and in the future wait for my disciple to seek revenge on your behalf. Morongbai stated coldly. There's something wrong with your head. The last heir of the Wang family, Dai. Yi Junlin found it difficult to communicate with this vice dean and spoke directly. He could still emit a scream. After all, what cultivation base did Wang Chongqing have? Merely the peak of a martial artist. Yet he managed to withstand one strike from Yi Junlin and endure for a complete breath's duration. In an instant, Yi Junlin deduced that Wang Chongqing possessed a supreme treasure. As the child of destiny, he must certainly have great fortune bestowed upon him. However, even this so-called great fortune could not protect Wang Chongqing in the face of Yi Junlin. At least the current Wang Chongqing had not yet fully developed. If others, whether martial masters, great martial masters, or even martial spirits and martial ancestors, came to kill Wang Chongqing, they might not necessarily succeed. This was because Wang Chongqing had trump cards that could preserve his life, but they couldn't withstand Yi Junlin's overwhelming strength. Morongbai's hair stood on end with rage, roaring to the heavens. He never expected that after Yi Junlin simply spoke the word, die, his disciple would truly be gone. This was an unbearable loss for Morongbai. He knew this disciple of his, composed, resilient, and possessing exceptional talent. Given time to grow, he would undoubtedly become a formidable power in the region. But now he was gone. Everything was gone. This was a disciple he had painstakingly sought out, and now he was lost. I want you dead. Morongbai gritted his teeth, speaking each word with deliberate cadence. Boom. Morongbai's formidable aura surged to its peak without restraint. Overwhelming pressure descended upon them all, and he showed no mercy in its release. Many cultivators with weaker cultivation bases collapsed to the ground, instantly unable to withstand such crushing pressure. He no longer cared about anything else. He only wanted to kill, to slay the youth before him. As for the others, he could not care less, nor would he bother. He had never considered how formidable Yi Junlin's cultivation might be. In his mind, Yi Junlin was merely employing some unorthodox and demonic technique. After all, as a martial king powerhouse, he had not detected anything unusual, such as fluctuations in spiritual energy. He was merely a youth. No matter how extraordinary, how formidable could he truly be? Cease your attack, Morongbai. The Royal Academy prohibits killing. As Vice Dean, you are unaware of even this. And he is a newly admitted student about to report. A voice carrying immense pressure resonated through the air, causing everyone to feel their very souls tremble. Greetings, Dean. All mentors and students promptly turned and bowed respectfully toward a certain direction. What a lively gathering today. Not only has Vice Dean Moronbai appeared, but even the Dean himself has come in person. In the past, such a thing would have been utterly impossible. Now they have all emerged because of this youth, someone remarked with emotion. An elderly man clad in black combat attire stepped gracefully through the air regarding Moronbai with a stern expression. Dean. But he was my first disciple, my only disciple, Moronbai said with a bitter expression. He understood. The Dean had taken a liking to this talent. Your skills fall short. There is nothing to be said. Let this matter rest. This is a world where the strong devour the weak. Had you been his match, the outcome would have been different. Death was your only fate. Xia Luyun stated calmly. Ha ha ha, excellent. Truly excellent. I have poured my heart and soul into the Royal Academy for nothing. I gave everything, yet in the end I cannot even protect my own disciple. There isn't even a chance for revenge. Ha ha. Moronbai laughed aloud to the heavens, 2 streams of clear tears flowing from his eyes. It was a sight that would move even the hardest hearts to tears. From this day forward, I Moronbai shall no longer serve as Vice Dean of the Royal Academy. I Moronbai formally resign from the Royal Academy. Moronbai declared with profound grief. After speaking, he gathered Wang Chongqing's body in his arms and prepared to depart. Boy, from this moment forth, I pray you never cross the gates of the Royal Academy, or else your death shall be upon you. Moronbai suddenly turned his head, gazing at Yi Junlin with a chilling tone. Every person present felt their hearts constrict sharply. They sensed boundless coldness spreading through the air. Sigh. Xia Luyun opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately it dissolved into a mere sigh. There was no way around it. He had his own designs. The Royal Academy required such a genius. The Xia nation required such a genius. Yi Junlin, he had resolved to protect him. Do you think you can leave alive today, eh? Yi Junlin regarded Xia Luyun and spoke calmly. Ha ha. With the Dean shielding you, do you truly believe you can slay me? Moronbai was so furious he nearly laughed, his voice cold as ice. Even Xia Luyun showed a trace of displeasure. The youth's arrogance knew no bounds, and he failed to read the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Junlin interrupted. When I act, do I need others to shield me, eh? Only personal strength endures forever. Yi Junlin spoke with quiet conviction. Only personal strength endures forever. Excellent. Well spoken. Only personal strength endures forever. Xia Luyun stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Since you share such deep bonds as master and disciple, then join him on the path of reincarnation. Yi Junlin extended his right palm and slowly clenched it gently toward Moronbai, speaking as he did. Bluffing him. Oh. Seeing Yi Junlin grasp downward with a single hand, Moronbai regarded it with utter disdain. But then his expression shifted dramatically. He felt and will capable of rending heaven and earth descend directly upon him. The entire void around them became frozen. He was completely immobilized. Moreover, the walls of air surrounding them continuously compressed and tightened. By now both he and Wang Chongqing's corpse were ruthlessly suppressed. Bang! Wang Chongqing's cultivation was ultimately too weak, and his physique no match for Moronbai's. He was crushed and burst on the spot. Moronbai stared blankly at the blood and viscera in his embrace, utterly unable to comprehend. Ding! A crisp sound brought everyone's minds back to reality. A small stone steel fell to the ground. It had dropped from Wang Chongqing's shattered remains. Sanqiong steel. He who obtains this steel shall claim the world. One moment of enlightenment, and he shall ascend to immortality. Someone curiously read the inscription aloud. Then the entire martial arena fell utterly silent. That Sanqiong steel. Whoever obtains this steel shall rule the world. With a single moment of enlightenment, one will transcend and ascend to immortality. That Sanqiong steely, that Sanqiong steel. To transcend and become a true immortal. No one in the martial arena paid any attention to how Yi Junlin had accomplished it. Their gazes were all drawn to the Sanqiong steel lying on the ground. More than anything, the inscription on it was simply too tantalizing. Whoever obtained this steel would rule the world. Those who fathomed it could directly ascend and become an immortal. And that was an immortal, a true immortal, living as long as heaven and earth, shining in splendor alongside the sun and moon. The martial arena fell silent, yet the sound of heavy, ragged breathing was everywhere. At some point, Yi Junlin had already retreated to the side, quietly watching the crowd. With his hands gently clasped behind his back, he seemed completely detached from the matter. Immortal, aren't you going to fight for it? Wan Xia walked up to Yi Junlin and asked in a soft voice. I don't need to fight for it, because in the end it will all fall into my hands. Yi Junlin said with a sly smile. He had that confidence. By the usual pattern of things, a series of bloody incidents would inevitably follow. Such was the cruel world of cultivation. Heavenly treasures were meant for the capable to claim. Wan Xia's heart trembled. A moment ago she too had harbored the thought of seizing it. But now that Yi Junlin had said this, she immediately nipped that thought in the bud. Nevertheless, she sent a message to the headquarters of the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Junlin saw all of this clearly and distinctly, but he chose not to mention it. He was merely playing along, otherwise life would be far too dull. He also knew that just now among those seemingly dumbfounded people at least half had been secretly sending messages. No wonder. Wang Changsheng had always been appallingly poor in talent. Recently it was all because he obtained this treasure. That was why his cultivation had shot up so rapidly. Someone spoke aloud. Even a useless piece of trash could rise so quickly and make such swift progress in cultivation. If we were to obtain it. Someone's mind raced with such thoughts. Since no one wants this thing, I'll graciously accept it. An old man who had accompanied his young relative to enroll in the Royal Academy stepped forward and said. At the same moment, he shot toward the Zhangqiong steel like a bolt of lightning. Spreading his aged palms, he moved as swiftly and nimbly as a hawk. His eyes were filled with pure greed. Closer. He drew closer and closer to the Zhangqiong stele, and the light in his eyes grew ever more intense. Get lost. With me here, how dare an old wretch like you act presumptuously? A middle-aged man flickered into the air. Then he appeared before the old man, and sent him flying with a single slap. Clearly this was a martial spirit. A hidden martial spirit expert who revealed no trace of his cultivation. This was alarming. There were actually martial spirit experts hidden in the crowd, and this was only the first, who knew how many more lurked behind. But treasures drove people mad. They cared nothing for martial spirits or martial ancestors. As long as they could obtain the treasure, they would not even put martial kings in their eyes, let alone martial ancestors. After all, this was the Zhangqiong steel, a thing capable of making one an immortal. At that point, all they had to do was find an isolated place and painstakingly comprehend it for decades, or 100 years. Then naturally, they would be invincible under heaven. I'll take this thing. After the middle-aged martial spirit expert slapped the old man away, he reached directly for the Zhangqiong steel on the ground. Did you ask me? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from the crowd. A martial spirit, another martial spirit expert. Gasps of shock broke out among the crowd. Those with weaker cultivation began to retreat, for a battle of this level was beyond what they could withstand. Charging forward would only make them cannon fodder. A martial spirit expert could annihilate them with one hand as easily as child's play. Boom, boom, boom. Martial spirit experts rose from the crowd one after another, each erupting with daunting, overwhelming fluctuations. Not a single martial spirit could remain seated. They had to act. If they delayed any longer, the Zhangqiong steel would be taken right before their eyes. But many martial spirit experts also cast anxious, uneasy glances towards Xia Luyan, this supreme expert of the Xia kingdom. If he chose to act, no one present could possibly outfight him for the prize. There were simply far too many tales and legends about Xia Luyan throughout the Xia kingdom. It could be said that 90% of those present had grown up listening to Xia Luyan's legends. Yet to everyone's immense relief, Xia Luyan displayed not the slightest intention of contending with them. His gaze was not even directed at the Zhangqiong steel. Xia Luyan, the dean of the Royal Academy, stared at Yi Junlin with a face full of shock and uncertainty. The move Yi Junlin had used against Morong by just now still left him with lingering dread. Though Xia Luyan possessed extraordinary cultivation and profound skill, he still had not figured it out. Especially after the Zhangqiong steel had appeared in the world, he noticed that Yi Junlin had directly withdrawn from the fray. That realization made his eyelids twitch violently. Who could be indifferent to attaining immortality? The fact that this young man could finish off Morong by a martial king with a single move was enough to show exactly how powerful he was. He should at least be at the martial emperor realm, or even higher. Although Xia Luyan was also interested in this so-called Zhangqiong stele, he did not act rashly. Forget it, seize it. A martial spirit expert made the first move, diving straight toward the position of the Zhangqiong stele. At the same moment, dozens of martial spirits shot out from the crowd. Their target was none other than the Zhangqiong stele. The great battle exploded at once. Although they were all martial spirit experts, people continued to fall in battle. Many martial spirits bore wounds, revealing the ferocity of the fight. I will claim this treasure. A middle-aged man covered in wounds with blood streaming down his body stood at the peak of martial spirit cultivation. Overwhelming everyone, none of these martial spirits could match him. He is wounded. This item holds the secret to achieving immortality. Surely none of you wish to contest for it. Someone spoke from within the crowd. His voice drifted unpredictably, impossible to locate or pinpoint. Whoever is capable may claim this. Though I am but a grand martial master, I still wish to compete for it. Someone, after hesitating, made their decision and spoke. He is already gravely wounded. We may yet have our chance. The others joined in agreement. The middle-aged man was startled, then consumed by rage. Someone was deliberately setting him up. Though his cultivation was high, he had suffered severe injuries. In normal circumstances, those below martial spirit were nothing but ants beneath his power. Yet the entire combat arena held 100,000 people. Not to mention the Royal Academy harbored numerous instructors at martial ancestral rank. Despite the greed flashing in their eyes, Xiao Luyun's oppressive presence kept them from acting rashly. Xiao Luyun commanded absolute authority. Show yourself whoever you are. The martial spirit peak expert roared in fury. He knew someone was inciting trouble from the shadows, stirring up unrest among the crowd. They sought to make him the target of all blame. He intended to kill one to warn 100, no to warn 100,000. Yet he could not locate this person at all. They had hidden themselves far too deeply. What more are you waiting for? This is an object that can grant immortality. Don't you all desire to become immortal? Don't you seek eternity? Eternal life. The elusive voice rang out once more. This completely ignited the desires and greed burning within these people's hearts. I don't care anymore. I'll compete for this as well. What if it's meant to be mine? A grand martial master at the peak directly charged toward the sky-reaching steel. And I as well. This is a fate-bound opportunity. The destined shall claim it. What if that destiny is mine? Martial masters began moving toward the sky-reaching steel as well. In an instant, everyone surged forward, their target the sky-reaching steel held by the martial spirit peak expert. The martial spirit peak expert grew anxious and furious. He could not possibly defend against so many. After eliminating the first few attackers, he attempted to use his movement techniques to flee. Suddenly a pressure locked onto him completely. The martial spirit peak expert's face shifted dramatically. A martial ancestral expert had intervened. It was the Royal Academy's martial ancestor. His face showed utter shock. He had assumed they would not interfere. Unexpectedly, they still acted. It was only natural. Even a sage could not remain calm before such a treasure. Though Xiao Luyun was suppressing the situation, how could they allow a single martial spirit to carry it away? A mere martial spirit. It would be a waste of heavenly treasure. You old frauds, you've ruined me. The martial spirit expert shouted frantically at the dozen or so instructors behind Xiao Luyun at the Royal Academy. Then he was obliterated by thousands of attacks reduced to ashes. There was no way out. He was locked down and suppressed, unable to even defend himself. Though those attacking him possessed weak cultivation, sheer numbers overwhelmed him. Tens of thousands launched attacks at him. Without any defense, how could he possibly withstand such an assault? Sighed. Xiao Luyun watched the fears struggle and sighed. Though he felt remorse, this was the consequence of human greed. I have told you all before. Such treasures are beyond your reach. But some of you simply refuse to listen. Xiao Luyun said mildly. Dean, you are advanced in years and naturally lack the desire to compete, but we are still young. We also wish to reach the peak. Is that wrong? An instructor remarked. They did not want to miss such an opportunity. Though Xiao Luyun had lived for hundreds or thousands of years to them, he certainly appeared aged. Yet they overlooked something. Could an existence living hundreds or thousands of years truly only possess the cultivation of a martial king or martial emperor? No one knew, for Xia Nation had never produced a martial emperor. There was no record of martial emperor's lifespan either. Very well, whoever among you wishes to compete, go ahead. Xiao Luyun shook his head. His gaze held no trace of pity or compassion, only the stillness of a calm heart, peaceful without a single ripple stirring. Several older elders behind Xiao Luyun remained motionless. They knew that they had grown up listening to stories of Xiao Luyun's exploits. He was the war god of Xia Nation, and they held him in deep reverence. The other instructors, around 40 or 50 years of age, exchanged glances with one another. Then they surged toward the sky-reaching steel's location at incredible speed. Battles between martial ancestors were far more devastating than those between martial spirits. Many grand martial masters could not evade the destructive shockwaves and were obliterated on the spot. After all, this was merely the aftermath of martial ancestor-level combat. Yi Junlin observed the entire scene from the sidelines, and these events only strengthened his resolve. Such is this world. If you lack strength, you have no standing and no voice. But if you are strong enough, you may look upon all living beings as mere ants. All would be compelled to bow in reverence. Otherwise, like these people, you would ultimately be reduced to cannon fodder. Why don't you go and contend for it? Xiao Luyun asked with slight curiosity, looking at the several older instructors behind him. We are willing to heed your counsel, Elder Xia. None of them will survive. Xiao Luyun nodded and said. The instructors were greatly alarmed. Could it be that Elder Xia intended to take action personally? If that were the case, these people indeed would not live to see another day. Ha ha ha. I have heard that the Royal Academy is holding a grand recruitment ceremony. So I have come uninvited. I hope you will forgive me. A voice like thunder exploded across the entire arena. Even the martial ancestor locked in battle stopped in shock and looked toward a certain spot in the sky. The Qinglan sect was not within the borders of the Xia Kingdom. The Xia Kingdom was merely a small state, whereas the Qinglan sect was the foremost sect of the Chu Empire, a low-grade empire. The Xia Kingdom was an inconsequential nation, who, although the Chu Empire was only a low-grade empire, its power was dozens of times greater than that of the Xia Kingdom. Such was the difference between a kingdom and an empire. In the sky above, thunderclouds rolled densely as a towering figure in a purple robe appeared in midair. Behind him were all fearsome martial kings, each radiating an overwhelming aura. The Qinglan sect's sectmaster, Qi Yin. Someone exclaimed in terror. This Qi Yin was undeniably at the peak of the martial emperor realm. It was said he was only one step away from becoming a martial saint. A distinguished guest arrives? What an honor, Xia Luyun said calmly. Who are you? Qi Yin asked, looking at him indifferently. They were people of the Chu Empire. How could they pay any attention to a tiny little kingdom? Naturally, Qi Yin did not recognize this legendary figure of the Xia kingdom. How dare you? This is the dean of our royal academy. An elder behind Xia Luyun stepped forward and rebuked. How dare I? And who do you think you are daring to reprimand me, eh? Qi Yan's eyes blazed with dazzling flame light shooting straight at the elder. An overwhelming pressure descended at once. Whoosh! Just as Qi Yin was about to deal with this elder, a tearing sound split the air. A martial ancestor was fleeing with the sky dome steel. Before me you still dream of escape. Annihilate. Qi Yin turned and uttered a single word toward the fleeing man. Boom. The man burst apart on the spot, leaving not even bones behind. A martial emperor. This is a martial emperor. With a word he can invoke the power of law to slaughter. Someone said, Dean, save us. The remaining martial ancestors nearly died of fright at the sight. But Xia Luyun remained utterly unruffled. This object is fated to be mine, so I shall reluctantly accept it. With a wave of his hand, Qi Yin summoned the sky dome steel into his grasp. Immortal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qi Yin traced the word immortal carved upon the sky dome, steely murmuring under his breath. The moment his hand touched the steely, he felt the blood within his body surge and gallop with excitement. How could a divine object like this be fought over by despicable ants like you? Die. Qi Yan's face turned ruthless as he roared at the several martial ancestors from before. Boom. Those martial ancestors burst apart on the spot, not even having time to scream. Oh, and you, the one who dared rebuke me, you shall die as well, Qi Yin said to the elder behind Xia Luyun. Then he waved his hand, sending a streak of light piercing straight towards Xia Luyun and the others. This was not just a strike to kill one person. He intended to wipe out all of them. Young man, spare where you can, Xia Luyun said calmly. Take your prize and leave quickly lest you find yourself unable to leave at all. Xia Luyun spoke with a light, indifferent tone. As a transparent light shield rose before him, when Qi Yan's streak of light came piercing through. Something astonishing happened. The moment the streak touched Xia Luyun's shield, it dissolved into nothingness. This old man was no ordinary being. As a peak martial emperor, even a casual strike from Qi Yin would be more than a low-grade martial emperor could withstand. Yet this so-called dean had blocked it with ease. This meant that the dean was also a martial emperor, at least not far removed from Qi Yan's own level. Qi Yin had lived for centuries. Was there actually someone calling him young man? Ha ha ha. Very well, since the empire competition is about to begin, I shall take my leave. Qi Yin had no intention of prolonging the fight, and said with a hearty laugh. In his heart he was actually somewhat wary of Xia Luyun. He dared not, nor did he wish to risk his life in a desperate struggle. Besides, he had already obtained the sky dome steel. Alas, how dull this is. Old man, why not have a bout with him? I am curious to know just how formidable a martial emperor's battle power truly is. Just as Qi Yin turned to leave, a languid voice made him halt in his tracks. A young man walked slowly over from the edge of the martial arena. His target was exactly where Qi Yin stood. Young friend, you flatter this old man too much. Look at me, I am already advanced in years. How could I possibly endure such a battle? Xia Luyun shook his head as he spoke. This startled Qi Yin somewhat. Could this so-called dean actually be so restrained in front of a mere youth? No, it was more than restraint, it was almost reverence. What was going on? This steel is mine. If you want to live, leave it behind, Yi Junlin said calmly as he looked at Qi Yin. How dare you act insolently before our sect master? Today I will personally test you. Let me teach you not to be so arrogant lest you die, without ever knowing why. A martial king standing behind Qi Yin stepped forward and rebuked. Behind Qi Yin stood more than a dozen martial kings, all at the peak of the martial king realm. At any moment, any of them could take the final step and break through to martial emperor. How I die I do not know, but how you die you will soon find out, Yi Junlin said indifferently. Ignorant child. Today I will see just how you intend to kill me. The martial king was so enraged that he laughed and immediately retorted. A mere youth. How powerful could he be? With a turn of his hand, he could suppress the boy. Then watch closely. Annihilate. Yi Junlin could not be bothered to say more. He merely uttered the word annihilate softly toward the martial king. Boom. In that instant, the martial king felt the divine soul within his sea of consciousness being eroded by an unknown force. No, this was not erosion. It was obliteration. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could not offer the slightest resistance. He could only watch helplessly as his divine soul gradually faded away. Although it seemed like a long drawn-out process, everything actually happened in an instant. Everyone around stared in shock. Just like that, he died. Without the faintest warning, his divine soul was extinguished then, and they're leaving only a corpse behind. Who exactly are you? Qi Yin asked, looking gravely at Yi Junlin. He was dumbfounded. What kind of secret art had this young man used? He absolutely refused to believe that the young man's cultivation surpassed that of a martial emperor. Subconsciously, he believed that the young man had merely resorted to some secret art that wounds the enemy 1,000 while harming oneself 800. Who I am has nothing whatsoever to do with you. I told you this is mine. Since you dare to lay a finger on my possession, you will pay the price. Yi Junlin's tone was calm, but his words brooked no doubt. Absurd. I have roamed the world for hundreds of years. Today I will see just what kind of fiend you truly are. Qi Yin said coldly. Boom. Qi Yin was the sect master of the Junlin sect, and had his pride. How could he be frightened by a mere youth? He immediately erupted with the full force of his aura. His peak martial emperor cultivation was laid bare for all to see. The mighty pressure made even those who were still alive in the martial arena unsteady on their feet. This aura was simply too overwhelming. They had no way to withstand it. No one shielded them from it either. Elderly, what do you think? Standing at the edge of the martial arena, Wan Xia looked toward Yi Junlin and asked, this young man's talent truly outshines both past and present. At such a young age, and with such cultivation. I'm afraid I underestimated him from the very start. At first I thought he was only a grand martial master, later I took him for a martial king. But now I no longer dare to judge his true cultivation. Very likely he has already reached martial saint. Elderly said gravely. What? Martial saint? At such an age, reaching martial saint. Even that place wouldn't have such a monster, right? Wan Xia felt as if her heart were about to stop beating. The impact of this news was simply too immense. No, I must send word back. This person must not be provoked, and his things cannot be coveted by anyone. Otherwise I am afraid the entire clan will be wiped out. Wan Xia made her decision on the spot. Elderly standing nearby nodded in approval. The eldest young lady of the Wan family acted decisively, never dragging things out. Moreover, her talent was beyond question. This was exactly why she had stood out from so many younger generation members of the Wan family and won the regard of the family head. Also, young lady, this dean looks strangely familiar to me. I feel as if I have seen him somewhere before. Elderly spoke again, this time turning his gaze towards Xia Luyun. A sense of déjà vu. Where could I have seen him? Elderly fell into deep thought. I remember now. Isn't he the man in the painting at the old ancestors' cultivation retreat? That painting bore the very face of this man. Suddenly Elderly slapped his thigh and cried out. Yes, it's him. He is the man in that portrait. Elderly said, once more brimming with excitement. Wan Xia could not understand why Oldly was so excited. Young lady, do you know who the most powerful existence on the Tianwu continent is today? Oldly asked, deliberately building suspense. Of course I know. The most powerful beings today dare to call themselves immortals. Though they have not become true immortals, they already bear the name of immortals. Our Wan family's ancestor is one of them, Wan Jinxian. Wan Xia said. She did not understand what Oldly meant by suddenly asking about this. The entire Tianwu continent up to now has 9 supreme existences. They jointly govern the entire continent, and our Wan family is one of them. And the academy head before us now is also one of them, Xia Luxian. Oldly said slowly. What? Xia Luxian, one of the 9 immortals. He actually came from this tiny Xia kingdom as a supreme powerhouse. Wan Xia's beautiful eyes flew wide, her face full of disbelief. One of the exalted 9 immortals. Why would he hole up in this tiny Xia kingdom and serve as some academy principal? Oldly said with a sigh, his deeds back then were legendary, known in every household. On the Tianwu continent, 9 is the ultimate number. Since ancient times there have always been only 9 immortals. As long as the 9 immortals held their positions, no additional one could emerge. Unless one of the 9 immortals fell, leaving a vacancy. Only then could a latecomer have a chance to take a place among the 9 immortals. But Xia Luyun was not like that. He forcibly slaughtered the overlord immortal, one of the 9 immortals. That was why he was called Xia Luxian. Although they were not true immortals in the eyes of the world, they were immortals. What they could not understand was why such a mighty existence would appear in such a small place. Could it be for Yi Junlin? That was the only reason they could think of. Little did they know their guess had hit the mark. Xia Luyun truly was there for Yi Junlin. He had been waiting here for 16 years. Having crippling foot. With an explosive roar, one of Qi Yan's legs abruptly swelled, bursting through his trouser leg. If that leg of his came down now, it would be enough to cover the entire training arena. It would reduce the training ground to rubble. Ugh! Dense black smoke continued to pour out from Qi Yan's foot. The black smoke shot into the sky. Among the cultivators present, those with weak cultivation immediately rolled their eyes back and collapsed to the ground without the slightest power to resist. Even the dozen-odd martial king experts behind Qi Yan retreated at once, stopping at a relatively safe distance to watch from afar. One could tell from their expressions that Qi Yan's heaven-crippling foot had indeed left them traumatized. As the black smoke surged skyward, tears flowed from many eyes. In an instant they felt as if their bodies had been hollowed out and all their cultivation had vanished. Waves of sour, foul stench kept flooding into their nostrils. It caused devastation on a massive scale. Such was the terror of the heaven-crippling foot. A faint golden light spontaneously radiated from the surface of Yi Junlin's body. He was like a war god clad in golden armor, his gaze utterly undisturbed. When the black smoke met the golden light around Yi Junlin, it scattered at once and dissolved into nothingness. A special constitution. You have a special constitution. Qi Yan's face changed drastically. This youth definitely possessed a special constitution. Otherwise how could his body have instinctively reacted and wrapped him so tightly within that light? A dense, intense golden light burst from Yi Junlin's forehead. This golden light was so overwhelming that it pierced through heaven and earth. Let alone the radiance of a single great sun. Even hundreds or thousands of great suns could not compare in the slightest. By all logic, everyone present should at the very least have had their eyes seared by the golden light. All of them would have been blinded. But this golden light did not do so, it was gentle. The golden light at Yi Junlin's forehead continued to intensify, as if something were about to bore out from between his brows. The golden light did not recede, yet everyone could see with absolute clarity. At the center of Yi Junlin's brows appeared a gilded gold Yi character. It was not the conventional Yi character, it was breathtakingly beautiful, and lent Yi Junlin an even greater air of one born to rule the world. Yi, a clansman of the Yi clan. It is truly you, young master. No one noticed Xia Luyun murmuring to himself. In that instant tears streamed down his aged face. The Yi clan, the foremost cultivation family across all the heavens and myriad realms. Boom. A thunderous roar resounded as a colossal pillar of golden light shot into the sky. A gigantic Yi character illuminated the heavens, and all between heaven and earth turned gilded gold. In an instant the entire Tianwu continent was enveloped in golden light. Countless powerhouses all at the same moment stared solemnly at the enormous Yi character in the sky. What an extraordinary omen. Could it be that a king is being born? This old man has traversed the realm for 1,000 years and has never heard or seen anything like this. Could this be a heaven-born supreme being? Quickly, send people in that direction. No matter the cost, bring him back to me. A 1,000-year-old old monster said with an anxious expression. The Yi character hangs in the sky, suppressing a myriad ages. Has the prophecy in the ancient texts been fulfilled? A man with the look of a scholar said, his hands clasped behind his back. Suppress the opportunity, seal. Xia Luyun watched as an enormous character for Yi materialized in the sky. Immediately his hands wove through a series of profound mystical mudras. He sought to suppress the towering anomaly. He knew that if the Yi family's generational enemy discovered it, they would inevitably launch a formidable assault. Now with his lord and lady nowhere to be found, he alone would barely hold them off. The Yi clan's phenomenon was not limited to awareness across the Tianwu continent. It carried an inexplicable secret power capable of spreading across all heavenly domains. This location lies in a remote lower plane. An impressive technique, suppressing opportunities, sealing heavenly secrets, making investigation impossible. A scholar-like figure murmured softly before vanishing. No one heard his words, nor could anyone decipher their meaning. Subdue. Yi Junlin gazed at Qi Yin and calmly uttered a single character. Boom. With Yi Junlin's word, law followed. He casually spoke and the void trembled. A gilded golden character for subdue slowly materialized. All present could hardly believe their eyes as the colossal golden character hung in the sky. Its oppressive pressure was simply overwhelming, paired with sheer visual impact. Who exactly are you? Qi Yan's face underwent a drastic change. He had underestimated this youth. This youth possessed not only peerless cultivation, but also a most astonishing physique. Such a person was beyond his capacity to provoke. Who I am is none of your concern. Know only this. Those who dare lay hands on my possessions shall die. Suppress and slay. Yi Junlin stated with a cold expression. Others sought his life, so he would never wait passively for them to strike first. Nor would he show mercy upon their begging, inviting endless troubles upon himself. Of course, such entanglements might not necessarily trouble Yi Junlin, but he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications regardless. No, I am willing to return that Sangqiong steel to you. I beg you to let me live. Qi Yin finally perceived the killing intent radiating from Yi Junlin. He lowered his status and prostrated himself at Yi Junlin's feet, bitterly imploring. Yet Yi Junlin did not even look at him, merely raising his palm to gently pat Qi Yan's cheek. Qi Yan froze. That Sangqiong steel. He who obtains the steel shall obtain the world. How mundane. Very well, I shall bestow it upon one loyal to me henceforth. Yi Junlin comprehended that Sangxiong Steel's purpose in an instant and shook his head somewhat disappointed. A peerless treasure meant to accompany the child of destiny. Truly underwhelming. It couldn't compare to even 1/1,000,000th of his system, a mere thorn in his hands. Frankly, utterly useless. Chief. He's gone. Run. The gathering of martial kings accompanying Qi Yin instantly felt their hearts grow ice cold. Their sect master stood at the peak of martial emperor cultivation after all, and yet, with but a gentle tap to the face from this youth, he was no more. What manner of cultivation was this? Since all of you have come, there's no need to leave. Remain here with this old man. Xia Luyun lightly swept his sleeve, sending a condensed attack hurtling indiscriminately toward these martial kings. They could not block it in the slightest, dissolving instantly into dust, as though they had never existed at all. This subordinate, Xia Luyun, pays respects to young master. Xia Luyun stepped forward and knelt on one knee, addressing Yi Junlin with deep reverence. You know my identity? Yi Junlin asked, somewhat perplexed. This subordinate was once one of the 30,000 commanders under the human emperor, favored by his grace. Through supreme means he sent me reincarnating into this world as a citizen of the Tianwu continent. For over 1,000 years I have waited here awaiting young master's arrival. Xia Luyun waved his hand, casting a luminous barrier that enveloped both of them. Those outside could neither see nor hear. So you've waited a millennium in this place, simply to follow my side and protect me? Yi Junlin inquired. Indeed, young master. You are the direct offspring of the human emperor. To ensure your safety, he deliberately left you in this remote minor plane. The wars there are cruel. Even the human emperor could scarcely guarantee your safety, Xia Luyun stated gravely once more. In strict terms, I did not reincarnate, but rather took over this body, retaining my cultivation. At that time, Xia Luyun's original vessel was already on the verge of death, so I occupied his body and promised to safeguard the Xia kingdom for 1,000 years unharmed. What is my father's name? For the first time, Yi Junlin felt a flicker of trepidation. He had once believed his parents abandoned him due to his poor aptitude. That scene he witnessed as an infant was genuine. His parents stepping upon sacred light, leaving him in his swaddling clothes to wage war. All of this was done to protect him, not to forsake him. This subordinate dares not utter the human emperor's true name directly and hopes young master will forgive. Xia Luyun shivered with fright and hurriedly replied. This is the human emperor's seal, your excellency. Removing a jade slip from his robes, he handed it to Yi Junlin with utmost respect. Human Emperor Yi Jitian, founder of the Human Emperor era. The first page bore only these grand characters, unleashing boundless domineering aura. At 18, Yi Jitian founded the Human Emperor Hall, leading 300 war emperors, 3,000 war generals, and 30,000 commanders to campaign across the heavens. His radiance blazed, and he was unmatched in the world. However, invaders from beyond the realm sought to slaughter living beings. The Human Emperor was extremely powerful, but the invaders from beyond the realm were not to be underestimated. There were already those among the great eternal life sects and immortal aristocratic clans who had been lured by the invaders with heavy promises. Collaborating from within, and without to resist the Human Emperor, they left him caught between two fronts. Even now they had not been completely rooted out. A few short lines made the cold light in Yi Junlin's eyes blaze. His father, in resisting external enemies, could be said to have achieved merits that shook the ages. But these so-called great eternal life sects and immortal aristocratic clans were stabbing him in the back, colluding with the invaders from beyond the realm in an attempt to restrain the Human Emperor. It was clear that these great eternal life sects and immortal aristocratic clans were exceedingly terrifying entities. Yet before the Human Emperor, they still had no say. They had been suppressed by the Human Emperor for too long. Now that they had the opportunity, they would naturally strike back. As long as the Human Emperor reigned, no one in the myriad heavens and 10,000 worlds would ever remember them. The world only knew the Human Emperor and did not know these great figures. This was resentment accumulated over countless eons, erupting in a single burst. A pack of scum. They truly deserve to die. This flourishing age is exactly as my father wished, but these scum truly deserve to die. Since my father cannot spare the time to destroy them, I will do it myself. Cold light burst from Yi Junlin's eyes as he looked up at the sky and spoke. His eyes held the destruction of the universe and also its rebirth. Ding. Check-in mission issued. Check-in location Imperial Grand Competition. Check-in successful. Reward 100 Calamity Pills. The Calamity Pill can unconditionally raise one's cultivation by an entire major realm. At the same time, whoever takes it will be absolutely loyal to the host. At this moment, the check-in mission issued by the system reached Yi Junlin's mind. The Calamity Pill. Not bad. I accept the mission. Yi Junlin nodded. With the Calamity Pill, betrayal would no longer occur. Nor would a problem like the one that had befallen the Human Emperor, Yi Jitian, arise. Isn't it said that there is no absolute loyalty in this world? The absence of betrayal is only because the price isn't high enough. With enough leverage, betrayal is only a matter of time. Of course, there are also those who are absolutely loyal. The disloyal are the majority. With the calamity pill, anyone would become absolutely loyal. Explain to me, what is the Imperial Grand Competition? Yi Junlin looked at Xiao Luyuan and asked. The Imperial Grand Competition is actually a contest between nations. Nations are divided into low-grade nations such as the Xia Nation, and then low-grade empires such as the Chu Empire. Above those are medium-grade empires, high-grade empires, and overlord empires. The higher the grade, the more cultivation resources one receives. National power will flourish within a short period of time. Above the overlord empires are the 9 great powers which govern. Rather than saying the 9 great powers, it is more accurate to say that the 9 immortals govern. The 9 of us decide resource distribution. The better the ranking, the more cultivation resources one receives. Xiao Luyuan explained. Alright, since I have nothing to do anyway, I will represent the Xia Nation and have some fun. Alright, take this pill. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill exuding a fragrant aroma appeared in Xiao Luyuan's hand. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Luyuan swallowed it directly. But immediately afterward his expression changed drastically. Because he was about to break through. This was not breaking through a minor rank. This was an entire major realm. This subordinate thanks the young master for bestowing a divine pill. Go. Yi Junlin casually waved his hand and set up a grand formation to isolate aura. Xiao Luyuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He was truly worthy of being the human emperor's son. Such methods, such cultivation, such pills. None of these were things an ordinary person could accomplish. Moreover, these were definitely not left behind by the human emperor. Besides, he knew exactly how severe the human emperor was with his subordinates and children. This was enough to prove that the young master's talent shook the ages. A celestial bearing indeed. What a pity. The eldest imperial prince. Before he knew it, moisture gathered in Xiao Luyuan's eyes, making him look utterly forlorn. Eldest imperial prince, a heaven-blessed prodigy. I wonder, are you still well now? Xiao Luyuan shook his head and said in a low, mournful voice. I still have an elder brother. At some unknown moment, Yi Junlin appeared beside Xiao Luyuan and asked. This. The young master's elder brother is named Yi Zhan. He is also the eldest imperial prince of the human emperor hall. The eldest imperial prince's talent was, one could say, unheard of and unseen. At only 8, he could already sweep across the 8 directions. He had no equal among the younger generation, and he could swagger even among the older generation. Truly, he was peerless through the ages, dazzling beyond comparison. At 16, the eldest imperial prince had already fought until the invaders from beyond the realm trembled with fear. The invaders from beyond the realm had even once offered an astronomical price for the eldest imperial prince's head. No one knew which great eternal life sect or immortal aristocratic clan had leaked the eldest imperial prince's whereabouts to the invaders. Once when the eldest imperial prince entered an ancient ruin, several mighty figures moved at once. They are the 72 war emperors from beyond the realms. At that time, the eldest prince was only 16 years old. They directly entered the forbidden ground and set up the 72 heavenly stars formation, attempting to trap the eldest prince alive within it. When our emperor received the news and rushed to the scene, it was already too late. The eldest prince had long since vanished. If not for his divine soul fire remaining unextinguished, everyone would have assumed. His Highness the eldest prince possessed achievements comparable to creation itself, undoubtedly having utilized a secret technique to escape certain death. Xiao Luyuan exclaimed in admiration. In a trance, Yi Junlin seemed to see it. A young man clad in battle armor with sharp eyes sweeping across the battlefield in all directions. No one dared to contend with him. With a casual toss of his battle spear, he pierced straight through the battlefield beyond the realms. His black hair flowed loose, his appearance like a god or demon. This man was his elder brother. A legendary figure whose talents surpassed all in this generation and whose cultivation was utterly formidable. Records and ancient texts never documented a youth of merely 16 achieving such accomplishments. He could be deemed the foremost personage across 10,000 generations. When our emperor discovered this, his rage was thunderous. He struck decisively, eliminating several longevity great sects and immortal families. Many of them subsequently defected to the domains beyond. Xiao Luyuan continued. No matter. I believe we shall soon meet again. You should enter seclusion, Yi Junlin said, shaking his head. From Xiao Luyuan's account, he learned many crucial details. He knew his own cultivation was formidable, but what would it amount to within the human emperor's realm? Perhaps inferior to even a single commander. Or perhaps even weaker still. The Yi clan harbored countless enemies, all eyeing them covetously. Before he had fully matured, he could not afford to create trouble for human emperor Yi Jitian. He needed to develop. Ding, congratulations host on completing the elimination of the child of destiny. Rewards: special physique, heavenly Tao reincarnation body. Oh, is your reward system lagging? It took so long to distribute, or else I would have forgotten entirely. Yi Junlin said with mild exasperation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yi Junlin felt a certain secret power circulating within his body. It was exceedingly comfortable with not a trace of pain. He himself had not sensed any significant physical changes. But to the eyes of others the scene was altogether different. He was completely enveloped by an indescribable force. A single glance would cause one's spirit to be pulled, allowing them to clearly feel their lifespan rapidly dissipating. The reincarnation body encompassed the powers of time-space and the flow of ages. After thoroughly mastering the heavenly Tao reincarnation body, Yi Junlin immediately concealed it. Otherwise, even a weak cultivator casting a single glance upon him would be sent directly into the cycle of reincarnation. The Royal Academy is hereby permanently dissolved. From today onward, I, its director, shall serve young Master Yi without hesitation. This day the entire Xia Kingdom was shaken. Xia Kingdom's foremost figure had followed a young man. However, Xia Liuyun's visit to the palace carried weight. He informed King Xia that from this moment forward Xia would rise as a paramount empire, and he, Xia Liuyun, would permanently sever ties with Xia. This also served as Xia Liuyun's resolution for his former life. The Imperial Grand Competition arrived as scheduled. This year's Imperial Grand Competition was hosted by the hegemon-level Qing Shi Empire. The cultivators coming and going numbered well over 1 million, and the vast arena was nearly as large as an entire Xia Kingdom. Without exception, all participants in this year's Imperial Grand Competition were from the younger generation. Led by their elders, they arrived one after another, their hearts burning with passion and full of hope. They had come to bring glory to their nations, their families, and their teachers. Registration point for the Imperial Grand Competition. Confirming registration. Registered. Ding, registration successful. Rewarding host 100 disaster pills. Please check. Yi Junlin sat quietly in a remarkably modest seat designated for the Xia Kingdom. Compared to the colossal arena capable of accommodating tens of millions of spectators, this seat, which could barely hold 8 people, was incredibly tiny. There was no way around it. Xia Kingdom did not even qualify as a low-tier empire. Having any seating at all was fortunate enough. Moreover, only Yi Junlin and Xia Liuyun represented Xia Kingdom this time. As for Wan Shaya and Old Li, they naturally sat behind the two like birds on clothing. Wan Shaya's lips pouted slightly, her expression full of dissatisfaction. Yi Junlin and Xia Liuyun had appeared at the Imperial Grand Competition in an instant through spatial movement, while she and Old Li had spent a full month traveling to reach this place. I wonder if Xia Kingdom will once again finish dead last this year. A small neighboring nation jeered from the adjacent sector. Yi Junlin ignored him, and Xia Liuyun naturally would not stoop to arguing with a fool. If I say this year's Imperial Grand Competition, Xia Kingdom will once again be the bottom feeders. Seeing no response, the young man's face immediately showed a hint of embarrassment. Hey beautiful lady, there's nothing worth staying for in Xia Kingdom. Would you like to come over to our side? By then our Yun Kingdom will surely have risen above Xia Kingdom, which remains a low-tier empire. The young man said, smugly gazing at Wan Shaya. This woman was truly breathtaking, fair as a celestial maiden, filling him with restless desire. How could such a stunning beauty emerge from a worthless country like Xia? Shut up. If you don't close that filthy mouth of yours, I swear you will never be able to speak again. Wan Shaya said with a face as cold as ice, staring at the young man. In that single instant, the young man actually gave a violent shudder. The oppressive aura and the undisguised murderous intent that the girl had exuded just then sent a chill straight through his heart, nearly freezing even his soul. Damn it, how could I have been frightened by this little wench? This is an illusion. It must be an illusion. The young man shook his head and said, some people are all show but no substance. Young lady, you'd better choose your man with sharper eyes. Don't wait until you meet a bad man and ruin your entire life. The young man spoke again, his tone laden with feigned earnestness. This time not only did he speak, but he even dragged Yi Junlin into it. I'd love to, but the problem is he doesn't even fancy me, Wan Shaya said in her heart. What use is being handsome? True strength is what matters. The young man went on chattering to himself. Since nobody paid him any attention, he grew even more insolent. Flies buzzing and droning around are an annoyance to the ears. Yi Junlin said indifferently. Liuyun understands. Xia Liuyun answered at once. Ha ha, who exactly are you trying to fool with all this posturing? Ha ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. Even the others from Yun country were roaring with laughter. Laugh all you want. What in the hell are you laughing at? A swarm of flies ruining my young master's mood. All of you, get lost. Xia Liuyun bellowed. Then he waved his hand, and amid the stunned stares of countless people around, the Yun country competitors were swept away by a tremendous gale. As to whether they lived or died, no one knew. But thinking about it, they probably couldn't have survived, could they? Although they had been led by a martial king powerhouse, even that martial king was slapped aside without offering the slightest resistance. This stirred up no small commotion in the vicinity, but all the nations around were mere small countries. These minor nations realized that Xia country would not be so easy to mess with this year. After finishing dead last year after year, was Xia country finally about to turn things around? One immense question lingered in everyone's mind. The Imperial Grand Tournament officially begins now. All of you draw upon your true strength. This concerns the fate of your nations. An elder appeared on the stand and announced in a sonorous voice, according to the usual custom, this is not a chaotic free-for-all, but a series of one-on-one battles. We start with the nation that holds the lowest rank. If you can defeat a country or an empire, you may take over that nation's ranking. Xia Luyun explained. If that's the case, then Xia country is the first to take the stage. Yi Junlin said without much interest. That's fine too. It saves quite a bit of time. Yi Junlin stood up directly. After all, he had only just stepped into this cultivation world not long ago. He would simply treat it as a pastime, otherwise it would be far too boring. Xia country, Yi Junlin. Before the elder on the field could speak, Yi Junlin directly called out his name. First match, Xia country versus Qiuya country. Passing through, don't miss it. Bet on Qiuya country to win, odds 1-1. Bet on Xia country to win, odds 1-3. Someone promptly began taking bets. In an instant, the crowd surged and bettors came in an endless stream. I'll bet 1 low-grade spirit crystal on Qiuya country to win. Qiuya country, 1 high-grade spirit crystal. 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals equaled 1 mid-grade spirit crystal, and 1,000 mid-grade spirit crystals equaled 1 high-grade spirit crystal. The vast majority placed their bets on Qiuya country, while those wagering on Xia country were few and far between. 1 heaven-tier cultivation technique betting on Xia country to win. The arena instantly fell dead silent. That was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. At the very least, it could be exchanged for several 100,000 high-grade spirit crystals. Do you accept the bet? Elderly asked. What a joke. If not now, then when? 1 heaven-tier technique could be exchanged for 3 heaven-tier techniques. Why not take such a deal? Accepted. The man running the betting stand narrowed his eyes and said at once. As a man of the 9 great powers, one who could set up a betting stand naturally possessed a tremendous fortune. Besides, he had towering magnates backing him. How could he possibly be unable to pay out? 1 emperor-tier cultivation technique betting on Xia country to win. Another voice rang out just then. The man in charge froze. Everyone present was bewildered. They had never even heard of an emperor-tier cultivation technique. Could it be an earth-tier one? The man in charge was drenched in cold sweat. Had the betting really grown this intense right from the start? Please wait a moment, senior. I'll have to seek instructions. The man in charge said hastily. Then a streak of light could be seen flying out from his sleeve before vanishing. Senior, our family has agreed to accept this emperor-tier technique. Xia Luyun nodded, casually tossed out an emperor-tier technique, and went back to sit in the area where the Xia country delegation was stationed. After all, to Xia Luyun, an emperor-tier technique was nothing but garbage, not some valuable item. He simply did it for the excitement. He even had higher-tier techniques in his possession. His only fear was that the other party might not be able to afford the loss. Damn, I thought he was some lofty senior. So it turns out he's from Xia country. How could a mere Xia country possess an emperor-tier technique? If Xia country loses, that's fine, but if it wins? The man in charge looked at Xia Luyun, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It was obvious that such a maddeningly coveted technique was not something a mere Xia country should ever be able to possess. That was an emperor-grade cultivation art, truly a supreme skill across the entire Tianwu continent. The betting manager behind this wager was burning with regret. Had he known from the start that the person who produced this emperor-grade cultivation art came from a lowly, insignificant nation, he would never have reported it to the forces behind him. In that case, he could line his own pockets and simply claim the emperor-grade cultivation art for himself. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Without realizing it, his gaze at Xia Luyun grew tinged with a hint of sinister malice. Xia Luyun naturally noticed it. But he said nothing. He was just playing. And what he toyed with was the power behind that so-called manager. No one on the Tianwu continent had ever dared to make off with something that belonged to him. Tisk tisk tsk. The Xia kingdom is getting worse and worse. This time it only sent 4 people. A burly youth across from Yi Junlin spoke with a sneer. Obviously you're wrong, Yi Junlin said calmly, looking at the burly youth. The burly youth was taken aback, wondering where he had gone wrong. Actually, only 2 of the Xia kingdom's participants this time are from the Xia kingdom. The other 2 are not. Yi Junlin continued, haha, you know you're going to lose badly. So this time you're just putting up a front. The burly youth answered at once, 1 person is more than enough. Yi Junlin shook his head and said the Xia kingdom has always been ranked last, and this time is no exception. You may step down. I can make your defeat not so ugly. The burly youth said, crossing his arms and looking down at Yi Junlin from above. It must be said that he was truly envious of Yi Junlin's appearance. Could there really be someone in this world so stunningly handsome, as if bewitching? Are you talking in your sleep? Yi Junlin was left speechless. Fools appeared every year, but this year there were especially many. At the very least, he had already run into quite a few. Very well, boy. You have successfully angered me. Step down. With rage written across his face, the burly youth threw a punch straight at Junlin. It even produced a sonic boom. That's a martial master. The genius of the Choye kingdom. Perhaps this time Choye can climb several ranks. Someone off the arena said. Is that all? Scram. Junlin merely spat that one word coldly at the burly youth. In an instant, wind and clouds shifted violently like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The burly youth froze on the spot, then without the slightest warning flew backward. Boom. His body crashed directly outside the arena, raising dust in all directions. He immediately fell unconscious and fainted. This. The betting manager leaped up from his seat. He had done every calculation, but he never expected that this youth from the Xia kingdom would win so easily. Then he remembered the emperor-grade cultivation art that old man had put up. They would have to compensate him with 3 emperor-grade cultivation arts. Hold on, referee. The betting manager immediately stood up and shouted, this person is definitely cheating. He is nothing but a youth. No matter how strong he is, how much stronger can he get? How could he defeat his opponent with just one word? The manager declared with absolute certainty and an air of self-righteousness. At a glance, one might have thought he was defending the Choye kingdom's genius. In truth, he simply did not want to pay out 3 emperor-grade cultivation arts. Although he could pick a time and place to wipe out those 2 from the Xia kingdom, that would still be a waste of time, wouldn't it? Even I did not see clearly. Could this young friend provide some explanation? The referee said with a smile, looking at Junlin. He did not outright deny the accusation, but asked Junlin instead. He wanted Junlin to give a reasonable explanation, one that would silence everyone. Who do you think you are? Do you deserve an explanation from me? Junlin scoffed contemptuously. Haha, did you all see that? He's guilty. He cheated, so he doesn't dare explain. The manager jumped out again and shouted, pointing at Junlin. Junlin said coldly, I hate it most when people point at me. Junlin looked at the manager coldly. Whoosh. He then vanished from the arena. No one had seen it clearly. When people saw Junlin again, he had already appeared in front of the manager. His face was icy as he stared at the manager. Crack. A crisp cracking sound rang out. Ow. The manager then let out a pig-like scream. All the joints in both of his hands were crushed by Junlin. Not one remained unbroken, each reduced to powder. Shut up. Junlin barked. MF. The manager forced the agony down and could not produce a sound. It was not that he was willing, he simply discovered that he could no longer speak or cry out. He was just like a man placed under a body-binding spell with absolutely no room to struggle. In that moment, he was alarmed, terrified. How could this youth be so horrifying? How could he be this powerful? An explanation? Do I still need to give you an explanation now? A group of ignorant fools. Junlin shook his head. If you can't afford to pay up, why run a betting ring at all? From today onward, you'll manage this gambling operation. Any problem? Junlin then looked at a young attendant beside the manager and said, no problem. I'll follow the young master's arrangements. The servant's face instantly turned pale with fright. This was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. You're jumping around merrily now, but soon I'll let you taste what true cruelty means. After saying this, Junlin lightly patted the man in charge's cheek, then turned and walked toward the arena with an air of effortless grace. Ugh. Heh. Heh. Boom. The moment Junlin stepped onto the arena, the man in charge below burst apart on the spot amid countless horrified gazes. Yes, he burst apart on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding cultivators recoiled in terror from the flying gore. What? Why did you kill him? Although he was in the wrong first, he did not deserve death. Someone tremblingly pointed at Junlin and said, it seems you have not taken my words to heart. I hate nothing more than others pointing at me with their fingers. Junlin's expression turned extremely grim. Then he vanished from the arena once more. The man suddenly sensed the danger and hurriedly tried to pull back his hand. But it was too late. Crack. His hands and arms were intact on the outside, yet they hung limp and boneless. The bone shards within had been ground into powder. Without a divine healing medicine, recovery was virtually impossible. This time I've crippled your arms. If there is a next time, I will take your life. Junlin said coldly. Thank you, young master, for not killing me. The man hurriedly knelt and kowtowed, crying out with boundless gratitude. Young man, one should be lenient whenever leniency is possible. Isn't this manner of yours a little too demonic? A sovereign of a high-tier empire said rather gravely. Shut up. Junlin turned and bellowed immediately. In that instant, his aura changed completely, becoming utterly terrifying. Among them, the sovereign of that high-tier empire was especially drenched in cold sweat. What he saw was fundamentally different from what everyone else saw. Others felt nothing, but he felt as if he had died thousands upon thousands of times under that young man's gaze. This was not a false death, it was true death. That was reincarnation. Yi Junlin did not deliver a killing blow, he merely cast a faint, indifferent glance at that high-tier empire's sovereign. Then he walked back onto the arena. Anyone else who wants to spout nonsense? Step forward. Yi Junlin looked at the more than 10 million cultivators in the arena and said directly, "It's fine for a young man to be arrogant, but too much arrogance is not a good thing. After all, a genius only counts as a genius if he grows up. A genius who never grows up, what is he worth? Offend too many people, and be careful you don't die young." "Humph," someone said with a mocking, sarcastic tone. "How insolent. How dare you speak to our young master like that? I believe you're tired of living. You're asking for death." Xiao Luyun rose to his feet and bellowed angrily. Who could be allowed to gossip about the young master? Our young master is of noble status. What right does an old coot like you have to criticize him? Repent. Xiao Luyun suddenly appeared in front of the speaker and sent a palm strike straight down. "Xiao Luyun, what are you doing? Stop now." The Sword Immortal, one of the 9 immortals, was sitting on the high platform when he instantly noticed Xiao Luyun attacking his disciple. Enraged beyond reason, he immediately bellowed. That's right. The one who had just spoken was his disciple. In appearance, the disciple looked even older than him. It couldn't be helped as his own lifespan was long, and he did not show his age. So it was you fanning the flames behind all this. In that case, you can die too. Cold light flared in Xiao Luyun's eyes. He struck out with a single palm, enveloping and locking down both master and disciple. "Xiao Luyun, you are merely an upstart of a later generation. Do you really think you are invincible?" The Sword Immortal lived up to his name, possessing extraordinary speed. He swept his disciple up and tried to send him away. But what kind of being was Xiao Luyun? He was one of the commanders beneath the human emperor. His cultivation was immensely powerful. How could a mere Sword Immortal stop him? To put it nicely, he was called the Sword Immortal. To put it bluntly, he was a sham of an immortal. It was merely a title he had given himself. He was still 100,000 li short of being an immortal. "What? Xiao Luyun?" The Sword Immortal held the banished immortal sword in his hand and tried to block Xiao Luyun's palm. He could tell that this was only a casual strike from Xiao Luyun. He was confident that he could block it. But now he realized he had been wrong, terribly wrong. Xiao Luyun's cultivation was unfathomably deep. Who knew how many streets Xiao Luyun had left them behind? "Stop. I will hand my disciple over to you to deal with as you wish. Please stop." The Sword Immortal panicked and shouted at once. "Now, it's too late. Both master and disciple will go to hell and repent." Xiao Luyun said coldly, striking down without the slightest mercy. "Everyone save me." The Sword Immortal was thoroughly panicked and cried out for help. But the few immortals who usually had good relations with him all kept their eyes on their noses and their minds on their hearts. They seemed to have fallen into deep meditation, deaf to the Sword Immortal's cries for help. They did not dare. At their level of cultivation, they could naturally tell with absolute clarity that they could not block this palm. Besides, it was an extremely casual palm. If Xiao Luyun got serious, today's 9 immortals would probably become only 1 immortal, Xiao Luyun alone. They did not dare to take that risk. How I resent this. All that remained on the scene was the Sword Immortal's unwilling cry. At the same time, they were all utterly astounded. Had Xiao Luyun consumed some kind of miracle drug? How could he be this ferocious? He was usually the most low-profile, the one least fond of contending for fame and profit. Indeed, a bird that remains silent then startles everyone with a single cry. No wonder the Xia kingdom could produce such a monstrous talent. With a figure like this present, what kind of monstrous talent could fail to be nurtured? Someone suddenly realized and said, "Are you stupid? Didn't you hear what Xiao Luxian called him? Young master." This Xiao Luxian is merely an old servant of this youth. Another person analyzed nearby. If that's the case, then this young master Ye's background is no small matter. He is far more than a mere prodigy. Even someone like Xiao Luxian can only serve as a retainer. Good heavens, what kind of backing is behind him? Someone remarked in shock, "Are you out of your mind? Haven't you seen how extraordinary his talent is? So young, yet his cultivation is already so formidable." Someone said mockingly, "How tedious. I had intended to live as an ordinary man for once, but all I receive in return is estrangement and fear. Referee, let all the empires behind me attack together. Fighting one by one wastes far too much time," Yi Junlin declared. The referee was caught in a dilemma. Never had such a thing occurred in previous competitions. For a moment, he was at a loss. No matter how talented you are still from the tiny Xia kingdom, I Long Out Yin of the Overlord Empire will face you. If you win, your Xia kingdom will replace my Yanlong Empire as the Overlord Empire. If you lose, then return whence you came. Long Out Yin rose to his feet in a fiery red robe. Is this Long Out Yin of the Yanlong Empire? The Crown Prince of Yanlong. His cultivation is said to be unfathomable. Even among the younger generation, he counts as a leading figure, someone said with rapt attention. Clearly Long Out Yin's reputation was immense. That is only in our lands it is said that the holy city is where true prodigies gather. The prodigies there are the true prodigies. Those are the real monsters, someone said. Shill. Are people from that place even fit to be discussed by us? Do you all no longer wish to live? I have only heard that only overlord-level empires have the privilege of a few slots. The purpose of these slots is to send these prodigies to that place. A knowledgeable person said. Long Outyin. I feel I've heard that name somewhere, but I've forgotten, Junlin said, tilting his head as he mused. Even if you have heard of me, there is no shame in it. After all, I am counted as the foremost person outside the holy city, Long Outyin sneered. He knew that Xia Luyun was immensely strong, so he merely used the contest as an excuse to measure himself against Junlin. In that way, even if he accidentally slew Junlin, Xia Luyun could say nothing. Long Outyin. Isn't that the character from those novels who meets an extremely miserable end? Junlin suddenly realized, as if recalling something. Sharp-tongued. Let's hope your cultivation is as sharp as your mouth. Long Outyin, however, had no idea what novels were. But he did know that Junlin had just said his fate would be utterly miserable. How could he tolerate that? Though Long Outyin was the one who had issued the challenge, he had indeed stirred up trouble first. Yet for a prodigy were challenges not a common affair. Being a prodigy meant ceaselessly defeating other prodigies to enhance one's own fame, to consolidate one's status and overawe the younger generation. Outyin, do not act rashly. The ruler of the Yanlong Empire frowned and said in a suppressed voice to Long Outyin. Father, as the ruler, what are you afraid of? Remember, I was chosen by that place. Even if I kill him, would Xia Luyun dare to lay a hand on me? Long Outyin looked at the ruler and said this. Sigh. The ruler shook his head and said nothing. Indeed, for a chosen one of the holy city, even Xia Luyun could not act rashly. It was not that Xia Luyun's cultivation was insufficient, rather the holy city was a true immortal city. For no other reason than that countless eons ago, astonishing phenomena enveloped the entire Tianwu. A sea of blood surged to the heavens. From the boundless universe fell an object, a crippled immortal with only half a body. Yes, a crippled immortal, a genuine immortal. Though maimed, his oppressive might still remained, and the very place where he fell was the holy city. From then on, all powers within the holy city submitted to the crippled immortal, because the injuries he had sustained were simply too severe, and the Tianwu continent had no immortal materials at all. His wounds were perpetually critical, and it was already remarkable that he had not perished. The crippled immortal set up an immortal formation within the holy city to suppress his own body. But he could not leave the holy city, and those outside who styled themselves immortals dared not enter either. In this way, a delicate balance was formed. The crippled immortal could neither govern nor control affairs beyond the holy city. Yet within its walls his word was law. He could command everything. Especially recently, the holy city has been recruiting disciples on a grand scale. Personal disciples for the crippled immortal. Obtaining the immortal scripture, a genuine supreme immortal text capable of elevating one to immortality, was indeed a rare opportunity. Therefore, a peerless prodigy such as Long Outyin naturally aspired to become the most dazzling presence. Only then would the remnant immortal show him notice and accept him as a disciple. After all, nearly 1,000 prodigies were entering the sacred city, this time some of whom had been discovered and brought in by factions within the city at an early age. Back then, Long Outyin had not yet revealed his talent, but now everything was different. He too had caught the attention of a faction within the sacred city who wanted him to enter. This battle against Junlin would be his final encounter outside the sacred city. He would make a magnificent entrance into the sacred city, causing every other prodigy to yield 3 steps back. He alone was the remnant immortal's disciple, the only one. Although some prodigies had already entered long ago, he possessed his own pride and confidence. Then let me see just how wretched my fate shall be. Long Outyin stepped onto the arena platform and looked coldly at Junlin. He believed Junlin was deliberately provoking and targeting him. As the #1 prodigy of a hegemonic superpower, his pride would never tolerate anyone ignoring or mocking him in such a manner. True, he was the one who initiated the confrontation, but didn't he have the qualifications for it? Long Outyin, admittedly a fine talent, but unfortunately destined to become a tragedy of his era. Had you encountered me a little later, your cultivation would surely make you an invincible powerhouse reigning supreme over your region. But meeting me so soon can only mean your luck is truly pitiful. A so-called prodigy without great fortune behind him is nothing but a laughingstock. Clearly you are not one blessed with great fortune, for you cannot escape me. Junlin shrugged and said, very well then, show me just how strong you truly are. He addressed Long Outyin directly. Good, excellent. Long Outyin's eyes grew increasingly cold. What did Junlin's words mean? Was this mockery? Not possessing great fortune simply because he encountered Junlin. Wasn't that complete nonsense? Dragon fighting in the wild. Long Outyin wasted no more words. He stampeded onto the arena, his body shooting toward Junlin like an arrow released from a bowstring. Dragon fighting in the wild was a heaven-ranked technique exclusive to their empire's royal family, perfectly suited to their physique and bloodline inheritance. a technique similar to a power amplifier. It could awaken hidden human potential, allowing practitioners to surpass their normal cultivation limits. Even among heaven-ranked techniques, it ranked among the absolute pinnacle. Roar. A phantom black dragon materialized behind Long Out Yin. It radiated tremendous oppression and looked genuinely terrifying. The black dragon threw back its head and roared to the heavens, howling freely across the boundless earth. Then it surged toward Yi Junlin, ready to devour him. Swimming dragon step, Yi Junlin murmured softly. Boom. The void trembled and a cyan dragon appeared beneath Yi Junlin's feet. The cyan dragon was tiny, roughly 1/100th the size of the black dragon. Yet it was 10,000 times more condensed than the black dragon. It looked like a true dragon, completely unlike any martial arts technique. The arena began to crack and collapse, prompting powerful figures to intervene and stabilize it. Peak martial sovereign. Long Out Yin has reached the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm and cultivated dragon fighting in the wild to its ultimate perfection. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. This Long Out Yin truly deserved his reputation as a prodigy. Such cultivation, such comprehension, truly alarming. But they soon noticed that despite Long Out Yin's immense power, it seemed he couldn't even touch Yi Junlin's clothes. He couldn't make contact even once. Long Out Yin also realized this, growing increasingly frantic. The opponent's footwork was clearly a heaven-ranked technique, superior even to dragon fighting in the wild. Yet he still couldn't land a single strike. How was he supposed to fight? He couldn't even graze his opponent's garments. Meanwhile, Yi Junlin moved about as leisurely as though taking a stroll in his courtyard, effortless and somewhat bored. Is all you know how to do, run away? Do you dare face me in a genuine clash? Is this truly your full strength? How utterly tedious. Very well then. If you seek a direct confrontation, I shall oblige you. Yi Junlin stopped in his tracks and stood motionless, waiting for Long Out Yin's attack to arrive. Now, a sinister smile flickered across Long Out Yin's lips as killing intent descended upon them. This strike would kill Yi Junlin, daring to reveal killing intent against me. How amusing. Yi Junlin neither dodged nor evaded, remaining perfectly still. It's over. It seems this young master Yi only knows evasion and martial techniques, but this is the peak martial sovereign. Taking a direct hit like this, even someone newly broken through to the martial saint level would suffer minor injuries, someone gasped. Die. The moment Long Out Yin saw that Yi Junlin couldn't escape, his face twisted into a ferocious grimace. This strike, Yi Junlin was destined to die. Long Out Yin himself had declared it. Boom. Dust and debris erupted everywhere, and everyone assumed the battle had ended. This young master Yi, despite his powerful background, had been killed in front of everyone. There was nothing to complain about. Is that all? From within the settling dust, Yi Junlin's calm voice drifted out. In that case, go to reincarnation. Yi Junlin appeared before Long Out Yin and gently patted his cheek. No, you can't kill me, you can't. I am someone favored by the crippled immortal. That is a true immortal. How dare you kill me? When a true immortal's wrath descends, no one can bear it. Ugh. After hastily spitting out those words, Long Out Yin breathed his last on the spot. He could not understand. Yi Junlin knew that a true immortal stood behind him, yet still dared to act this way. You actually killed someone the crippled immortal had chosen. You're finished, utterly finished. A middle-aged man said in terror. He had just left the holy city in order to receive Long Out Yin. He had thought that Long Out Yin would kill this youth and add another glorious chapter to his name. Unexpectedly, Long Out Yin could not even survive a single slap from the youth. He had not even had a chance to rescue him. If he could not complete the task the crippled immortal had assigned, he would have to die upon returning. No. You dare to kill my son. Today, no matter where you hide in heaven or earth, no matter how powerful your background is, I will take your life. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire roared in grief. You. Then go down below and keep your precious son company. Xiao Luyun appeared before the sovereign and said with an expressionless face. The sovereign suddenly snapped back to his senses. A moment ago, hatred had blinded him. Only now did he suddenly remember that Yi Junlin had Xiao Luxian standing beside him. Perhaps Xiao Luxian was no match for a true immortal, but outside the holy city, he occupied an absolutely dominant position. But realizing this now was too late, nothing could be undone. He had already noticed Long Out Yin's murderous intent long before. He had even given him a specific warning, but Long Out Yin was so arrogant. How could he have listened? And now he had ended up throwing his own life away. If he had not revealed his hidden killing intent, Yi Junlin might not have killed him. But once that killing intent was exposed, death was certain, given Yi Junlin's nature. How I hate this. How I regret it. The sovereign of the Yanlong Empire wailed in sorrow, then died beneath Xiao Luyun's palm. The so-called guiding envoy died along with him. Everyone nearby who knew of the crippled immortal was struck with terror. They had not expected these people to act so insolently that even the crippled immortal's man had to die. This was truly inviting a catastrophic disaster. Though the crippled immortal was crippled, his residual might remain. He was absolutely not an existence that these people could contend against. Do you know what an immortal is? An immortal is supreme with a lifespan that never ends. Just like the crippled immortal, so gravely wounded that half his body was gone and the other half was tattered. He still stubbornly clung to life and could not die. Even though the crippled immortal was already maimed if he merely employed the slightest bit of immortal power. No one on the Tianwu continent could withstand it. It would be absolutely fatal to the Tianwu continent. From this moment onward, the Xia nation is a hegemon-level empire. And as for the quota to enter the holy city, I want it. Yi Junlin stood on the arena and spoke with calm composure. No one dared to object, and no one could object. This could be said to have thoroughly fulfilled the wish Xia Luyun had once cherished. Silence reigned all around. No one dared to utter a word. This year they had witnessed the rise of a monster for the ages, witnessed Yi Junlin's brilliance and legend. Just what kind of monster was this youth who did not even spare the crippled immortal a glance? No one knew. Holy city. A supremely magnificent palace. Immortal fortune swirled across this palace, radiating a luminous glow and presenting an awe-inspiring sight. The entire palace seemed to be shrouded in clouds and mist floating in midair. This was the dwelling place of the crippled immortal. Because of his residence there, the whole palace had become imbued with the aura of the immortal path. It could be said that thanks to the crippled immortal, this palace was almost becoming a supreme treasure. Worthless. A pack of worthless trash. What good are you? No matter the cost, I want that Sanxiong steel. That Sanxiong steel. According to the images sent back, this Sanxiong steel will surely help me restore my true immortal body and raise my cultivation to even greater heights. Go. Send everyone out to find that Sanxiong steel. Otherwise I will use your heads as offerings. A roar burst forth from within the palace. It was not a sound produced by a human body, it was a sound from the divine soul. The crippled immortal was seething with rage. He had thought that he would live this way for the rest of his life. He could not even return to the immortal domain now. He only had a broken immortal body and a fraction of his magical power. Although he could not die, living like this was even more painful than death. But now he had seen hope. From the transmitted images, the crippled immortal could clearly discern that Sanxiong steel. It truly bore an immense amount of immortal qi, which could help him restore his immortal body and magical power. At that time, he would be able to return to the immortal domain once more. But now the people under his command actually could not find that Sanxiong steel. All they knew was that a young man had taken it away. The crippled immortal was maddened with hatred. He had to obtain that Sanxiong steel at any cost. Coercion and bribery were both acceptable as long as he got that Sanxiong steel. Yes, we subordinates shall heed the immortal decree. Countless mighty experts knelt before the palace and said in trembling voices. The crippled immortal had always had a bad temper, and if they angered him their fate would certainly be grim. They held an awe and fear toward the crippled immortal that came from the very marrow of their bones. There was no other reason. Over the years the crippled immortal, in order to restore himself, had captured who knows how many infants and young children from the holy city. He relied on the innate essence of those infants and young children to suppress the injuries afflicting his body. Though the effect was barely noticeable, it at least offered some small relief. The crippled immortal even sought out cultivators with special constitutions, forcibly stripping away their unique physiques, then forcibly fusing them into his own body, all to strengthen himself, and through this recover even the slightest bit. Go. Whoever is able to find the firmament steel, or bring this person back to me, I will accept as my disciple, transmit my arts to him, and bestow upon him the immortal Tao scripture. I believe that in time he will naturally attain the Tao and ascend to immortality. The crippled immortal's weak voice trailed out, and the several powerhouses outside the palace were overjoyed. Their eyes flickered unsteadily as each schemed to seize Yi Junlin and obtain the firmament steel upon him. They absolutely could not allow Yi Junlin to appear alive before the crippled immortal. If the crippled immortal was ever struck by the idea of taking Yi Junlin as his disciple, they would all be utterly finished. At the same time, they also had to guard against their own allies. For the chance to become the crippled immortal's disciple and obtain the immortal Tao scripture, a bloody struggle among them was unavoidable. Each of the powerhouses departed the holy city with his own hidden agenda, all setting out to search for Yi Junlin. What they did not know was that Yi Junlin was wandering leisurely through the holy city at that very moment. Liu Yun, do you know the origin of this crippled immortal? Yi Junlin asked. 1,000 years ago, a colossal rift tens of thousands of miles long suddenly split open in the sky above the Tianwu continent. Many damaged weapons and dried immortal blood fell down from it. The crippled immortal was among them, yet he alone survived. By all logic, the immortal blood that fell should have helped him recover his true body. However, that immortal blood was stained with a terrifying curse. The crippled immortal is crippled, but his lifespan is still long, Xiao Luyun said. There was not the slightest change in his expression, as if he were recounting a matter of no consequence. Yet that was exactly the truth. A mere crippled immortal. even if a true immortal descended, would earn no special regard from Xiao Liyun, nor stir the least change in his expression. Xiao Liyun understood the divisions of the cultivation system. In his eyes, even a true immortal was simply an ant, albeit one slightly larger than the ordinary kind. If he wished to crush one, it would be an utterly effortless matter. It could never cause him the slightest trouble or resistance. At that time I knew a true immortal had fallen, but I had no spare attention to pay it any heed. Compared with those outside, the cultivators in the holy city were indeed more than a cut above. Martial saints walked everywhere, martial emperors were rarely seen. Among the younger generation, however, martial emperors were quite numerous. Almost any young person capable of reaching the holy city had a cultivation base no lower than the martial emperor realm. Many people had come this time because of the true immortal's plan to accept disciples. Both the younger generation and the older generation longed to become his disciples, for he possessed the immortal Tao scripture which could help them ascend to immortality. The mere mention of becoming an immortal was enough to drive them mad. The true immortal is going to accept disciples, and the grand ceremony is about to begin. People came and went along the streets full of lively clamor. Say, why would the true immortal suddenly want to accept disciples now? Someone asked in confusion. Right. We've never heard of the true immortal taking a disciple before. Why would he suddenly decide to take one this time? The crowds murmured amongst themselves. To put it plainly, the crippled immortal had never previously looked favorably upon these native disciples. You should all count yourselves lucky. This is a good thing. If you could become the true immortal's disciple, wouldn't you be able to swagger across the whole continent, however you pleased? By then, everyone would surely rush to curry favor with you, someone said enviously. If only I could become the true immortal's disciple, a young man said with longing. Humph, do you have any idea what you're worth? You think you're worthy? Someone retorted with a cold sneer. Even before the disciple recruiting contest had begun, the young prodigies were already comparing themselves to one another. Oh, is that so? Even if it's not me, it certainly won't be you. Clang. The resounding peal of a great bell rang out, conveying an announcement. The palace where the crippled immortal dwelled opened its gates wide to welcome disciples. Junlin also joined in the excitement and went to stand outside the crippled immortal's palace. He wanted to see just what this immortal was. He himself had no clear idea of his current cultivation and wished to understand it better. Suddenly, Junlin sensed that someone was surreptitiously observing him. It was that crippled immortal. A faint, enigmatic smirk curled at the corner of Junlin's mouth. He was certain the crippled immortal was scrutinizing him with divine sense. Junlin made no move, for that thread of immortal divine sense was nothing but garbage in his eyes. With a single thought, he could destroy it and kill the crippled immortal at the same time. In this way, Junlin gained a newer measure of his own cultivation. He was at the very least above the level of a true immortal. Heir of the firmament Steely, you have finally appeared. It was not in vain that I hastily arranged this disciple-accepting ceremony. You cannot escape my grasp. The crippled immortal murmured inwardly. That was right. All of this was the crippled immortal's doing. The moment he saw Junlin obtain the firmament Steely, he had begun to arrange everything. But he had never expected Junlin to arrive in the holy city so soon. He had assumed it would take at least 10 years. He was completely unaware that if Junlin wished to kill him, a single thought would be more than enough. Honestly, let alone 10 years, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, a cripple immortal could wait. On the Tianwu continent, who could compare lifespan with a cripple immortal? Even by mere endurance, he could outlast and wear down every cultivator. But he truly never anticipated that Junlin would arrive so swiftly. As a mere youth from the humble Xia kingdom, how fast could his cultivation progress possibly be? Had the cripple immortal maintained his usual cautious disposition, he would certainly have investigated thoroughly, examining exactly how Junlin had managed to enter the sacred city. The sacred city was not a place anyone could simply choose to visit. Yet now, with the Zhangxiong monument lying tantalizingly close at hand, he found it impossible to keep his restless heart in check. The most reasonable explanation in his mind was that Junlin had obtained the Zhangxiong monument, which was why he had reached such heights within merely a handful of days. All of this was bestowed by the Zhangxiong monument, sufficient proof of its immense power. If he could obtain it, his injuries would no longer plague him. He could then return to the immortal realm. This lower realm possessed only spiritual energy, not a single trace of immortal essence. He was unable to even attempt cultivation. Transforming spiritual energy into immortal essence was a qualitative metamorphosis. If spiritual energy were compared to one immortal essence, would be 10,000 or even 100,000 times greater. The disparity was staggering beyond description. This seemingly dense mist is but spiritual energy, not immortal essence. Junlin sensed the surroundings and remarked, a cripple immortal requires immortal essence to heal himself. How could he possibly spare even a fraction to release? Xiao Liyun shook his head and said, what nonsense are you spouting? This is the dwelling of a true immortal. Could it be among the concerns of mortals like you? Someone rebuked, in outward bravado masking inner fear. It was as though the idol in their hearts had been defamed, or perhaps to leave a favorable impression upon the true immortal. After all, at such a lofty figure's level, even the slightest rustle of wind or movement of grass would be perceived with absolute clarity. Exactly who do you think you are? Is a true immortal something your kind dares discuss? What a world we live in now, someone scoffed. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to step forward and yap away. Some people, another chimed in, are determined to attract attention by any means necessary. What are the eyes of a true immortal? They are the fiery golden eyes. Could they possibly be deceived by someone of your caliber? The number of voices condemning them around them grew ever larger. Most simply could not bear the fact that Junlin had dared to call a true immortal a cripple, even though he genuinely was one. Have you finished speaking? Are you satisfied? Junlin gazed at these self-righteous cultivators and asked coldly, "What's the matter? Can't even tolerate a few words of criticism. Go ahead and kill us if you dare." Someone stepped forward and declared arrogantly. They believed that within the cripple immortal's territory, no one would dare make a move. Because any aggression would be seen as disrespect toward the cripple immortal, they felt so emboldened. "I have never encountered such an audacious demand. Since you have put it forward, I shall satisfy your wish." Junlin paused for a moment, then smiled. It was the first time he had ever heard such a request. "Since you sincerely plead for death, how could I possibly refuse?" Junlin directly opened his palm, and a ball of golden radiance appeared within it. "Do you believe this world has light?" Junlin asked softly. "Return to the cycle of reincarnation." The golden radiance in Junlin's hand suddenly flared brightly, and those cultivators who had demanded death immediately fell into a daze. Their eyes lost all focus, appearing as empty as madmen's. Crack! A series of crisp sounds rang out, and the bodies of those glassy-eyed individuals began to fissure, splitting open like the bark of an ancient tree. Then they collapsed with thunderous force, turning into piles of dust. Their spiritual souls had long since perished, and their physical forms reduced to ashes. The surrounding cultivators involuntarily drew cold breaths. What manner of demon was this youth? His cultivation was terrifyingly powerful. With merely a ball of light, he had instantly erased dozens of formidable experts around him. Presumptuous! Who dares cause disturbance within an immortal's estate and slaughter so recklessly? An overwhelming aura of pressure swept over them in rolling waves. That is Lord Pang, the steward of the true immortal. He usually keeps a low profile. Never imagined he possessed such cultivation. His strength may well rival those immortals beyond the sacred city. Someone exclaimed in terror. This Lord Pang rarely appeared and had never displayed his cultivation. Now he had struck like a dragon awakening, silent until the moment of breathtaking revelation. Indeed, as the steward at a true immortal's side, his cultivation is truly fearsome. Lord Pang fixed Junlin with a cold, piercing gaze. At first he had paid him no mind, but the more he watched, the more familiar Junlin seemed. Slap! Lord Pang struck his thigh as though suddenly recalling something. "Isn't this the youth from that painting? The one who obtained the Sangxiong monument?" Lord Pang whispered to himself. His master, the true immortal, had been searching tirelessly for this youth. To think he would appear here. "My lord, it is this very boy who has shown disrespect toward the true immortal. He even dared to openly address our master as..." Someone stammered fearfully. "Oh, what did he call my lord?" Lord Pang's eyes blazed like torches as he fixed his piercing gaze on the accuser and asked. "Gudong." The man, overwhelmed by Lord Pang's imposing aura, was momentarily rendered speechless. "Am I asking you again?" Lord Pang calmly spoke once more. He calls a true immortal a crippled immortal. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, Lord Pang's aura erupted violently. The man couldn't even react, and was instantly crushed, his face contorted in terror as he turned to ashes. "Boy, you have guts daring to address our master. Such do you wish to die?" Lord Pang turned his blazing eyes toward Junlin and asked, "Could it be that he isn't a crippled immortal? Could it be that he isn't gravely injured?" Junlin sneered. "You seek death." Lord Pang flew into a rage. The crippled immortal was a taboo. No one would allow themselves to be called so. Just as he was about to act, his eyes suddenly flickered. He did not strike. He had received a telepathic message from the crippled immortal. This person was to be spared for now. The crowd was bewildered. Oh, what was happening? Wasn't it said that the crippled immortal could not be insulted? Why did he not act? This Pang Darren, though rarely seen, was an undisputed ruthless figure. They were utterly confused, unable to comprehend Lord Pang's intentions. Of course, no one dared approach him to demand answers. Unless they were tired of living. Silence. Today is the grand ceremony where the true immortal personally accepts disciples at the immortal estate. Let none make noise. Lord Pang pressed his palm gently downward. The crippled immortal cannot be humiliated. Let no disturbance mar this occasion. His tone was calm, yet his voice penetrated the entire square. This was the immortal estate square, formed by the superposition of numerous small worlds. It appeared modest in size, but in reality it was nearly as vast as the entire Tianwu continent. It was an immortal means that filled all who witnessed it with yearning. Now you shall witness the arrival of a supreme powerhouse. You are blessed to see this with your own eyes. Lord Pang's voice echoed across the square. Whoosh! The entire crowd erupted in commotion. If I heard correctly, did Lord Pang just say a true immortal will descend in person? Heavens! A true immortal. We are truly fortunate to witness this today, someone said, trembling with excitement. A unique spiritual pressure emanated from within the palace. Everyone held their breath, daring not to blink, fearful of missing a single moment. This aura was profound as the ocean, overwhelming and immense. Soon everyone saw a towering figure appear at the palace entrance. This figure looked rather strange, for he possessed only one hand, one leg, and even merely half a head. However, due to the mist, the others could not see him clearly. Only Junlin and Xia Luyan could see him clearly. This damn crippled immortal. He was nothing but a rotting mass of flesh. The crippled immortal on one side of his body was entirely covered in scars. They were densely packed, terrifying beyond words. From the wounds, rays of light occasionally flickered and flowed. These were threads of the power of laws preventing him from recovering, condemning him to eternal torment. The cultivation realms are divided as follows: apprentice, martial artist, martial knight, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial sovereign, Dun, E-realm, Su, Dao realm, Gui Tian realm. Beyond these lies the true immortal fire realm and true immortal realm. There are further divisions, but it is unwise for you to know too much. The crippled immortal spoke softly. His words were like a thunderous bell striking every heart. All present felt silent waves of astonishment rising within their minds. They had never imagined there existed such higher realms beyond those they knew. The so-called immortals outside Holy City are merely at the peak of martial sovereign realm, namely half-step, Dunny realm. The crippled immortal continued. Boom. The immortals outside are merely half-step, Dun-E. The crippled immortal's words were like a meteorite cast upon calm waters, stirring up monstrous tidal waves. This venerable one began cultivating at the age of 5. By 10 I had already reached the peak of martial master, by 12 grand martial master, by 15 martial emperor. By 20 I was already a martial saint powerhouse. By 50 I had reached the peak of martial saint. It then took tens of thousands of years to barely attain the true immortal realm. The crippled immortal said. As expected, a true immortal is indeed a supreme powerhouse of the true immortal realm. Meanwhile, they were shocked by the true immortal's cultivation talent. Indeed, those who could become true immortals always possessed peerless genius. Today I shall accept only 3 disciples to inherit my legacy. They will surely become true immortals. I shall bestow upon them peerless immortal scriptures. The crippled immortal declared. The crowd below erupted completely. Who could have imagined the crippled immortal would accept 3 disciples and bestow supreme immortal sutras? Junlin sensed that whenever the crippled immortal spoke, his gaze kept drifting toward him. What did this mean? It meant the crippled immortal had come for him. Looks like it's for the Sanxiong steel. Junlin thought to himself. Since you wish to play, then this young master will play along with you. A sinister smile curved Junlin's lips. I, the immortal venerable, have always been magnanimous. As for those who have said things they should not have, I shall not pursue the matter. The crippled immortal said with an air of great magnanimity. It was as if he truly did not care. The magnanimity of a true immortal is beyond the reach of those like us. Such bearing, truly worthy of a true immortal. Someone immediately chimed in with flattery. They all knew the crippled immortal's words carried a pointed implication, aimed at Junlin. After all, moments ago, Junlin had repeatedly called him a crippled immortal, a cripple, and the like. The crippled immortal was not determined to take a disciple, nor was he afraid to directly seize the item. He merely worried that the firmament steel had already formed a binding contract with the youth. If he forcibly stripped it away, the firmament steel might be damaged. Otherwise, the crippled immortal would not have wasted so much time suppressing his killing intent. Since they are to be this immortal venerable's personal disciples, they must naturally be gifted with exceptional talent and superior bearing. Thus, a necessary assessment of talent must be conducted. The first trial is the talent test. This is the talent stone of the immortal realm. This stone can measure precisely how much talent a person possesses. Even in the immortal realm, this is a rare treasure. As the crippled immortal spoke, a bizarre multicolored stone column appeared in his hand. The immortal venerable truly lives up to his name. With a casual wave, he produces a peerless treasure. People kept flattering him one after another. The crippled immortal was very satisfied. For these lower plane natives, he casually took out 1 or 2 items that were a dime a dozen in the immortal realm. They would treat them as supreme treasures, looking utterly awestruck. The crippled immortal merely needed to promise something carelessly, some trashy cultivation art, or whatever. Naturally, those who came to beg favors were as numerous as carps in a river. This thing qualifies as a supreme treasure. In the immortal realm, it's a common commodity found everywhere. A mere true immortal dares to call himself an immortal venerable. If he were in the immortal realm, he would be beaten to death. Xiao Luyin sneered scornfully. Because they had earlier called the true immortal a crippled immortal, the crowd deliberately isolated them. As such, no one could hear what Xiao Luyin said. Otherwise, even the crippled immortal would not have been able to sit still. For Xiao Luyin had spoken the absolute truth. A mere true immortal was essentially the lowest tier of immortals in the immortal realm, possessing no status at all. Who among those termed immortal venerables was not the master of a major power in the immortal realm? Simply place your palm on this talent stone and circulate the spiritual energy within your body. It will emit different colors of light. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, gold. Red means the lowest talent, gold is the highest. Even in the immortal realm, very few possess gold-level talent. As for this immortal venerable, my talent back then was only cyan. Therefore all of you only need green talent to pass the first trial. The crippled immortal said. What? Even the immortal venerable's talent was merely cyan back then. Someone exclaimed in shock. Everyone felt immense pressure. Even a true immortal had only obtained cyan talent, so it would be difficult for them to meet the true immortal's requirements. Everyone queued up nervously to test their talents. But to their astonishment, among the 100,000 who had been tested, at least half possessed cyan-level talent. Those who reached cyan talent were ecstatic. What did this imply? It meant that their achievements could also reach the level of a true immortal. Although not certain, they could at the very least surpass the realm of the martial emperor. They were delighted, but the crippled immortal's expression grew extremely unpleasant. Had they been able to see his face, they would certainly not have dared to show their joy. The crippled immortal had not lied about his own cyan talent in the past. What he could not understand was how such a tiny lower plane could produce so many people with cyan talent. Boom. All of a sudden the talent stone erupted with brilliant light. A dazzling azure beam shot straight into the sky. Everyone was dumbstruck. Blue talent. It's actually blue talent. Even the immortal venerable never reached such a level back then. By that logic, this person's future cultivation will be at least at the true immortal stage. Someone shouted. The crippled immortal's face instantly fell. What the hell? Is this really a lower plane? Junlin saw the person being tested and immediately understood. The person who had revealed blue talent was none other than Wan Xia of the Wan clan. He was not at all surprised that Wan Xia had appeared here. As one of the 9 great powers, the Wan clan could naturally send a few people into the holy city. Good, not bad, not bad. Such talent is truly excellent. The crippled immortal forced a smile as he said this. His true intention was not to take disciples, but to accept Junlin and then persuade him with reason and emotion. Have Junlin voluntarily hand over the firmament steel. That was his real purpose. But he had truly never expected so many people to possess such high talent. Though his talent was considered mediocre in the immortal realm, he was still an immortal after all. I'm dying of laughter. This is just too amusing. Junlin saw the remaining half of the crippled immortal's face turn livid and couldn't help laughing out loud. He had plainly witnessed every shift in the crippled immortal's expression. How could the crippled immortal look like he was taking disciples with that expression? They were clearly jealous of these people's extraordinary talent. You kid, what's so funny? Are you out of your mind? Feeling inferior because others possess such amazing talent. Someone glared fiercely at Junlin. They could not see the remnant immortal's expression and assumed he was praising them. When they suddenly heard Junlin's uproarious laughter, everyone became furious. Esteemed young friend, may I ask what causes your laughter? The remnant immortal made every effort to appear approachable and amiable, inquiring kindly. After all, his target was Junlin, and to obtain the Sangxiong Steely, he naturally had to lower his pride. Because I feel like laughing because it's amusing, so I laughed. Let all things follow my heart. Junlin shrugged and said indifferently. Excellent, excellent. To follow one's heart so completely, a young friend such as yourself, showing such enlightenment. The remnant immortal sighed in admiration. Those around were utterly dumbfounded. Did the remnant immortal mean he actually appreciated this shameless boy? The remnant immortal is very confident in himself. Junlin asked with a smile, looking at the remnant immortal. Of course, this immortal venerable possesses cultivation that reaches the heavens and magical power that overwhelms the world, rare in this era. The remnant immortal's expression changed at first, then he said with a forced, humorless smile. Now his heart was filled with fire, anger. He detested others calling him the remnant immortal, although it was the truth. But in this lower realm, he was the supreme being. Those who dared to defy him would die, and those who called him to the remnant immortal would suffer far worse than death. But before Junlin, he endured it. He had no choice but to endure. He needed the Sangxiong Steely, yet feared it might recognize a new master. Once he killed Junlin, the sentient Sangxiong Steel would vanish in an instant. His current cultivation was far from its peak. He simply could not grasp it. Another possibility was that Junlin had completely mastered the Sangqiong steel. If he grew desperate, he might detonate the Sangqiong stele, in which case everything would be ruined. That was precisely what frightened the remnant immortal most. Rare in this era, magical power that overwhelms the world, cultivation that reaches the heavens. Then how did you become remnant? You're so mighty. How did you end up missing half your body? Do you practice self-mutilation in your spare time? Did you carve yourself apart? Junlin asked with a face full of curiosity. At this moment, he resembled a baby with insatiable thirst for knowledge. His face radiated pure innocence. Cough cough, that was naturally because this venerable encountered an extremely powerful enemy. In the end, I barely killed him while severely wounded. That battle was nothing short of heaven collapsing and earth splitting, the sun and moon losing their light. It nearly shattered the entire immortal domain into pieces. The remnant immortal said with a sigh, as if recalling the past. I almost believed you. Junlin was amused into laughter. But I advise you to watch your words. An immortal venerable is not someone you can laugh at. If you wish to become a disciple of the immortal venerable, you should go test your talent first. Why act like a circus clown seeking attention here? Trying to attract the immortal venerable's attention through such means? Very well, I admit you've succeeded. But without testing your talent first, do you really think the immortal venerable would give you a chance? Someone sneered directly. In truth, Junlin would test his talent regardless of what they said, for he knew that without the system's rewards, he would still be a Cultivation 0 nobody to this day. He might even be dead. He refused to believe that his father, the human sovereign, and his mother, surely not an ordinary person, could produce a worthless heir. Their descendants could not be trash. Impossible. Especially his elder brother, the crown prince of the human sovereign palace, Zhan, whose peerless talent, at merely 16 years of age, left people in awe. He refused to believe he was a complete waste, lacking any cultivation aptitude or talent whatsoever. When my young master makes his move, it will shake the ages. Xia Luyun merely said those words, yet they provoked a wave of scornful murmurs. Junlin gently pressed his palm onto the talent testing stone. Then he circulated his spiritual energy within. Boom. The talent testing stone did not begin glowing crimson, but instead erupted in torrential golden light that instantly illuminated the entire sacred city. Had it not been for the suppression of the immortal level formation, the entire Tianwu would have been bathed in golden radiance. Heavens, such supreme golden talent. Someone said in terror. Such talent was beyond even true immortals. The true immortal realm was merely his starting point. Transcending true immortality would be a simple matter. Even the remnant immortal wore an expression of shock. Such talent belonged only to the prodigies of a few superfactions within the immortal domain, yet here it appeared in such a lower realm. If only I could seize this body. Threads of light appeared in the remnant immortal's eyes. Previously he had considered possession, but the talent and physique of these lower realm beings were far too inferior. As a former immortal, he naturally looked down upon them. But now the situation was different. With such talent, if all went according to plan, he would undoubtedly become a powerhouse in the immortal realm. Crack. The sky-filling golden light lasted only a quarter of a breath. Then a crisp cracking sound echoed. Everyone turned to look at Junlin. The talent testing stone beneath his palm had shattered into countless fragments. The broken immortal felt a tremor within his heart. This youth's aptitude was so profound that even the talent stone could not measure it. What did this signify? It meant his talent far exceeded even the golden grade. Horror seized the broken immortal, yet his eyes blazed with an inexplicable light. Greed. Bloodlust. Let his shattered immortal physique remain unrepaired, for with the power of possession, he would undoubtedly become one of the supreme powers of the immortal realm. At this thought, the broken immortal's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Excellent. Simply excellent. Such talent possesses truly peerless potential. The broken immortal regarded Junlin with a knowing smile, and said, There is no need for you to undergo the subsequent tests. Your talent has already proven everything. I wonder if this young friend would be willing to become my disciple. From then on you would cultivate the immortal scriptures, temper your Tao, and forge your own path. The broken immortal put forth what he considered his most benevolent smile. But he had forgotten that his entire form was shrouded in mist. No one could clearly see his expression, though Junlin could. Heart sight. Junlin was eager to understand exactly what this broken immortal was thinking. He employed the secret technique of heart sight among the myriad cultivation arts. As its name implied, this ability allowed one to perceive what others were thinking, even accessing their memories. Once I possess your body, I shall return to the immortal domain and even claim the firmament steel for myself. I will simply fabricate an excuse to impart my cultivation to you, and when you open your spirit, I can naturally enter your sea of consciousness and destroy it. For so many years I have suffered daily from the agony of the seal upon my wounds. Even the spiritual essence of those children can no longer suppress my injuries. Now I finally see hope. Yi Junlin perceived all of this within the broken immortal's heart. His expression turned grave. This broken immortal had captured hundreds of thousands of infants to drain their primordial essence and quell his wounds. Be your disciple, Yi Junlin asked with bewilderment. Indeed, this immortal venerable. The broken immortal had scarcely finished speaking before Yi Junlin cut him off. What right do you have? You dare presume I would serve as your disciple? You are merely a lowly true immortal, and one already grievously wounded, your cultivation fallen to ruin. You who have not even retained the realm of true immortal dare ask me to be your disciple. You seized hundreds of thousands of infants throughout this holy city and drained them of their innate essence to suppress your injuries. By what qualification do you make such demands? Yi Junlin stated directly. The broken immortal froze. No one knew of these deeds. He could not fathom how Yi Junlin had come to know. This youth was merely a commoner from the remote Xia kingdom. This was the holy city, and he had only just arrived. How could he possibly know? Even if you refuse to become my disciple, there is no need for such slander. Do you truly believe I, the immortal venerable, would spare you out of some soft temperament merely because of your extraordinary talent? How could the broken immortal ever confess? Since Yi Junlin already knew everything, he must be eliminated. But below the crowd erupted in uproar. For so many years infants have been going missing each day. Now that I tally it up, the number of missing children is truly terrifying. Could it truly be this true immortal? Someone speculated with doubt. Impossible. Do not listen to this youth's nonsense. Even if a true immortal sustains injury after 1,000 years, they would long have recovered. How could such a being commit acts of this nature? Someone countered. Whether it is true or not, you need only ask the broken immortal to reveal his true visage, and all will be made clear, Yi Junlin said with a shrug. No one dared demand the broken immortal uncover his face. That would be irreverence toward an immortal. Yet all eyes burned with intensity fixed upon the broken immortal. They remained silent, merely watching him. The meaning was clear: we trust you, but whether you reveal yourself is your choice. If he unveiled his true form and proved his injuries healed, it would exonerate him. Should he refuse, they would not openly accuse him, but their thoughts would speak volumes. Nonsense. Our Lord is in a generous mood and has no desire to argue with you. But you have repeatedly dared to challenge the authority of a true immortal. Do you truly believe no one will deal with you? Lord Pang stepped forward, his voice harsh, masking his inner trepidation as he rebuked Yi Junlin. None paid him mind. All silently watched the broken immortal. They too were curious. What manner of body lay beneath that shroud of mist? Today's discipleship ceremony concludes here. Your insults and questioning of a true immortal warrant a punishment of 1,000 years facing the wall. All others may disperse. You remain, Lord Pang declared directly. 1,000 years facing the wall, he says. What's next? Drive everyone away just so you can hasten to possess my body. Yi Junlin sneered. The broken immortal's heart trembled violently. How could this youth know everything? Could it be because of the firmament steel? He muttered to himself. Possession, so what of it? That I should possess you is your honor. Fear not, for I shall certainly rule over all under heaven with this body of yours. The broken immortal said in a cold voice. Those words sent shockwaves through the entire assembly. This true immortal actually intended to seize the body of this remarkably gifted youth. You insignificant mortals, like mere ants. It is your honor that I descended upon the Tianwu continent. What do hundreds of thousands of infants matter? As long as it can suppress my injuries, even if I were to annihilate the entire Tianwu continent, so what? The crippled immortal's cold voice spread further. At this moment, he had completely let go of all restraint, though he was already severely damaged. Yet he was certain that within the entire Tianwu continent no opponent would appear for him. After all, he had once been an immortal, a true immortal. Boom. You wish to see me? Today I shall let you look upon me clearly. The crippled immortal said coldly from his mouth. Today not a single person present would be allowed to leave. Didn't they want to watch? Then he would give them a showing. The price of watching would be death. The crippled immortal withdrew the mist shrouding his body, and a figure gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. How could this bear any resemblance to the immortal aura he had just radiated? Everyone's hair stood on end. The crippled immortal was truly gruesome to behold. Only half his body remained. The other half had been torn apart by someone using their bare hands. The wound edges were extremely jagged. So many years had passed, yet the crippled immortal's wounds continued to weep blood endlessly. The wounds could not heal because rules of sealing were etched upon them. Tisk torn in half by living beings. And you have the nerve to claim you experienced some great war. That thing of yours is already split in two, crippled immortal. You've been cut off from any descendants. Yi Junlin watched with intrigued murmurs. Yi Junlin kept quiet before, but once he spoke it struck directly at the crippled immortal's deepest wound. This was genuinely painful. He could not propagate the next generation because indeed that part of him had been severed into two. It had lost its most fundamental function. This was the pain he could least bear in his entire life. When I seize your body, everything shall be resolved naturally. The crippled immortal was determined to go all out. Regardless of whether Yi Junlin could fully control the firmament steely, he would proceed with the soul seizure. Seize my body. Though your immortal will is powerful in my eyes, it differs not at all from an ant. Yi Junlin shook his head and sneered. Is that so? Then let us try. At this moment, the crippled immortal no longer suppressed his injuries, unleashing his full aura. Boom. The entire Tianwu continent trembled. This was the majesty of an immortal. Without the crippled immortal's suppression, his injuries deteriorated before everyone's eyes at an alarming rate. His wounds burst open and immortal blood flowed continuously. But this immortal blood was not the conventional crimson red. It was an eerily dark black, even emitting a foul stench. The crippled immortal's cultivation skyrocketed like a rocket. Soon he had firmly positioned himself within the immortal Dao domain. Such intoxicating power. The crippled immortal closed his eyes and said with utter delight, "Boy, abandon your struggle. When the time comes, I shall wield your body to dominate the heavens." The crippled immortal looked at Yi Junlin and said with a smile on his lips. He did not believe he would fail, for he now stood within the immortal Dao domain. He was a true immortal. Moreover, he was no longer suppressing his injuries. If he failed, these injuries would become impossible to contain and he would die. As long as the body seizure failed, his death was certain. Then this young master shall amuse myself with you, Yi Junlin said with a smile. Then his entire body vanished. A heart-rending scream erupted. This was the crippled immortal's scream. Yi Junlin had appeared beside him without anyone noticing when he kicked and shattered the only remaining half of his ancestral heritage with brutal force. Even for an immortal, this pain was excruciating beyond measure. The crippled immortal was greatly alarmed. He had not seen Yi Junlin's movements at all. He hadn't even caught a trace of afterimage. How could this be? He was a true immortal after all. Could it be because of the firmament steel? Yi Junlin had completely mastered the firmament steely, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically. But this was excessively exaggerated, surpassing the true immortal realm outright. This wasn't merely a treasure. This was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. Slap. Before the crippled immortal could think further, another crisp sound of a slap echoed. With only half a face remaining, that half was utterly crushed by Yi Junlin's strike. I shall make you wish you were dead. The crippled immortal roared frantically. He discovered he lacked even the ability to dodge Yi Junlin's attacks. This youth's cultivation had definitely transcended the true immortal realm. You are far too weak. You cannot withstand even a single blow. Yi Junlin found this boring. Boy, you forced my hand. You forced me. The crippled immortal with disheveled half-hair spoke in a low voice. Arise. The crippled immortal bellowed. Suddenly a ray of light disappeared directly from the crippled immortal's palm. A transmission. Is this meant for the immortal realm? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Ha, some people covet the treasures upon you greatly. Perhaps once they descend, the entire Tianwu continent shall turn to ash. This is all you're doing, ha. The remnant immortal spoke the truth. However, beings from the immortal realm could not descend to the lower realm at will. They had to pay a considerable price to do so. The remnant immortal had only opened the passage to the lower realm by chance during battle. This was how he managed to appear in the lower realm. The passages connecting the immortal realm to the lower realm were all controlled by major powers. Without sufficiently great profit, no one would be willing to pay the price to descend. At first, the remnant immortal had not known the true power of the Zhanxiong steel, but now he believed he understood. For Yi Junlin came from the remote Xia kingdom, and yet in such a short time, he had already reached such a terrifying cultivation level. The remnant immortal believed that everything stemmed from the Zhanxiong steel. This meant his previous understanding of the Zhanxiong steel had been wrong. This Zhanxiong steel was not merely a means to achieve immortality. Judging by Yi Junlin's pace, it could even allow him to quickly become one of the mighty figures in the immortal realm. It had saved him at least hundreds of millions of years of cultivation. How terrifying was that? The immortal realm. That disciple of mine is still lingering on his last breath, hasn't died yet. Within a resplendent and magnificent palace, a deep voice echoed forth. This palace was extraordinarily vast, comparable in size to the entire Tianwu continent. Master, where is he? I shall go slay him at once. If second senior brother lacks the ability, then I shall personally go and execute him. A young man clad in battle armor spoke calmly, gripping the Fangtian halberd. Had he not stolen Master's Qingquan mirror, how could Master have sought his death? Even if he has not yet perished, he cannot recover. Junior brother speaks as though suggesting second senior brother lacks the capability. Behind the armored youth appeared a middle-aged man speaking with amusement. If second senior brother were truly capable, how could he have allowed this traitor to escape? The armored youth dismissed the accusation with indifference. Enough? In this instance, misfortune has proven fortuitous. This wayward disciple has discovered a supreme treasure in the lower realm upon Tianwu continent. First Elder Qingyuan, Second Elder Ji Fan, Fourth Elder Fan Qing. Your three shall jointly govern the lower realm. Bring back the supreme treasure this rebel disciple speaks of. If it truly proves to be a heaven-defying artifact as he claims, then I shall spare his life. Grant him restorative, immortal pills. Should he deceive us, you know what must be done. The deep voice spoke once more. Master, I can handle this matter alone. There is no need to trouble first senior brother or second senior brother. Besides, first senior brother is in secluded cultivation and likely has no time. Fan Qing brandished the Fangtian halberd as he spoke. Ha ha, youngest junior brother, your senior brother has nothing but leisure. A booming laugh resounded. A figure robed in gray materialized before Fan Qing. Cough cough. I congratulate first senior brother on his monumental advancement in cultivation. Fan Qing coughed awkwardly before offering his congratulations. Before his first senior brother, he possessed no right to arrogance, and for no other reason than the fact that first senior brother's cultivation was simply too formidable. Though he had grown conceited from long favor treatment due to his exceptional talent and master's deep affection for him, that was why he held second senior brother in such little regard. Yet his own cultivation had not yet reached first senior brother's transcendent level, so naturally, he dared not grow too audacious. For first senior brother bore the title, the Immortal Slayer. The immortals he had slaughtered numbered more than the ones he had encountered. Such was the terror of first senior brother. Then go forth to the lower realm. Within the palace, the deep voice fell silent after speaking. Boom. Open. Qingyuan shaped his hands into claws and gripped the void, tearing it apart with tremendous force. The void itself ripped open, unleashing raging spatial storms within. Ordinary true immortals entering would be instantaneously reduced to powder. Yet the three felt no effect and stepped directly into the rift. Waiting always feels this long. Slap. Yi Junlin, with nothing better to occupy his time, backhanded the remnant immortal flying. Cough cough. The remnant immortal spat blood, his eyes brimming with hatred. He was an immortal. When had he ever been treated thus? Especially in this mere lower plane. Yet now he dared not make any sound of dissent. The youth before him was absolutely monstrous. Or rather, that Sangxiong steel was truly beyond comparison, transforming a mere boy into such overwhelming power within such a brief span. He hated it. Had he known of that Sangxiong steel's power back, then he would have left the holy city regardless of the consequences. He should have fought to the death rather than letting his master reap such benefits. It was too late now to change anything. All he could do was hope his master, out of past loyalty and recognizing the discovery of such an important supreme treasure, would spare his life and grant him healing elixirs. Oh, you don't accept this. Slap. Yi Junlin backhanded him again, sending the remnant immortal crashing into the immortal formation and bouncing back. The remnant immortal's already fragile body grew even more withered. There was no way around it. He had not suppressed his injuries. Now not only were his injuries flaring up, but combined with Yi Junlin's ruthless strikes, he could barely hold on. He could even feel his vitality rapidly draining away. This realization filled him with dread. Even as a traitor, a member of my immortal trace sect is not something some mere mortal like you can strike and berate at will. Just as the remnant immortal believed himself doomed, the entire Tianwu continent began to tremble. A majestic voice descended. All who were present discovered in horror that the void directly above the holy city had split asunder. Three figures shrouded entirely in mist appeared within the rift. As powerful beings of the immortal realm, a mere sweep of their divine sense across the humble Tianwu continent was enough to pinpoint the remnant immortals' exact location. Thus there was no need for them to search. They descended directly above the holy city. Third brother, do you confess your crimes? Qing Yuan spoke coldly from the void. Eldest senior brother, I have sinned, I have sinned. This third brother is willing to atone through service. I have obtained a supreme treasure for our revered master. I implore you, eldest senior brother, save me. The remnant immortal staggered to his feet and collapsed into a kneeling posture, wailing bitterly. Although you are but a shattered remnant, to be reduced to this state by a mere mortal of the lower realm. What an utter disgrace. Second brother Ji Fan said with disdain. No one could see the remnant immortal's expression, for half his face was buried deep in the earth, yet a flash of icy, killing intent crossed his eyes. How had he come to this wretched state? Was it not due to second brother Ji Fan? If Ji Fan had not been so overconfident and torn him apart, he would never have had the chance to flee. Though his immortal physique is damaged under full unsealing conditions, he should theoretically not be much weaker than a true immortal. Fourth brother Fan Qing sneered. Hand over the supreme treasure you speak of, and I may consider sparing your life. First brother Qing Yuan looked down upon them all from his lofty position. Eldest senior brother, the supreme treasure lies within this youth's body. He was originally a woefully weak cultivator, yet after obtaining the supreme treasure that Sanxiong Steely, his cultivation has soared to rival a true immortal in merely a few days. The remnant immortal pointed directly at Junlin. He then produced a spirit recording stone and projected the entire sequence of Junlin acquiring that Sanxiong steel. He who possesses the steel shall possess the heavens. Upon a single moment of comprehension, one shall ascend to immortality. The calligraphy is indeed imposing, but in my estimation this Sanxiong steel does not appear nearly so formidable. Qing Yuan said, furrowing his brows slightly. This Sanxiong steel merely carried traces of immortal qi. He did not consider it a supreme treasure. Whoosh! Qing Yuan flicked his finger, an array of brilliance shot directly into the remnant immortal's body. The remnant immortal was stunned for a moment, then overflowed with ecstatic joy. For no other reason than Qing Yuan had just transmitted an immortal pill directly into his body. His injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace. I am grateful to eldest senior brother for bestowing this miraculous healing elixir. Not so fast. If this so-called Sanxiong steel is not as powerful as you claim, you shall still die. This time I shall deal with him myself. Qing Yuan said coldly. Yes, eldest senior brother speaks wisely, the remnant immortal replied submissively. Before his eldest senior brother, he dared not act arrogantly. Youth, hand over this steel for our inspection. Second brother Ji Fan turned directly toward Junlin. Their words carried an air of superiority, as though such a tone was already lenient toward a mere mortal. The reality was precisely so, a mere person of the lower realm. Why should they deign to soften their tones? And just who do you think you are ordering me to hand anything over? Junlin said languidly. So these are the legendary immortals, truly pathetic in appearance. He could see that each of them far surpassed a true immortal. Yet Junlin did not know what realm lay beyond true immortality. Junlin slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. Xia Liyun, as one of the commanders beneath the human emperor, should certainly know. Moreover, in his estimation, Xia Liyun was vastly stronger than these people. His cultivation must exceed theirs. Liyun, young master, how exactly are the cultivation realms divided? Junlin asked. This cultivation world's hierarchy, unchanged since antiquity, is as follows: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial, saint, martial sovereign, dun, realm su, Dao realm, Guetian realm, Xian, Hor realm, true, immortal realm, low grade, golden, immortal, mid grade, golden, immortal, high grade, golden, immortal, great, golden, immortal, supreme, golden, immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, and immortal emperor. This is the classification of the immortal realm. Beyond the immortal realm there exist even more refined distinctions, Xia Liyun explained respectfully to Junlin. In that case their cultivation levels should be low-grade, golden immortal. Among them their leader, the eldest senior brother, is mid-grade, golden immortal, Junlin observed. Young master is correct. They indeed possess such cultivation, Xia Liyun responded. He was deeply puzzled. His young master's cultivation was absurdly profound, yet he seemed utterly ignorant of the cultivation realm classifications. If he did not understand the cultivation realms, how had he managed to reach such a pinnacle? Without knowing the realms beyond, how could one possibly cultivate to this level? Xia Liyun did not know, nor did he dare to ask, nor dare to speak of it. Are you ignoring me? Qing Yuan narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Junlin. Just now Junlin and the elder behind him had disregarded him entirely, chatting as though he were invisible. Enough shouting. Mere low-grade and mid-grade golden immortals, and you dare plot rebellion. Immortals of the Xian domain daring to tyrannize the lower realm. I believe it is time to reign in the Xian domain itself. Junlin set his eyes cold as ice. Set the immortal domain in order. You actually dare to say such a thing? Who do you think you are? The boundless heavenly venerable. The immortal emperor of the celestial realm. Ji Fan said disdainfully. Pitiable and pathetic mortal of the lower realm. Since you refuse to hand it over, let me give you a hand. Fan Qing, his halberd in hand, sneered coldly. He intended to forcibly seize the firmament steel from within Junlin's body. You want to help me? Then go ahead and try. Junlin said nonchalantly. So what if he was a golden immortal? A low-grade one at that. In his eyes he was merely a crawling insect, slightly sturdier than an ant. Of course all of this was predicated on strength. Only with strength could one act with such unbridled audacity. Be careful, fellow disciples. Who knows, he may have already fused the firmament steel into his body. Now that he sees we want to take it away, that is why he acts so boldly. Because he knows we have come for the firmament steely, yet it has already merged with him. If we force the issue, he may self-destruct, and that supreme treasure will disappear along with him. The crippled immortal said urgently. The crippled immortal did not want the final outcome to be Junlin self-destructing and the supreme treasure vanishing. If that happened, in order to report back and settle the matter, these fellow disciples would cut him down on the spot, without the slightest hesitation. Only then could they go back and account for themselves, saying that he had deceived them and that there was no supreme treasure at all. Sure enough, hearing the crippled immortal's words, the group of brothers all became solemn. This matter was indeed somewhat troublesome. The youth's cultivation base was at least at the true immortal realm. But who were they? Golden immortals. Even a low-grade golden immortal could leave a true immortal leagues behind in strength. A true immortal could not survive even a single exchange against them. But this was only slightly troublesome, not a major problem. If you're going to act, do it quickly. Don't dither and prattle like an old woman. Junlin said impatiently. Boy, you've got nerve. You refused the toast offered, so you'll be made to drink the penalty cup. You are the first person who has dared to show such contempt for us brothers. I will make you suffer until you wish you were dead. Today I will show you what true strength is. Fan, hot-tempered by nature, stepped forward and bellowed. Petty mortal of the lower realm, don't think that just because you have obtained some inheritance you can regard yourself as the equal of immortals. In our eyes you are nothing but garbage. Huh. Although Fan said such things with his mouth, yet when he attacked he was utterly merciless because he knew that this youth had beaten the crippled immortal until he could not fight back. It was this youth who had once torn the crippled immortal apart with his bare hands and let him escape. Even though the crippled immortal's combat power had declined greatly, a desperate suicidal strike from him could still unleash a peak-level attack. Yet even so, he had been tormented half to death by this youth. Boom. Fan struck out at once, and once he moved, he showed no restraint whatsoever. A towering aura exploded with a crash. How could these cultivators of the lower realm possibly withstand such an aura? In an instant, at least tens of thousands of people were shattered by that aura. They burst apart on the spot, leaving neither corpses nor bones. I strike without mercy, but those I kill deserve death. I am not one to slaughter the innocent. You dared to massacre people in the mortal realm. Are you not afraid that someone will call you to account? Junlin said, his eyes cold. If he had not blocked it in time, everyone remaining in the entire holy city would have perished in an instant. Huh? Call me to account. Who would dare to call me to account? They're merely ants. Dead means dead. Never mind a few tens of thousands. I've killed over 100 million. Fan roared bloodthirstily. When you walk, do you care about how many ants you crush underfoot? Fan spoke again. The meaning was obvious. Those were just a few insignificant people from the lower realm. If they died, they died. Good. Very good. You have succeeded in making me interested in you. Don't misunderstand. What I mean is I will make your death follow a rhythm. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, Junlin vanished completely from where he stood. What? I cannot catch the slightest trace of his figure. Qing Yuan's expression changed at once, and he said in alarm. He was a mid-grade golden immortal, his cultivation higher than these junior brothers, but now he sensed that the situation might be serious. At the same time, he began to crave the firmament steel with intense greed. The crippled immortal had stated it very clearly. This youth had obtained the firmament steel only a few short days ago. In just those few short days, the youth's cultivation had skyrocketed to such a level. A teenage immortal. Who the hell could believe that? It seemed that the firmament steel was indeed a supreme treasure beyond doubt. Slap. Ant. Slap. Junlin suddenly appeared beside Fan and delivered a barrage of blows to his face. Tisk tisk tsk. As expected, immortals really have thick faces. Slapping them feels wonderful. Junlin clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at Fan. Oh, you dare humiliate me. Die. Star-shattering finger. Fan flew into a rage. He had actually been humiliated by slaps from a mortal of the lower realm. His right index finger began to gather light, dazzling and blinding, condensing to the size of a soybean. It then formed an exceedingly terrifying beam that shot straight toward Junlin. Under the beam's power, the void split open with a long gash before automatically healing itself. Void arts, the great cosmos. Junlin sneered coldly. This was the supreme art among 100,000 cultivation techniques and secret arts, the great cosmos art. Among the 100,000 cultivation arts and secret techniques that Junlin had obtained back, then even supreme rank arts were regarded as the lowest tier. Naturally, to this very day, he still had no idea what the supreme rank truly signified. Suddenly, before Fan, a circular black hole forged from the void materialized. It was not large, merely the size of a single person. Yet boundless devouring force surged forth from it. Fan's attack was swallowed entirely by that devouring power. He even lost his footing and nearly pitched headlong into the black hole. Fan was greatly alarmed. His opponent, utterly relaxed and at ease, had dealt with him with nothing more than a casual wave of the hand. Meanwhile, on the other side, a black hole likewise emerged behind Qing Yuan and Fan Qing. But neither of the two was aware of it, their solemn gazes locked upon the black hole that had just devoured Fan's attack. In their minds, they schemed and calculated, wondering whether their own attacks would be swallowed as well. Suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost, Fan's eyes flew wide open as he stared at Qing Yuan and Fan Qing in sheer disbelief. The two furrowed their brows, unable to comprehend why Ji Fan was looking at them with such an expression. The grand cosmos art produced absolutely no spatial fluctuations, visible yet intangible. Watch out, Ji Fan bellowed. Boom. A thunderous blast resounded as Qing Yuan and Fan Qing whirled around to defend themselves. Yi Junlin had redirected Ji Fan's attack to directly behind them, but they reacted far too slowly. Though they managed to block the blow, they were caught utterly off guard. Fan Qing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His strength was on par with Ji Fan's, and now he was defending in frantic haste. He was wounded on the spot. Qing Yuan's expression turned grim. His upper garment had been blasted to shreds. Although the attack had not injured him, it had caused him to lose all face. Fine. Very well. How many years has it been? How many years since I last suffered an injury? Young man, you have successfully provoked my fury. Qing Yuan's eyes turned icy cold, a flash of scarlet flickering through them. Ji Fan, Fan Qing, and the others understood that Qing Yuan was genuinely enraged now. This was a sign that he was about to go berserk. Blood Dragon Claw. A terrifying mutation ravaged Qing Yuan's right hand. In an instant, it was covered with countless blood-red scales, exuding an aesthetic of extreme violence. His arm began to swell, becoming more than 10 times thicker than his left arm. It was covered in vivid crimson veins, looking utterly horrifying. At the same time, the void warped. The very space of this realm could not withstand Qing Yuan's aura. Boy, are you ready? Qing Yuan asked coldly. Die. Qing Yuan swung his immensely thick right arm, his fingers transformed into dragon claws. Sharp enough to pierce metal and split stone, they stabbed straight down at Yi Junlin. Qing Yuan knew that if he resorted to a mystical technique, Yi Junlin would very likely use that black hole to pull a sleight of hand and redirect the attack elsewhere. Thus, he directly relied upon the trump card of his physical body. Surely Yi Junlin could not transfer this as well. But as ever, ideals run plump while reality runs lean. Just as Qing Yuan's attack was about to reach Yi Junlin void art grand cosmos, Yi Junlin gave a sinister smile, then lightly swept his hand in the direction from which Qing Yuan's strike had come. Qing Yuan swore it had indeed been a light, effortless sweep from Yi Junlin, as casual as shooing away a stray cat or dog, utterly unremarkable. Qing Yuan's expression drastically changed. A black hole had appeared before him, small just the size of his fist, and it neatly drew his arm into it. He could not fathom it. He had clearly not used any magical technique, so why was he still unable to escape this void black hole? Watch out, Qing Yuan shouted. He was a mid-tier golden immortal, a cultivation base that these junior brothers were naturally no match for. A single blow from him could very well kill them all. But although he had warned them, the chasm in cultivation realms was simply too vast. A black hole appeared directly above Fan Qing's head. Yet Fan Qing remained completely oblivious, still staring fixedly at the space behind him. After all, it was the black hole that had appeared behind him earlier that had caused his injury. A cheap trick. I'd like to see how you ambush me this time. Halberd in hand, Fan Qing declared, his gaze locked behind him. He decided that the moment a black hole appeared, he would turn and flee. After all, a full-force blow from a mid-tier golden immortal was simply beyond his ability to withstand. He was still but a weakling. Though his talent was formidable, even the most powerful talent required time to mature. At this moment, Qing Yuan simply could not reign in his power. If he forcibly withdrew his force, his arm would at the very least be utterly ruined, a prospect he was unwilling to accept. If two paths were laid before him, one being the crippling of his own arm, the other the life of a junior brother, he would rather sacrifice his junior brother's life to keep himself whole. You fool, it's above your head, Ji Fan called out from afar. Although he and Fan Qing had never seen eye to eye, they were, after all, fellow disciples of the same sect. He would not go so far as to risk his life to save Fan Qing, but shouting a word of warning was certainly within his means. What? Fan Qing's face changed drastically. Although he and Ji Fan had never seen eye to eye at this moment, he was in no mood to bicker with Ji Fan over the word fool. He poured all of his immortal power into turning around and fleeing. He did not even have the courage to take a glance at the black hole. Boom. At that very moment, a wave of utterly terrifying fluctuations erupted above his head. He could clearly sense the violent, wild aura coming from above. That aura belonged to their senior brother Qing Yuan. My life is over. I refuse to accept this. I haven't yet become a peerless, immortal emperor, yet today, I am destined to fall here. Fan Qing's face was full of despair as he stared at senior brother Qing Yuan with bitter resentment. He knew that if senior brother withdrew his force, he would not die. At worst, he would be severely injured. But judging by the present circumstances, senior brother had never intended to withdraw his force at all. It was obvious that senior brother would rather see him dead than endure even a trace of harm to himself. Fan Qing no longer resisted, but closed both eyes, knowing full well that any resistance was futile. But at that moment, an unforeseen change occurred. A vast, overwhelming cyan light burst forth from Fan Qing's body. The cyan light slowly gathered into an enormous palm. The enormous cyan palm floated silently above Fan Qing's head. Not even the faintest trace of violent aura leaked out from it. There was only quiet detachment and serenity. Master. Fan Qing opened his eyes and murmured. Realizing that the blood dragon claw had still not descended, he called out loudly. I never expected Master would always favor you, little junior brother. He actually left a protective talisman on you. Ji Fan burned with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Senior brother Ji Fan, you must be joking. Perhaps Master has left protective talismans on you as well. Having escaped disaster by a hair's breadth, Fan Qing spoke, with a slightly changed tone. Ji Fan was taken aback because Fan Qing rarely addressed him as second senior brother. Usually his attitude toward him was not very friendly. This kid is a troublesome one. Let's withdraw, little junior brother Fan Qing. This senior brother simply failed to react just now. I failed to hold back my force. I hope you won't take it to heart, little junior brother. Qing Yuan walked to Fan Qing's side and said. He knew very well that none of them could possibly have a protective talisman from Master on their bodies. It could be said that Fan Qing alone enjoyed Master's special favor. Whether it was heavenly treasures and earthly wonders elixirs, or divine arts, the first person Master considered was always Fan Qing. After all, Fan Qing's talent was outstanding. When tested by the talent stone, it had been marked as blue-grade. For that reason, Master held him in high regard and believed that he would at least grow to the cultivation level of a Grand Superior Immortal. A Grand Superior Immortal. That was an expert standing at the same realm as their master. Reaching such a realm meant having the chance to serve beneath the Immortal Emperor. From then on, one would follow the Immortal Emperor as the supreme authority and enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Their master was now a guard captain under the Azure Immortal Emperor of the North. Even as a mere guard captain, his authority was terrifyingly immense. Who would dare to oppose someone beneath the Immortal Emperor? How could that be, senior brother? You are the senior brother after all. If your little junior brother dies, then he dies. It's really no great loss. Once I return, I will certainly explain the reasons for today's matter to Master. I also understand your helplessness, senior brother. Please set your mind at ease. Fan Qing said all this with a smile on his face. Qing Yuan's expression turned grim in an instant. Fan Qing's words were a threat to him. He lowered his head and a flicker of killing intent flashed through his eyes before vanishing. Then, as if he had changed his face, he raised his head with a face full of warm, genial smiles. He did not dare to make a move against Fan Qing, because he feared that Master might have left other safeguards within Fan Qing's body. If he acted rashly once they returned, he might not die, but 1,000 years of facing the wall was an absolute certainty. It was even possible that his cultivation would be stripped away. He could not afford such a risk. Little junior brother, you and I came from the same master's door. Please do not hold this against me. This is just a small token from your senior brother. Do not refuse it, junior brother. Qing Yuan took an immortal pill radiating cyan light from his bosom and handed it to Fan Qing with a pained, reluctant expression. A Qingxian pill. Fan Qing's expression stiffened. This senior brother was certainly bold, actually using a Qingxian pill to make peace with him. Senior brother, how could I accept such a generous gift? Fan Qing said, but his hands took the Qingxian pill without the slightest hesitation. Watching this, the corners of Qing Yuan's mouth twitched violently. There was no other way. When one stands under another person's eaves, one must bow one's head. Have you all finished talking? If not, it doesn't matter. You can continue on the road to the Yellow Springs. At that moment, Junlin said indifferently. Weren't these people talking far too much? Boy, I admit that you are strong, but do you honestly believe you can keep all of us here? Ji Fan looked at Junlin and said with a sneer. In their view, aside from that one move just now, Junlin was no match for them. Then they simply would not fight. If none of them fought, Junlin's so-called great cosmos art would naturally be of no use. If they wanted to leave, leaving would be effortless. This was a problem they could not solve, but they could be certain that Junlin absolutely carried the supreme treasure, the firmament steel. That was enough. The rest could be left to their master. When the time came, if they offered it to the Immortal Emperor, their rewards would be endless. Junlin only knew that one technique of transferring the attack. As long as they did not strike him, he had no countermeasure against them. Oh really? You desire that Sanxiong tablet? It is right here. Come and take it. Junlin said, withdrawing a small and exquisite stone tablet from his universe ring. To be honest, in the eyes of immortals, this miniature stone tablet appeared utterly unremarkable. They could not even detect anything of value within it. Yet the four of them immediately fixed their eyes upon it, for it was this very artifact that had allowed the youth to rise to such a remarkable level in merely a few days. Indeed, such a supreme treasure was extraordinary, having already returned to a state of pristine simplicity. Outsiders would find it extremely difficult to discern its profound mysteries. If I were to obtain it, I could surpass Master in the shortest time, and then. Qing Yuan's eyes burned with intense fervor. If he possessed such a treasure, he would no longer need to endure his master's disfavor. Likewise, he would not have to fear punishment for offending this younger disciple of the Fan family. Would he still need to bow to others then? Each of the fellow disciples harbored their own ambitions. Then keep it well. Our master shall come to claim it in due course. They ultimately restrained their inner cravings. This youth was too bizarre, capable of redirecting their attacks in ways they could not break through. With no choice, they could only retreat. Third brother, you performed excellently this time. Returning to master will spare you punishment. Come return with us, Qing Yuan said to Qian. At this moment, Qian's body had completely recovered, his true immortal cultivation fully exposed. Thank you, senior brother. I shall obey whatever senior brother decides. Qian said submissively. Leave? You must still be dreaming. Did you not wish to forcibly seize that Sanqiong tablet? Were you not intent on killing me? Now the opportunity lies right before you. Either kill me, or all of you shall perish together. Choose one. Yi Junlin said to the four of them. What you think you can force us for to stay? What nonsense? Ji Fan said dismissively. After all, they still had not discerned the youth's true cultivation. But if his cultivation surpassed theirs, why had he not revealed it from the beginning? Therefore they concluded that Yi Junlin only possessed that one great universe technique of deflecting attacks. Qian sought to kill me and seize my body to obtain that Sanqiong tablet. You treat those of the lower realm as mere cats and dogs to be slaughtered at will. Today none of you shall leave. I say so. Even Jesus himself could not stop me. Yi Junlin said to the four, then waved his hand. Xiao Luyan understood at once. The young master simply had no interest in such ants, which was why he spoke thus. He had only been playing along just now. Leave their heads. Perhaps we shall encounter their master upon reaching the immortal realm. In that case, this would make a splendid gift. Yi Junlin said calmly. Hey, youth and an old servant attempting to defy heaven and slay immortals. What a hilarious tale. Ha ha ha. The senior and junior brothers burst into laughter. Clearly in their eyes, Xiao Luyun was nothing but an aged servant. A youth being remarkably extraordinary could be understood. That was due to the Sanqiong tablet. But judging by their demeanor, they clearly came from some remote backwater. Could this old man also possess the Sanqiong tablet? This servant obeys the young master's command. Xiao Luyun said respectfully to Yi Junlin. He did not even bother acknowledging their mockery. Then in a flicker his body vanished from the spot. Ga. The four of them stiffened instantly, their faces darkening as the laughter died. Because they could not see where the old man had gone. They could perceive not even a trace of his movement. This was not merely a martial art of movement, it was as though he had simply ceased to exist in the air. This was the sign of reaching a certain pinnacle of cultivation, meaning their realm was vastly inferior to Xiao Luyun's. It was highly likely that Xiao Luyun had already reached Golden Immortal, or perhaps even beyond Great Upper Immortal. They were terrified, appalled. An old servant yet possessed such cultivation. Who exactly was this youth? He was certainly no ordinary person from some remote corner of the lower realm. Could he be the son of an immortal emperor undergoing trials in the lower realm? If so, his cultivation could be explained. It had nothing to do with the Sanqiong tablet. The moment this thought arose, they were all drenched in cold sweat. But now they had no time to ponder further because Xiao Luyun had appeared before them. As senior, we were wrong. Qing Yuan fell to his knees in the void, speaking bitterly. Yet he was interrupted before he could finish. Because his head had already fallen. Xiao Luyun needed no extra words or movements. He merely swept his palm and plucked lightly. Heads dropped from all the dead. Yet they did not perish immediately. You betrayed us. Qing Yuan stared at Qian with eyes full of hatred, then expired. The crippled immortal was choked with grievance, but could not voice it. At this point, how could he fail to understand? It was never that Sanqiong steel that had let this youth grow so swiftly. Rather, the youth's own background was extraordinary. With such a formidable old man following at his side, could he possibly be an ordinary person? But now they had no time to ponder these questions, for Xiao Luyun had already taken all their heads. Everyone was utterly aghast. They had never imagined that this young man, strikingly handsome to the extreme, and whom they had originally taken for an unremarkable nobody, could be so extraordinary. First, his talent was terrifying to the extreme, then he revealed a cultivation base that was terrifying to the extreme. Could such a person truly be from the Tianwu continent? But what about this supremely terrifying old servant? As cultivators of the Tianwu continent, their experience and insight into cultivation were limited. The highest cultivation realm they had ever witnessed was merely the true immortal stage. As for the crippled immortals' senior brothers, they understood nothing of their cultivation at all, for such heights truly lay beyond their imagination. Could he be a celestial immortal? A celestial immortal so young? Someone murmured to himself. They had long since been stupefied from the very beginning until now their minds were completely frozen. It all happened too quickly, so quickly that they could not even react. It seemed to take but a blink of an eye. First, the crippled immortal came to recruit a disciple targeting this youth. Then this youth displayed the arrogant bearing of one who rules the world and crushed everything in his path. In the end, the crippled immortals' senior brothers descended, true celestial immortals, existences they could not even hope to look up to. But these celestial immortals were utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. In this youth's eyes, immortals, nothing more than that. Everyone was rooted in place, their eyes vacant, staring blankly at Junlin. What? Who dares to kill my disciples? I will make you wish you were dead. In the immortal realm, the grand immortal Junlin threw back his head and bellowed. His figure appeared outside the palace. His several disciples had all perished, their bodies destroyed, and their Tao gone. Could it be that there truly is a peerless treasure in the lower realm, and immortals have gone down there? Grand immortal Junlin set his gaze like lightning. Pass on my orders, strictly watch the path of ascension. The moment anyone ascends, report to me at once. After issuing the command, Junlin vanished. There is nothing here worth lingering for. Liuyan, prepare yourself. We set off for the immortal realm. Such were the words Junlin said to Xiao Luyan. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyan answered. Xiao Luyan then took a single step and appeared high in the sky. Boom. Xiao Luyan clenched his fist and threw a punch. The void split apart inch by inch, and a golden passageway appeared beneath his feet. Wan Xia is it? Take this. Consider it the reward for teaching me the roaming dragon steps back then. Junlin appeared before Wan Xia in a single step and produced the Zhangxiong steel as he spoke. This. Is it really for me? I cannot accept it, Wan Xia said firmly. Take it. This thing is like a chicken's rib to me, utterly useless, without any value. Junlin handed the Zhangxiong steel in his hand to Wan Xia as he said this. This also settled a karmic debt. From then on they would know each other no more. Wan Xia gritted her silver teeth and ultimately accepted it. She knew that from the moment she took the Zhangxiong steel, she and Junlin would belong to two different worlds. Although they had never existed in the same world, at least they had once walked the same road together. It was on her training journey that she had come across this intriguing youth, fascinating yet decisive in killing. At first she had thought this youth was merely at the great martial master realm. But as they grew acquainted, she thought he was a martial ancestor, then a martial sovereign, later a martial saint, and finally a martial emperor. Yet she was wrong time and again this youth managed to remain unruffled in the face of sudden changes. At the same time she was filled with shock and awe. For Wan Xia had once investigated Junlin's background. This Junlin was nothing more than a young lad from a tiny village in the Xia kingdom. How could his cultivation be so profound? Now she understood. All of this was probably an illusion created by the power behind Junlin. Otherwise, no matter how astonishing this youth was, how could he have become invincible the moment he left his village? The more she learned even the slightest bit about Junlin, the more appalled she became. Xiao Luyan had never had any connection with Junlin before, yet it was only natural that one was master and the other was servant. This strongly suggested that Junlin had most likely been sent out by his clan to gain experience. Now that the time had arrived, the clan had sent powerful experts to escort him home. Train well and farewell, Junlin said with a slight smile to Wan Xia. He then stepped toward the golden avenue high in the heavens. This was the immortal path, the road that all who became immortals must take. It looked like a golden avenue, but in truth it hid countless unknown dangers. It was not as splendid as it appeared. This too was a trial for attaining immortality. Boom. Sure enough, no sooner had Junlin set foot on the golden avenue than a thunderbolt exploded from a clear sky. A colossal pillar of lightning thousands of li in diameter descended and smashed straight toward the crown of Junlin's head. Scram! Junlin looked coldly at the thunder above his head and spat out one icy word. Without warning, the thunderbolt in the sky vanished into thin air. Even the tribulation clouds that had been gathering simply dispersed. The heavenly tribulation did not dare to strike Junlin, so it scattered on its own. A heavenly and earthly force so mighty disappeared without a trace just because of a single word from him. Wan Xia's eyes were vacant as she murmured to herself. Junlin's cultivation had long since surpassed her understanding of this world. Perhaps a dragon among men like him was rarely seen, even in all the world. That all the world here did not refer to the Tianwu continent, but to the world Junlin had come from. Ever since I arrived in this world, I have always stayed on the Tianwu continent. There is some affection between us after all. Rise, Junlin said as he looked at the Tianwu continent beneath his feet. A grand formation covering the entire Tianwu continent rose from the earth. This is a guardian formation. From now on, no lawless one will be able to descend upon Tianwu. Train hard, and one day you shall ascend and become immortals. After leaving these words, Junlin ascended heavenward together with Xiao Luyan. Everyone was stunned. Before leaving, Junlin had laid down a formation that covered all of Tianwu, preventing even immortals from descending. At the same time, they marveled to discover that the spiritual energy of the entire world seemed to have become nearly 100 times denser. They knew that all of this was the young man's masterstroke. After Junlin disappeared, someone looked at Wan Xia with greedy eyes. and said that Sangqiong's steel is on her. Why don't we? Slap. A person should not be so insatiable. This was bestowed upon her by the immortal. How dare you covet it? Are you courting death? The mere fact that the immortal made the spiritual energy of the Tianwu continent 100 times denser is already a great fortune, said the man who had just slapped the one who had spoken. How can one be so insatiably greedy? Everyone was censuring that man. Wan Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Had this crowd all turned on her at once, she feared she would be hard-pressed to hold her ground. Of course, she understood perfectly well that all of this was thanks to Yi Junlin's awe-inspiring might. A man capable of laying down such a grand formation. They dreaded that he was privy to their every move. Though their cultivation was meager, they were far from fools. What did a supreme treasure matter? In the face of absolute power, one might be fortunate enough to seize it, yet never fortunate enough to live and wield it. In truth, when did Yi Junlin ever have the time to bother with them? Even should Wan Xia perish, he would not lift a finger. It would merely be a matter of her inferior skill. Not even the faintest ripple would stir within his heart. Beautiful as Wan Xia was, she could never be the ideal match resting in Yi Junlin's heart. They were merely passers-by, nothing more, nothing less. So this is the immortal realm. Yi Junlin and Xia Luyun came to a halt in an unfamiliar place, gazing at the golden gate that towered 3,000 zhang ahead of them. Chengxian Gate. This golden gate's name was the Chengxian Gate. Step across it, and one would become an immortal in the truest sense of the word. Who goes there ahead? State your names at once. A golden armored soldier stood within the gate, calling out loudly. Yi Junlin, an ascender from the Tianwu continent. Xia Luyun, an ascender from the Tianwu continent. Yi Junlin gave his name. What? Ascended from the Tianwu continent. Go. Quickly report to the Grand Immortal. Someone has come up from the Tianwu continent. The golden armored soldier's expression shifted, and he immediately spoke to the soldier beside him. The ascension passage of the Tianwu continent fell precisely within the jurisdiction of the Northern Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. Is the registration done? Can we enter now? Yi Junlin asked nonchalantly. With the level of cultivation the two of them possessed, he had naturally caught every word the golden armored soldier had just uttered. Yet he paid it no heed. After all, when one's cultivation is mighty enough, one truly can look down upon all things. What's the hurry? Can't you see I'm cultivating? Go wait over there. You may enter only when I say you may enter. The golden armored soldier said impatiently. He was awaiting the Grand Immortal's arrival. Even a watchdog at the gate dares to be this insolent. It seems your confidence is rather substantial. Yi Junlin was the son of the human emperor. How could he ever use his status to browbeat others? If word spread that the human emperor's son was leaning on his authority to oppress others, his father would be disgraced. Thus from the very beginning he had followed the rules and stated his identity properly. But when one offers face and another spurns it, one can hardly be blamed for what follows. Insolence. Close the gate. If I refuse to let you in, let's see how the hell you get in. The golden armored soldier sneered. For so many years which ascender from the lower realm had not treated them with the utmost courtesy and deference. They would not even dare to breathe heavily in their presence. They would even prove savvy enough to present the treasures they themselves held most precious. Yet now two people who had just ascended actually dared to be this rude. Not speaking pleasantly was already bad enough. They even went so far as to strike a lofty condescending pose. Who did they take themselves for? Did they still imagine themselves supreme and exalted as they had been in the lower realm? Which one of them guarding this immortal gate was not a true immortal? Those who had just ascended were at the very best in the immortal fire realm. Having only recently kindled their immortal fire, these soldiers could snuff it out at any moment they pleased. Truly one who spurns the face offered. Very well, I would also like to see which cursed grand immortal you speak of dares to come seeking trouble with me. Yi Junlin said. The instant those words were spoken, the golden armored soldier's mind short-circuited. How in the hell could he have heard their whispered words across such an immense distance? Was this the immortal fire realm? Yet terrified as the golden armored soldier was, he remained utterly unruffled. For he was a man of the Northern Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. As the old saying goes, when one leans against a great tree, one enjoys generous shade. This immortal gate serves no purpose anyway. Others ascend here through 1,000 trials and tribulations only to have to read your moods, and then suffer your torments. What point is there in keeping it? Smash it. Yi Junlin shook his head and spoke. Ha, what did I just hear? Smash it. Oh, come on. This is the gate of the immortal realm. Smash it, you say? It may not be a supreme treasure, but it is exceedingly hard. Even if a grand immortal descended, they could not leave so much as the faintest scratch. The golden armored soldier mocked him with utter abandon. Boom. Yi Junlin was never one for idle words. Without further ado, he threw a punch. There was not a trace of energy rippling around his fist. A thoroughly plain, unremarkable punch. The golden armored soldiers inside the gate laughed until tears streamed from their eyes. That's it. And here I thought you were something amazing. A punch like that. You're probably going to be hurting for quite a while, aren't you? The golden-armored soldiers mocked without restraint. Thud. No earth-shattering sound echoed out. Thump. Crack. Junlin withdrew his fist. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I can't take it. My stomach hurts. Seeing that the immortal gate had not sustained the slightest damage, the golden-armored soldiers burst into laughter on the spot. We all heard that crack just now. Could this brat's arm have snapped? A golden-armored soldier howled with mirth. That's definitely. Before his words were even finished, however, everyone saw that the immortal gate was densely covered with cracks. A sight to make one's hair stand on end. The fissures raced outward in all directions like a spider's web. Boom. Then with a thunderous crash it collapsed, dust and debris billowing into the air. They were truly stunned, utterly incapable of believing the evidence of their own eyes. The immortal gate is shattered. The golden-armored soldier said, his gaze vacant, his voice trembling with disbelief. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Report this at once. At this moment, the golden-armored soldiers were thrown into complete chaos. A shattered immortal gate was unquestionably a momentous disaster. The immortal gate represented the grand entrance of an immortal dynasty. In other words, its very honor and face. The primary purpose of the immortal gate was to draw in the brilliant prodigies who ascended from the lower realm. After all of the 4 immortal emperors in the immortal realm, 3 had come up from below. From that point on, their rise had become an unstoppable torrent sweeping across all before them until they founded immortal dynasties that would awe a myriad of ages. What is all this frantic flustering? Have you no decorum at all? Just then a figure descended from the sky. Taking in the chaotic, golden-armored soldiers with a frown, he rebuked them sternly. The newcomer wore a voluminous purple Taoist robe, his hair hanging loose and unbound. Grand Immortal Ziyun, the people you were looking for. They smashed the immortal gate. The golden-armored soldiers said in terror. The ones I was looking for. Could it be? Grand Immortal Ziyun's gaze cut through the air like lightning, sweeping toward Junlin and Xia Luyan. Rubbish. What do you mean the ones I was looking for? Which of you has been falsifying my words? I was merely passing by. Seeing that nothing is amiss here, this immortal shall take his leave. Ziyun's pupils contracted violently at first. Then, after fiercely dressing down the golden-armored soldiers, he turned to depart. He was no fool. With the immortal gate shattered, why would he remain here any longer? To court death? Grand Immortal Z, they truly are the ones you were looking for. All right. They ascended from the Tianwu continent. Certain that Ziyun had failed to register his words, the golden-armored soldier immediately repeated himself. At that very moment, Ziyun's heart was on the verge of collapse. He was seized by a panic like never before. He truly wished he could slap this infuriating fool to death. This oblivious fool. Could someone capable of shattering the immortal gate really be someone he could afford to provoke? At this moment, he truly wished he could slap the golden-armored soldier to death. The one this upper immortal seeks. How could it possibly be them? Besides, are you abusing your authority to block others from ascending? Ziyun barked, blustering, but inwardly fearful. At this moment, Ziyun stood tall and righteous as he denounced the golden-armored soldier. No, great upper immortal. It was you who ordered us to stop those ascending from the Tianwu continent. The golden-armored soldier said in disbelief. The order had indeed been given by the great upper immortal. There was no mistake. They could not understand why Ziyun, the great upper immortal, refused to acknowledge it at all. Even if the other party was so powerful that he shattered the immortal gate, Ziyun had no reason to act like this. Behind them stood the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty of the North, one of the most formidable forces in the immortal realm. Besides, now that they had provoked such a ruthless person, they desperately wished to shift the blame onto Ziyun. They could not handle this opponent. They were mere underlings. Even if they died, it was in vain. The Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty probably would not care whether they lived or died. But Ziyun was different. Ziyun was one of the commanders under the Azure Emperor. If Ziyun died, the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty would absolutely not sit by and do nothing. After all, the death of a commander would be a slap to the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty's face. Although this might invite Ziyun's retaliation, judging by the current trend, Ziyun could not win and might well die. A dead Ziyun posed no threat to these golden-armored soldiers whatsoever. Silence. This upper immortal said, it is not so, and it is not so. Are you courting death? How dare you question this upper immortal? The upper immortal, Ziyun said coldly, blazing with boundless cold light in his eyes. He was truly exasperated. These soldiers were not too bright. He had already said it so plainly, yet they still failed to catch on. Young friends, first of all, welcome you two to the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. This commander congratulates you both on your ascension and welcomes you on behalf of the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. This commander is fortunate to enjoy the Immortal Emperor's favor, having followed him through campaigns north and south over the years. Of course, as one of the most powerful immortal dynasties in the immortal realm, the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty is constantly attracting peerless talents and mighty experts. I wonder if my young friend is interested in joining our dynasty. Upper Immortal Ziyun said with a smile. On the surface, he was introducing the dynasty, but in reality, he was saying, I am someone at the immortal emperor's side. You know the immortal emperor. He carries quite a lot of weight. In the eyes of those in the immortal realm, the immortal emperors are far more than merely influential. Each one is a world-shaking titan. No interest, but I think you will be very interested in these. Yi Junlin gave Xia Luyan a nod and said, swoosh. Xia Luyan waved his hand, and 4 objects flew straight towards Ziyun. Ziyun's gaze was puzzled at first. He did not understand what Yi Junlin had meant by interested in these. But then his gaze sharpened. He saw clearly 4 heads were flying toward him. From the very beginning, Yi Junlin had sensed that Ziyun's aura was of the same origin as that of the 4 immortals killed in the lower realm. Combined with what the golden armored soldiers had just said, Yi Junlin knew that this man was the master of the 4 immortals from the lower realm. You cursed wretches. You are already dead. Why come back? A flicker of killing intent passed through Ziyun's eyes, and he instantly roared in fury, blasting the 4 heads into powder. Alas, young friend, you may not know, but these were my 4 disciples. I do not know why they went down to the lower realm. Ziyun continued. It's nothing. Your disciples coveted a supreme treasure on me and wanted to kill me for it. But I disposed of them all. Yi Junlin shook his head as if it were of no importance. Alas, all because my guidance was insufficient that things have come to this today. I also bear responsibility. Ziyun's aged tears flowed freely, and for a moment, he seemed truly sorrowful. He seemed to have aged a great deal all at once with an air of desolation and loneliness. Yes, bringing up disciples who run amok and harm others. You are indeed responsible. When disciples heir you as their master, must bear the responsibility too. Yi Junlin said calmly. Seeing the disciples was enough to know what kind of master they had. Every one of his disciples had been arrogant and tyrannical, not one was a kind-hearted person. Yes, I bear responsibility. I will immediately go back and face the wall for 100 years, alas. Ziyun spoke with deep sincerity, and tears could be seen in his eyes. This was not an act, it was genuine. His most beloved young disciple Fan Xing was gone. He had always treated Fan Xing as his own son and taught him with painstaking care. He had even left life-saving measures upon Fan Xing's body. Unexpectedly, this one trip to the lower realm had cost him all 4 disciples. If it had been merely the other 3, he would not have been so distressed. But Fan Xing alone was far, far stronger than the other 3 put together. No need to face the wall. Yi Junlin looked at Ziyun and said, Young friend, there is no need to persuade me further. You are right. They erred and I have responsibility as well. They have already died, body and Tao extinguished. The remaining penance shall be done by me, their master. Ziyun declared with righteous conviction. He had thought this young man was moved by compassion, which was why he insisted. What I mean is wall facing is utterly useless. You should atone with death. Yi Junlin shrugged and said, in that case, I will follow young friend's advice and atone with death. What? Just as Ziyun was about to seize the opening and go along with him, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He had thought Yi Junlin was trying to persuade him to let the matter go since debts are cleared once people die. But he had not expected the young man to be so ruthless, actually telling him to kill himself. Young friend, what did you just say? Ziyun asked cautiously. I said atone with death. You raise disciples like this. If you don't die, who should? If you lack the capability, don't follow others in taking disciples. Go and reincarnate. If you set out now, maybe you can still meet your dear disciples on the road to reincarnation. Yi Junlin said, looking at Ziyun. Boy, don't think I this venerable am afraid of you. Do you know who stands behind me? The entire Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty. If you kill me, the Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty will hunt you down without end. By then heaven will not answer, and earth will not respond. The entire immortal realm will have no place for you. Ziyun blustered, though fear lurked beneath his fierce words. He no longer kept up the act. Since matters had already come to a head, he hardened his tone. His main fear just now was that Yi Junlin would kill him on the spot. If he died, then even if he were avenged, it would be pointless. So he had been stalling for time all along, because he had already sent a summons. Liu Yun, help him along. Yi Junlin had no desire to act against such a person himself. Yes, young master. In an instant, Xia Luyun appeared before Ziyun like a ghost. Wait. If you kill me, the entire Azure Emperor Immortal Dynasty will not spare you. Ziyun screamed frantically. He was using the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty to intimidate them. Because he did not want to die, the reinforcements had not yet arrived and he needed to buy more time. From the very first moment he saw Yi Junlin, he had never intended to let him go. After all, his several disciples had all died at Yi Junlin's hands. Of course, revenge was a trivial matter. What really mattered was the supreme treasure Yi Junlin had just mentioned carrying on his person. This treasure was what Ziyun truly coveted. But now Yi Junlin gave him no chance at all, intending to kill him outright. Kill him. We'll keep waiting here. I'd also like to see how these so-called people of the Immortal Dynasty handle things. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said. Then he headed straight for the golden armored soldiers. They were instantly scared out of their wits. What was this young man coming over for? Was he coming to kill them? This was a person who could slay even a grand upper immortal as casually as he pleased. But unexpectedly Junlin did not pay them any attention. He simply found a spot. Taking a chair out of his Chinquan ring, he sat down on it comfortably. Damn it! Ziyun's expression changed drastically. The old man was much too fast. He was so fast that Ziyun could not react at all, unable even to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Ziyun had never intended to fight him, perhaps because of the smashed immortal gate. A grand upper immortal could absolutely not shatter the immortal gate with a single punch. The other party's cultivation was above grand upper immortal, and that was still the cultivation level of the young man sitting not far away. As for this old man, judging from the exchange now, he was definitely a supremely terrifying powerhouse. Ziyun now only wanted to figure out how to escape. But before Xiao Luoyun, he did not even have the right to flee. The young lord wants you dead, so you should die gratefully, instead of putting up a vain struggle. Xiao Luoyun looked at Ziyun and said, I don't believe it. Escape. Ziyun roared. This old man was too dreadful. Even his mere aura was something Ziyun could not withstand. It was the same feeling he had when facing the supreme immortal emperor. The thought made his heart skip a beat. Then he shook his head vigorously. An old servant, how could he stand shoulder to shoulder with the immortal emperor? Ziyun took an escape talisman out of his robe, and in an instant light blazed brilliantly. This escape talisman had been a reward from the immortal emperor long ago for merits Ziyun had rendered. Though it was called an escape talisman, it was actually the Qinquan realm-breaking talisman capable of traversing no less than 100 million li in an instant. He had always kept it close to his body, and now it finally came in handy. Boy, once I return and report this, all of you just wait to die. I will definitely make you pay. You killed my disciples. This blood debt will never be forgotten. Ziyun felt some heartache over the talisman, but he still shouted with great confidence, venting all his pent-up frustration as his murderous intent kept surging. Then a void portal appeared before Ziyun, leading to the unknown. Ziyun shot Junlin and the other person a vicious glare, then turned and walked into the void passage. Within an inch space yields at my will. Xiao Luoyun softly spoke a single line, then opened his palm. And then, there was no, and then. He simply stood there quietly looking at his palm. In that instant it seemed that heaven and earth were turning upside down, even the power of time and the long river of years were disturbed. The void squirmed, and then everyone saw an inconceivable sight. Ziyun, who had already left using the realm-breaking talisman, now reappeared in Xiao Luoyun's palm. That's right, Ziyun had appeared right in Xiao Luoyun's palm. Except that Ziyun was now much smaller than an ant. Damn it, I've finally escaped. All of you just wait. Once I report this, I will definitely get revenge. Boy, the supreme treasure belongs to me. You can't get away. If I fail to avenge this, I am unworthy to be called an upper immortal. Ha ha. Having survived the crisis, Ziyun laughed maniacally in the center of Xiao Luoyun's palm. Leave? Where would you go? Xiao Luoyun asked with interest. To the immortal dynasty, of course. Where else could I go? Almost instinctively Ziyun answered directly. Who is speaking? Immediately snapping back to alertness, he stared at the 5 pillars around him and shouted sharply. The place where he was currently standing was barren and lifeless. Not even a single hair, no, not even a single blade of grass. There were only 5 pillars. Look up and see. Xiao Luoyun said with keen interest. Ga? How did you grow so big? Is this a Dharma golden body? Ziyun looked up and was taken aback. He had clearly used the realm-breaking talisman, so what was happening now? Why was he still in this old man's palm? Had this old man grown so powerful that even the realm-breaking talisman could not fly out of his palm? Go to reincarnation. Xiao Luoyun did not say anything more, slowly closing his palm into a fist. No, don't. I hate this. Ziyun only had time to utter those words before Xiao Luoyun crushed him. Neither corpse nor bone remained. All the golden-armored soldiers trembled in fear. A dignified grand upper immortal had been crushed directly, without even the ability to flee. How could such an expert possibly have come up from the lower realm? Could it be that everyone from the lower realm was this ferocious? They stood as if turned to stone, not daring to move, not even daring to breathe. They were terrified that someone might annihilate them, because their breathing was too loud. Junlin was waiting for the reinforcements Ziyun had sent word to earlier. Without saying a word, these golden-armored soldiers wished they could immediately dig a hole and bury themselves so that they could disappear and have no presence at all. Who damaged the immortal gate of my Qingdi immortal dynasty? So audacious. Do you have no regard for my Qingdi immortal dynasty? A furious roar sounded. A burly man wearing a golden crown and battle armor stood in the void, coldly sweeping his gaze across the shattered immortal gate. Lu Sha, Immortal Lord. I never expected Lu Sha, Immortal Lord, to come personally. The golden-armored soldiers' faces changed drastically. This Lu Sha, Immortal Lord, was notoriously fierce. Was it you? Where's Ziyun? Where has Ziyun gone? Tell him to crawl here to meet me. Lu Sha said coldly, looking at Yi Junlin and the others. Report, my lord. Ziyun. Upper Immortal Ziyun has already passed away. A golden-armored soldier stepped forward and stammered. Who killed him? Lu Sha showed not a trace of emotion and asked coolly. We killed him. Yi Junlin stretched lazily and slowly stood up. So you are the ones who ascended from the Tianwu continent. Lu Sha, Immortal Lord, did not show anger. Instead, he asked a question. What is your advice? Yi Junlin asked with interest. Those who ascended from the lower realm are able to defy heaven and slay an upper immortal. This kind of combat power is truly a wonder to behold. It is worthy of the place where Qingdi once stayed. Geniuses emerge in endless succession endowed with heaven-given talent. Lu Sha was full of admiration. He had probably even forgotten about Ziyun's death. All the golden-armored soldiers were utterly dumbfounded. They had thought that Lu Sha, Immortal Lord, had come to call them to account, but instead, why was he commending them? I wonder if you young friend would be interested in joining my Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. I believe that with your aptitude, once you join the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty, you will become a general whose might resounds across the region within a few years. Of course, the decision is entirely yours, young friend. Our Qingdi Immortal Dynasty will never coerce you in any way. Lu Sha said to Yi Junlin with a smile. His attitude was sincere and composed, carrying no hint of condescension or intimidation. At first, Lu Sha had assumed that an immortal dynasty from a hostile force had shattered the immortal gate of the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. But after arriving and taking a look, he unexpectedly discovered a peerless prodigy. He knew without even thinking that this could only have happened because the guards watching the immortal gate had deliberately made things difficult. As Immortal Lord Lu Sha had once guarded an immortal gate himself, he naturally knew the ins and outs of such matters. As long as they were not from a hostile force, everything was fine. Moreover, this young man and his companion had come up from the very place where the immortal emperor had once stayed. No need. I have always been too lazy and unrestrained. If I find the time, I will certainly pay a visit. Yi Junlin waved his hand and said. Of course, he was only speaking courteously and had not taken those words to heart himself. Is the immortal emperor of the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty the Azure Dragon? Xiao Luyun asked directly. How dare you? Is Qingdi's name one you may utter so casually? Lu Sha was taken aback at first, then spoke in fury. Qingdi was a taboo. How could these people casually call him by his true name? But at this moment, Xiao Luyun ignored Lu Sha and instead said to Yi Junlin, Young master, perhaps we should go and meet this immortal emperor. Many years ago, I recall that the human emperor once had a mount and his name was Azure Dragon. Back then, we even fought side by side, but for certain reasons, the human emperor left him here in the immortal domain. Seeing Liu Sha's reaction, Xiao Luyun knew that his guess was correct. This Qingdi was the same little Azure Dragon from long ago. HM. Is that so? Then let us go and see. Yi Junlin said. Lu Sha was rather bewildered. What was all this incoherent nonsense the two of them were talking about? At the same time, he felt profound horror. Qingdi's true form was indeed an Azure Dragon, and a dragon symbolized might. When had anyone ever dared to call Qingdi a little Azure Dragon? Lu Sha gave Xiao Luyun a deep probing look. This old man was no ordinary person. He had once fought side by side with Qingdi. Exactly what kind of great figure was he? Lu Sha could not recall any such person in his memory. Hey, you there, Liu Sha, right? Lead the way. Yi Junlin said to Liu Sha, who was still immersed in shock. Ahem, please follow me, you two. Lu Sha no longer dared to address them as a young friend or anything of the sort. He transformed into a streak of light and sped off toward the palace of the Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. Yi Junlin and Xiao Luyun followed with as much ease as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. Lu Sha drove his speed to the limit, but no matter how he urged himself onward, the two behind him continued to keep pace with perfect ease and leisure. They showed not the slightest sign of strain. For them, this was truly effortless. Lu Sha knew that the cultivation bases of these two were far above his own, and it was very likely that what they had said was true. They had once fought alongside Qingdi, but the more Lu Sha thought about it, the more horrified he became. What kind of divine beings were they to have actually taken Qingdi as a mount? How powerful must such people be? Liu Sha's heart could not calm down for a long time. No wonder this old man and this young one had remained perfectly composed from beginning to end. This came from immense cultivation. They were afraid of no one. The entire Qingdi Immortal Dynasty commanded vast territories, ruling over the whole northern part of the Immortal Domain. Within the Immortal Domain, there are 5 great Immortal Dynasties. In the east is the Eastern Immortal Dynasty, whose immortal emperor is Dongfang Shuo. That man is wildly ambitious. He once launched a great war, wanting to seize the entire Immortal Domain for himself. In the south lies the Nalan Immortal Dynasty. Nalan Longda is its immortal emperor. He does not champion war, yet he is not on friendly terms either. In the west is the Yaoqi Immortal Dynasty. The Empress Mother of Yaoqi is a very formidable immortal emperor and the only woman among the 5 immortal emperors. Finally, there is the Kunshan immortal dynasty in the central immortal domain. Its immortal emperor is Kunshan, and no one knows his true name. Everyone calls him the Kunshan immortal emperor. The fact that he can sit at the heart of the most bustling region in the immortal domain shows how extraordinary he is. Along the way, Lu Sha continuously explained the situation of the immortal domain to Yi Junlin and Xia Luyuan. Kunshan, could it be? Xia Luyuan's eyes narrowed and a faint wisp of killing intent flowed out. Then he completely suppressed it. Do you know this Kunshan immortal emperor, by any chance? Sensing it, Yi Junlin clearly perceived the killing intent from Xia Luyuan. I merely thought of something. Kunshan was the name of a clan in that place back then. To this day, I cannot forget that among the few imperishable great clans that besieged His Highness the Grand Prince, the Kunshan family was one of them. Back then, they certainly fled quickly enough. The entire clan packed up and defected to the outer realms. Xia Luyuan spoke, boundless chill radiating from his eyes. Kunshan, what a fine Kunshan clan. When Yi Junlin heard that among those who had once besieged his elder brother there was a clan called Kunshan, his expression turned grim. Blood debts must be paid with blood. It seems we will have to meet this Kunshan immortal emperor when the time comes. Yi Junlin said in a frigid voice. Of course, they were not yet certain whether this Kunshan was a member of the Kunshan clan from that place. Only when the time came and Xia Luyuan saw him face to face could they tell for sure. The two of them did not conceal their conversation from Lu Sha. Lu Sha felt that the amount of information he had taken in today was simply too great. This old man and young man were definitely not ordinary cultivators. The human emperor, the grand prince, enemies from beyond the realm. Lu Sha felt his brain was no longer sufficient. He had no idea about any of this at all. Moreover, he was certain that in the entire history of the immortal world there had never been any Kunshan clan or human emperor. But now thinking back, he realized that the Kunshan immortal emperor had risen to fame overnight. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air without the faintest sign. By the time everyone learned of Kunshan, he had already become an immortal emperor. Moreover, he had forcefully occupied the central immortal domain. Back then, Dongfang Shuo raised troops to attack the central immortal domain, but in the end, Dongfang Shuo slunk back in disgrace. No one knew what had happened, and no one dared to investigate. Qingdi had also never uttered a word about the matter. Now recalling it, Lu Sha felt a bone-chilling dread. It was as if an invisible web had enshrouded everyone in the immortal domain with an unseen hand behind it all manipulating everything. The more Lu Sha thought, the more frightened he became, leading the way in a dazed, spiritless manner. This is the Qingdi Palace. I shall go and announce your arrival. Please wait a moment. Lu Sha led Yi Junlin and Xia Luyuan to the outside of a resplendent, magnificent hall and said, Where is the Azure Dragon? Why not hurry out and welcome the young master? Liu Sha, who was about to enter the imperial palace to tender his report, stumbled and nearly crashed to the ground. This was simply too. Boom. An earth-shaking aura erupted from the depths of the imperial palace, as if an ancient, malevolent dragon was waking from its slumber. The aura was exceedingly mighty. Swish. A cyan dragon's silhouette flickered past and vanished before Lu Sha could even react. In the next instant, a young man clad in a dragon robe stood before Xia Luyuan. The young man's face was utterly expressionless, with a pair of horns crowning his head, a sight that marked him as no ordinary being. Yet within his eyes an emotion by the name of excitement was quietly spreading. Immortal Lord Lu Sha pays his respects to the Azure Emperor. Lu Sha hurriedly knelt and performed a grand ceremonial bow with utmost reverence. The Azure Dragon, however, ignored him altogether, staring fixedly at Xia Luyuan. Is it His Majesty who sent you to receive me? The Azure Dragon's lips trembled as he gazed at Xia Luyuan with hopeful eyes. Liu Sha's face was a portrait of disbelief. Their immortal emperor had always worn an aspect of overwhelming majesty. Even a smile, it was said, seldom graced his visage. Yet at this moment, this immortal emperor appeared like a child awaiting his elder to come and collect him. The longing in his eyes was enough to make one's heart ache. Qinglong, you know full well that a battle among beings of that order is not something you or I are qualified to join. His Majesty only did it for your own good. Though a pang of reluctance clutched at Xia Luyuan's heart, he still spoke the plain truth. Throughout these tens of thousands of years, Qinglong, you have not slackened in cultivation for even a single breath, all for the sake of returning to His Majesty's side. Yet Qinglong's aptitude is too meager, and he has never been able to soar into the heavens in a single bound or make a sudden surging leap in cultivation. Your Majesty, Qinglong is ashamed. Qinglong is useless. Unexpectedly, something crystalline was glistening in the Azure Dragon's eyes. Yi Junlin knew at once. These were tears. Enough. A dignified immortal emperor, and this is all the composure you can muster. His Majesty has no need of you by his side for the moment, but you may follow by the young master's side instead. Xia Luyuan chuckled and clapped the Azure Dragon on the shoulder. By the way, young master, is it young master Yi Zhan? Splendid. So young Master Yizhan is safe. Splendid. The Azure Dragon instantly jumped up and laughed like an overjoyed child. He had once been the human emperor's own steed, and there were certain tidings he was privy to as well. Back when he learned that the great Prince Yizhan had been set upon by the immortal aristocratic houses and had vanished without a trace, the Azure Dragon had lifted his head to the heavens and unleashed a furious roar. He hated his own powerlessness, hated that he could not lend even a sliver of aid. If only he could be of the slightest help, he would die without regret. Yet before a battle of that magnitude, he was not even worthy of serving as cannon fodder. This is the second Prince Junlin. Hearing the Azure Dragon mention the great Prince Yizhan, Xiao Yun's expression darkened for a moment before he stepped aside. He yielded the way so that Junlin came into full view and announced him. Your subordinate Qinglong pays his respects to His Highness the Second Prince. Taken aback at first, the Azure Dragon then hastily knelt and performed a grand ceremonial bow with every sign of reverence. Liu Sha, standing to the side, was stunned for a moment before he promptly knelt, as well burying his face deep in the crook of his arm. He had merely assumed that they might be old acquaintances of the Azure Emperor. Never did he imagine that this youth's identity and standing were so exalted, so lofty that even the Azure Emperor had to perform the grand ceremonial bow. Already numb with shock, Liu Sha could only mechanically prostrate himself in turn. Liu Sha swore that today was unquestionably the most heart-thrilling day since time immemorial. Too damn exciting for words. Qinglong, is it? Rise then. From this day onward you shall follow at my side. Junlin addressed the Azure Dragon with a smile. He had seen with his own eyes the dragon's loyalty to his father, the human emperor. One so faithfully devoted as this naturally deserved to be kept close at hand. And as for cultivation, that was hardly a concern. Qinglong, why do you stand there in a daze? What do you suppose His Majesty left you here for? Naturally, to support the young master. His Majesty's vision reaches far and wide indeed. These were the words Xia Luyun spoke to the stupefied Azure Dragon. Yes, His Majesty never abandoned Qinglong after all. Woe. Qinglong is willing to follow the young master, to serve him body and soul, and to die without the slightest regret. Two glistening tears traced down the Azure Dragon's cheeks as he hastily replied. By the way, Qinglong, what is your view of Cultivation of the Central Immortal Realm? Junlin asked. He wished to learn just how much Qinglong knew. Tens of thousands of years ago, Cultivation descended upon the Immortal Realm without warning and seized supremacy over the Central Immortal Realm. No one knows from whence Cultivation sprung. At that time, Dongfang Su led tens of millions of immortal soldiers to suppress him, only to drag himself back, gravely wounded. But I knew he wasn't merely gravely wounded. He was already hovering on the very threshold of death. One move, just a single move, and Dongfang Su was utterly defeated. The Azure Dragon spoke with grim solemnity. Afterward, through extensive probing, I discovered that this Cultivation is the foremost heavenly prodigy of the Cultivation clan, second to none. He did not follow his clan in defecting to the outer realms, but instead came to the immortal realm. I once met with him. He told me he was atoning for his sins. Such was the Azure Dragon's account. Interesting, very interesting. The Cultivation clan conspired to ensnare my elder brother, and yet this so-called foremost youth of their clan claims to be atoning. A smile still hung on Junlin's face, yet boundless killing intent seethed beneath it. Qinglong, send out the invitations. Summon every one of the immortal dynasties to the Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty. As for the pretext, devise one yourself. But they must all come, every last one. Junlin instructed the Azure Dragon. Young master, the others may be easy enough, but this Cultivation has always been something of a recluse. Even when the great immortal dynasties have weighty matters to deliberate, he has never once deigned to attend. The Azure Dragon said with no small awkwardness. Come, come, let me teach you how an invitation ought to be sent. Write this on the card. The Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty is inaugurating a grand occasion without precedent in the immortal realm, and hereby specially invites immortal Emperor Cultivation to lead his proud prodigies to the great tournament. You absolutely must come, or I'll FCK you. If you don't come, you're mine. If you dare not show up, I'll king FCK you. Respectfully, the Azure Emperor's immortal dynasty. Xiao Yuyan. Azure Dragon. Immortal Lord Liu Sha, I'm completely dumbfounded. Savage, utterly savage. Any normal person would find it nearly impossible to endure such venomous, such twisted provocation. Qinglong understands. I shall arrange it at once. The Azure Dragon turned around and went to see to the arrangements. Central Immortal Realm. Your Majesty, a report. This is an invitation dispatched by Immortal Emperor Qinglong's envoy. Qinglong. Qinglong has always been measured in his affairs. This is hardly his handiwork. Could it be that he has come? In the gloom-shrouded hall, Cultivation narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the string of so-called well-wishes inscribed on the invitation, then spoke in a low voice. Cultivation looked remarkably young, no more than 20 or so years of age. In truth, however, he had already lived for untold tens of thousands of years. The heavenly diviner once said that he would appear in the immortal realm. If that is truly the case, then I must make the journey after all. Kuan-Qian murmured softly. No one understood the meaning of his words. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? For his sake, I have lingered in this backwater plain for eons upon eons. Has the moment of my return finally arrived? Kuan-Qian Tianyi rose to his feet with his hands clasped behind his back. In an instant his aura began to surge violently, breaking through the very restrictions of the immortal domain. By my imperial decree, all the prodigies of my central immortal domain shall assemble and set out for the Qingdi immortal dynasty this very day. Kuan-Qian Tianyi commanded directly. Then the invitation in his hand instantly turned to ashes. For provocation, quite amusing. I'm also eager to see what the person who, according to Tianjizi, can stir the ages truly looks like. Kuan-Qian Tianyi's gaze seemed to pierce through the palace, looking toward the Qingdi immortal dynasty. He still remembered the words Tianjizi had spoken in his original world. Then his figure vanished. Is Kuan-Qian truly just an immortal emperor? With a single move I was gravely wounded, nearly dead. After recuperating for tens of thousands of years, my injuries have finally fully healed, and my cultivation has even advanced further. Dongfang Su of the Dongfang immortal dynasty emerged from a secluded cultivation chamber, murmuring to himself. Even now his heart still trembled with lingering fear. Kuan-Qian was terrifying to the point of despair. Even though his injuries had healed, the deep-seated fear within him would not dissipate. Dongfang Su knew that Kuan-Qian's power had long since planted a demonic curse in his heart. Looking back, Dongfang Su realized that Kuan-Qian's move back then had been nothing more than a casual strike. Kuan-Qian Tianyi had deliberately spared his life, but as for why, Dongfang Su could not fathom. Scheme against the Dongfang immortal dynasty. What a joke. As long as Kuan-Qian wished, these dynasties were nothing more than trinkets in his grasp. Gather all the prodigies of my Dongfang immortal dynasty and set out for the Qingdi immortal dynasty immediately. I'd like to see what kind of mischief this Qinglong is up to now. With that, Dongfang Su vanished. Your subordinate pays respects to the Empress Mother. This is an invitation from the Qingdi immortal dynasty. How unusual. The Qingdi immortal dynasty has never hosted such events before. Have they taken the wrong medicine this year? Empress Mother Yaoqi said lazily. She reclined sideways upon the throne, exuding an indescribable allure. Yet her features could not be discerned, veiled in a profound haze. The stage is already set. Let's take a trip then. With the 5 immortal emperors gathering, just what sort of clash will occur this time? Could Kuan-Qian, the immortal emperor, truly be number one? After saying this, the Empress Mother fell silent, and her attendant received the order and departed. Over these years, the 5 immortal dynasties have always fought for themselves with almost no interaction whatsoever. In this upcoming grand competition of the immortal dynasties, the victor shall receive a bountiful reward. Furthermore, the most exceptional prodigy will have the opportunity to follow my young Lord Yi Junlin on a campaign across the myriad heavens and domains. This is the highest honor. Above the colossal martial arena of the dynasty, the Azure Emperor stood beside Yi Junlin and proclaimed in a loud voice. In truth, everyone was curious just who was this young man beside the Azure Emperor. For it was not the Azure Emperor who sat upon the imperial throne, it was this young man lounging upon it lazily. Even the Azure Emperor could only stand by his side. Upon hearing the Azure Emperor's words, an uproar erupted among the crowd. A person whom even the Azure Emperor serves as young lord. Just what kind of divine being is this? The immortal emperor of the Dongfang immortal dynasty has arrived with a host of prodigies. At that moment someone shouted. Boom! In the distant sky, a golden dragon chariot came rushing at tremendous speed. Pulling the chariot were 9 ancient ferocious beasts, moon-howl wolf kings. Their fur stood like countless god-slaying needles, appearing extremely rigid and sharp. Each wolf king possessed the cultivation of an immortal lord. Howl! The 9 wolf kings raised their heads and roared instantly, causing the wind and clouds to shift. Behind the dragon chariot was a colossal void warship. The warship was truly immense. Along its hull could be clearly seen countless dense marks, remnants left by weapons, each one radiating astonishing killing intent. This warship was a supreme treasure with a glorious past. Dongfang Su, long time no see. Qinglong narrowed his eyes, gazing at the golden dragon chariot. Ha ha, Qinglong, it's been many years since we parted. I wonder if your cultivation has improved. When the chance arises, you and I must have a proper spar. Dongfang Su's words emanated from within the chariot. Then a figure stepped out of it. With every step he took, the void itself seemed to wail in anguish. This was an immortal emperor, every move representing the pinnacle of the immortal Tao. Howl! As if sensing the immortal emperor's might, the 9 moon-howl wolf kings roared skyward with overwhelming momentum. Silence, you beasts! Behind Qinglong, a middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor stepped forward and bellowed. Why? The moon-howl wolf king immediately revealed a trace of terror in its eyes and whimpered. Since when does an immortal king dare to reprimand my divine steeds? Dongfang Su narrowed his eyes at this immortal king and said, if the beasts are simply ignorant, that's one thing. But is even the esteemed emperor of the Dongfang immortal dynasty so lacking in sense? Qinglong stared directly at Dongfang Su and asked coolly, Qinglong, are you looking for war? Dongfang Su's expression shifted as he spoke. Qinglong actually dared to compare him to the Moonhowl Wolf Kings. This was an outright insult. Who was he? A dignified immortal emperor. How could he be compared to a pack of beasts? Dongfang Su, you don't truly believe I fear you, do you? If you want war, then let it be war. Qinglong said entirely unafraid. Hee Dongfang Su, I heard that tens of thousands of years ago you were gravely wounded by a single strike from Kunshan. Is that true or not? Little sister is quite curious about that. A laugh like silver bells rang out. In an instant, countless petals appeared in the sky, wafting a rich fragrance toward the onlookers. Clearly visible, a breathtakingly beautiful woman walked gracefully through the void, accompanied by her subordinates. Her crystalline jade-like feet lightly tapped the void, and wherever she passed, golden lotuses bloomed one after another. Yaoqi, who said I was defeated in one strike. In that battle, I nearly blasted through the entire central immortal domain and barely managed to fight to a draw. Dongfang Su said calmly. Naturally, he could not reveal the true events of that battle, even though everyone already knew what had truly happened. But knowing is one thing, as saying it is another. Brother Dongfang, it seems your cultivation is among the top 2 of us 5. The immortal emperor of the Nalan immortal dynasty appeared standing in the void as he asked curiously. Of course, that battle back then was barely a draw, but after all these years my cultivation has advanced to yet another level. Even if I were to fight that Kunshan again, I would surely emerge victorious. Dongfang Su said with a cold sneer. Naturally, he could afford to make such bold claims, because he knew that this so-called grand competition was something Kunshan would never deign to attend. Thus, no matter what he said now, no one would doubt or question him. But Yaoqi and Nalan Longda felt a jolt in their hearts. Dongfang Su's cultivation had advanced to another level. For them, this was absolutely not good news. Qinglong's expression remained calm, and no one knew what was on his mind. In truth, Qinglong had not much on his mind at all. What did it matter that Dongfang Su's cultivation had reached another level? With the calamity pill bestowed by young master Yi Junlin, he Qinglong could raise his cultivation by 100 levels, 1,000 levels. So Dongfang Su was truly beneath his notice. Just as Dongfang Su was spouting arrogant nonsense, a voice rang out, Immortal Emperor Kunshan has arrived. Quack! Dongfang Su was instantly like a duck whose neck had been squeezed. His face flushed bright red, and for a moment he could not find words. Both Yaoqi and Nalan Longda changed expressions. The solemnity in their eyes was plain for anyone to see. This was Immortal Emperor Kunshan. Though he rarely showed himself, the pressure he exerted on these immortal emperors was immense. Kunshan did not descend directly from the sky. Instead, he walked in step by step through the main gate of the Qingdi immortal dynasty. When he passed Dongfang Su, Kunshan came to a stop and fixed his eyes on him. He said nothing and merely stared at him. Within a single breath, Dongfang Su's robes were soaked completely through. Oh well, Immortal Emperor Kunshan, long time no see. Dongfang Su forced a smile and greeted Kunshan. In his heart, he was cursing Qinglong to death. Why had he invited this freak? Today he had completely lost face. He had wanted to put on an act of bravado, but the slap had come far too quickly. Since everyone has arrived, please take your seats. Qinglong said expressionlessly to the group. Ha ha ha, excellent, truly excellent. Immortal Emperor Kunshan, please. Dongfang Su let out a hearty laugh and made an inviting gesture toward Kunshan. There were 7 seats in total on the high platform. Only now did Dongfang Su notice that a youth was seated in the central position. Beside the youth sat an old man with eyes closed. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda looked at the youth lost in thought. Dongfang Su, however, would not stand for it. How could a mere boy be qualified to sit alongside 5 immortal emperors? Still, he was sitting in the very center. Boy, what do you think you are? This emperor gives you 3 breaths to get out of that seat right now. Otherwise, this emperor will have you reduced to ashes on the spot. Dongfang Su said coldly. Today had already been enough to ruin his mood. Now a snot-nosed boy dared to ride roughshod over an immortal emperor. This made Dongfang Su explode outright. He needed an outlet to release the oppression and frustration in his heart, and Yi Junlin had walked exactly into the line of fire. Xiao Luyun, could this young man possibly be? Kunshan's pupils abruptly contracted as he looked at Xiao Luyun and muttered inwardly. Perhaps Xiao Luyun had never seen him, but Kunshan had seen Xiao Luyun. It was not for any other reason. He had once seen a battlefield projection in his family. In the projection, Xiao Luyun was slaughtering his enemies. His cultivation was truly formidable. At least in Kunshan's eyes, Xiao Luyun was undeniably powerful. After all, he had once been a commander under the human sovereign, so his cultivation was naturally extraordinary. Xiao Luyun is by his side. I can't make a move now. It seems I'll have to use indirect tactics. A strange light flashed through Kunshan's eyes. Originally, he had planned to kill in a single strike, to slay the second son of the human sovereign, as Tianjizi had said. But with the powerful Xiao Luyun guarding his side, he could not make a move for now. He could only wait and first establish a good relationship with Yi Junlin. Dongfang Su, who do you think you are? How dare you berate my young master? Qinglong appeared before Dongfang Su in a flash, and said with a sneer, "Ha ha ha, Qinglong, you're growing more foolish as you age. You've actually taken that wet behind the ears brat as your young master." Dongfang Su laughed loudly. "Death to those who insult the young master. Qinglong, kill him." Xiao Luyun opened his eyes and said, "Yes, Commander Xia." Without further word, Qinglong moved to strike Dongfang Su. Kuan Qian, standing nearby, composed his mind and prepared to act at any moment. He certainly was not going to attack Yi Junlin. He was going to kill Dongfang Su. After all, only by doing so could he win Yi Junlin's favor and get closer to him. But he could not act now. He had to wait until Qinglong was unable to take Dongfang Su down. He knew that Qinglong could at best fight Dongfang Su to a draw. They were both in the same realm, so neither could decide the battle in a short time. True Dragon Claw. Cold light gathered in Qinglong's eyes. The instant he attacked, he unleashed his trump card technique. This was a unique, innate divine power of the Dragon Clan, and had once been counted among the 10 ferocious arts. Its might, of course, was horrifying. Qinglong's right hand had already turned into an incomparably huge dragon claw. Then with a single grasp, the void split apart, and the claw descended upon Dongfang Su with overwhelming force. Kuan Qian's expression changed at the sight of Qinglong's move. How was this a strike that an immortal emperor could unleash? This was clearly a power above the immortal emperor realm. He could not understand how Qinglong had broken through to the realm beyond immortal emperor in a mere tens of thousands of years. When he first met Qinglong had just entered the immortal emperor realm. Now at the very limit, Qinglong should still only be at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. But Kuan Qian had never imagined that Qinglong would break through without making a sound. And now Kuan Qian's plan to gain Yi Junlin's favor had failed once again. At this point, where was there any need for him to act? The gap between immortal emperor and the realm above was not small. The disparity was too vast, so vast that it drove one to despair. Ha ha ha, Qinglong, do you think you can beat me? Fine. My cultivation has also risen to a higher level. Today I'll make an example of you first. Dongfang Su was not flustered at all. Putting aside Kuan Qian, he believed himself to unquestionably be the strongest of the 4 immortal emperors. He raised the edge of his right hand and chopped down at Qinglong's true dragon claw. An immortal emperor's strike was not to be trifled with. A full-force blow could destroy half an immortal dynasty. The two attacks collided, and Dongfang Su looked at Qinglong in disbelief. His attack was like paper. It simply could not withstand a single blow. The moment his attack touched Qinglong's, it vanished completely, unable to block even the slightest bit. Impossible, impossible. How could this happen? I don't believe it. Block it. Dongfang Su was first stunned, but then he frenziedly gathered immortal energy and formed a massive shield in front of him. The shield looked extraordinarily solid. Any other immortal emperor would find it troublesome to break. Under Qinglong's true dragon claw, however, the shield was still as fragile as paper. Crack. The instant the true dragon claw touched Dongfang Su's shield, it began to crack, then burst apart. How formidable was Yi Junlin's spiritual perception? Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed this. Kuan Qian continually studying him. Not only that, Yi Junlin had also caught a well-concealed sliver of murderous intent flash by and vanish. Had his cultivation not been so profound, he would never have noticed it. A hint of amusement curled at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth. Poochie. Without the slightest surprise, Qinglong's dragon claw pierced straight through Dongfang Su's body. The wound was pierced straight through front and back. When Qinglong withdrew his dragon claw, a heart could be seen in his hand. The heart was still beating relentlessly in Qinglong's grasp. Its sound was like thunder, deafening to the ear. Immortal emperors were not easily killed, but Qinglong's cultivation had long since surpassed the immortal emperor realm. No. How? How can this be? Qinglong, what cultivation level do you actually possess? Dongfang Su looked at Qinglong in disbelief and asked. He simply could not believe it. Could Qinglong have already broken through to the immortal emperor realm without anyone noticing? Yaoqi and Nalan Longda likewise watched Qinglong with grave eyes. To a certain extent, Qinglong's cultivation level would determine the reshuffling of the great powers in the immortal domain. This was not what they wished to see, but they were helpless to do anything. Those who insult the young lord shall die. Qinglong did not answer Dongfang Su. He said coldly. Only then did everyone's pupils sharply contract, finally realizing the position this young man held in Qinglong's heart. A youth who could make Qinglong bow his head was enough to show that he was extraordinary. As for exactly how extraordinary he was, they had no idea, because they had never met Yi Junlin at all. Qinglong, listen to me. Spare me. I will give you the entire Dongfang immortal dynasty. The imperial treasury is filled with endless heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. I beg you, let me go. Dongfang Su was thoroughly panicked and kept begging for mercy. Die! Qinglong paid Dongfang Su no heed at all. His dragon claw slowly closed around Dongfang Su's heart. Bang! Dongfang Su's face suddenly became utterly pale. He knew that he was finished. Though the loss of his heart was not enough to be fatal, he believed that Qinglong would not let him off so easily. I must flee. Dongfang Su turned and ran immediately. He dared not stay any longer, for Qinglong was set on killing him. You cannot escape. Come back. Qinglong bellowed. He slowly opened his dragon claw and boundless suction arose from it. Dongfang Su, already far away, felt his body jerk to a halt. He struggled, but could not break free and could only watch himself fly backward toward Qinglong. Poochie. Without another word, Qinglong twisted off Dongfang Su's head. An immortal emperor who had dominated for untold tens of millennia met his final end on that very spot. You need not be so tense. I am not a bloodthirsty man. Dongfang Su insulted our young lord, so he has come to this end today. Please all of you take your seats. Qinglong said with a smile. The two immortal emperors felt a little uneasy, but Kuan Tianyi sat down thoughtfully instead. His expression was very relaxed, with not the slightest trace of discomfort. Of the Kuan clan. They had just taken their seats when Yi Junlin's words nearly startled the other two immortal emperors out of their chairs. But then they realized that Yi Junlin was not speaking to them. Yes. Kuan Xian answered with a smile. There was not a hint of unnaturalness on his face, only a faint smile that gave one a very peaceful feeling. It was as if the Kuan clan being mentioned had absolutely nothing to do with him. Yi Junlin smiled faintly. This man was hiding himself very deeply. To remain calm and unchanged when the Kuan clan was brought up before him. What profound depths of calculation. Then you should know that the Kuan clan deserves death. Yi Junlin looked at Kuan Tianyi, still wearing a smile. Although he was smiling, the murderous intent surging from him was so immense that the surrounding air began to freeze. It made one's spine run cold. The imperial mother Yaoqi and Nalan Longda listened with their hearts trembling. That a young man could have such imposing power. They could not understand how a mere youth dared to say right in front of a Kuan that his entire clan was destined for annihilation. Though they had no idea what kind of existence the Kuan clan truly was. Tianyi knows that over the matter of the great prince, the Kuan clan should indeed be executed. I once tried to stop it, but the ambitious ones in the clan would simply not listen to me. At that time, I was only a junior with somewhat better talent, and how could I have a say? What a pity for His Highness the Great Prince. I was of the same era as His Highness. But to be honest, His Highness the Great Prince's talent was rare in ancient and modern times. While I was still striving at the martial ancestor and martial king levels, His Highness was already in the immortal emperor realm. At that time, the Great Prince was only 15 years old. Kuan Tianyi said with deep emotion. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda were utterly shocked. An immortal emperor at 15. Were they trying to scare someone to death? They were puzzled, utterly bewildered. In the history of the immortal domain, among the vast number of ancient records, they had no memory of an immortal emperor who was only in his teens. They could not be blamed for their lack of knowledge because their cultivation levels determined the breadth of their vision. Whoosh! Every single person in the Kuan clan deserves death. Xiao Luyuan opened his eyes, boundless coldness flickering in them. Since Qinglong is willing to act, the Kuan clan truly does not deserve to live. Qinglong also stepped forward to express his stance. Because of you immortal aristocratic clans, my elder brother vanished without a trace. Tell me, what right do you people have to continue living? Yi Junlin looked at Kuan Tianyi and said, Tianyi is right here. If the second prince wants to kill me, Tianyi will not fight back and will accept whatever punishment the second prince deems fit. Kuan Tianyi said with great detachment. The Kuan clan was originally a glorious family with incomparably brilliant achievements in war. I never expected that it would betray the human emperor and betray all heavens and myriad domains. It actually chose to serve as a running dog for outsiders from beyond the realm. How laughable. Yi Junlin kept provoking Kuan. The Kuan clan is guilty, so I defected from the Kuan clan, hoping only to atone for its sins. If the second prince does not believe me, Kuan is here. If he wants to beat me, beat me. If he wants to kill me, kill me. I am at his disposal. Kuan Tianyi wore an air of brazen indifference. A fine strike or kill at your disposal. I forgot to tell you, this prince does exactly as he pleases. Kill him. Yi Junlin sneered as he looked at Kuan. This bastard was still putting on an act before him, wearing a look of one who faced death without flinching. If he did not kill him, whom should he kill? Yi Junlin was not a saint. They had schemed to harm his elder brother. This was a blood debt. How could it be settled with just a few words from Kuan Tianyi? God! Kuan Tianyi was somewhat stunned. This second prince was not playing by the expected rules. In a situation like this, was he not supposed to sympathize with him and show understanding? After all, he had abandoned the darkness for the light. But in Yi Junlin's heart, a mistake was a mistake, and right was right. In the end, every wrong would demand its price. Kuan believed he had concealed his intentions, perfectly unaware that Yi Junlim had sensed his killing intent the moment he laid eyes on him. Yi Junlim had no intention of letting him live. After a brief moment of panic, Kuan composed himself once more. Following the usual pattern, this second prince must be testing him now, to see if he was truly defecting from darkness to light. Yes, exactly. It has to be a test. Kuan thought confidently. He made no resistance, no opposition, and instead sat placidly where he was. There was no sign of defense or resistance. He was certain this was Yi Junlin's test. Only if he could pass it would Yi Junlim trust him and lower his guard. Only then would he have a chance to kill Yi Junlim. Though Yi Junlim was the human emperor's second son, Kuan did not believe his cultivation level was as monstrous as the eldest prince's. Even if he matched the eldest prince, it did not matter. He was only in his early teens. At most he might be beyond the immortal emperor realm, but Kuan could crush him with a mere flick of his hand. Qinglong struck without warning, his massive dragon claw bearing down on Kuan's head. But Kuan remained perfectly still, unmoving, allowing Qinglong's assault to hammer against his skull. A clash of metal rang out as Qinglong's attack landed on Kuan's head. Sparks flew in every direction, yet Kuan remained as immovable as a mountain. Unharmed, not even a single hair broken. Qinglong's expression, however, had changed. He could not even breach Kuan's defenses. Kuan's cultivation was undeniably formidable. As I suspected, merely a test. How could some mere Qinglong possibly harm me? Kuan thought with confidence. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda maintained grave expressions throughout. They had anticipated a cultivation gap between themselves and Kuan, but never imagined it could be so vast. Even Qinglong, who had dispatched Dongfang Su in a single strike, stood no match for him. More accurately, it was not about his defenses. He simply could not damage Kuan's physical body. What realm of cultivation was Kuan actually at? It transcended their comprehension entirely. He had reached a level they could not even conceive of, perhaps a deity. Beyond the immortal emperor lies the divine, and above the divine stands the true God. Truly, as the foremost youth of the Kuan clan, such cultivation is worthy of pride. Yi Junlim regarded Kuan with a smile, and said, "Your Highness, the second prince flatters me. Such cultivation means nothing in your eyes. Given time, your Highness will undoubtedly surpass this. It is merely a question of when." Kuan replied with a cordial smile. "The hell? Are you giving me face? Surpassing you is just a matter of time. You climb every ladder handed to you. With trash like you, surpassing you would be effortless." Yi Junlim, who had been smiling moments before, now dropped his expression entirely. "Captain Xia, take him on," he told Xia Luyan. Kuan felt a wave of panic. If Xia Luyan moved against him, he could not possibly hold him off. Yet something caught his eye. Yi Junlim's expression held a faint, knowing amusement. Instantly, Kuan composed himself. This was another test from Yi Junlim. At that moment, that is what he convinced himself. Yi Junlim would not kill him. After all, he was defecting from darkness to light. He had made his intentions abundantly clear. He sought redemption for the sins of the Kuan clan. For this cause, he had even renounced his family. Therefore, Yi Junlim would not kill him. Kuan suppressed the urge to flee, remaining perfectly composed where he sat. His eyes betrayed no turmoil, only unwavering resolve. But all of this was deliberate performance, meant to show Yi Junlim his determination. Yet Yi Junlim was no naive fool. Whoever errs must pay the price. He did not care whether Kuan was surrendering or not. That was Yi Junlim's true thought. Besides, did he need anyone to defect? His ranks were already full of powerful warriors. "Yes, young master." Xia Luyan rose slowly and began walking toward Kuan. "It's all false, all of it. Just a test, just a test. I must endure." Kuan could feel the world-shattering energy radiating from Xia Luyan's body, repeating it constantly in his mind. With each footstep Xia Luyan took, Kuan's heart stumbled. From his initial calm, he could now faintly see Kuan's body trembling. It was fear. Though he tried desperately to control himself, he simply could not. Xia Luyan's pressure was far too overwhelming. "I am done pretending." Kuan suddenly rose to his feet and shouted, unable to bear the pressure any longer. "Xia Luyan, it has been many years since we last parted. I never expected your cultivation to have advanced so greatly. This oppressive presence far exceeds what it was back then." Kuan regarded Xia Luyan with a solemn expression. Given Xia Luyan's cultivation, he was more than qualified to serve among the 3,000 generals beneath the human emperor. Of course, Kuan stood no chance against Xia Luyan. The gap between them was simply far, far too vast. Yet he felt no panic now, for he was the foremost figure of the Kuan clan. He had come here on his family's orders to eliminate Yi Junlim, and the Kuan clan was at least an immortal noble house. He still had means to save his own life. Since he was no longer pretending, he would make one final attempt to kill Yi Junlim. Whether successful or not, he had to try, because after this attempt he would have no more chances. But clearly Xia Luyan would not grant him such an opportunity. And even if he did, Cultivation knew it would prove useless. Cultivation unleashed his secret technique, the soul-devouring art of his clan, driving forward toward Junlin. This was the forbidden art of the Cultivation clan, designed specifically to annihilate a person's divine soul. Its greatest strength lay in its ability to eliminate enemies without trace. It was formless and weightless, impossible to guard against. How dare you display such ferocity before me? Perish, Xiao Luyun said coldly. Even secret arts were meaningless before absolute power. Xiao Luyun, you have indeed advanced further in your cultivation. But it does not matter. I believe we shall meet again soon. Cultivation sneered, then produced from his hands an object resembling a small boat. The Void Boat. The Cultivation clan truly has courage in trusting you with their clan's treasure. Xiao Luyun's expression darkened as he spoke. The Void Boat could pierce through nothingness itself, reaching any destination given the proper coordinates. It was unstoppable, a genuine ultimate treasure. Youth, you will ultimately die by my hand. When that time comes, I shall make your suffering far worse than death. Child of the human emperor, Yizhan's fate shall be yours. Even Xiao Luyun, formidable as he was, could do nothing to help. Not only was he merely a commander, but even the war generals serving under the human emperor would not necessarily be certain they could detain Cultivation. The Cultivation family, as an immortal noble lineage, possessed depths far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Otherwise, human emperor Yi Jitian would long ago have eradicated these disloyal families. Immortal noble lineages, as their name suggests, endure eternally, without decay, through the ages. Their ranks are filled with overwhelming numbers of powerhouses, each accumulated over countless years, making them terrifyingly formidable. That said, it was not that the human emperor feared them. Rather, any conflict would amount to nothing but internal attrition, and the human emperor was unwilling for his subordinates to perish not on iron-blooded battlefields, but at the hands of their own allies. It would instead mean falling to their own people's iron cavalry, which would grant those beyond the realms an opportunity to counterattack. Within every immortal noble lineage there exists an ancestral patriarch guarding the clan. Though their cultivation does not surpass human emperor Yi Jitian, should a true confrontation arise, they could stall the human emperor for decades without difficulty. Decades of time would be more than enough for outside enemies to slaughter every last cultivator resisting across the myriad realms. If not for this constraint upon the human emperor, the external threats would have long been defeated. The second prince. We shall meet again, Cultivation said with a sardonic smile directed at Junlin. He did not believe he would fall here today, because he possessed the void worship. This was the Cultivation clan's supreme treasure, the ultimate means of escape. Aside from the likes of an ancestral patriarch, who in this world could possibly stop him? That was why Cultivation felt entirely fearless. Right now, he simply desired to heap all his mockery upon Junlin. Such behavior brought him a sense of gratification. He had originally planned to eliminate Junlin on the spot, but upon arrival, he discovered that the second prince was accompanied by Commander Xiao Luyun. His intention to act against Junlin immediately vanished. System, I must detain him. Hurry and issue me a check-in mission. Junlin silently addressed the system within his heart. The system fell silent. Ding. A check-in mission is now issued. Check-in at Qingdi Immortal Dynasty. Check-in successful. Rewarding host with the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. With sufficient cultivation, even heaven and earth can be suppressed. After a moment of silence, the system issued the mission. Confirm check-in. Junlin declared directly. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewarding host with the 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. The reward has been delivered to your universe ring host. Please accept it. The system's voice echoed within Junlin's mind. Actually, host, should you wish to learn any information, you may simply consult the panel. No need to ask others. That is quite embarrassing. Just as Junlin was about to examine the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steely, the system suddenly interjected with these words. A system, open the panel. Junlin suddenly realized having overlooked the system all along. Yet this was hardly surprising, for he had only just acquired it. Host Junlin. Cultivation, Heavenly God Realm. Martial Disciple, Martial Practitioner, Martial Warrior, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Spirit, Martial Ancestor, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, Martial Emperor. Escape. One realm, Void Path realm, Return to Heaven realm, Immortal Fire realm, True Immortal realm, Lower grade, Golden Immortal, Mid grade, Golden Immortal, Upper grade, Golden Immortal, Great Golden Immortal, Great Supreme, Immortal, Immortal, Lord Immortal, King Immortal, Emperor, Divine Fire realm, True God realm, Lower God realm, Mid God realm, Upper God realm, Heavenly God realm, Divine King realm, Divine Emperor realm, Divine Sovereign realm. Talent. Divine abilities, cultivation methods, and secret arts over 100,000, too numerous to enumerate individually. Special physique, Yi-Clan Dao physique. All of this transpired in what seemed a leisurely span, but was in truth an instantaneous moment. If you had departed without uttering a single word, I might truly have been unable to stop you. But now, try leaving. Yi Junlin regarded Tianyi with a shrug. He had always been skeptical of the notion that villains perish from their own verbosity, but now he believed it. Had Tianyi attempted to flee immediately rather than indulging in idle taunts, Yi Junlin would not have had time to intercept, even with a successful check-in. Yet Tianyi, confident in his warship capable of traversing the void, had grown recklessly arrogant. Granted, with such a supreme treasure, anyone else would have been utterly helpless. In the end, he could only permit Tianyi's arrogant departure. Are you threatening me? You have no idea how miserably your brother perished back then. Truly pitiful. Even now thinking of it fills me with delight. Wasn't Yi Zhan hailed as the foremost talent of the younger generation? What a wretched end he met. Oh, and not even the elder generation could prevail against him, yet what became of them? By the way, I still possess a memory crystal. You may witness for yourself how your eldest brother died. Armed with a supreme treasure, Tianyi no longer wished to depart so readily. He resolved to leave some indelible mark upon Yi Junlin's mind. In case he ever fell into demonic deviation, it need not require Tianyi's own hand. Tianyi withdrew a memory crystal from his robe and cast it skyward. It instantly materialized into a towering projection in the air. Within a forbidden land, a youth clad in white robes stood suspended in the void, his eyes flashing like lightning as he glared at the figures surrounding him. You dregs are truly a plague upon all the heavens and every domain, Yi Zhan said slowly, boundless killing intent surging from his eyes like a torrent enough to drain the color from heaven and earth. Great Prince, we call you Great Prince as a courtesy. If you must blame someone, blame your imperial father. How many years has it been? He has suppressed our immortal aristocratic clans for so many years that we have lost count. A powerful figure spoke from the void. These people all shared one trait: none of them showed their faces. They did not dare. They were afraid that the human emperor would later come looking for them and annihilate them. Although the ancestral patriarchs of all their families could, if united, hold the human emperor off for decades, the final outcome would still be the death of their patriarchs. No second ending could exist. Moreover, the human emperor was at the height of his youth, his blood vigorous and surging. Many of them could not afford to overlook one fact: the human emperor's own heaven-defying talent. It was precisely because of the human emperor that they did not dare take the risk of allowing his son Yi Zhan to grow any further. Yi Zhan's cultivation speed was horrifying beyond belief, unheard of in all of antiquity. They were afraid, and so they made their move while the great prince was entering the forbidden land with no guards beside him. Do you honestly think, rabble, like you can kill me? Yi Zhan looked at the surrounding powerhouses disdainfully. Since you've come, why not show yourselves? He suddenly raised his head and spoke toward the void. Ha ha ha. The son of the human emperor is indeed extraordinary. You could even discern where we were hiding. A strange voice rang out from the void. People from beyond the domains, you are all a pack of skulking cowards who hide your heads and tails. I, this prince, swear that while I live, I will slaughter every last one of you. Yi Zhan said coldly, a fierce chill filling his eyes. What a pity. You won't have that chance. What do you say? Shall we kill him together? One by one, figures emerged from the void, looking at the members of the immortal aristocratic clans as they spoke. These people from beyond the domains looked no different from the people of the myriad heavens and domains, at least at first glance. Yet there was still an obvious difference. For example, the area between their noses and upper lips. On that spot was a conspicuous black square object. It was not a beard, and no one knew what it was. Moreover, their speech was somewhat unsettling to the ears. We only provided information. If you are going to kill him, you had better do it quickly. If the human emperor learns of this, even death will be a luxury you can only dream of. The men of the various immortal aristocratic clans said coldly. As expected, the moment the words human emperor were heard, these people from beyond the domains who had been living quite comfortably suddenly changed color. They harbored a dread of the human emperor that came from the bottom of their hearts. Gentlemen, attack. He must die. The leader of the people from beyond the domains said bluntly. Come then, you who speak in such warped and sinister tones. I, Yi Zhan, fear no enemy. Today I will kill to my heart's content. With black hair loose and wild like a god or demon, Yi Zhan flung back his head and laughed. He made his name at 6. By 15, his killing had chilled every faction. Now at merely a few decades old, even the immortal aristocratic clans feared him, and even veterans of the older generation could only gaze at his back. The younger generation was left so far behind that they could not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Heaven slashing. Yi Zhan swept his single hand in a blur, launching an indiscriminate attack in all directions. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands of sword chi burst forth in every direction, with each strand locking onto one enemy. Whether the people from beyond the domains or the immortal aristocratic clansmen, all their faces changed drastically. Yi Zhan's cultivation speed was simply too terrifying. The sword chi lashed across the air and slashed directly at vital points. Although these people were all experts, no one dared to take even a single one of his sword strikes head on. Some powerhouses who could not evade in time could only grit their teeth and resist with all they had. But it was all in vain, utterly futile. In nearly an instant, half of the surrounding experts were annihilated. Every one of them had been killed by a single sword stroke. "Ha! Wonderful! Wonderful!" Yizhan laughed uproariously. "Everyone quickly unleash our king's great formation, or all of us will die here today." The leader of the people from beyond the domains said with a grim expression. "Formation rise." Several experts joined forces and cast out a formation plate. Its surface was covered with dense, twisted script, utterly indecipherable. The script was somewhat similar to the words those people spoke, but the overwhelming killing intent radiating from it was all too real, a killing intent that could force even Yizhan to frown. "The aura of the king from beyond the domains. You truly do think highly of me." Yizhan narrowed his eyes. He could not possibly dodge it. The great formation had already engulfed him. "When King Baki decrees your death, you shall die?" The leading man looked at Yizhan and sneered. "If you die here today, do you think your imperial father will go mad? The human emperor's only son will die here today. Take a last good look at the scenery around you, for you shall never see it again." The leader laughed wildly. "Activate the great formation and annihilate him." Outside the formation, several figures moved swiftly, and then all of them channeled their power at once. Boom! A deep muffled sound rang out. Within the great formation, a black long spear slowly took shape. The pressure radiating from it was too terrifying to describe. Even through the recording stone, Qing Long felt his body go weak and his breath seize, as if he were about to suffocate. Yaoqi and Nalan Longda fared even worse. They collapsed limply to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. At this moment, Yizhan strained every ounce of his cultivation and faced the spear head-on. Charging straight at it with nowhere to dodge, he decided to gamble everything on a desperate fight. Then the two collided, erupting in boundless light. No one could keep their eyes open. When the radiance faded, everyone turned to look into the great formation at the same moment. A spear was embedded in Yizhan's chest, and golden blood streamed down without ceasing. Bang! Then his body burst into pieces with shredded flesh and splattering blood everywhere. Good. Now that the human emperor's son is dead, the human emperor will surely lose his composure. We'll take our leave first. The members of those immortal clans slipped away, erasing every trace of their presence before fleeing. Are you kidding? If they didn't run now, would they wait for the human emperor to descend in person? Once Yizhan died, the human emperor would sense it and certainly tear across the void to arrive. When that time came, none of them would be able to get away. Now all they could do was carefully erase their traces so that the human emperor would not detect them. Damn the Kunshin clan. Damn the immortal clans. Every single one of you deserves death. Xia Luyun roared, his eyes blood red. So this was how the first prince had died. Such a bleak and miserable end. Huh? What? You want to kill me? Then come on. Kuan Qian laughed complacently. At last his heart felt somewhat relieved. After all, seeing his opponent so flustered and enraged was also an enjoyment for him. Only Yi Junlin paid no heed. He was lost in thought. Everything just now had happened far too quickly. Only Yi Junlin could clearly see what had happened beneath the light. Possessing the great Tao reincarnation body, he could channel it into his eyes to evolve all phenomena and trace them to their origins. Just now he saw it clearly. His elder brother had used the golden cicada sloughing shell technique and had long since vanished. The one who died was nothing more than a puppet. Tainted with Yizhan's vital blood, it could take on a face identical to Yizhan's. Yi Junlin instantly let out a breath of relief. His elder brother, Yizhan, was safe and sound. Ha ha ha, second prince. Don't you feel a little unpleasant right now? Do you have the urge to kill me? Do you now especially want to do me in? What a pity you can't. Kuan Qian laughed, wagging his right index finger at Yi Junlin. Is that so? I said you won't be leaving today. Yi Junlin said mildly. Is that so? Then I should take a good look at how you'll stop me from leaving. A void vessel appeared in Kuan Qian's hand, and he activated it, preparing to leave. 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steely seal the universe in all 10 directions. Yi Junlin raised his hand, and a golden heavenly steel instantly appeared in the void. It gave off no powerful fluctuations, it only gave one a sense of immense weight. It seemed as ancient as eternity itself, small in appearance, yet one could clearly feel its heaviness. A mere stone tablet wants to block me, Kuan Qian said contemptuously. Then he began to activate the void worship. But immediately afterward, Kuan Qian Tiany's face changed drastically. He realized that he simply couldn't activate it at all. No matter how he activated it, the void worship remained as steadfast as a mountain. Despite his every effort, it stayed rooted in place. Damn it, just move. Kuan Qian Tiany finally could not remain seated. He felt his whole body go weak. An emotion called fear began to sprout in his heart. Especially the faint elusive smile at the corner of Yi Junlin's mouth made him even more terrified. And when he saw Xia Liyun's expression as if he were about to devour him, his panic became overwhelming. Don't kill him. Imprison his soul. The Kuan Qian clan cannot die this comfortably. Yi Junlin said softly to Xiao Luyan. Since they dared to betray the human emperor and lay hands on his own son, they had to be prepared to suffer pain. Killing him this way would be too comfortable. Yi Junlin would make his soul endure endless torment. Only this would atone for their crimes, and only this would deter those of petty character. Otherwise would just anyone dare to commit betrayal. Betrayal demands a price, and that price is heavy. Yes, young master. I, your subordinate, will not fail this mission. Xiao Luyan looked at Yi Junlin and said. Just then, at that very moment, he had sensed on Yi Junlin a certain aura, the aura of a sovereign. He had felt such an aura on the human emperor as well. Clearly, Yi Junlin had already begun to possess the majesty of a sovereign. For some people, one must employ iron-fisted tactics and show no mercy, who otherwise imitators would only grow in number. Don't come over here. As he watched Xiao Luyan approach step by step, Koan Qiantiani immediately shouted. When this commander was conquering battlefields, you weren't even a tadpole. Yet you really think you're someone special. By the young master's order, from today onward your soul will be imprisoned, and you will never again be reborn through reincarnation. Day and night you will suffer the agony of the soul. This is only the beginning for your Koan Qian clan. Get out. Xiao Luyan made a grasping motion with his palm, and at once a translucent soul surged out from within Koan Qian's body. Koan Qian roared madly, but it was all futile. The two remaining immortal emperors lay collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Merely the pressure emanating from an image recording stone was so overwhelming that they could barely breathe. Whoosh! Xiao Luyan swept his hand across the void, and instantly a void prison appeared before everyone. The void prison was utterly dark, never having been touched by the slightest ray of light in ages. Inside, a pitch-black flame crackled and seared relentlessly. This was hell's dark flame, which burned specifically the soul. Those scorched by it suffered unimaginable agony, and none could endure more than a few days before their souls scattered and perished. But Xiao Luyan did not let him die so easily. Whenever Koan Qiantiani was on the verge of collapse, he would immediately feed him a soul-nourishing pill. As soon as the soul-nourishing pill was taken, Koan Qiantiani instantly revived in spirit. Ding! The check-in system has issued a mission. Check-in location: Divine Realm Auction House. Successfully checking in grants 50,000 supreme constitutions, such as the Primordial Sacred Body, Innate Sacred Body, Tao Fetus Chaos Body, Hongming Supreme Body Double Pupils, and so on. Side mission: participate in the auction and succeed. Payment at the auction can only be made with items from the real civilized world, such as RMB, ice cream, spicy strips, and so on. Successfully participate in the auction and you will be rewarded with another 50,000 supreme constitutions. At this moment, the voice of the check-in system echoed in Yi Junlin's mind. A check-in system? Why have you changed? Why is there an additional mission? Yi Junlin was puzzled. Shouldn't checking in simply grant 100,000 rewards directly? Why split it apart now? Because no check-in mission was issued earlier, which violated the system's original purpose. This is now getting back on track. The system said with a haughty pout. Fine, you're the boss. It's just an auction, right? No problem at all. Yi Junlin said. Isn't it just auctioning things from modern civilization? A piece of cake. The entire immortal domain will be managed by you two. You must not bully the young because of your seniority, nor oppress others with your power. That's all for now. Luyan and Qinglong, come with me to the Divine Realm. Yi Junlin said without delay. He had organized this great competition precisely for Koan Qiantiani, and now that Koan Qiantiani had been captured alive, he no longer had any interest in staying in the immortal domain. He would charge ahead all the way to the world where his father resided, fighting alongside his father and elder brother to wipe out all the enemies from beyond the domains. Yaoqi obeys the second prince's command. Nalen Longda obeys the order. The two mighty immortal emperors lowered their proud heads and spoke to Yi Junlin. Your subordinate obeys. Xiao Luyan and Qinglong also spoke with equal reverence. Qinglong had no attachment to the immortal domain, yet the thought of campaigning across the heavens with the young lord, his entire body trembled with excitement. He could clearly see the envy in the eyes of Yaoqi and Nalen Longda. That was the Divine Realm after all, the place these immortal emperors dreamed of going. Let's go. Yi Junlin stepped forward, directly treading the void and ascending into the sky. Then under everyone's incredulous gaze, he punched out. Boom. An earth-shattering sound exploded. Yi Junlin's fist blasted open a passage. Boundless divine realm laws descended, forming a path of law. Why were they incredulous? Because they had initially thought that Yi Junlin was only this reckless because he had a supreme powerhouse by his side to protect him. They simply could not believe that the boy's fist contained such mighty energy. With a single punch, he shattered the barrier between the immortal domain and the divine realm. This young man truly deserved to be guarded by such a powerhouse. The might of his punch was terrifying beyond measure. Xiao Luyan and Qinglong directly followed Yi Junlin into the great path of the divine realm, vanishing from everyone's sight. This is the rule power of the divine domain. It is indeed far stronger than the immortal Tao domain. Yi Junlin spread his palms and said as he felt the rule power of the divine domain. Find out where the largest auction house is. Yi Junlin turned to Xiao Luyun and said, Yes, young lord. Xiao Luyun shut his eyes, and then his divine sense surged outward in all directions like a tide. Xiao Luyun was powerful, at least Yi Junlin knew that much. But exactly how powerful he was remained unknown for now. Xiao Luyun himself could clearly sense the current state of the entire divine domain. Who dares spy on this emperor? In a massive palace, a middle-aged man majestic as a deity or demon suddenly opened his eyes and said, he had just clearly sensed an extremely powerful divine thought sweep past. By the time he tried to seize it, the thought had already vanished without a trace. Such a powerful divine thought. What exactly is happening? Could it be that someone from above has come? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. At the same time, several powerful auras erupted from various places in the divine realm. Everyone who sensed such formidable divine sense was shocked and frightened. Xiao Luyun had not concealed his probing at all, rather he did it openly and boldly. Otherwise, with his cultivation, these people would never have been able to sense it. Young lord, the largest auction house should be the Divine Emperor Auction House in Divine Emperor City. Xiao Luyun opened his eyes and said to Yi Junlin, what a unexpectedly blunt name. Yi Junlin was speechless. One could tell at a glance that it was run by a divine emperor. Fine. Now notify the most powerful beings in the divine realm to come and participate in the auction. Yi Junlin thought for a moment and said, since I'm doing this, I might as well make it the biggest and the best. 3 days later at the Divine Emperor Auction House, you are all required to attend. Otherwise death. At the same time, in the minds of all divine emperors in the divine realm, an aged voice thundered within their consciousness. Those divine emperors were nearly frightened out of their wits. At the same time, they realized that this person was powerful to an extreme, at least surpassing the strongest in the divine realm. May I ask whether you wish to auction items or participate in the auction? If you wish to participate in the auction, you'll have to wait 3 years until our next one. If you wish to auction items, we take a 20% cut from the final proceeds. As soon as Yi Junlin and his 2 companions arrived at the Divine Emperor Auction House, a junior attendant came out and spoke to them. His attitude was decent and not at all overbearing. Auctioning items. Yi Junlin said coolly. Very well, please come in. Our professional appraiser will surely give you a satisfactory price. The attendant smiled and directly ushered the 3 into the Divine Emperor Auction House. This old man Lu Kong is the gold medal appraiser of the Divine Emperor Auction House. Might I ask what divine pills or miraculous medicines you wish to auction? As soon as they entered the appraisal room, an old man walked in and asked the 3. Just name your price for these. Yi Junlin found a seat and sat down, casually tossing his Lianshan sword, meat, dejangium, ice cream bars, and other items onto the table. The elderly man was somewhat displeased. This youth was far too unrestrained. After all, Yi Junlin had sat directly in his seat. Nevertheless, he said nothing. Soon his attention was captured by the items Yi Junlin had tossed out. Their designs were so novel that in all his years he had never seen or heard of anything like them. May I ask what these objects are and why they are so peculiar? The elderly man inquired with curiosity. They are merely snacks for leisure, things capable of enhancing one's cultivation, Yi Junlin said casually. Yi Junlin shrugged indifferently. Indeed, though these were products of modern civilization, what the system had provided were actually heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. And how does one open this? The elderly man asked, sweating profusely. He had been attempting to open the outer packaging, but no matter what he tried, he could not open it. Silently, he was astounded. Even the packaging of this so-called spicy strip could be considered a true treasure. It was extraordinarily tough. After all, this elder was a heavenly god, yet he could not even open the plastic bag packaging. There is a notch here. See it? Just tear it open gently, Yi Junlin said. Yi Junlin picked up a pack of spicy strips and gently tore it open. In an instant, the entire room was filled with the aroma of spicy strips. It was not the usual pungent scent, but a fragrance tinged with spiciness that continuously stimulated one's senses. It made one crave a hearty, indulgent bite. Gulp. The elderly man swallowed hard, feeling as though his saliva was about to spill out. Young master, are you certain you wish to auction such a divine object? The elderly man asked. Unconsciously, he had begun addressing Yi Junlin with greater respect. Of course, why else would I be here for the auction? Yi Junlin asked curiously. I wonder if this old man might be permitted to taste it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to set a price, the elder said. The elderly man asked. The scent of the item was extremely enticing, yet he still could not determine what price range this item belonged to. Naturally, he also wanted to taste it. If something happened to the winning bidder later, it would ruin their establishment's reputation. Of course you may taste it, Yi Junlin said. Yi Junlin nodded with a smile. This taste is truly marvelous. It feels like one is ascending to heaven, the elder exclaimed. Most importantly, my cultivation has increased so much even though I only ate a tiny bit. The elderly man was utterly astonished. He was genuinely shocked. An effect like this could only be called a priceless treasure. He had just entered the heavenly god realm, but merely eating one spicy strip had violently propelled his cultivation to the peak of the heavenly god realm. And that was only part of the energy. He could clearly sense that the remaining energy was dormant throughout his body. Should he wish it, he could mobilize it at any time and break through the heavenly god realm to become a god king. How terrifying was that? He had no doubt that even a god emperor would experience immense benefits from consuming such a priceless treasure. Young master, these are truly priceless treasures. Even this old man cannot place a value on them, he said. But I believe the final transaction price will absolutely satisfy you, the elder said fervently to Junlin. This would unquestionably be the greatest auction of his life. You decide. The auction can begin right now, no need to wait 3 years. What do you think? Junlin said. Junlin looked at the elderly man. Of course, everything shall follow the time set by you, young master, the old man hastened to say. This was an enormously important client. Hurry, send word to everyone. Great clans, mighty powers, and even god emperors. 3 days from now our divine emperor auction house will hold an unprecedented grand auction, the elder instructed. The elderly man quickly issued orders and also sent someone to relay the message to the god emperors. Whether they came or not was their own affair. Even if they did not, they would be filled with regret afterward. However, to his astonishment, before he could even send out the invitations, several god emperors arrived in succession. Today is the most radiant day of the divine emperor auction house. Because today there is a true priceless treasure at the divine emperor auction house, the elder said. Its effects this old man has personally tested. Ladies and gentlemen, please behold. The elderly man smiled as he looked at the tens of millions of people below the stage. Boom. An overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from the elderly man's body. A god king. How is that possible? So quickly, someone in the audience said in disbelief. They all knew that Bai Changhai the auctioneer had recently entered the heavenly god realm. Even to reach the late stage of the heavenly god realm would normally require 1,000,000 years or more. It was absolutely impossible to have reached such a level in just a few short years. Bai Changhai, how did you accomplish this? Is this what is being auctioned today? Someone asked from below. Meanwhile, Junlin and his 2 companions were in the supreme private suite upstairs, casually cracking melon seeds. They chatted and laughed while watching the stage below. That is correct. Today's priceless treasures are these items. Please take a look. The first is called spicy strips. Their taste is absolutely beyond anything this old man has encountered in his lifetime. One could never find a second equal. The second item is what is known as melon seeds. The flesh inside possesses formidable power capable of nourishing the divine soul, the elder continued. The third item is a treasure called ice cream. Cold and refreshing upon the tongue, leaving an endless aftertaste. It is especially suitable for cultivators of fire tribute arts, for this item clears the mind and settles the heart with remarkable efficacy. The most crucial function of these priceless treasures is to elevate cultivation, and they are utterly free of side effects. This old man only consumed a tiny bit of these spicy strips, and his cultivation directly ascended to the God King realm. That should be proof enough of their tremendous power. And not only can those at my realm benefit, but even a God Emperor would find boundless marvels upon consuming them. Bai Changhai then smiled as he looked at the audience below, knowing that some would believe his words the moment he spoke them. The crowd below erupted into complete chaos. What was this? An item that even a God Emperor would find marvelous. What kind of divine treasure was this? Never had they even heard of such a thing before. After all, they all knew Bai Changhai's original cultivation. Moreover, as the greatest auction house, their reputation was a guarantee. Gentlemen, what do you all think? In the private suite beside Junlin's, a majestic man asked. Around him, countless laws of heaven swirled about his body. Although his aura was suppressed, one could still sense the world-destroying energy within him. Logically speaking, with all of us gathered here, they would not dare to deceive us, even if they had the courage of 10 men. That's right. These 7 were the 7 supreme figures of the entire divine realm. He was the true divine sovereign, the true master of this world. But have you ever considered who exactly it was that sent us a voice transmission and summoned us here? Moreover, that person's cultivation is far too terrifying, one divine sovereign said with a frown. They were the strongest existences in the divine realm, yet all of them had gathered here today because of one person's words. This put grim expressions on their faces. As the strongest beings in the divine realm, they had not known a feeling of powerlessness like today's in many, many years. They were masters of mighty powers, accustomed only to others submitting to them with bowed heads. Yet today they were afraid. This emotion called fear had truly not appeared within them for countless tens of thousands of years. That person's cultivation is absolutely at the pinnacle. Perhaps he comes from above. One of the divine sovereigns pointed upward with a finger. If he truly comes from above, then why is he here in our divine realm? A divine being asked with a frown. As for above, Not even they knew what sort of world it was. They only had a slight understanding of it from the ancient records passed down through the ages. Everyone please look and savor it carefully. Bai Chonghai took out the bag of Leixiao he had opened not long ago and undid the divine power binding at its opening. Yi Junlin had told him that once the bag was opened it could not be exposed to air for a long time and had to be sealed tightly. Otherwise the Leixiao inside would lose its flavor and its effects would sharply diminish. What is this aroma? Why do I feel like I want to swallow my own tongue? Someone gave a light sniff and felt his mouth continuously secreting saliva. He almost drooled on the spot. Could this be the smell of that Leixiao? Someone asked, staring intently at the Leixiao in Bai Chonghai's hand. You guessed correctly. It is indeed the aroma emanating from the Leixiao in this old man's hand. Today's auction can truly be called a tip-of-the-tongue auction. Whether for satisfying the palate or for enhancing cultivation, this is absolutely the most extraordinary thing this old man has ever seen. These 3 different treasures have vastly different flavors. Yet each one can make people's eyes light up. Take for example this Leixiao with its rich, numbing flavor. It is mouth-wateringly hot, endlessly savorous redolent, with fragrance lingering between the lips and teeth, perfect in color and taste, absolutely drool-inducing. The true flavors can only be experienced by tasting them yourselves. Now everyone, the auction begins. There is no minimum bid, but each increment must not be less than the price of a divine king weapon. Bai Chonghai stood on the stage and said with a genial smile, "SSS." The entire auction hall shuddered, and the sound of many people drawing sharp breaths could be heard. An increment of no less than the price of a divine king weapon. That was truly terrifying. The universal currency of the entire divine realm was the divine crystal. Divine crystals were divided into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. 10,000 low-grade crystals equaled 1 medium-grade crystal, and so on up the ranks. A divine king weapon was worth at least around 1 million high-grade divine crystals. It could be said that this price excluded 95% of the people present. The Inning Pavilion will take the Leixiao. I bid 500 supreme-grade divine crystals. A black-robed man seated in the front row stood up and spoke. At the same time his icy gaze swept across the surroundings, the thread in his eyes needing no words. 500 supreme-grade divine crystals right at the start. That is worth 5 million high-grade divine crystals. The Inning Pavilion. It is actually the Inning Pavilion, the most powerful assassin dynasty in the divine realm. Even though he is not the pavilion master of the Inning Pavilion, he is nevertheless a divine emperor-level powerhouse. If no divine sovereign steps forward, who can compete with him? Many people in the audience murmured in fear. Mainly the Inning Pavilion's reputation was too overwhelming. It had never once failed in an assassination. Their members were all top-tier experts and masters of the assassination arts. Going up against them would rob anyone of peace and rest. 600 high-grade divine crystals. Not far from the black-robed man, a burly middle-aged man stood up and shouted, a man of the Wu dynasty. How about yielding this Leixiao to the Inning Pavilion? There are still melon seeds and ice cream coming up later. The Inning Pavilion would be grateful for the favor. The black-robed man looked at the middle-aged man and said, Head, just because others fear your Inning Pavilion doesn't mean the Wu dynasty fears it. If you can afford it, keep bidding. If you can't, shut up, the middle-aged man retorted with a cold sneer. They say the crown prince of the Wu dynasty has a fiery temper and is extremely arrogant. Seeing you today, it is indeed just as they said. Of course, the Wu dynasty also has a divine sovereign sitting in command. Moreover, they say this crown prince's cultivation has already reached the divine emperor realm. People around whispered to one another. No wonder he dares to stand up to the Inning Pavilion. Fine. Very good. I bid 700 supreme-grade divine crystals. Infinite cold light churned within the black-robed man's eyes, and his face was so dark that water might drip from it. Both of you let me join the fun as well. I bid 1,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. Also from the front row, a refined middle-aged man stepped forward and said with a smile, Young Master Qingshang of the Tingyu Pavilion has actually come as well. Indeed, today's contest is purely a game for these major powers. We have no place in it, sighed someone dejectedly. These major powers arrived wielding top-grade divine crystals, while they struggled to gather even one mid-grade spirit stone. But this hardly dampened their enthusiasm for watching the spectacle unfold. Qingshang, there are still items coming up later. Why involve yourself in bidding for these spicy strips? The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion asked irritably. There's no other reason, Qingshang replied. I sense intense heat radiating from this item. It seems to hold great benefit for someone with an icy cold constitution. My younger sister has suffered from the 9 nether ice body for years. As her elder brother, I cannot bear to see her endure this torment. I came today with little hope, but little did I know. It has brought me a pleasant surprise. Master Qingshang said with a smile, his demeanor as refreshing as a gentle breeze, filling those around him with warmth and joy. Speaking of Qing Shang's younger sister, it is truly a pity that heaven is jealous of beauty. As the most beautiful woman on the divine continent, she has suffered from the Nine Nether constitution since childhood. Alas, although the Nine Nether body cultivates at an extremely rapid pace, if the icy cold energy cannot be restrained, one will eventually turn into a lifeless ice statue. If not for being born into a powerful sect like Tingyu Pavilion, Miss Qing Wu would have perished long ago. Even with the resources of a massive sect like Tingyu Pavilion, they have spent years searching far and wide for heavenly treasures of pure yang essence. Yet it remains difficult to suppress. If she had been born into an ordinary clan, she would surely have died long ago. Qing Shang's words stirred great discussion among the onlookers below. Since brother Qing Shang has come for his sister's condition, the Wu dynasty withdraws from this bidding. The Crown Prince of Wu declared to Qing Shang, "Thank you, Crown Prince Wu, for your generosity." Qing Shang remained ever courteous, his apologies always delivered with such grace that they brought comfort to all who heard them. Master Qing Shang, these spicy strips are equally vital to me. I offer 1,500 top-grade spirit crystals. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion refused to yield. After all, he too needed such supreme yang energy to present to the Shadow Divine Emperor. No matter. Let skill and wealth decide. Qing Shang replied with a smile. I offer 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. Without hesitation, he named the price. Pissed. 5,000 top-grade divine crystals. This Master Qing Shang truly knows how to spend. Such a devoted brother. May I have one like him? A certain lady gazed at Qing Shang with starry eyes, utterly captivated. Even the Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion's expression darkened. It was clear Qing Shang would exhaust his entire fortune to secure these spicy strips. Qing Shang showed no sign of regret, only unwavering determination. He had always cherished his younger sister dearly. If spending his entire wealth could save her, what was there to hesitate over? I bid 7,000 top-grade divine crystals. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion gritted his teeth. This was his absolute limit. He was merely a Divine Emperor within Shadow Pavilion. In terms of standing, he could not compare to Qing Shang's position within Tingyu Pavilion. The top-grade divine crystals he could possibly mobilize would amount to no more than 7,000. I offer 10,000 top-grade divine crystals. Qing Shang did not hesitate, shouting his price the moment the Shadow Pavilion's Divine Emperor finished speaking. Unforgivable. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion glared with vicious intent. He had not anticipated that the very first auction item would drive prices to such heights. No doubt the ice cream and sunflower seeds to follow would also command exorbitant prices, for they had inflated the opening bid to an unprecedented level. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion felt uneasy within. Qing Shang, since you desire this so fervently, I shall not stand in your way. Though chafing inwardly, he maintained outward courtesy. I require no sacrifice from you, thank you. If you possess the means, you may continue competing. There is no rule preventing it. Qing Shang spoke gently, yet beneath his calm exterior lay a spark of indignation. After all, even the meekest clay figurine harbors 3 parts of fire. You refused to yield earlier, but now that you lack the funds, you offer to step aside. How convenient, to play the generous victor while masking one's own defeat. Qing Shang, you. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion's face contorted with rage. For Qing Shang to speak thus at such a moment was nothing short of a public humiliation. Now everyone knew it was not out of generosity that he withdrew, but because he simply could not afford to continue. Very well. You are truly formidable. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion sneered coldly. What a disgraceful creature. From the private viewing box above, the Shadow Emperor of Shadow Pavilion observed with icy disdain. Today's Shadow Pavilion had suffered a tremendous loss of face. Then I ask again, is there anyone who will raise the bid? If not, these spicy strips shall belong to Master Qing Shang. White Chief Hai said with a satisfied smile. The transaction value of today's spicy strips far exceeded his expectations. Excellent. No further bids. Master Qing Shang, these spicy strips are yours. White Chief Hai handed the entire package to Qing Shang. By the way, honored guest, there remains half a pack here. This is the sample I opened earlier for testing, still mostly intact. The effects are identical. Does anyone wish to bid? White Chief Hai placed the open packet on the table and inquired. I'll take this half pack. I bid 1,000 top-grade divine crystals. The Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion stepped forward immediately. I bid 5,000 premium spirit crystals. Qing Shang stated directly. Qing Shang, are you deliberately seeking confrontation with my Gu? Do you wish to declare war on my Gu? The Divine Emperor of Gu was in a towering rage. If you lack spirit stones, do not come here to disgrace yourself. If you cannot afford it, do not attend such premium auctions. Furthermore, I Qing Shang of Gu fear nothing. If you seek battle, then battle it is. Qing Shang stated directly. Excellent, you are indeed excellent, Qing Shang. I bid 7,000 premium spirit crystals. Qing Shang, if you bid again, I will yield to you. The divine emperor of Gu said coldly. Yield to me. I do not covet it. I have enough here, and these spicy strips will suffice. I yield to you. Qin Shang sat down directly, smiling as he spoke. Excellent, excellent, Qin Shang, excellent, Ting Yu Go. The divine emperor of Gu gritted his teeth in fury. By now could he not see that Qin Shang was deliberately raising the bids? The purpose was merely to make him suffer a loss. He could have acquired it for merely 1 or 2,000, but now all 7,000 premium spirit stones on him had been drained. The items thereafter had nothing to do with him. The onlookers looked at the divine emperor of Gu with peculiar gazes. They were struggling to suppress themselves, truly on the verge of bursting into laughter. After this incident, the divine emperor of Gu's face was completely lost, not only because he had been tricked by Qin Shang, but even more so because Qin Shang had made him pay a high price for a defective item. In an instant, countless eyes turned to gaze at the private box where Junlin was located. Of course they could not see inside, but Junlin and his 2 companions could observe the outside. It turned out that Junlin had not erected a soundproof formation while speaking. His words echoed throughout the entire auction arena. This time the spectators below could no longer contain themselves, as some had already laughed out loud. May I ask which senior cultivator occupies the upper box? The divine emperor of Gu asked with burning gaze, looking at the second-floor box. He knew that those who could occupy a private box would not be ordinary. Today was because they arrived in haste, but by the time they reached here the boxes were all filled. Otherwise a divine emperor of their caliber would undoubtedly have the qualification to sit in a box. Am I that old? Junlin said with a smile, then with a wave of his hand, all the windows within the entire box instantly turned to powder. The 3 of Junlin were completely exposed to the eyes of everyone. Why do these few look so unfamiliar? May I inquire which major faction they belong to? Someone asked in confusion. At this moment the divine emperor of Gu's mind was working frantically. He was wondering which divine sovereign faction's prodigy this youth belonged to, but he could not figure it out. No need to wonder. The 3 of us are rogue cultivators. In the divine realm we have no faction nor any family. Junlin shrugged and said. What Junlin said was the truth. In the divine realm they indeed lacked factions and families. But at a higher upper plane they possessed factions. His father's Renhuang Hall was the #1 faction under heaven. Of course, no one could notice the meaning behind what Junlin said. Excellent, excellent. Now even some stray cats and dogs dare to jump out and mock this emperor. After confirming this, the divine emperor of Gu spoke in indignant fury. Subsequently, the killing intent from his body poured out wildly like a tidal wave. Divine emperor of shadow, please note your manners. This is the divine sovereign auction, not your Gu. Anyone daring to strike here will not walk out alive. Bai Changhai declared directly. What kind of joke is this? This youth is a major client of their auction house. He naturally needed to step forward to protect him. Although Bai Changhai was merely a divine king, now he was also a figure of considerable status within the auction house. The divine emperor of Gu continued to stare coldly at Junlin. Yet the killing intent in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. But he dared not make a move. A divine sovereign resided here in person. The spectators dared not make the slightest sound anymore. For only then did they realize this was a divine emperor, one skilled in assassination. Absolutely a presence they could not afford to provoke. It matters not. If he wishes to strike, let him strike. At this moment Junlin looked at Bai Changhai with a smile and spoke. Young master, this. Bai Changhai was stunned. He could not believe that 3 rogue cultivators would be a match for a divine emperor, yet since Junlin had said such things he found himself in a difficult position. Young man, you indeed have great courage. The divine emperor of Night Shadow Gu was first stunned, then revealed a bloodthirsty smile as he spoke. Friend, if needed, Qin Shang can help you block a strike. At this moment Qin Shang rose to his feet ready to make a move and spoke. It matters not. A mere divine emperor, does he intend to overturn the heavens? Junlin waved his hand and said with a smile. With these words everyone was stunned. Who gave this youth the courage to speak thus to a divine emperor? Liang Jingru. They did not believe it, although they did not know who Liang Jingru was. Today this emperor will teach you how to behave. The divine emperor of Gu declared directly, then vanished without a trace. Indeed, he disappeared into thin air. Even Qin Shang, who was also a divine emperor, furrowed his brows slightly. Dealing with a divine emperor was troublesome, but dealing with one who excelled in assassination was even more daunting. However, Qin Shang was already prepared to strike at any moment. Regardless of the reason, he had to rescue this youth. Previously, everyone had believed that this youth was extraordinary and likely came from a prominent background. But now all their speculations about this youth were overturned. Unable to grasp the situation, acting recklessly and with such arrogance before a divine emperor. He looked like the spoiled young master of some wealthy family unaware of the consequences. He didn't even know the notorious Shadow Pavilion and yet dared to provoke them. The Shadow Divine Emperor concealed his form in the void, constantly shifting positions. As an assassin, he naturally aimed to kill with a single strike. But in the next instant his expression turned pale with terror. Because no matter where he teleported, Xiao Liuyun's gaze remained fixed on him. He didn't know if this was his illusion or something else. Xiao Liuyun's gaze never left his body. He hadn't revealed his form at all, and even divine emperors of the same level would struggle to see through his concealment techniques. The other party could effortlessly see through him, meaning this person must be at least at the peak of Divine Emperor realm, or even the Divine Emperor King level. No, impossible. How could a Divine Emperor King be a youth's servant? The Shadow Divine Emperor screamed wildly in his heart. But he dared not make a move, for he lacked the conviction of certain death. What are you running around for? Aren't you tired of running? This old man is tired of watching. Come out, Xiao Luyun said impatiently. Then his palm rapidly expanded, instantly locking down the entire space. Then everyone horrifyingly witnessed a massive palm slowly closing. They couldn't believe it. Within that palm, the Shadow Divine Emperor was tightly gripped in Xiao Luyun's hand. Unable to move at all. Who was this? This was a Divine Emperor expert from the Shadow Pavilion. A existence whose cultivation rank was second only to the Divine Emperor King, yet now easily subdued by an attendant beside a youth. What exactly was this youth's background? His attendants were all super experts at the Divine Emperor King realm. This aura. It's the same as that person who sent us the message. Damn it, what kind of existence has that useless fool brought upon the Shadow Pavilion? Yin Yu, the Divine Emperor King of the Shadow Pavilion, said through clenched teeth with a pale face. He then directly tore apart the private box wrapped in divine power. Their 7 Divine Emperor King figures instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. These are 7 Divine Emperor Kings, all from top-tier great powers. The entire venue erupted in commotion. They never expected that 7 Divine Emperor King experts would gather in a single private box. Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Pavilion Divine Emperor, crushed in Xiao Liyun's grip, suddenly screamed desperately at Yu, as if he had found his savior. You useless creature, incapable of accomplishing anything, but capable of ruining everything. Who do you dare offend? Yu said coldly, his gaze fixed on the Shadow Pavilion Divine Emperor. Young master, I am. Yu greeted Junlin politely. But before he could finish, Junlin interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Do you want to save him? Junlin pointed at the Shadow Pavilion Divine Emperor and asked. Young master misunderstands. He offended several of you and deserves to die as punishment. Yu spoke without hesitation. Since it's not a plea for mercy, then step down. Junlin waved his hand and said, Crack. And he himself sat comfortably cracking sunflower seeds. Those are the sunflower seeds from the auction. What a sin. Those are such precious heavenly treasures. How can they be consumed so casually? Although it's said that the flesh inside the seeds has powerful effects. But the seed shells are still treasures that can be used in medicine. If these seed shells were combined with various divine herbs to refine pills, their efficacy wouldn't be much worse than the flesh inside. Someone said while clutching their heart. They watched the 3 people with a pile of seed shells in front of them and spoke with grief. It was such a waste of such treasures, his heart could barely bear it. The auction only had a small bag of seeds, but these 3 people had cracked far more than several times that amount. Moreover, seeing Junlin casually toss away the seed shells made their hearts ache painfully each time. So wasteful, it was truly heartbreaking. Kill him, Junlin said without even looking at the Shadow Divine Emperor. No, Pavilion Master, save me. The Shadow Divine Emperor roared frantically. But Pavilion Master of the Shadow Pavilion didn't pay him any attention at all. Yes, young master. Xiao Luyun tightened his grip on the Shadow Divine Emperor. Squish. This Divine Emperor was crushed on the spot and turned into a pile of ashes. The 3 of Junlin continued to leisurely crack sunflower seeds, watching the intense auction below, feeling quite satisfied. However, most of the people below weren't paying attention to the auction. Instead, their eyes gleamed with greed, staring at the sunflower seed shells on Junlin and others' table. Only then did they realize that this young man was the one who had provided all these auction items. No wonder even a god sovereign had to respectfully address such a person as senior. Even god sovereigns had to remain courteous, daring not to show the slightest disrespect. Brother Qingshang, if you are interested, please come up and join us, Junlin said to young master Qingshang. After all, Qingshang was at least someone who wished to help him. More importantly, he had heard that Qingshang's younger sister actually possessed the 9 Nether Glacial Constitution. Perhaps he could help Qingshang's sister rid her of the harm caused by the 9 Nether Glacial Constitution. In that case, Qingshang will not decline your kind invitation. Qingshang clasped his fists toward Junlin, then walked toward Junlin's private room. All right, everyone, let the auction continue. This second item is the treasure known as the snow cake. This item is exceedingly delicate. If the temperature rises even slightly, it will melt immediately. And once it melts, its flavor will be far inferior to what it is now. Therefore, our auction house has specially used ice of 100 million years to seal it within. Now everyone may begin bidding. Bai Changhai said with a beaming smile. I bid 10,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The moment Bai Changhai's words fell, a god sovereign from a private room upstairs immediately called out. Hiss! Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Wasn't this god sovereign being far too lavish? His first bid had already matched the highest price Qingshang had offered. I bid 20,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The god sovereign of the Shadow Pavilion called out, refusing to be outdone. 50,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The 7 mighty god sovereigns kept raising the price, all vying against one another. Once the god sovereigns made their bids, the people below naturally dared not compete. Not to mention the supreme status of the god sovereigns, which no one dared challenge. The sheer wealth of these god sovereigns alone was beyond comparison. It wasn't that they absolutely had to obtain this item, rather they wanted to leave a deep impression on Junlin. 1 million. The entire auction house suddenly fell silent. A smiling god sovereign stood up and called out. This is Qian, the god sovereign of the Wangguan money house, the largest money house in the entire divine realm. The other god sovereigns all wore grim expressions. 1 million supreme-grade divine crystals was nearly their entire fortune. But there was nothing they could do. If one asked who was the wealthiest person in the divine realm, it was none other than this Fatty Qian before their eyes. Fatty Qian's most famous saying was, there is nothing in this world that money cannot settle. If there is, it only means the money hasn't been paid enough yet. Amid the extremely sour expressions of the other god sovereigns, Fatty Qian chuckled and stored away the snow cake. This third item is the melon seeds. Some have said that not only are the kernels treasures, after years of permeation, even the outer shells have long since become treasures. Let the bidding begin. Bai Changhai said with a chuckle. 1,100,000 supreme-grade divine crystals. The shadow god sovereign stood up directly and bellowed. That was his entire fortune. Had anyone raised the bid, he would have had no choice but to withdraw. Fortunately, no one made another bid this time. The shadow god sovereign breathed a sigh of relief. He only wanted to leave a good impression in front of Junlin. Yet it seemed Junlin had never paid any attention at all from beginning to end. Junlin and the other 3 were chatting and laughing. Hum hum hum. Boom. Suddenly, an astonishingly vast pressure burst forth from Junlin's private room. Several god sovereigns immediately made their moves. Of course, they were not attacking. They were suppressing. Because Qingshang had broken through. Yes, after eating a few melon seeds, Qingshang's cultivation had directly broken through to the god sovereign realm. Such was the immense divine power contained within the melon seeds. Several god sovereigns, indeed everyone present, were all dumbfounded. They had known the medicinal effect was potent, but this potent. It had directly pushed a god emperor all the way to god sovereign. One should know that Bai Changhai had only been able to advance to god king simply because Bai Changhai had only been at the heavenly god realm. The heavenly god realm and the god emperor realm were simply not the same thing. Breaking through from the latter was 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than from the former. Yet under everyone's gaze, Qingshang had broken through. At that moment, the other god sovereigns who had failed to win the bids finally realized what a treasure they had missed. Perhaps it could push them into an entirely new realm. When that happened, the balance of the divine realm would inevitably be shattered. Among them, the shadow god sovereign secretly rejoiced. He had only wanted to leave a good impression on Junlin. Unexpectedly, in the end, he had given himself a pleasant surprise. Seeing the strange gleam flashing in the eyes of the surrounding god sovereigns, the shadow god sovereign's expression changed. Was this group planning to join forces to seize it from him? Everyone, I'll take my leave first. We'll meet again when there's time. Senior, this junior will take his leave now. When you have time, you must visit my shadow pavilion, and I will fulfill my duties as host. The shadow god sovereign said, his words somewhat muffled. He had gulped down all the auction melon seeds in one go, shells and all. With that, he turned and left. Whoosh! At once the gazes of all the god sovereigns converged on Fatty Qian. Don't look at me. See, I ate mine long ago. Fatty Qian said, licking the remaining trace of snow cake still on his hand. The other divine emperors secretly regretted it, for they had missed a heaven-defying opportunity. But there was nothing they could do now, since the shadow divine emperor and Fatty Qian had already consumed everything in one gulp. There was still some at Qingshang's place, but since Qingshang stood by Junlin's side, they dared not make a move. However, there was still half a packet with the divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion. But the divine emperor of the Shadow Pavilion had already turned to ashes along with that half packet of spicy strips. The auction below continued, yet it failed to ignite everyone's interest. Nevertheless, the auction remained fiercely competitive, and Junlin himself bid on an item. He naturally had no use for it, but this was to complete the system's mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the auction mission. Reward 100 special physiques. Please prepare yourself, host. Fusion is about to begin. The moment the auction concluded, the system's prompt resonated within Yi Junlin's mind. Guard me. Yi Junlin managed only those words before completely entering a cultivation state. Cold light flashed in Xiao Yuyun's eyes as he rose to his feet, standing like a sentinel beside Yi Junlin. His aura unleashed in full. At that moment, everyone trembled with fear, even though Xiao Yuyun's aura was not directed at them. They could not even straighten their backs. That mere fragment of his presence was enough to suffocate them. Not only them, but even the divine emperors could barely remain standing, forced to kowtow. Since the young master had spoken, Xiao Luyun dared not be careless in the slightest. He was now at full alert, watching not only the people of the divine realm, but also carefully observing above it. They had already reached the divine realm, which meant they were drawing ever closer to the world where the human emperor resided. The great enemy of the human emperor's palace watched and searched relentlessly. Seal. Xiao Luyun waved his hand, sealing off the entire auction house at once. Boom. Yi Junlin felt his body transform 100,000 times in an instant, each change bringing a completely different experience. These were peerless physiques that had not appeared in 10,000 ages, each one worthy of being called a supreme physique. The revelation of even one such physique would spark fierce competition among the ancient Tao schools. For these physiques represent invincibility, the mark of one born supreme. As long as he did not perish prematurely, he would surely stand unrivaled above the world in the future, becoming the ultimate powerhouse. In that single instant, Yi Junlin endured 100,000 bodily transformations. To onlookers, it appeared as though Yi Junlin's body shifted between gold and crimson in rapid succession. They could also sense within him, as if myriad ancient catastrophes had been sealed inside. His aura rose and rose, utterly unstoppable. This sent shockwaves through everyone. They had believed this youth to be merely at the heavenly god realm, but now they could no longer fathom his true level. Yet the divine emperors clearly perceived that within a brief span of time the young man's body had undergone a full 100,000 transformations. Each transformation sent his aura surging higher still. Yi Clan Dao Physique Devour. Yi Junlin roared within his heart. Indeed, his exclusive Yi Clan special physique forcibly fused and swallowed all 100,000 physiques. Combined with the great Dao Samsara body he had previously obtained, the Yi Clan Dao physique of Yi Junlin had now devoured 100,001 supreme physiques. His Yi Clan Dao physique was truly unprecedented, without precedent or successor. Neither his father nor his elder brother could ever compare. And he was the first to use his own physique to devour other physiques. Crack. Xiao Liuyun's expression turned grave. The seal he had erected was actually cracking, about to shatter. The young master's cultivation. Xiao Luyun was truly stunned. In an instant, his young master had already surpassed him, leaping from the heavenly god realm. Even if not yet surpassed, it was at least equal. Damn it, seal. Xiao Liuyun's face contorted in terror as his hands flew through intricate mudras. Countless seals flew from Xiao Yuyun's hands, rapidly integrating into the sealing array and repairing the shattered portion. Unknown space. It has appeared again, that same aura. In merely a few days he has already reached this level. Too late, everything is too late. He has fully matured now. A jade-faced scholar with his hands behind his back shook his head, sighing repeatedly. In that fleeting instant, he had felt that unique aura of the Yi clan. That aura could not be mistaken. Such overwhelming power. Truly magnificent. Yi Junlin slowly opened his eyes, and a torrent of majestic force erupted from him. His realm had risen too rapidly, and he could not yet fully control it. Fortunately, Xiao Yuyun's formation provided protection, otherwise that single instant would have shattered the entire divine realm. Once Yi Junlin adapted to his own cultivation and completely contained his aura, Qing Shang approached somewhat restrained. Brother Yi, pardon me, Senior Yi. That just now was at the 9 Nether Frost body. Qing Shang asked hesitantly at this moment. It concerned his sister, and he had no choice but to endure his embarrassment and ask. No need for such formalities as senior. Just call me Brother Yi. Regarding the 9 Nether Frost supreme physique of your sister, I believe I have a way to resolve it. Indeed, the 9 Nether Ice body is one of the supreme physiques, one among the 100,000 supreme bodies Yi Junlin had obtained. Without suppression, merely possessing the 9 Nether Ice supreme body would make growth extremely difficult. Although the 9 Nether Ice supreme body was exceptionally powerful, its side effects were equally pronounced. The higher one's cultivation, the more acutely one felt that piercing cold capable of freezing one's divine soul rigid. In such a situation, one would need to birth another supreme body of supreme yang within their own body, forming a mutual equilibrium that would eliminate all side effects. Alternatively, one could merge with someone who possessed a supreme yang supreme body, allowing both to blend into one, thereby alleviating the side effects. However, this was not a permanent solution. Union would need to be repeated periodically. This would also relieve the suffering inflicted by the 9 Nether Ice supreme body. Brother Yi, what you say, is it true? Can my sister's physique truly be freed from its negative effects? Qing Shang spoke with agitation. How old was her sister now? Only in the bloom of youth, barely past 20. Yet for over a decade her suffering had only intensified. Without counting the countless heavenly treasures and earthly spiritual materials consumed over those decades, any ordinary faction would have long been brought to ruin. I cannot guarantee it, I can only say there is a chance. Yi Junlin indeed dared not make any promises, for transplanting a supreme yang supreme body was an enormously complicated matter. Moreover, whether the other party could even withstand the procedure remained uncertain. Although another method existed, Yi Junlin would never resort to it unless absolutely necessary. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. There is no time to lose. May I ask if Brother Yi would accompany me to Tingyu Pavilion now? Qing Shang said excitedly. As long as there was a chance, he would not let it slip away. Qing Wu was the little princess of the entire Tingyu Pavilion, cherished and doted upon by her elders since childhood. No one in the pavilion wished to see Qing Wu endure such torment. Even without a supreme physique, they would have gone to great lengths. After all, Tingyu Pavilion was powerful enough to protect her and ensure she grew up in peace. In that case, let us proceed to Tingyu Pavilion at once. Yi Junlin rose to his feet. Qing Shang was decent enough. At least when facing the Divine Emperor of Shadow Pavilion, he had stepped forward to aid him despite being complete strangers. Yi Junlin thought him a person worth befriending. However, their respective cultivation levels ensured they belonged to different planes entirely. So helping her sister escape the torment of the supreme physique would serve as fulfillment of one of Qing Shang's deepest wishes. Tingyu Pavilion, deservedly one of the most formidable powers in the divine realm, was filled with jade towers of radiant splendor. Yet at its deepest core, the atmosphere was entirely different from the rest of the pavilion. The ground was covered with flowers and verdant plants stretching into endless seas of blossoms before one's eyes. A young girl stood there watering them with a vessel in hand. A perpetual sweet smile adorned the girl's face, capable of softening even the hardest heart. Her peerlessly beautiful countenance was now glistening with sweat. It was hard to imagine a girl of such high cultivation breaking into a sweat at all. Brother Yi, please do not be surprised. Because cultivation only brings my younger sister excruciating pain, the clan elders sealed her cultivation away. However, the Nine Nether Ice Supreme Body is far too formidable. The elders' ability to suppress it grows weaker with each passing day. Now they must reseal her every 10 days. Even under seal, my sister's cultivation continues to grow unabated. She has already reached the peak of the heavenly god realm. Qing Shang spoke with profound pity in his eyes. Yi Tian understood this physique while having just merged with it. Such a constitution cultivated at an extraordinarily fast pace, ranking among the top 3 of all supreme physiques. Yet it harbored a fatal weakness. Those who possessed this physique could never live long. It was akin to a forbidden constitution, one cursed by the heavens themselves. Afflicted by heavenly jealousy, no one in history had ever survived beyond 30 years of age, for the condition was entirely incurable. Brother, when did you arrive? At that moment the young girl seemed to sense his presence. Looking up at Qing Shang curiously, her smile blossomed like 1,000 flowers in full bloom, rendering the world around them colorless. A single glance from her breathtaking beauty left everything else pale in comparison. The girl's sweet smile and fragile demeanor stirred an immediate ache of tenderness. Little Wu, this is a friend I have just made. Perhaps he can cure your cold affliction. Qing Shang pointed toward Yi Junlin. Greetings, young master. Brother, it will not help. I know my own body better than anyone. My condition has become a burden to the clan members, yet things are not altogether bad. Each day little Wu lives contentedly. Xiao Wu forced a brave smile. That remains to be seen. Perhaps I truly can heal you, Yi Junlin remarked with a casual shrug. But as far as I know, no one with this physique has ever survived past 30 in all of history. How do you intend to cure her? Xiao Wu looked at Yi Junlin with curiosity. For years she had remained within Tingyu Pavilion, never setting foot outside. Due to her constitution, the clan members were deeply concerned, and this marked Xiao Wu's first encounter with someone beyond Tingyu Pavilion. That is because they had never encountered me before. Now that fate has brought us together, immortality is naturally within reach, Yi Junlin said confidently. Brother Yi, if you can successfully cure my younger sister's cold affliction this time, I am willing to surrender Tingyu Pavilion's quota for the trial of the ancient myth continent to you. Qing Shang declared solemnly. What exactly is this trial quota for the ancient myth continent? Yi Junlin asked curiously. Even Xia Luyun and the others gazed at Qing Shang with profound interest. When they had grown up alongside Emperor of Humanity Yi Tian, they had naturally also resided in the divine realm. However, their stay had only lasted a few decades, and they had merely heard faint rumors about this ancient myth continent within the divine realm. But they knew nothing of the details. Moreover, they would never remain in the divine realm for 100,000 years merely for the sake of this mythical continent. The ancient myth continent, as its name suggests, is steeped in an aura of mythology, Qingshang explained. However, the true ancient myth continent perished long ago, or perhaps it exists within a unique dimensional space. It opens only once every 100,000 years, and those who survive its trials are destined to become supreme powerhouses. These so-called divine emperors have never entered the ancient myth continent, but those who have returned from within experience a dramatic surge in both talent and cultivation base. They ascend to a higher realm in a relatively short time. Furthermore, no one has ever successfully traversed to its depths. Those who ventured too far perished without exception. Qingshang continued his explanation. Then why the quota restrictions? Junlin inquired curiously. One would assume such a major faction as Tingyu Pavilion wouldn't impose such limitations. This is a rule established by our ancestors. Each faction receives only 2 slots regardless of size, Qingshang replied. If my sister recovers this time, I will let her accompany you into the ancient myth continent. Qingshang's eyes were clear and pure, showing not a trace of greed. He remained unmoved by the legendary accounts of prodigies who entered in ages past, whose cultivation and talents soared to unprecedented heights. Junlin nodded silently to himself, approving of this young man. Forget the quota, he said with a wave of his hand. I'll establish my own faction when the time comes. Since there was a quota restriction, creating a new faction would solve the problem. However, only those under 10,000 years of age could enter the ancient myth continent. Any older, and they would be barred from entry. An overpowering force of rejection would bar their entry from the outside, as external power could not breach the barrier. Can Xiaowu also enter? Qingwu asked, her large eyes sparkling with longing. For years she had been confined within Tingyu Pavilion, forbidden from venturing outside, making the world beyond irresistibly alluring to her. She longed to see whether the outside world matched the stories she had heard about Tingyu Pavilion. But I know my own body well. I can't hold on much longer, Xiaowu said sadly. There are 2 ways to resolve the disadvantages brought by your 9 nether ice supreme physique. The first method can completely eliminate the side effects of your 9 nether ice supreme physique. As for the second, Junlin paused. You would need to find someone who possesses a supreme physique of extreme yang nature, and then he left the implication hanging. Junlin didn't elaborate further, trusting they would understand. Of course, nothing is absolute. Let's try the first method first. That is to implant another supreme physique of extreme yang within your body, Junlin explained. Brother Yi, where on earth would we find someone with a supreme physique of extreme yang? Even if one exists, they are precious treasures guarded by their families. No one would willingly surrender their supreme physique. Qingshang spoke with urgency. It doesn't matter, I have my ways, Junlin replied calmly. Xiaowu, sit cross-legged on the ground and recite the mental cultivation mantra in your heart. Keep your spiritual consciousness clear. Junlin gestured to Xiaowu. Yes, she replied obediently. Xiaowu sat cross-legged before him and closed her eyes. As one blessed with a supreme physique, she could enter meditation instantly. Moreover, having never encountered the world's cruelty, she possessed a pure heart. Seal release. Junlin formed hand seals with both palms and gently pressed them against Qingwu's smooth, fair forehead. At the moment the seal dissolved, she uttered a pained whisper. But she quickly composed herself. This pain was beyond what ordinary people could endure, and Qingwu had grown accustomed to it over these many years. Yet each time it flared, the agony multiplied exponentially. System, grant me a supreme physique of extreme yang. Consider it alone. Junlin addressed the system within his consciousness. The system responded with silence. Qingwu, prepare yourself. I'm about to implant the supreme physique of extreme yang. If you cannot bear it, speak out immediately. Junlin commanded. This was his first time attempting such a procedure, lacking absolute certainty. With a sudden burst, a shockwave erupted from Qingwu's petite form. Those nearby were nearly blown away by the force they hadn't anticipated. Junlin directly implanted the innate Yang Flame Supreme Physique, a supreme physique of extreme Yang, into Qingwu's body. He then personally activated it, urging the Yang Flame Supreme Physique to grow rapidly until it matched the 9 Nether Ice Supreme Physique. Only through this mutual balance would it yield tremendous benefits for Qingwu. This also opened infinite possibilities along her cultivation path. When the extremes of Yang and Yin clashed, there was no catastrophic explosion. Instead, they gradually merged into harmony. One Yin, one Yang, Supreme Yang and Supreme Yin merged together without the slightest side effect. Seeing this, Junlin nodded in satisfaction. From this moment on, Qingwu's cultivation will erupt with explosive growth. You had best prepare yourself, Junlin said to Qingshang. Sure enough, Qingshang's gaze turned to Qingwu. At this moment, Qingwu's face no longer showed the slightest trace of pain, but had regained its normal color. At the same time, the aura around Qingwu began to churn and grow restless, an indication that her cultivation was breaking through at a rapid pace. Brother Yi, your kindness is beyond repayment. Qingshang truly does not know how to repay you. Hereafter should Brother Yi utter a single word, Qingshang will go through fire and water without the slightest hesitation. Qingshang declared solemnly, cupping his fists toward Yi Junlin. Ha, do not stand on ceremony. Please announce to the world, Brother Qingshang, that I Yi Junlin established the Heavenly Court from this day forward. Of course, for now, the Heavenly Court numbers only 3, me Liyun and Qinglong. Yi Junlin smiled. A Brother Yi, there is something I am not sure whether to say or not, Qingshang said with some embarrassment. Why be so courteous? Yi Junlin said indifferently. I want to join the Heavenly Court, Qingshang said. Qingshang had thought this through very clearly. He knew that Yi Junlin's true age was only a little over 20. To have attained such cultivation while still barely in his 20s, and to have such mighty experts following him. What did that represent? It meant that following Yi Junlin now promised a future without limits. Furthermore, he would be counted among the founding elder-grade figures of the Heavenly Court. Me too. I also want to join. At this moment, Qingwu opened her crescent-like eyes and said. By now her cultivation had already broken straight through to the Divine Emperor realm. Alright, I agree. Yi Junlin pondered for a moment before saying. Qingshang and Qingwu had extraordinary potential. With a little refinement, they would become great generals of the Heavenly Court in the future. That day a piece of news spread through the upper echelons of the Divine Realm's major powers. The Heavenly Court has been established. For only those in the major powers knew the meaning contained in the 3 characters, Yi Junlin. All the others had not been qualified to attend the auction, so naturally they did not know who Yi Junlin was, or what the Heavenly Court represented. Boom. The entire Divine Realm quaked, and boundless light from the vault of heaven shone over the whole Divine Realm. A voice from the void resounded across all the heavens above the Divine Realm. The ancient mythical continent is about to open. All you chosen prodigies set forth. The words bore the weight of ages, yet their tone was ringing and resolute. Every word shook the myriad heavens. Young lord, it is time for us to set out. Qingshang looked up at the high heavens, then said to Yi Junlin. Now that he had joined the Heavenly Court, he naturally could no longer address Yi Junlin as Brother Yi. Qingshang was perfectly clear on this point. Every time the ancient mythical continent opens, its entrance is outside the endless abyss in the Divine Realm. We need to arrive early and wait for the mythical continent to open, because the mythical continent remains open for only a few short breaths. If we miss it, there will never be another chance to enter. Qingshang said. Entering the mythical continent was subject to restrictions of both time and age. If you missed it, forget about waiting 100,000 years. The mythical continent permitted only those under 10,000 years old to enter. In that case, let us set out. Yi Junlin was truly curious. He had read the relevant ancient texts, but none of them gave a specific description of what the ancient mythical continent actually was. Moreover, those who had come out had not revealed much. They only said absolutely do not enter the central region. Perhaps only those who went in would know what it was really like inside. Under the guidance of the elder of the Tingyu Pavilion, Yi Junlin and his party set out for the Endless Abyss. They were not the first to arrive at the Endless Abyss. One could say they were the last. All the other factions consisted of one powerful expert leading 2 young prodigies. Yet everyone stared at the people from the Tingyu Pavilion somewhat puzzled. This time the Tingyu Pavilion party numbered 7 in all. Apart from the elder of the Tingyu Pavilion, there were Yi Junlin, Xia Liyun, Qinglong, Qingshang, Qingwu, and Qinggu. Xia Liyun and Qinglong had long since surpassed 10,000 years of age, so they naturally could not enter. Since the Heavenly Court had 2 quota spots anyway, Yi Junlin simply brought Qingwu along. As for the Tingyu Pavilion, aside from Qingshang, there was still one vacancy, so they found another prodigy from the Tingyu Pavilion to fill it. Elder of the Tingyu Pavilion, is this not a violation of the rules? Every faction, regardless of size, may only send 2 people inside. What is the meaning of this? Finally, someone could no longer stand by, and stepped forward to question them. Who do you think you are? Since when does the Tingyu Pavilion need you to interrogate it? The elder of the Tingyu Pavilion's expression darkened, and he snapped. As one of the foremost major powers of the Divine Realm, it naturally had its own pride. There were also people from other top forces of the Divine Realm around, but upon seeing Yi Junlin, they simply pretended not to notice. Nor did they need to go over and inquire. They knew that the Heavenly Court had already been established. This man was originally the leader of a medium-sized faction, and it was precisely because of the rules set down by the ancestors that he dared to stand up and ask. He believed that every major power had merely been too concerned with saving face to ask. By asking, he was speaking for all of them. Even if the Tingyu Pavilion would not grant him face, it still had to give the assembled forces an answer, didn't it? However, he never expected that none of the major powers would step forward to question him. They all wore an air of utter indifference, as if the matter had nothing to do with them. If you dare utter another word, this old man will annihilate your entire sect. The elder of the rain-listening pavilion declared with immense authority. The man's face turned ashen, and he dared not speak another word, retreating directly into the ranks of his own faction. He knew that their faction had already been branded by the rain-listening pavilion, placing them in an extremely perilous position. What do you all think of this? Junlin asked with a genial smile, looking toward the Shadow Pavilion and other top-tier powers. Oh, so it's young Master Yi. It has been a long time. Your brilliance shines even more brightly than before. The Shadow Divine Emperor stepped forward, his face full of smiles as he clasped his fists toward Junlin. Young Master Yi's words are naturally beyond question. Besides, we have all received word of the Heavenly Court's founding, so of course young Master Yi and his companions can enter the mythical continent. Since I came in haste and did not prepare proper congratulatory gifts, please accept this small token. I hope young Master Yi will not disdain it. Fatty Chin chuckled and stepped forward, waving his hand. At least 10 million top-grade divine crystals were laid out neatly before Junlin. Hiss! Everyone around gasped. This Fatty Chin was notoriously stingy. Who could have imagined he would be so generous before a mere youth, casually producing a full 10 million top-grade divine crystals? Damn it, that fat bastard must have prepared this in advance. A divine emperor ground his teeth in secret. This Fatty Chin had a vast family fortune, so of course he could afford it. The other divine emperors truly had a hard time matching him. Young Master Yi, I have not prepared much either. Please take this as a small token of my regard. May the Heavenly Court stand eternal for 10,000 generations. The Shadow Pavilion's divine emperor waved his hand, and countless priceless treasures appeared before Junlin. Their total value was no less than that of the divine crystals. Most importantly, because of the melon seeds and ice cream they had purchased from Junlin back then, their cultivation had soared, far surpassing the divine emperor realm. All they needed to do was wait for Junlin to leave the divine realm, and they would be able to dominate. The other divine emperors gnashed their teeth, but they had no choice. They could only offer up their most precious treasures. The surrounding factions were stunned and bewildered. Since when did several top-tier powers need to flatter a single youth? They could not understand it, no matter how hard they tried. Boom! Before they could continue mulling it over, a colossal ball of light appeared above the endless abyss. Get ready. The mythical continent is about to open. Someone shouted with a grave expression. The ball of light gradually split open into a crack, and boundless spiritual energy surged out from within. Its quality was at least several hundred times greater than that of the divine realm. Hurry! What kind of place is the mythical continent exactly? Junlin murmured softly, then pulled Qingwu along and vanished into the crack in an instant. The crack lasted only 2 breaths before completely sealing shut. So this is the mythical continent. Even Junlin felt a sense of awe. All around stood towering mountains that stretched beyond the limits of sight. Occasionally gigantic birds passed overhead, their wings blotting out the sky. These birds were truly colossal. Even the divine realm had never seen birds of such immense size. Wow, what a big bird! Qingwu had never seen anything like this and cried out immediately. Junlin. Truly the innocent are the most formidable. They simply speak whatever comes to mind without a second thought. Junlin observed carefully and found that even the weakest of these giant birds had reached the divine emperor realm. When he extended his divine sense, he even detected birds whose cultivation surpassed that of divine emperors. And this was merely the outer region of the mythical continent. As for exactly where he was, Junlin had no idea. All he knew was that he and Qingwu were the only ones here. There was no trace of anyone else at all. Occasionally a few birds circled overhead, but they showed no strong aggression. After all, in their eyes, Junlin and Qingwu were far too small, not even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. They seemed utterly disinterested in the two intruders. Still, one had to admit that the mythical continent, which opened only once every 100,000 years, was indeed filled with an air of mystery and wonder. Along the way, Junlin came across an overwhelming number of spiritual herbs and treasures, so many that even a divine emperor would risk their life for them. Yet Junlin felt that these items might well be the lowest grade goods on the mythical continent. Qingwu, however, was busily and joyfully collecting them all, taking away everything she laid eyes on. Wow, brother, you look. There are some here too. Qingwu hopped about like a little girl, plucking the treasure and offering it to Junlin like a prized gift. These are useless to me, you keep them. Junlin smiled and shook his head. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he sensed an awe-inspiring sword intent shooting straight into the heavens not far away. That sword intent was the most powerful Junlin had ever encountered. He immediately grabbed Qingwu and vanished from where he stood. A colossal mountain loomed before Junlin. Is the sword intent coming from the summit? He frowned. The closer he drew, the more he could feel the overwhelming power of that sword intent. It far surpassed the divine emperor realm. Junlin even felt it exceeded Xia Liyun's cultivation level. The sword intent was truly overwhelmingly powerful. Not a single blade of grass could grow on this mountain, leaving it utterly barren. Due to the presence of this sword intent, no green vegetation could take root across the entire great mountain. With a thunderous crash, Junlin stepped onto the mountain and an overwhelming torrent of sword intent descended upon him instantly. Get lost. His entire body radiated with golden light, repelling the sword intent. At this moment, Junlin's expression finally changed. Previously, he had merely assumed that this sword intent was at its strongest state. But now he understood. This sword intent had existed for countless years and had been endlessly weakened over time. Just how formidable was this sword intent at its peak? Junlin wore a grave expression, a golden light perpetually encasing both him and Qingwu to prevent any harm from the sword intent. As they ascended higher, the sword intent grew increasingly oppressive, and even for Junlin, carrying Qingwu was becoming taxing. Brother, ye go up alone. Little Wu cannot be your burden. I will wait for you below. Qingwu perceived Junlin's struggle and immediately broke free from his grasp, sprinting down the mountain. She did not wish to hinder him, fully aware that her current cultivation was nothing but a liability. All she desired was to rapidly advance her cultivation. Along the way, she had gathered numerous heavenly treasures and earthly materials which she could refine while awaiting Junlin. Without Qingwu, Junlin no longer needed to divide his focus. Yet his brows remained deeply furrowed. He had never before encountered anything so burdensome. A sharp tearing sound rang out. A blade of sword intent sliced through Junlin's garment, leaving a deep wound upon his flesh. Junlin had been injured. Even if this sword intent is overwhelmingly powerful, I will reach the summit today to discover who left it behind. Junlin roared aloud. Along his ascent, he encountered numerous corpses, most clustered at the mountain's base. Some lay at the mid-slope, charred beyond recognition, but above that point there were none. These were all prodigies from the divine realm who had entered the mountain. Having discovered this place, they believed an unparalleled treasure awaited at the summit. Yet all perished here, none having even reached the mid-slope. Panting heavily, Junlin reached the summit drenched in sweat. The sword intent at the peak was at least 100 times stronger than at the base. Though Junlin was exceptionally powerful, his garments were tattered beyond repair. Faint traces of sword scars were visible across his body. Blood continuously seeped from these wounds, making them difficult to heal in an instant. Although Junlin's physique was formidable, each newly mended cut was slashed open again within the blink of an eye. There that was. Junlin looked up and beheld a sight that sent tremors through his very spirit. It was a colossal humanoid being. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, Junlin would have presumed him already dead. He lay upright there. No, he was not lying there, but impaled by a sword. Yes, Junlin could see it clearly, pinned by a small sword. Such a towering giant being held in place by a tiny sword seemed impossible to comprehend. It was as though a normal adult had been impaled motionless by an embroidery needle. It appeared absurd yet profoundly desolate. The giant's body was shriveled and withered, unknown for how many years it had been pinned there. One could say he had reached the very brink of death. It was only some force that kept him from perishing, his will refusing to yield. Who are you? Why are you pinned here? Junlin asked between ragged breaths. There was no response. Still, Junlin did not press further. Instead, he sat cross-legged, needing to harness this sword intent to temper his own body. He would use this sword energy to forge his physique, making it ever more formidable. With a creaking sound, the mummified giant's finger twitched. Then slowly clouded eyes opened, and the giant turned its head toward Junlin. That single gesture of turning his neck seemed to exhaust every ounce of his remaining strength. He did not speak, for he lacked the strength. After a long while, this shriveled giant, no longer resembling any living creature, finally found the voice to speak. Successor. You are commendable. In a hoarse whisper, the giant sank back into slumber. It was difficult to imagine how many years it had been since those words had been spoken. The sound was truly harsh. It seemed even a few words had drained his final reserve of strength. After watching the giant fall into slumber, Junlin closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. This truly marked the first time Junlin had earnestly engaged in cultivation. Ding. Check-in mission issued. Location, Sword Tomb Mountain. Check-in reward 100,000 Supreme Eye Technique. Ding. Host, do you wish to check in? Check-in. Junlin thought. Check-in successful. Reward has been distributed. Host, prepare for integration. In an instant, Junlin felt his eyes undergo a profound transformation, waves of coolness flowing continuously from within them. He could clearly sense that his eyes had undergone 100,000 modifications in a single moment. Junlin raised his gaze and unexpectedly took in the entirety of the mythological continent. Cities tens of thousands of miles away were visible to him in perfect clarity, and he could see even the insects flying within those city walls as though they stood before his eyes. Junlin then turned his gaze toward the giant. His eyes pierced through the giant's body, and what he saw sent a chill down his spine. The giant was not merely shriveled and dry. Within his body resided a magnificent radiance of 5 colors. This was his origin source, the likes of which Junlin had never encountered before in all his life. However, this origin power was being ruthlessly suppressed by a small sword. Unable to nourish his body, it caused the giant's flesh to wither away bit by bit. He had survived solely due to the strength of his physique. But even with such a formidable body, all its potential had long been exhausted over the countless years. If he did not restore his origin source soon, he would truly be reduced to an empty shell. What a pity to waste such a powerful origin force. Junlin shook his head and remarked. He had truly never encountered a powerhouse at this level before. Even that single mass of origin energy was enough to stir his emotions. If Junlin's origin power was the size of a fist, then this giant's origin force was as massive as Mount Tai. After slumbering for what seemed like an eternity, the giant appeared to have regained some strength. Just as he was about to speak, Junlin cut him off. I can rescue you, but on one condition. You must pledge your allegiance to me. Junlin gazed at the giant with burning intensity. If things went as planned, he would gain an extraordinary enforcer. The giant's turbid eyes fixed upon Junlin, lost in thought. Junlin did not rush him. He sat cross-legged on the ground, waiting patiently for the giant's reply. Rescue me. Do you know whose sword that is? It took the giant a long moment to utter each word painstakingly. Having spoken, he collapsed into exhaustion as though every syllable was draining his very life force. Then it is none of your concern. As long as you agree to follow me, I will help you break free. Junlin shrugged and said. Within the giant's eyes, although his mighty pressure had faded, he had once been a supreme being above all others. Though his gaze was clouded, it remained razor-sharp. This youth was the first person in countless years to have set foot in the Sword Tomb Mountain unharmed. Moreover, this youth was terrifying. Despite sustaining only minor injuries, he had climbed all the way up. After sitting for merely a short, while those sword aura strikes could no longer harm him in the slightest. Very well. The giant barely managed to spit out a single character before falling silent once more. He stared intently at Junlin, wanting to see precisely how this youth would rescue him and break his bonds. Open wide. Junlin said to the giant. Go. Whoosh. As the giant obeyed and opened his mouth, Junlin flicked his finger directly. 2 calamity pills flew straight into the giant's mouth. One would help restore vitality to his flesh and stimulate the recovery of his cultivation. The other would propel him beyond his current realm to reach even greater heights. What kind of pills are these? The giant was utterly shocked. He could feel his flesh regaining vitality. His once shriveled body was steadily becoming plump and robust once more. His 3,000-meter-long gray hair was even undergoing a transformation, turning jet black. His weathered, wrinkled face was reshaping itself into that of a man in his prime. All these changes began simultaneously. The giant was truly astounded. He had lived for countless years. He himself could no longer keep count. Yet he had never in all his existence witnessed such miraculous pills. What terrified him most was his cultivation. It was recovering at an astonishingly rapid pace. The momentum was ferocious, showing not the slightest sign of weakening. The giant quickly closed his eyes and began charging at the barrier of his cultivation. He had no idea how many years he had been trapped. Throughout these countless years, not only had his vitality faded, but the sword intent upon the small sword had also been steadily diminishing. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been able to break free alive. But now his cultivation had broken through, and the small sword could no longer contain him. Ting, ting, ting. The small sword emitted a piercing cry, constantly trembling and vibrating, because it could no longer suppress him. Bang! Finally, the small sword was sent flying backward. I am finally free. The giant roared to the heavens, shaking both heaven and earth. Song Ao pays respects to my lord. The giant transformed into a human form and walked before Junlin, kneeling on one knee with deep reverence. Rise. I observed that sword earlier. It appeared to be merely an ordinary blade. How could it imprison and seal you? Junlin asked, curiously looking at Song Ao. That is correct. That sword was indeed nothing more than common iron. Song Ao fell silent for a moment before speaking. Back then, when the alien races from beyond the realms invaded, the first to fall was this mythological continent. Many would say the mythological continent was the weakest among the myriad realms. Yet in truth, the mythological continent of those days was the most powerful entity across all creation. Upon the mythological continent abounded countless experts. As for me, I could barely be considered a powerhouse among them. At that time, the entire mythological continent was plunged into chaos, its living beings nearly wiped out entirely. I followed some of the most formidable beings in the mythological continent to this place. We had received intelligence that an alien realm king-level expert was hiding here. When we arrived here, the great battle had already begun. We were all renowned powerhouses of the Shanhua continent. That domain lord from beyond the realms simply waved his hand, pinning me to this Sword Tomb Mountain with an ordinary sword. I didn't even have a chance to counterattack, as if he were swatting away a fly. Several of the other most powerful figures joined forces to drag that domain lord into the river of time. In earlier years I could still sense the battles raging within, but now I can sense nothing at all. Perhaps they are all gone now. Song Ao spoke in a somber tone. Yi Junlin's expression turned solemn. These predecessors truly commanded reverence. To safeguard the Shanhua continent, they had forcibly dragged the domain lord from the other realm into the river of time. Only through such sacrifice did the continent avoid utter devastation over the centuries. We all knew that at this rate the Shanhua continent couldn't hold out much longer. So from the very beginning we made the decision to give prodigies from other realms a chance. The Shanhua continent opens once every 100,000 years to connect with the outside world. Those with sufficient talent and cultivation strength could find heavenly materials and earthly treasures here that would elevate both their cultivation and innate abilities. This was our way of ensuring the human race's lineage would survive. Song Ao said mournfully. He had once been a renowned powerhouse himself, yet couldn't even withstand a casual strike from a domain lord. He nearly died from it. The blow to his pride was immense. On a battlefield like this, he could contribute nothing. He had lost track of how many 100 million years had passed. He wondered about the fate of myth capital, the Shanhua continent's imperial city. It stood as the front line against enemies from beyond the realms. If the capital fell, the entire continent would be lost. After learning the situation, Yi Junlin decided to head to Shanhua capital. He took Xiao Wu with him, and together they set off. As for Qing Shang and the others, Yi Junlin had sent them word long ago to gather at Shanhua capital. Only when they drew near the capital did he truly feel what it meant for his spirit to tremble. What met his eyes was nothing but devastation. Corpses strewn everywhere, both from the outer domains and the Shanhua continent. Broken limbs and shattered bodies lay scattered, and the blood-red water had stained this battlefield a dark crimson over countless years. A towering aura of slaughter rose from nowhere. Yi Junlin even spotted shattered stars drifting through the cosmos. What manner of battle had been this fierce? They had brought down great stars from the heavens themselves. Gazing into the distance, a colossal city came into view. It was so vast that even with a cultivator's normal eyesight one couldn't see its end. And its height was staggering. So tall it seemed to nearly touch the great sun in the sky. No one knew what material this fortress had been built from. Though it looked wretched and battered, it remained extraordinarily resilient. Scores of weapon marks scarred its surface, yet the city had never fallen. Directly opposite the city stood the battleground where they had made their final stand against the extral realm enemies. Yi Junlin and the other two entered through the city's rear gate without being stopped. Unlike other cities, the streets of Shanhua capital were not bustling with merchants setting up stalls as one might expect. Cultivators came and went with grim expressions and killing intent radiating from them. Young and old, male and female alike, all bore the aura of seasoned warriors. This was forged through decades of relentless warfare. They had no time to waste on meals, idle chatter, or strolling through markets. Instead, they chose seclusion and cultivation. They understood that the brutality of battle far exceeded their control. This very expedition might be their last. The more cultivation one possessed, the greater the assurance of survival. Laughter was absent throughout the imperial capital, only suffocating tension remained. All forces prepare. Enemies from beyond the realms approach. The Third Legion marches with me to battle today. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed across the entire capital. Pedestrians on the streets flinched. Then many took to the air without hesitation. Song Ao, what does the Third Legion refer to? Yi Junlin asked. To ensure all cultivators receive adequate rest periods, the combat personnel of the entire capital were previously divided into 80 legions. Each legion numbered between 10 to 20 million soldiers, and the number dispatched depended on the size of the extral realm enemy force. Only the Third Legion is being deployed now, which suggests the enemy force isn't too large. Indeed, that was the old formation structure. I'm unfamiliar with the current arrangements, Song Ao replied. Then let us go as well and join the fight, Yi Junlin declared. Qing Wu, stay here safely. Brother Yi is going to battle. Qing Wu wants to fight too. Qing Wu clenched her tiny fist defiantly. On the battlefield, I won't have time to protect you. Next time, but for now let me scout ahead, Yi Junlin told Qing Wu. Then he turned and flew toward the Third Legion alongside Song Ao. Who are you and why have you come to our Third Legion? As Yi Junlin and Song Ao arrived at the assembly point of the Third Legion, someone stopped them to inquire. Which cultivator appearing here is not a powerful existence? Even the weakest cultivator has already reached the Divine Emperor realm. I come from the divine realm of the myriad worlds, arriving with the opening of the ancient mythological continent. Now that enemies from beyond the realms invade as a part of the myriad worlds, it is naturally our duty to contribute, Yi Junlin stated directly. So it is a trial that opens every 100,000 years. The leader, clad in battle armor, spoke thoughtfully. Young man, do you know that every 100,000 years the mythological continent opens void passages in all realms to allow the geniuses from outside to come in for training, but that is merely for training purposes. This kind of war is not something you can participate in. Leave immediately. With us here, the entire myriad worlds will be safe. If in the end, even we cannot hold them back, we will perish together with the mythological continent. The leader of the Third Legion said gently. They could be said to be the final barrier of the myriad worlds. If even they could not stop the invasion from beyond in the end, then who in the myriad worlds could? This was the most puzzling point for Junlin. If the mythological continent was the final barrier of the entire myriad worlds, then where was his father, human emperor, Tian, resisting the invasion of the alien races? The general spoke very calmly, with not a trace of fear or panic toward death in their eyes. Years of combat had long forged their wills to be harder than steel. Death, terrifying to others, was instead the finest destination in the eyes of these warriors. I understand you wish to contribute to resisting the alien races. However, you have not yet fully grown. In many years' time, when you have matured completely, reception envoys will naturally come to seek you out. Your current mission is to seek out cultivation resources and various heavenly materials and earthly wonders of the mythological continent. Raise your cultivation and aptitude to their fullest potential. Only when your strength grows will you have the power to resist the alien races. Only in this way will the myriad worlds not face extinction. On the front lines, we buy you time. Enough for you young talents to grow strong enough to one day drive back the enemies from beyond. The commander of the Third Legion, Yang Kuei, declared with forceful words. I currently have sufficient strength to protect myself. Without experiencing the baptism of war, it is difficult to grow. Boom. Junlin spoke directly. Then his aura erupted suddenly. All the soldiers of the Third Legion looked at the youth before them in disbelief. At such a young age, how could he possibly have this cultivation? This was truly too shocking. Yang Kuei's expression also became serious. But he still did not want to let Junlin join the battlefield. A young genius like Junlin could be said to be hard to encounter even across 10,000 ages. Such peerless talent, if targeted by the enemies from the foreign realms, would certainly not be good news. Perhaps the enemies from beyond would send super-powerful experts just to eliminate Junlin. At that time, the myriad worlds would lose an unparalleled genius. That would be absolutely unbearable pain. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind, Junlin, drawing all of Yang Kuei and the others' attention. You are the Tsang Ao war god. Yang Kuei exclaimed as though he had seen a ghost. Tsang Ao, the war god of the mythological continent in the past, was arguably invincible on the battlefield against the foreign invasion. In the end, he even won the title of war god. Tsang Ao, apart from a few of the most powerful beings, was the strongest existence. Back then, he had followed several of the most powerful figures of the mythological continent to the Sword Tomb Mountain, but they never returned, and even those most powerful several disappeared. They had once believed that Tsang Ao and the others might have perished, never expecting that after over 100 million years he would see this war god of the mythological continent again. That's right, I have returned. With me here, it is enough to protect the young master's safety. Tsang Ao said without reservation. Young master. Yang Kuei was horrified. Was this youth before him actually the master of the war god? Then who exactly was he? What an incredibly powerful background such a person must have. Yang Kuei dared not imagine. System, check the panel. Junlin said in his mind. Host Junlin. Cultivation, Saint Realm. Cultivation levels: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, great martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, martial god. Done. Realm, void path realm, return to heaven realm, immortal fire realm, true immortal realm, low grade, golden immortal, medium grade, golden immortal, high grade, golden immortal, great golden immortal, great upper immortal, immortal lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm. True God realm, low God realm, medium God realm, high God realm, heavenly God realm, divine king realm, divine emperor realm, divine emperor, great emperor, emperor, lord, imperial sovereign, saint, saint, king, great saint, saint, emperor. Talent. Divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts over 100,000. Far too numerous to list individually. Special physique, the strongest in the universe. Family Tao body. Good. With the war god here, our chances of victory on Shanhua continent have greatly increased. Yang Kuei said joyfully. Many years ago, the most powerful beings of Shanhua continent and their enemies from beyond the realms had disappeared together. That was why they could barely hold a stalemate with the outsiders over the years. Evenly matched, yet Shanhua continent still suffered devastating casualties. The 80 legions from back then had dwindled to merely 50. Roar! An ancient dragon horn cry echoed from time immemorial. The sound instantly spread across the imperial capital, and everyone felt their blood begin to boil. This was a supreme treasure crafted from the horn of an ancient dragon slain by their ancestors. When the horn sounded, it meant the foreign realms had begun their attack once more. Soldiers, follow me into battle. Yang Kuei roared from atop the city gate tower. He then gazed beyond the city walls. Outside, the massive army of outsiders had already assembled. That seemingly endless horde rolled toward the imperial capital in thick columns of smoke and dust. There should be several tens of millions of troops, Junlin observed, looking at the foreign army. Open the gates and meet them. A hoarse old voice rang out from the city wall. Junlin raised his eyes and looked over. He had not noticed before. Upon the city wall, a stone figure resembling a terracotta warrior spoke. This was no true stone statue, but an elderly man sitting in meditation. It was unclear how many years he had remained motionless. His body was entirely covered in a thick layer of dust. As time passed, this dust gradually hardened, making him appear like a stone statue. Now as he opened his mouth to speak, the thick layer of grime began to fall away, revealing his true appearance. Song Ao, welcome back. The old man smiled at Song Ao. So it's you old fossil. After so many years apart, you've become someone who gives orders. Song Ao looked at the filthy old man and chuckled. Sigh? Ever since you all disappeared, the outsiders have grown increasingly arrogant. Over these years, Shanhua continent has suffered terrible losses. The old man spoke sorrowfully. He was right. The entire 80 legions had been reduced to just 30. Each legion numbered no less than 10 million souls, with some reaching tens of millions. Li Chong, thank you for enduring all these years. But I have returned. This time I will follow the young master and bloodily purge the foreign realms. We will ensure they never return. Song Ao declared resolutely. Boom. The colossal city gates opened, and a towering war banner was first unleashed. This banner had been crafted by the ancient forefathers, stained with the blood of supreme beings, a peerless treasure. Boom. Without another word, both sides clashed, directly charging into each other's formations. Spells exploded across the sky in brilliant auroras, casting a desolate glow upon the battlefield. For every spell unleashed meant someone perished. Fight for our loved ones behind us. As long as we stand on Shanhua continent, it endures. Even if we fall, we shall ensure its continuation. A cultivator shrieked madly, then detonated his entire body in a violent burst of light, charging straight toward the outsiders. He intended to self-destruct, taking his enemy with him. Having just witnessed that foe slaughter several members of their legion, he knew this enemy could not be allowed to live. Had he not died, the legion would suffer even heavier losses. Meanwhile, Yang Kuei and the others had already plunged into the void. Such titans of power needed space to fight, for the collateral damage would wipe out countless subordinates. Clearly this was what neither side's commander wished to see. Kill. Junlin darted through the enemy ranks without pause. Wherever he passed, enemies fell in droves, utterly incapable of resistance. Bathed in enemy blood, Junlin had fully matured in this moment. He understood. The battlefield tolerated no mercy, for hesitation meant his own death. Members of the 3rd Legion also fell continuously, yet even in death, they dragged enemies down with them. Such resilience was terrifying. A cultivator of the 3rd Legion had his chest pierced through by a battle spear. Yet he seemed to feel nothing. Instead of pulling the spear out, he embraced his enemy and perished together in a massive explosion. This scene unfolded not just once, but everywhere across the battlefield. This youth is too powerful. Have that one make a move. We must ensure a killing blow. The general from beyond the realm stared at Junlin, who was wreaking havoc. Over the years, he had seen young people enter the battlefield many times, but he had never paid them much attention, for these young ones were rarely exceptionally strong. They posed little threat to him. Both sides would send their younger generation to hone their skills so they could grow at the fastest pace. But the youth who appeared today was remarkably ferocious. The aura he casually projected was comparable to his own, unimaginably potent. What was most crucial was that Junlin appeared to be slaughtering indiscriminately. His strikes seemed chaotic and unfocused, yet each blow precisely eliminated young cultivators. Boom. The void trembled as a monstrous presence erupted from the distant emptiness. Instantly, dark clouds descended like a suffocating weight. The black clouds spread across the heavens, tearing through the void with each passing. Below, the earth cracked and collapsed, mountains splitting apart, while lakes and rivers evaporated. Such terrifying devastation instantly drew everyone's attention. A sage. A sage has come. Yang Kuei gasped, his pupils contracting sharply. This was no ordinary foe. It was an ancient sage. His cultivation reached heaven and earth, radiating unimaginable terror. Boom. From the direction of mythical imperial city, another surge of power erupted. Old Man Li, the gate guardian, took a single step and materialized above the army. He gazed solemnly at the void, knowing a warrior of his own caliber awaited there. To establish the grand cosmic co-prosperity sphere, you ants dare not only refuse gratitude, but attempt to oppose us. How utterly foolish. Therefore I grant you death. The void quaked as a thunderous voice echoed across the battlefield. Boy, I see you possess fine talent. You could join our ranks. Then enjoy boundless wealth, supreme authority, and endless privilege. What say you? We can also greatly enhance your cultivation and bestow upon you precious peerless divine pills. The black clouds churned continuously before halting above Yi Junlin's head as the voice spoke. All eyes turned toward Yi Junlin simultaneously. He came from beyond mythical continent, and they didn't know if he could resist such temptation. After all, none of them knew him well. There had already been precedents. More than one or two had defected from mythical continent, and even certain families had betrayed and fled. Stop! How dare you hover above my head? I detest those who act arrogant and meddle in my affairs. Let me leave you with one final word: return to wherever you came from. A bunch of scum. You haven't even figured out how to survive in your own world, yet you think you can invade others. Yi Junlin spoke with iron resolve. In his past life, he had despised those who invaded other nations. To encounter such people again in this lifetime, wearing the same garb and behaving identically, was almost unbelievable. Fine. Then you shall die. The black clouds churned violently as heavenly thunder gathered ready to annihilate Yi Junlin in a single strike. Your opponent is me. Old Man Li, caked in dust, appeared opposite the black clouds. No need. I'll take this man's head. Yi Junlin replied to him. He had long craved a battle against someone at his own level, not mere slaughter. Finally one had appeared. Old Man Li hesitated, unwilling to gamble. A genius of this caliber, once fully cultivated, might turn the tide of battle. Don't worry, Song Ao transmitted calmly. The young master's cultivation won't fall short of yours. Unless I choose to reveal myself, the sage cannot detect my presence. What? Not weaker than me. Old Man Li was stunned into silence. Very well. I leave this sage to you. Though he trusted Song Ao's words, the sheer audacity of it left him reeling. But he turned and departed, ceding the battlefield to Yi Junlin. Old Li, Yang Kuei stood bewildered. The young master claimed he'd faced the enemy sage alone, and Old Man Li simply agreed and walked away. Bang! Uft! The massive black cloud palm, as fragile as paper, was instantly shattered by Yi Junlin's fist. Without losing speed, he continued hurtling toward the black cloud suspended in the void. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? The man within the black cloud asked, his voice tinged with panic. Yi Junlin's fist was simply too terrifying. Wherever it passed, the starry river exploded, and nothing could stand in its way. Roar! I am an ancient sage, I should be invincible. How can I not even defeat a mere youth? The black cloud churned, roared, and resisted. Uft! But it was all in vain, all futile. Yi Junlin's power was utterly beyond his imagination. Although they were both at the same cultivation realm, Yi Junlin possessed 100,000 supreme physiques. Which one of those supreme physiques taken alone was not invincible within its realm? Not to mention his 100,000 supreme arts and secret techniques. Even the visions manifested by a sage were extraordinarily terrifying. Such a scene resembled the apocalypse, weighing heavily on everyone's heart, as if the end of the world were imminent. With a single punch, Yi Junlin turned heaven and earth upside down, causing the starry river to reverse. The black cloud burst apart, revealing a short, middle-aged fat man within. At this moment his eyes were filled with extreme terror. Were it not for the protection of Tsangao, unimaginable calamities would have befallen beneath this sky. Otherwise all living things would have been annihilated, and every trace of vitality would have been lost. Of course Tsangao only sheltered his own army. As for those from beyond the domains, let them die if they must. Huh. The middle-aged man with the thin mustache bellowed. He had to fight with all his might, or he would fall here today. This young man was so terrifying that it made his entire body tremble. But everything he did was utterly negligible, puny, like a moth darting into a flame, seeking its own destruction. All his resistance merely highlighted his foolishness. This aura, how could it be? No, he shouldn't know about this place. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, the short mustachioed middle-aged man exclaimed in great alarm. It was precisely those words that temporarily saved his life. You. What relation are you to the human emperor? The short mustachioed fat man asked in fear. Human emperor? Everyone present was stunned and bewildered. They had no idea who the human emperor was, nor had they ever heard of him. After all, the Shanhua continent had been sealed for countless years, and they had never known much about the outside world. They had always believed that their Shanhua continent was the frontline battlefield against the external realms. My father, the human emperor. Yi Junlin merely uttered those 4 words calmly. No wonder someone so young possesses such cultivation. How did the human emperor learn of this place? The short mustachioed fat man still asked incredulously. They had discovered this place behind the human emperor's back, and they had also learned that the Shanhua continent had remained sealed for countless years. Even the human emperor could not have waited 100,000 years to enter. He had no idea such a place existed. It was precisely for this reason that they had secretly teleported some war generals here. They intended to conquer it in one stroke and dismantle it from within. But the people of the myriad worlds were far too troublesome, and the fighting dragged on for over 100 million years. Yet they still failed to take the Shanhua continent. Originally, they had dispatched an unknown king-level powerhouse here hoping to seize the Shanhua continent in one fell swoop. Because every powerhouse was registered with the human emperor, he would notice if even one went missing. So they had been extremely cautious, and only now had they finally managed to send that king-level powerhouse over. But unexpectedly, 3 king-level powerhouses appeared simultaneously on the Shanhua continent. In that great battle, those king-level powerhouses all vanished without a trace. None of them had appeared for so many years. The son of the human emperor. If the son of the human emperor were to die here, no price would be too great to pay. A cunning, treacherous glint flashed across the short, mustachioed fat man's eyes. The son of the human emperor. If he died here, it would surely be a heavy blow to the human emperor. The son of the human emperor has appeared on the Shanhua continent. Send king-level powerhouses at once. The short, mustachioed fat man transmitted the message directly. Ha ha ha. Son of the human emperor, your father is about to be defeated. What is the point of your stubborn resistance here? I admit that the human emperor is indeed an extraordinary hero, and the human emperor's hall is the greatest force in all the myriad worlds. But what use is that? The battlefield beyond the domains is the true battlefield. Once that front collapses, the entire myriad worlds will be within our grasp. The short, mustachioed fat man laughed arrogantly. If my father is about to be defeated, why would you still sneak over to this place looking for a breakthrough here? Throughout the ages, you ambitious yet powerless wretches have always been revolting. When I, this young master, surpass all ages, I will be the first to annihilate you, reducing you completely to the dust of history. I.e. Junlin, second son of the human emperor, will completely eradicate your kind. I swear on my Dao heart. Yi Junlin declared, his words resolute and sonorous. Yi Junlin's words made the face of the short, stout man with the handlebar mustache turn drastically pale. A Dao heart oath was no joke. But then he was relieved. So long as the other side dispatched another king-level powerhouse. Well, so what if he was the son of the human emperor? He would still perish on the spot. The people on the Shanhua continent were dumbfounded. They seemed completely unable to grasp what had been said. Were there other places besides the Shanhua continent suffering invasion as well? And it was this young man's father, sounding quite formidable. Even a sage would wet himself in terror upon hearing of it. So, just what cultivation did this young man's father have? Moreover, it was said that the true main battlefield was there. This place was merely a tiny corner of the world, nowhere near comparable to the battlefield over there. The human emperor who awed the entire outer domain. One could tell at a glance that he was of an exalted rank. We have been far too complacent and isolated all these years, so much so that we have fallen out of step with the outside world. It turns out that everything was merely what we believed it to be. From today onward, have someone throw open the entrance to the Shanhua continent, Old Li said with a sigh upon hearing this. They had originally thought that the Shanhua continent was the primary battlefield, but now it seemed that the so-called outer domain battlefield was the true primary one. And it was far more brutal than here. You no longer have any value. I'll send you into reincarnation. Yi Junlin said, his eyes coldly fixed on the short, stout man with the handlebar mustache. Boom. This time Yi Junlin threw a punch straight at the short, stout man with the handlebar mustache. The fist pierced through his chest. The short, stout man with the handlebar mustache died on the spot. Woo woo woo. When an ancient sage fell, even heaven and earth wailed with grief, and a rain of blood poured down from the sky. He's gone. One shot. Everyone on the Shanhua continent was stunned. To instantly kill a sage with a single blow, something that even the top combat power of their imperial capital could not do. Boom. Yi Junlin indifferently raised his head, pointed at the sky, and bellowed, these are invaders, enemies from the outer domain. The heaven-weeping omen must not appear. Every word was forceful and unyielding, his voice like thunder seizing hearts and minds. It was as if an ancient mighty being was rebuking heaven itself, his words carrying the authority of divine command. After Yi Junlin's rebuke, to everyone's astonishment, the heaven-weeping omen truly vanished. Everyone was horrified. Who exactly was this man? Even heaven had to obey his words. Kill. Slay these damned invaders, and drive them back to where they came from. The Third Legion's morale soared, and for a time the battle became a one-sided massacre. This had been unthinkable on the battlefield before. Previously they could at best fight to a stalemate, while suffering heavy losses. But now it was different. With even the enemy's sage killed by the son of the human emperor, what could still stop them? The battle was a resounding victory. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the Shanhua continent were deciding whether to press the advantage and strike straight at the enemy's lair. Yet the proposal was soon dismissed by Yi Junlin. Not long ago, he had clearly seen the enemy sage send out a message. That message was undoubtedly about him being the son of the human emperor. He had every reason to believe that the enemy would send a powerful being to hunt him down. For no other reason than the fact that he was the son of the human emperor. Just as in the immortal realm back, then Kuan Qian could lurk for tens of thousands of years to kill him. For now all they could do was wait. Wait for the enemy to launch another war. It was not impossible to go to the enemy's lair now, but they feared the enemy would catch them like turtles in a jar. Only after eliminating all hidden dangers could they stop worrying about traps. Before anyone knew it, the high-ranking figures of the Shanhua continent had all come to defer to Yi Junlin's decisions. Even though there were warmongers among them, no one opposed what Yi Junlin proposed. But they also felt some concern. In those days, a single king-level war general of the enemy had completely drained the Shanhua continent's top combat strength. The enemy seemed to possess some kind of arcane power, making it extremely difficult for cultivators from the myriad worlds to defeat them at the same cultivation realm. For all these years, people on the side of the myriad worlds had also studied it, but they still could not figure out why. They shared their confusion with Yi Junlin. However, Yi Junlin had not detected any arcane power flowing within the sage who had died today. On the surface, they displayed little fear of the king-level war general. But Yi Junlin could see that their faces were grim. For the king-level war generals of the Shanhua continent had been drained long ago, and to this day, it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. Although the former war god Song Ao had returned, that Song Ao of the past had only possessed a cultivation that barely fell short of the king-level war general rank. Now they could not see through Song Ao's cultivation and still thought he was below the king level. After all, once cultivation reached such a stage, it was truly difficult to take another step upward. Not to mention the king level. Even sages the Shanhua continent could barely scrape together 4 or 5. One must understand that a king-level war general was a true expert of the Sage King realm. A sage and a Sage King appeared to have not much difference. But a Sage King could, with a wave of his hand, take away the lives of a large group of sages. It could be said that the gap between the two was like clouds and mud, seemingly only one realm apart, yet like an insurmountable chasm. Yi Junlin possessed the 100,000 supreme eye arts. If the other side had any arcane power or anything of the sort, he would be able to perceive it. But today he simply did not see anything different about the other party. Could it be that his own cultivation was too low, making him unworthy? Yi Junlin mused inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. A powerhouse like this could be considered a peak expert on the Shanhua continent. But placed on the battlefield where the human emperor stood, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder. Of course, my cultivation is insufficient to contend with the Sage King, but right now I can stake it all in one battle. Song Ao fell silent for a moment. What? You've broken through? Old Li asked Song Ao with delighted surprise. With the young master's help, I managed to break through by luck. So spoke Song Ao. All the high-ranking experts present were only a step away from breaking through from Sage to Sage King. Hearing this, they all stared at Yi Junlin with burning eyes. This son of the human emperor actually possessed such means to be able to elevate people's cultivation. They were all at the Sage realm, and their desire for the Sage King realm was overwhelming. Are you willing to follow me? Yi Junlin asked, looking at the 5 remaining sages of the Shanhua continent. Of course, these people had no idea what the calamity pill was, or what it did. He could simply have given them the calamity pill and had them swallow it. In that way, they would naturally have become utterly loyal to Yi Junlin. But Yi Junlin clearly did not want to do this. What he wanted was their willing consent. If they could not even agree willingly, they were unworthy of following Yi Junlin. The 5 sages fell silent. As the supreme powerhouses of the Shanhua continent, they still felt somewhat resistant to following a mere youth. I don't care about that anymore. If even the war god is willing, then I am willing to follow the young master. Old Li was the first to step forward, kneeling on one knee and saluting Yi Junlin as he spoke. It was clear that the others were still hesitant after seeing Old Li's willingness. Swallow it. Yi Junlin flicked his finger, and a calamity pill immediately appeared floating in front of Old Li. It emitted a dense medicinal fragrance. One whiff made one feel a slight increase in cultivation. Overjoyed, Old Li swallowed the calamity pill without the slightest hesitation. Boom. The instant he swallowed it, Old Li felt the pill transform into a surging torrent that rushed toward his dantian. It seemed exceedingly overbearing, yet also gentle. Under the disbelieving gazes of the surrounding sages, his cultivation shot up like a rocket, soaring at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, he had already broken through to the Sage King realm. A vast pressure bore down on the other sages, making it hard for them to breathe. Li Hui thanks the young master for bestowing the sacred pill. Li Hui knelt to the ground and said solemnly, "Henceforth you shall be a member of my celestial court." Yi Junlin said with a smile, "Of course I will not force you. After all, the opportunity is only given once." Yi Junlin said to the other sages with a smile. He could tell that when Li Hui's cultivation had risen, these people had been stirred. They were ready to follow Yi Junlin. But whether they could follow him was not theirs to decide. Whoever did not cherish the opportunity placed before them simply missed it forever. Yi Junlin's followers were not something one could become just by wanting to. The chance came only once. The faces of the several sages changed again and again, filled with regret. They had missed a monumental opportunity. I refuse to accept this. Since you want us to follow you, you should at least give us some time to consider, should you not? One of the 4 remaining sages, a man with a somewhat somber gaze, spoke. Du Xiu, how dare you spout nonsense? Du Xiu, do not be rude before the young master. Li Hui and the rest of the remaining sages roared. This Du Xiu was truly showing off. Did he have any idea how weak his own cultivation was? How dared he question the young master? What? Did I say something wrong? Du Xiu said with a dark expression. Shut up. The young master is not someone you are qualified to interrogate. Utter one more word, and today this old man will make you wish you were dead. A cold light burst from Li Hui's eyes as he shouted, You reckless fool. Li Hui said coldly once more. Du Xiu's face grew even darker, but he dared not speak another word, fearing that Li Hui would slay him right there. Yet a series of schemes had already taken shape in his mind. Heavenly mind reading. Yi Junlin looked straight at Li Hui. He knew that a man like this surely had thoughts far different from those of ordinary people, such as how to retaliate against them later, and so on. Indeed, Yi Junlin would not have known had he not looked, and once he looked he understood everything. Never mind. You have hidden your true nature so well all these years. That must have been exhausting. Defecting to the outer realms and betraying your own kind. You are worse than a beast. Yi Junlin said directly. With his 100,000 supreme pupil arts, seeing through a person was a simple matter. If his cultivation were a little stronger, even seeing through a person's past and present lives would be no problem. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you are talking about. Du Xiu's expression changed again and again as he spoke. Everyone present believed that Yi Junlin was simply looking for an excuse to eliminate Du Xiu. That's right, they merely thought this was just a convenient excuse Yi Junlin had found. The purpose was to kill Du Xiu. But they forgot that with Yi Junlin's cultivation, why would he ever need a reason to kill? In this world, only might is eternal. Only Li Hui and Sang Ao trusted Yi Junlin unconditionally. Whatever Yi Junlin said was final, and they did not doubt him in the slightest. I have fought assiduously for the Shanhua continent for hundreds of millions of years. Never mind my achievements, and my hard work should count for something, right? Just because you are that so-called son of the human emperor, everyone must listen to you and acknowledge what you say. What gives you the right? Du Xiu stood up and said in a somewhat low voice. Of course, this was only an act intended to awaken the same feelings in these people. This time it was Du Xiu, next time who would it be? Which one of them? These scars all over my body are enough to prove my loyalty to the Shanhua continent. Du Xiu directly took off his battle suit. On his body were countless scars that had existed for who knew how many years. Some scars were still stained with blood and had never healed. The remaining sages were shocked. They knew that Du Xiu had once suffered severe injuries. But they never imagined these wounds would remain unhealed after so many years. You know very well in your heart how these wounds came to be. Don't claim they are wounds sustained for the Shanhua continent. That's really nonsense. If it had been his old temperament, Yi Junlin would have simply killed him and been done with it. But this time he did not do so. Because these people were undaunted by death, having once fought to the death here for all the myriad worlds without retreating. They were all people of unyielding iron will. For such people, Yi Junlin did not want to chill their hearts. He had to give them a reason to kill Du Xiu. Stop repeating that this is for the Shanhua continent, for all the myriad worlds. At that time during a battle you were captured by outsiders, and in the end you could not withstand their god-slaying needles. Indeed, only those with extraordinary minds can survive such torture. Under those circumstances you agreed to join them, coordinating internally and externally to bring down the Shanhua continent. If I am not mistaken, it was you who leaked information about the several Sage King experts back then. You lured them all toward Jinmu Mountain, seizing the chance to capture all the Shanhua continent's top-tier combat forces in one fell swoop. Yi Junlin said nonchalantly. Behind Yi Junlin, Sang Ao's body trembled. He remembered. Wasn't it this very Du Xiu who had come to deliver the intelligence? Speak, why did you betray the Shanhua continent? Couldn't you even withstand mere torture? Sang Ao stepped forward and pressed his large hand directly onto Du Xiu's forehead. An immense pressure instantly pressed Du Xiu's entire body to the ground, rendering him immobile. A goo worm that brings excruciating pain, the 10,000-year ice silkworm, must have been planted inside him. Every so often, he must take the antidote sent from outside, otherwise it will cause him unbearable agony. Yi Junlin's eyes gleamed as he spoke. You only know of my betrayal, but who could know the pain I have endured all these years? This pain is unbearable. Who among you could withstand it? Du Xiu laughed maniacally. As far as I know, this ice silkworm cannot control people. You had every opportunity to confess. I think the Sage Kings back then were capable of helping you suppress or remove it. Or you yourself were entirely capable of ending your own life, Li Hui said. Easier said than done. I am a prodigy, extraordinarily gifted. If given time, I may very well become a Sage King. Why should I take my own life? As long as I live, I have a chance to grow stronger and force out the goo worm myself. Du Xiu let out a frenzied roar. He didn't want to die, he feared death. For he had once been a renowned prodigy of his generation with the future chance to strive for an even higher realm. You have greatly disappointed us. Because of you, our Shanhua continent lost several supreme combat forces. Otherwise, we would not have suffered such catastrophic losses over these years. A sage said with disappointment. Because of Du Xiu, it could be said that the Shanhua continent indirectly lost 50 legions. That was 50 legions. Each legion had no fewer than 10 million troops. Alas, give him a quick death. There is no need to speak of this outside. His entire family should be executed in secret. A sage sighed and said. The comrade who had fought shoulder to shoulder with them for over 100 million years was actually a traitor. For a moment, they too found it hard to accept. I only wanted to live. What crime have I committed? Du Xiu roared with a ferocious expression in his eyes. Wanting to live is not a crime itself, but by betraying the Shanhua continent you are an eternal sinner. Now we grant you an honorable death. Do not be ungrateful. Go be reborn. Song Ao thought of the several king-level combat powers from years ago, and his eyes grew increasingly cold. Originally, the Shanhua continent did not have to wage such brutal wars, but by now it had already suffered truly devastating losses. All of this was because of this Du Xiu who had caused the Shanhua continent to suffer grievous losses. Fortunately, Yi Junlin saw at a glance that he was a traitor. Though they did not know how Yi Junlin had discerned it, the fact that he could identify the traitor at a single glance could not help but make them marvel. Worthy of the human emperor's son indeed. Such sharp perception was astonishing. Because of Yi Junlin's arrival, they saw the hope of vanquishing the invaders from beyond. Boom. Son of the human emperor, come out and die. Heaven and earth quaked as a voice pierced directly into the imperial capital. The entire capital radiated a soft light as a grand formation rose from the ground. This grand formation had been jointly laid down by several sage kings of yore. It could block the full force attacks of a sage king. Of course, if the enemy sage king continued assaulting it for days and nights, even this formation would eventually be broken. The might of a sage king was such that even mere sound waves were enough to slay most cultivators. At that moment, the grand formation appeared and shrouded the entire imperial capital. Yi Junlin and the others stood on the city wall, gazing out over the battlefield. It was a colossal serpentine monster, and it actually had 8 heads and 8 tails. Its first enormous head was like that of a dragon. Its eyes gleamed a vivid scarlet like red acid, while moss and vegetation grew thickly over its broad back. Beneath its belly was ulcerated and bleeding. Above its head, 8 colored ominous clouds perpetually drifted. Its body loomed as massive as 8 peaks and 8 valleys. It's actually you. Yi Junlin's eyes shrank abruptly at the sight of the monster. This was the Baki king who had besieged his elder brother back then. No mistake about it. That nauseating appearance was exactly the same as the one seen in the recording stone at the time. It also bore the oppressive might of a sage king. Hehehe, second son of the human emperor, this aura is unmistakable. He was exactly like Yi Zhan back then. It's a pity I didn't devour his flesh and blood at the time. That wonderful flavor still makes me yearn for it even now. The Baki king flicked his serpentine tongue and laughed grotesquely. You revolting thing, go ahead and laugh. Soon you won't be laughing anymore, Yi Junlin said with a cold, aloof expression. His entire body trembled with excitement. He was about to fight. Though he was still only at the sage realm, possessing a host of supreme arts, a supreme physique, and supreme eye techniques, he was absolutely capable of challenging a higher realm. Even if it meant crossing an entire major realm, he was determined to slay that disgustingly vile creature. Open the city gates, Yi Junlin shouted. Boom. The city gates slowly opened and Yi Junlin stepped out in a single stride, appearing directly before the Baki king. Young Master Song Ao requests to fight. Young Master Li Hui also requests to fight. Song Ao and Li Hui stepped forward at the same time. The Baki king's expression turned slightly somber. He had not expected that the Shanhua continent still had 2 sage kings. Could the intelligence they had obtained be false? The Shanhua continent had truly hidden itself, well, all these years, but none of this mattered anymore. Today let all these people disappear together, the Baki king mused silently. No need. I will strike personally for this battle. Yi Junlin waved his hand. Back then the eldest prince Yi Zhan, at just over 10 years old, could remain utterly composed before a sage king. Even his feigned death had not been discovered. Today he would personally slay the sage king Baki, the great serpent. Boom. Yi Junlin's body erupted with immeasurable radiance, as all 100,000 supreme physiques were activated at once. Boom. 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 His physical body was now like a colossal furnace, emitting the roaring cadence of the great Tao. At this cultivation stage he had honed his flesh to the limit. It could be said to be indestructible. To be sure, that referred to the 100,000 supreme physiques, but in truth there was only a single Yi Clan Tao body. However, the current Yi Clan Tao body had merged with those 100,000 supreme physiques, absorbing every one of their traits. So now it could be said that 100,000 supreme physiques were erupting together. Each son of the human emperor is more freakish than the last. He is merely a sage. Why do I feel a trace of threat and anxiety? The immense central head of the eight-headed serpent spoke. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The eight-headed serpent raised all 8 heads at once, and then 8 dazzling beams of light emerged from its mouths. The earth split wide open into a bottomless chasm, and the void itself burst apart. 8 terrifying light pillars hurtled straight at Junlin. At the same time, the 8 serpent tails of the great serpent lashed fiercely toward Junlin's head like primeval divine chains. The serpent tails sliced through the void, piercing space itself. Let alone a sage. Even an ordinary sage king would be either killed or wounded by this strike. The 8-headed great serpent did not want to waste any time. He only wished to slay Junlin quickly and then leave this cursed place. He knew that a supreme powerhouse like the human emperor Tian would surely detect it if his bloodline came under mortal threat. If he crossed time and space to appear here, he would undoubtedly die. Tian's might was absolutely not something a mere sage king could withstand. The flesh is a furnace forged through 1,000 refinements. My body is eternity. Junlin raised his fist and slammed fiercely toward the pillars of light and the serpent tails. Meanwhile, a subtle change occurred in Junlin's eyes. His left eye revealed the destruction of the world, with great stars falling from the heavens like the apocalypse. After destruction came rebirth, and figure after figure of supremely powerful beings emerged before his eyes. These were all great experts who had split the heavens seeking to create a new world. His right eye contained the 6 paths of samsara, evolving, constructing passages of reincarnation. It could destabilize one's spiritual consciousness, and with a single misstep one would be engulfed by the cycle of reincarnation. The serpent tails of Yamada no Orochi collided with the pillar of light from its maw against Junlin's fist. An enormous explosion erupted between them, with torrential energy radiating outward in all directions from the epicenter. The entire battlefield was thrown into chaos as heaven and earth collapsed. The ground caved in and voids exploded open. When a Saint King struck, it brought cataclysmic devastation. And this was merely the aftermath of their clash. Tick, tick. Junlin gazed in disbelief at his own palm. On his knuckle joint a cut had appeared, small as a pinprick, but there was no denying that Junlin had been wounded, even though the injury healed in an instant. This marked Junlin's first injury since beginning his cultivation journey. He had never been harmed before. He never imagined that Yamada no Orochi could wound him now. All 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi rang with roaring pain. Junlin's punch had nearly obliterated the central head. Had the other 7 heads not shared the burden, the middle head would have exploded outright. Even though he had dodged the worst of it, his mind still rang with the impact. His 8 serpentine faces flickered their tongues regarding Junlin in utter disbelief. He never expected the human emperor's second son to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Such a young age and already at the saint realm, not to mention able to defy the heavens and fight a saint king. You are formidable. Let us fight. Junlin said coldly to Yamada no Orochi. He then raised his fist and smashed toward the serpent. At that moment, Junlin was terrifyingly fast. Even a saint king could scarcely track his figure. As if possessing the ultimate speed in existence, within less than 1,000th of a breath, Junlin's figure materialized before Yamada no Orochi. All 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi simultaneously contracted their pupils in shock. Junlin had appeared before him without the slightest warning. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience and cultivation base, he would have perished right then. In his haste, all 8 serpent tails lashed toward Junlin's midsection. Even a typical Saint King, if they did not block, would be torn into chunks of shredded flesh. Boom. Splat. Junlin's fist slammed directly into the serpent tail, sending blood and flesh spraying everywhere. At least half of the 8 tails were utterly destroyed by that single punch. Whoa! Yamada no Orochi shrieked in agony, all 8 heads wailing in pain. He simply could not comprehend. Although he was the human emperor's son, he was still only at the saint realm after all. The gap between them was like a chasm, far too vast. If such an event were recorded in ancient histories, claiming someone at the saint realm could slay a saint king, everyone would scoff. The disparity between the two was immeasurable. Heaven and earth palm. Heaven-piercing fist. With his hair flowing wild, Junlin in that moment appeared like an ancient powerhouse manifesting in the mortal world. One hand formed a fist seal, the other shaped a palm strike, dual attacks directed at all 8 massive heads of Yamada no Orochi simultaneously. Hisses. Yamada no Orochi sensed the overwhelming aura radiating from Junlin. His serpentine tongue flickered continuously as toxic green clouds churned above his head. This was lethal poison. Wherever Yamada no Orochi passed, nothing survived. Even trace amounts of venom touching the earth would quickly corrode massive craters into the ground. This venom was terrifying. It was Yamada no Orochi's innate poison. Yet Yi Junlin feared nothing and pressed forward relentlessly. He wore no protective barriers on his body. My innate venom. That alone would force even a great sage to retreat. Die. Yamada no Orochi said with mockery in its eyes. Still too young. You simply cannot handle this. Yamada no Orochi ignored Yi Junlin's fist and palm strike, standing firm and watching coldly. 10, 9, 8. Yamada no Orochi counted down continuously. It believed that even if Yi Junlin was extraordinary, he could not withstand it for more than 10 seconds. 7. Yi Junlin continued his steady, unhurried approach. 6, 5, 4, 3. But Yi Junlin showed no reaction whatsoever, still advancing with calm composure. Stop pretending. You must be in terrible pain by now. Yamada no Orochi looked at Yi Junlin, who was now within arm's reach. 2, 1, fall. Yamada no Orochi said with absolute confidence in its venom. Fall. Fall where? Yi Junlin asked mockingly as he reached Yamada no Orochi. How is this possible? Why are you completely unharmed? Yamada no Orochi asked in utter disbelief. His venom was such that even a Saint King of the same realm could barely withstand it. Yet the youth before him had not even attempted to block and remained completely unharmed. Venom. It holds no power over me at all. Die. Yi Junlin struck forth with both a fist and a palm, crashing toward Yamada no Orochi's head. With a wet tearing sound, all 6 heads of Yamada no Orochi burst apart like watermelons. The serpent writhed in agony, and each convulsion sent tremors through the entire battlefield. Great fissures crisscrossed the ground from his thrashing. Damn you, damn you. You drove me to this. Hiss, hiss, hiss. O great dark night deity, your devoted followers summon you with sincere hearts. I beg you to bestow your night power upon me, that all souls throughout this world may become your subjects. None in this realm fails to worship you. Descend, O great dark night deity. From the mouths of Yamada no Orochi's 2 colossal serpent heads poured an endless stream of ancient incantations. Yet all present could understand every word. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled, the battlefield quaked, and the entire mythological continent shook with the force. Crack. The sound of something splitting apart rang out. Yi Junlin distinctly felt malevolent dark energy descending upon this realm. This power was far beyond what he could currently resist. Song Ao and Li Hui simultaneously stepped forward, standing guard at Yi Junlin's side with unwavering determination. It has come. Once again it is he. There is no mistaking this aura, Song Ao said with a grave expression, gazing at the boundless rift tearing across the heavens. Indeed, such energy had surfaced during the Battle of Sword Tomb Mountain. Otherwise, the 3 Saint Kings of the mythological continent would have easily annihilated their opponents' sovereign-level generals. It was precisely because of this energy's emergence that all of them were drawn into the unknown river of time. To this day, there has been no trace of their fate. O great deity, having descended upon this world, grant power unto your most faithful servant. Yamada no Orochi trembled with excitement throughout his body. Beyond the known cosmos. Yi Jitian, how many years have you blocked our path? How many more can you endure? On either side of a vast heavenly abyss, countless armies faced each other in tense standoff. Both sides regarded one another with murderous intent, so intense it pierced the heavens. Here even Saint Kings were mere pawns. Across the heavenly abyss, a towering figure like the sky itself spoke with a voice resonating like a massive bronze bell. On this side of the heavenly abyss, within the myriad realms of all heavens, a middle-aged man clad in golden imperial robes remained unmoved, still observing his adversary with cold detachment. This middle-aged man bore the weight of countless ages in his eyes. Yet his entire form was shrouded in primordial chaos mist, and the faintest whisper of his aura alone was enough to make even a Saint King prostrate upon the ground. How many years has it been? Nothing can mask your wolfish ambition, your delusion of invading my myriad realms. When the day comes, I, the Heavenly Emperor, shall lead the forces of the human Emperor's palace to strike back. Those who betrayed the myriad heavens shall clean their necks in preparation, for I myself shall come to collect their heads. Yi Jitian said, coldly staring at the colossal figure across the heavenly abyss. Ha ha, Yi Jitian, are you speaking in your sleep? By the time the Dark Night deity fully revives, what then will you, the human emperor, amount to? In the end, death is still inevitable. The opposing massive phantom laughed aloud. Though Yi Jitian yearned to charge forward immediately, there existed within the heavenly abyss an inexplicable force of natural law. In years past, his profound cultivation had managed to suppress it with difficulty. But over the last few millennia, he could not explain why the independent force of law emanating from the heavenly abyss had grown increasingly potent. Of course, this was favorable news for the myriad heavens. It meant that even their most formidable existence could not cross over. The more profound one's cultivation, the more severely the heavenly abyss's rule force suppressed them. Boom. Yi Jitian, sensing something, gazed into the distance. His eyes blazed like twin divine lamps radiating brilliance. Whatever his gaze fell upon could not hide from view, all laid bare before him. That place again, Yi Jitian murmured to himself. Many years prior, the same devastating surge of energy had erupted from that very location. Previously, Yi Jitian had dispatched his war kings to investigate, but the trace of this aura had vanished once more. Now, however, it had reappeared. Ha, this is our great Dark Knight deity descending. Dare you go to reinforce Yi Jitian? Oh damn, I nearly forgot to tell you. A short while ago my subordinates reported that your second son appears to be in that direction. Human Emperor, Yi, do you not intend to rescue your pitiful child? Do not forget he is your only surviving child now. Ha. The colossal phantom across the heavenly abyss mocked mercilessly. His sole purpose was to disrupt Yi Jitian's focus. Should Yi Jitian personally venture to reinforce, that would suit his designs perfectly. Without the human emperor, the myriad heavens stood as helpless as a lion reduced to a kitten by grave illness. This they understood, and Yi Jitian naturally knew it as well. There was not the slightest ripple in Yi Jitian's eyes. No one knew what he was truly thinking. Tisk tsk. How pitiful. The human emperor, the true uncrowned sovereign of the myriad worlds. Even if he is the human emperor, so what? Not one of your two sons will survive. Even if their talent overshadows the entire cosmos, without maturity, they are ultimately nothing but a handful of yellow earth. The colossal phantom across the Tianyuan abyss said in a provocative tone. He wanted the human emperor Yi Jitian to personally go to the Shanhua continent. That would be the moment for them to attack the Tianyuan abyss. As long as Yi Jitian was absent, they would have a chance to breach the Tianyuan abyss. Over all these years, Yi Jitian had instilled fear in them. He was simply too powerful. Hundreds of millions of years ago, they still had the strength to fight Yi Jitian on even terms. But after all these years, they were long since no match for Yi Jitian. They had every reason to believe that if not for the Tianyuan abyss, it would not be them invading the myriad realms. It would be Yi Jitian attacking them directly. The stronger one's cultivation, the more terrifying the suppression of the Tianyuan abyss. The human emperor Yi Jitian was a true peerless hero of the age, burning eternally like an indestructible true flame. Although reaching a certain level of cultivation granted true immortality, it was merely living forever without dying. One could still grow old, and one's skin would wrinkle. Yet over the years, Yi Jitian had only grown younger. Indeed, unless one looked carefully, Yi Jitian seemed just like a young man. The beings from the outer realms knew that this was the result of Yi Jitian's cultivation growing even more profound. Yi Jitian had truly attained a mastery that rivaled creation itself, a genuine, uncrowned emperor. The words of the colossal phantom stirred no ripples in Yi Jitian's heart. He knew that the other side simply wanted him to leave the Tianyuan abyss. Once he left, who else could stop the iron cavalry from the outer realms? He was indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful, he could not shield all the myriad realms in an instant. Pitiful. Lamentable. The dignified human emperor cannot even protect his own children. Your Majesty, War Emperor Huangjian is willing to receive the order and bring the second prince back safely. Behind Yi Jitian, a burly, bare-chested man with a solemn expression knelt on one knee and said, War Emperor Fengqian is willing to go. At once, several war emperors spoke with resounding conviction. These were all valiant commanders under Yi Jitian, each personally invested with the title of War Emperor by Yi Jitian. Each of them possessed peerless battle power, and their cultivation was as unfathomably vast as an abyss. Father Yizhan is willing to go and bring our younger brother back. A calm voice sounded from behind Yi Jitian. No, impossible. Yizhan is already dead, his soul scattered to nothing. The beings from the outer realms had only just been calmly mocking the human emperor for having no heir. But now, seeing the youthful-looking Yizhan step out from behind Yi Jitian, they were all greatly alarmed. Over 100 million years. He hid himself for a full 100 million years. The foremost prodigy of that era, just how deep has his cultivation reached now? Someone on the other side of the Tianyuan abyss said in a trembling voice. Indeed, the moment they saw Yizhan appear, they felt their hearts trembling madly. They dared not imagine how far Yizhan's cultivation had advanced after vanishing for over 100 million years. No need. If we can't even handle a crisis like this, how can the three of us, father and sons, ever fight our way into the outer realms in the future? That so-called deity of the Dark Knight. If he could truly descend, he would have done so hundreds of millions of years ago. Every time it is all thunder and no rain. Yi Jitian said calmly. His own children. How could he fail to know their worth? Besides, back then he had left that item for Yi Junlin as well. As long as he was thrust into mortal peril and emerged alive from it, Yi Junlin could undergo a phoenix rebirth and become unstoppable in the future. That was why he had placed Yi Junlin on a lower plane where a world-shaking upheaval was not likely to occur. If Yi Junlin knew, his expression would probably change drastically. I truly look forward to meeting my younger brother, Yizhan said with a light smile. He possessed peerless natural talent. After more than 100 million years of silent, arduous cultivation, only his father could likely see through his present cultivation. Yi Zhan appeared indifferent, but that ethereal transcendent aura could not be concealed no matter what. Ants. Huh. You are all ants. All of you must die? The eight-headed great serpent laughed maniacally. The enormous rift in the void stretched across countless billions of miles. A colossal finger appeared within the opening of the great rift. It seemed to want to descend, but no matter what it could not. An inexplicable power within the rift was preventing it from descending. Roar. The finger was truly enormous, and the creature on the other side of the rift seemed to be roaring. But no matter how it roared, its finger still could not descend. Yet a wisp of overwhelming pressure could descend. In an instant, the towering walls of the imperial capital began to crack. Just a sliver of pressure, and the entire capital could barely withstand it. The cultivators inside changed expression abruptly, but there was no fear on their faces. There was only the determination to face death, as if returning home. 10 directions, heaven-suppressing steel. A small, exquisitely crafted steel appeared in Yi Junlin's hand. Go. Yi Junlin casually waved his hand, and the small 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel spun swiftly in midair. Boom. The moment he hurled the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel out, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Though the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel appeared extremely small now, it was brimming with layer upon layer of dense weighty aura. That dense weighty aura could suppress everything in the world. Even the unimaginably terrifying colossal finger in the void, under the suppression of the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel, had the pressure radiating from it scattered into nothingness. Everyone could tell that the owner of that finger desperately wanted to descend into this world. However, the void rift was covered in the power of the laws preventing its descent. He was roaring, struggling to break free. Bam! Every person in the imperial capital turned pale because they saw a scene beyond belief. Lines of law formed by the power of rules covered the great void rift. Just now that being on the other side had actually snapped one of those lines into pieces. It snapped outright. Those were divine chains of order born from the power of rules. Just what sort of existence was this being that the eight-headed serpent called the Dark Knight deity? They could not imagine it, nor did they dare to. It was far beyond their understanding. Clatter. More divine chains of order materialized out of thin air, and with a teeth-grating sound they tightly bound the enormous finger. I am an ancient deity. Who in this world dares to obstruct me? A voice that sent chills through everyone's body rang out from the rift. Even if you are the laws of heaven and earth, you cannot stop me. A furious roar ceaselessly poured from the rift. Everyone present felt like a small boat amidst violent wind and monstrous waves. At any moment, they might be smashed to pieces by the billows. Translucent silken strands kept winding around the giant finger, trying to prevent its descent. This was the spirit of the Shanhua continent refusing to allow an exceedingly powerful foreign being to disturb the local laws. Bang! 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 The giant finger rolled and churned with dark light bursting from its surface. The divine chains of order were shattered one after another, but the next moment they reformed. Damn it! Once I have fully awakened, I will surely destroy this entire world. The roars continued to pour out through the great rift. An impotent roar. Yi Junlin said, coldly staring at the yawning void rift. Boom. Those words utterly enraged the being on the other side of the rift. A monumental surge of might crazily gushed out from the rift. Yet the 10 directions heaven-suppressing steel emitted an earthy yellow light that suppressed and devoured all of that aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The great void rift was still being forced open wider and wider, and then a sight that made everyone's blood run cold appeared. Beyond the great void rift, a colossal blood-red eye appeared. Yes, just a single eye standing up right there. It had no whites, the eye was filled with nothing but blackness. Yet its oppressive might could not be compared with the finger from just before. If the finger from before could be regarded as an ant, then this eye was a giant of equal height to the heavens. In the eye was darkness that could devour any person's heart and soul. Young man, are you seeking death? A huge fluctuation of divine sense transmitted these words. It was clearly speaking a language from the primeval age, yet everyone could hear it clearly and understand every word. Because the language it spoke was not any language of the present age. It was obscure, yet all could understand it, and all knew it was addressing Yi Junlin. Just you. You scum living in darkness. If you have the power, then descend. Look how pitiable you are. After all these years you are left with only one finger and one eyeball. Look how pitiful a person you are. You have lived for eons, yet in the end you have come to such a state. A tragedy. A lamentable sight. I wonder, given that you look like this, did you in the end not even leave behind any offspring? Yi Junlin mocked. This being was definitely a great enemy. If it were not for his inability to cross over the myriad worlds of the heavens, would be in peril. The black eyeball remained completely unmoved. He had lived through eons so naturally, he would not lose control of his emotions because of Yi Junlin's few words. Having lived so long, what hadn't he seen? When dealing with an enemy, there was no more satisfying means than trampling upon the enemy's corpse. I grant you my power. Kill him. The black eyeball sent out divine sense, speaking to the eight-headed serpent. I obey my lord's command. Rest assured, my lord. Today is this brat's last day. I, the eight-headed serpent, will make him wish he could neither live nor die. The eight-headed serpent lowered its 3 remaining heads toward the black eyeball. Drip. Everyone then saw a wisp of black energy slowly condense on the black eyeball. It looked unremarkable because it gave off a very weak feeling. Only Junlin, Sungao, Li Hui, and a few others could sense how terrifying that wisp of black energy really was. It was merely a single wisp slowly falling straight down toward the eight-headed serpent. Wherever that wisp of energy passed, the void collapsed, unable to bear even that one wisp. Yakshardasha let out a terrifying roar to the heavens. His massive body rapidly expanded at an unbelievable speed, and the severed snake tails and heads began to regenerate. Previously, only the central head resembled a dragon's head among the snake tails and heads, but now all the newly regrown ones were true dragon heads. Ancient ancestral dragon bloodline. This is ancestral return. What exactly is that creature? A wisp of black energy could even forge an ancestral bloodline. Song Ao said with a solemn expression. They could all feel Yakshardasha's aura rapidly rising. In just a moment, it had already reached the pinnacle of great sage cultivation. GGG, the human emperor's son. Repent before me. Yakshardasha laughed madly. At this moment, he felt explosive power surging through his entire body. He had never felt this powerful before. Kill him. The creature on the other side of the rift said coldly. Yes, my lord. Yakshardasha said reverently. I wonder if the human emperor will be devastated to learn his 2 sons have died by my hand. Young man, I'll play with you slowly. Whooshed. As soon as Yakshardasha finished speaking, one of its tails directly struck Junlin. Although it was merely a casual swing, the force was incomparable to before. Even a casual strike carried 100 to 1,000 times the power of previous attacks. This was a great sage, the peak existence among sages. Suppressing heaven's steel. 6 paths reincarnation fist. Junlin's black hair flew as he directly activated the 10 directions, suppressing heaven's steel to restrain Yakshardasha. At the same time, his supreme technique, the 6 paths reincarnation fist, struck directly at Yakshardasha's tail. Boom. An earth-shattering energy shockwave erupted between them. Junlin was sent flying backward, cracks appearing on his fist. Although the 10 directions suppressing heaven's steel was an extraordinary treasure, Junlin's cultivation was what it was. Even when exerting his full strength, it was difficult to unleash even a 10 millionth of its power. A great sage is truly this powerful. A casual strike can injure me. Junlin said, looking at the cracks on his fist. Roar this damned aura. I smell such delicious blood. The human emperor's offspring. Your blood is this tempting. If I consume you, my cultivation should surge significantly, right? After all, you're a human-shaped elixir. Yakshardasha said, eyes glowing green as it looked at the blood on Junlin's fist. Swish swish. 2 figures appeared directly in front of Junlin, protecting him fiercely. Young master, you go first, we too will hold him off. Song Ao and Li Hui said firmly. They could die, but Junlin could not. The myth continent could fall, but Junlin could not perish. Ding, the check-in system has issued a mission. Check-in location, myth continent battlefield. Check-in reward 1000 years of cultivation. Host, do you accept? Junlin was startled. He had originally prepared himself for a fierce battle with Yakshardasha. He admitted there was an element of gambling. He aimed to defy heaven and slay a great sage while in a sage's position. He never expected the system to issue a mission at this moment. After all, he had arrived in the myth world for several days already, yet no mission had appeared until now. Accept start check-in. Junlin said. With 1000 years of cultivation, fighting Yakshardasha would be like playing around. He had originally planned to fight to the death, but now everything had completely reversed. Ding, check-in successful. Host, please prepare for enlightenment infusion. Why aren't you speaking? Do you know fear now? Yakshardasha asked playfully, watching Junlin at this moment. In his eyes, Junlin was merely a toy with no threat whatsoever. He needed to taunt. It was the only way to maintain his presence. Idiot, why haven't you struck yet? What are you waiting for? Just then the creature on the opposite side of the spatial rift shouted at Yakshardasha, as if discovering something. Indeed, he had detected the young man's aura surging at a terrifying speed. This youth's cultivation had no bottleneck, no obstacle. Such a terrifying growth rate was unheard of and unseen even by him. Who was he? The Dark Knight deity who had lived through countless epochs. Was there anything he hadn't witnessed? This youth exceeded his comprehension. Yes, my lord, I shall kill him now. Yakshardasha hastily replied. Originally, he had planned to torment Junlin 1,000 times before devouring him alive, to make him die in agony. But he dared not disobey the Dark Knight deity's orders. Truly an idiot. You are already beyond his match now. The Dark Knight deity said with some annoyance. Were all his subjects this foolish? Killing earlier would have avoided all trouble instead of standing idle and chattering. If he could descend, his first action would be to eliminate Yakshardasha. Truly stupid to the extreme. What? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he's merely at the sage realm. Yakshardasha was stunned for a moment, then shook his head frantically. Foolish beyond redemption. Take a closer look. The night deity no longer harbored any hope that this Yamada no Orochi could deal with Yi Junlin. He knew that the eight-headed serpent was finished. Nor could he continue to descend more energy, for the spirit of this world would not permit it. An intriguing young man. I believe we shall meet again before long. When that time comes, I am most curious to uncover just how many secrets are hidden within your body. My revival is imminent, and when it comes, all races shall kneel in submission. After uttering these words, the immense rift in the void began to heal, and the gigantic vertical eye slowly faded away. The Yamada no Orochi below stared in utter bewilderment. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Why did his master have so little faith in him? Killing a mere sage. Any fool could tell that Yi Junlin was doomed. But just now his master had clearly said he would meet Yi Junlin again in the future. The eight-headed serpent felt as though all 8 of his minds had stopped working. He was completely dazed. But then an earth-shattering surge of energy erupted from Yi Junlin's body. He snapped back to his senses and stared at Yi Junlin in disbelief. 100,000 years of cultivation combined with my current talent. If I had truly cultivated for 100,000 years, what realm would I have reached? Yi Junlin clenched his fist and let out a breath as he spoke. At this moment, he was like the very center of the universe. He was clearly standing right there, yet utterly intangible. Even a sweep of divine sense could not locate him. This was deeply contradictory. He was plainly standing there in the flesh, visible to every eye. And yet the impression he gave was one of pure illusion. System, open my status panel. Yi Junlin said within his mind. Host Yi Junlin. Cultivation creator god. Martial disciple, martial artist, martial warrior, martial master, grand martial master, martial spirit, martial ancestor, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial, saint, martial god, transcendent unity realm, void, Tao realm, heaven, return realm, immortal flame realm, true, immortal realm, lower golden, immortal, mid golden, immortal, upper golden, immortal, grand golden, immortal, grand upper, immortal, immortal, lord, immortal king, immortal emperor, divine fire realm, true god realm. Lower God realm, mid God realm, upper God realm, celestial God realm, God king realm, God emperor realm, God sovereign realm, great emperor emperor, lord emperor king sage sage king, great sage sage emperor, heaven opener creator, heavenly Tao, great Tao, primordial chaos, supreme venerable. Talent, divine powers, techniques, and secret arts, 10001. Too many to list one by one. Special constitution, strongest in the universe, Yi Clan Tao body. The higher one ascends in cultivation, the more arduous the path becomes. An ordinary cultivator who reaches the sage realm would struggle for a lifetime to attain the sage king realm. Even for the exceptionally gifted, reaching the sage king realm could take anywhere from tens of thousands to tens of millions of years. How is this possible? Who in the world are you? The Yamada no Orochi was now completely panicked. He had already undergone atavism, possessing the bloodline of the ancient ancestral dragon. His talent had soared ever higher, and he had enjoyed a brilliantly promising future, only to be ruthlessly cast down into the abyss. Only now did he finally understand the meaning of the night deity's words. This youngest son of the human emperor was simply not human. In an instant, Yi Junlin's cultivation had surged straight into realms beyond his comprehension. The eight-headed serpent had no idea how powerful Yi Junlin was now, only that he was overwhelmingly stronger than him. Didn't you want to kill me? Here's your chance. After saying this, Yi Junlin vanished entirely. When he reappeared, he was already standing directly before the Yamada no Orochi. Yi Junlin slowly extended a single finger. A faint beam of light instantly pierced into the eight-headed serpent's body. Boom! The snake's entire frame exploded on the spot. His soul was extinguished then and there. Targets the invaders from beyond. Slay them all and avenge the fallen. Yi Junlin pointed coldly toward the direction of the otherworldly enemies. Kill! 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 Avenge our fallen brothers, friends, and kin. The gates of the imperial capital swung wide open, and this time all the cultivators of the 30 legions surged forth in unison. Each and every one of them radiated a murderous aura that soared straight into the heavens, scattering even the clouds above. The otherworldly enemies, lacking a sage king, were no better than fish on a chopping block. They no longer possessed any power to resist. Unknown battlefield. Haha, the night deity has already departed. It seems your son has been destroyed. Human emperor, what good is your supreme cultivation now? Yizhan may not be dead, but your second son was not so fortunate. From across the heavenly abyss, someone sneered coldly. But Yi Jitian remained utterly unmoved. He did not even furrow his brow. Yi Junlin was his own flesh and blood. At a level of cultivation as exalted as his, he could naturally sense whether Yi Junlin was safe. Report. The soul jade tablet of King Yaksha has sh shattered. The man on the opposite side of the heavenly abyss reported in a panicked voice. Of course, a being like King Yaksha was far too insignificant to merit the attention of their higher-ups. Nor would he have been worth a dedicated report. But this concerned the life and death of the human emperor's second son. If King Yaksha was dead, that meant the human emperor's second son was still alive. Trash. All of you are worthless, utterly useless creatures unable to kill even a single youth. What a waste of all those long years you've lived. The colossal phantom roared in furious rage. I had intended to deal a devastating blow to the human emperor. Who would have thought a king-level warlord couldn't even handle a mere youth? Heavenly Emperor, should we commence a full-scale assault on the myriad worlds? Someone below the phantom asked respectfully. They were warmongers at heart, eager only to conquer the vast and bountiful world of the myriad worlds. For all these years, the human emperor's prestige has grown ever more formidable. Nowadays, forget the human emperor himself. Even his eldest son's cultivation is enough to astonish the world. Use your head and think. Among us, who could possibly stand against the human emperor? All we can do now is wait and await the awakening and descent of the deities. That will be the moment we launch our counterattack. What we must focus on now is not counterattacking, but figuring out how to defend against their advance. The heavenly emperor said with visible concern. If Yi Jitian of the present were to cross the heavenly abyss at all costs, they would be in grave danger. What the heavenly emperor could envision, Yi Jitian could naturally envision as well. But he had absolutely no intention of striking across. The entire world knew that the human emperor Yi Jitian possessed peerless cultivation and achievements rivaling creation itself. Yet no one knew Yi Jitian's true cultivation level. Should we send someone again to the mythological continent to intercept and kill the human emperor's second son? Someone asked. Foolish. Even that revered one descended and still couldn't kill him. What purpose would sending you serve? The heavenly emperor said. This was also what he couldn't comprehend. That revered one had not yet fully awakened, but could still send down a phantom projection. Precisely because of this, why did Ba Chi Wang perish while that youth survived? By all rights, even a fraction of the night deity's power should have been enough to handle Yi Junlin. Now I can perceive the temporal nodes from back then. Perhaps the powerhouse of your mythological continent did not perish after all. After eliminating the external realm enemies, Yi Junlin gazed toward the location of Sword Tomb Mountain and spoke. He now dwelt within the domain of the Creator God. He could naturally and clearly perceive the river of time beyond Sword Tomb Mountain. To his surprise, there were still faint energy fluctuations within it. Yi Junlin took a single step forward and, leading the members of the heavenly court, headed towards Sword Tomb Mountain. After wiping out the external enemies, Qing Shang and the others also hurried over. Xia Liuyun Qing Long and others entered at the same time. The mythological continent had long since opened fully. Anyone could enter now. Because Yi Junlin always felt that the spatial node at Sword Tomb Mountain was somehow different. But he couldn't quite articulate what exactly was different, having not experienced it himself. This is the place. Back then they merely stumbled upon opening this temporal node by sheer fortune. Yi Junlin's eyes flickered with realization. He had discovered something extraordinary. This temporal node was nothing more than a massive gate. In days of old, several people had battled fiercely here, never imagining they would accidentally uncover this door. They had all assumed it was the river of time itself, but beyond the gate lay an entirely new world. As for what world it was, no one could say. The ancient histories of the mythological continent held no record of it. Open! Yi Junlin swept his finger across the air, and the void slowly split apart. To everyone's utter disbelief, an ancient bronze gate materialized before them. Luminous runes flowed across its surface, making it appear utterly indestructible. The gate had endured since antiquity, yet a concealment array had been cast upon its exterior to hide its presence from the world. Rather ingenious. To prevent anyone from entering and discovering this place, they even deployed profound concealment arrays on the outside. Yi Junlin said with a smile. The bronze gate itself was not particularly difficult to open. One only needed the strength of a Saint King to push it aside. Creak. Xia Luyun pushed the bronze gate open directly, and in that instant, an overwhelmingly intense beam of light blazed down upon them all. The beam was like a sphere of radiance 100,000 times more brilliant than the great sun. It was simply too dazzling to keep one's eyes open. Yi Junlin's eyes began to transform. Both of them turned golden. His vision was unimpeded. He could clearly see everything around him. Before them stood a colossal city gate with 2 lines of characters inscribed upon it. 3 bows and 9 kowtows to open the immortal gate, and those who enter shall become one of us. It meant one had to devoutly perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows before this so-called immortal gate could be opened. Entering through it was the only way to become part of those within. At the immortal gate's entrance lay 3 figures barely clinging to life. Their bodies were in tatters, and black blood continued to seep endlessly from within them. 3 Saint Kings from the mythological continent. Junlin said, looking at the 3 figures. Indeed, he had read the ancient histories of the mythological continent, which contained portraits of these 3 individuals. And this blinding sphere of light emanated from atop the city gate. There stood a group of young men and women. Their attire alone revealed they were no ordinary people. The men were strikingly handsome, the women breathtakingly beautiful, and each possessed cultivation so formidable it was terrifying. Even the weakest among them had already reached the Saint King realm. They all gazed coldly at Junlin and his companions. They likewise paid no heed to the 3 Saint Kings standing at the entrance, as if they were utterly invisible to them. Where do you come from, and what business do you have on our Xingu continent? A young man asked, his gaze betraying not the slightest ripple as he looked at Junlin and the others. Xingu continent. Xingu continent. How is this possible? How could it be? Wasn't the Xingu continent completely annihilated countless epochs ago? Xia Luyuan asked, his expression drastically changing. I heard that during that battle the Xingu continent suffered devastating losses and countless powerhouses fell. Xia Luyuan continued. Having followed the human sovereign for so many years, he still knew a few hidden secrets. War is about to break out and darkness will devour everything. This place does not welcome you. Leave. A young man on the city walls spoke once more. The Pajuo clan and the Dark Knight clan are about to stir up war. Led by the Dark Knight deity, they will invade our myriad realms. You had better go back and spread these tidings. As for them, their souls were long ago eroded by the Dark Knight. They are no longer who they once were. A man with a huge divine halo hanging above his head spoke from atop the city wall. Destroy. Junlin extended a finger and lightly tapped toward the 3 Saint Kings. Puff. Black mist continuously billowed from their bodies. Junlin knew this substance only too well. It was the wisp of energy that the Dark Knight deity had once sent down, eroding their hearts and minds. The 3 Saint Kings slowly regained consciousness. Young man, how did you accomplish that? Someone atop the city wall asked curiously. Their entire Xingu continent was filled with countless powerhouses. Even the mightiest supremes found it extremely troublesome to eliminate this black energy. Yet before this young man, it was effortless. We wish to enter the city, Junlin said calmly, looking at the group. Because Junlin had noticed something amiss. He had just used the 6 Paths reincarnation eye to trace the matter to its source and observe carefully. He discovered that the heavenly fate of every single person before him was shrouded. To put it simply, when Junlin looked at them, it was as if a thick fog blocked his view, preventing him from seeing clearly. Undoubtedly, Junlin's cultivation was far higher than theirs. But that was precisely the strangest part. In the end, Junlin reached a conclusion: these people were not truly human. Or perhaps the vital aura of every one of them had been concealed by a supreme mighty figure. Combined with what Xia Luyuan had just said, that the Xingu continent had been destroyed several epochs ago. It had indeed been annihilated by the army led by the Dark Knight deity. Of course, several supreme powerhouses of the Xingu continent fought desperately and severely wounded the Dark Knight deity before sealing it away. At that time, Yi Jitian had not even been born. It was only after Yi Jitian attained the exalted position of human sovereign and performed his deductions that he learned some of these hidden secrets. Seeing that Junlin said he wished to enter the immortal gate, they fell silent. Fine, you may enter. In the end, they chose to compromise, for they genuinely wanted to know how Junlin had so easily dispelled the power of erosion. But I believe you have also seen it. Do as the words on the gate instruct, and you will naturally be able to enter. Someone said to Junlin and the others. Still looking down on those from the outside world, Junlin shook his head. If I dare to kowtow, can you withstand it? Junlin asked directly. Boom. Crack. He immediately bent down to kowtow, but in an instant the wind and clouds changed color. The immortal gate trembled violently on the verge of exploding. It could not withstand the bow of the young human sovereign. Though Junlin was young, he already possessed the awe-inspiring majesty of a human sovereign. The human sovereign, the most powerful existence across all the myriad realms, the being revered by all living things. Stop. Desist. Who exactly are you? Why is this happening? On the city wall, the men and women's faces changed drastically. Almost they were crushed by this very world. And the reason was none other than Junlin's kowtow to knock upon the immortal gate. This world could not bear a single kneel from this young man. Who exactly was this young man? Where did he come from? Open the immortal gate. Everyone please enter, someone said with a bitter smile. In the past, the rule had always been that one must perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows before the immortal gate would open. But now they made an exception. It was the first exception ever made on the Xianggu continent. The immortal gate swung wide open, and Yi Junlin and the others walked straight in. The native residents of the city all looked at them with great surprise. There was no denying that their cultivation was on a level that simply could not be compared to that of the Shanhua continent. They appeared ordinary, but in truth, even the weakest among them was a saint. Likewise, when Yi Junlin used his six paths reincarnation, he still could not see any vital force in them. The heavenly fate of all of them had been obscured, and the one who had employed such supremely profound means was definitely one of the most powerful beings between heaven and earth. At that moment, the native inhabitants were looking at Yi Junlin and his companions with clear disgust. Some even went so far as to spray an unknown mist-like substance wherever they walked. It was as though the streets they had passed through had been contaminated by them. "Cough, young man, please do not be angry. They merely acted without intention," someone explained awkwardly. Yi Junlin and his companions understood that these natives regarded them as a kind of pollution, a contamination carrying the dark aura of the night deity. After all, those three sage kings would not have harbored even the slightest thought of rescuing them had they been dying at their very doorstep. Though they had never met before, they were at least standing on the same united front against the external enemies. Had their contributions been any less than those people? This was precisely what made Yi Junlin curious. Even though the night deity was still in slumber, according to Yi Junlin's understanding, it should have required at least tens of thousands of years before awakening. Why then did they speak of the imminent arrival of darkness? Moreover, the entire ancient immortal continent showed not the slightest sign of having experienced the ravages of war. Combining this with what Xiao Luyan had said earlier, Yi Junlin had already formed a few guesses in his mind. However, they were merely conjectures. "Young sir, our sovereign invites you." The young man spoke to Yi Junlin in a polite manner. This surprised all the native inhabitants. The youths of the ancient immortal continent were increasingly arrogant. When had they ever shown courtesy to others? Yet now they were not only polite, but exceptionally respectful toward this outsider. This left everyone utterly bewildered. Could it truly be the sovereign who wishes to meet them? What on earth is their background? Someone asked, inwardly, their heart trembling. The sovereign was the spiritual pillar within the hearts of all of them, and simultaneously the pinnacle of combat power on the ancient immortal continent. "Lead the way," Yi Junlin stated directly. He too wished to learn more about this ancient immortal continent. Nor was he surprised that the sovereign had already known of their arrival upon entering the city. It was not as though someone had reported their coming. Besides, these people did not possess the qualifications to relay messages directly to the sovereign. Yi Junlin and his companions were led to a vast Dao training ground, truly worthy of a sovereign. "Behold, even the stone slabs beneath our feet are polished and laid with Dao attainment stones." Yi Junlin marveled continuously. His gaze swept across the area, and every exotic flower and rare herb he saw was in fact a supreme medicinal treasure. "Young man, I have finally waited until you arrived." Just as Yi Junlin and his companions were looking around, a weathered voice entered his mind. The voice was gentle and peaceful, evoking the image of an elderly man nearing the end of his days. "You may enter." The voice resonated once more within Yi Junlin's mind. "Wait here for me." Having said this, Yi Junlin stepped forward directly toward the depths of the Dao training ground. No one stopped him, and Yi Junlin followed the path that unfolded in his consciousness. It was a vast stretch of bamboo forest, every stalk a heavenly thunder purple bamboo, each one priceless. In the center of the bamboo grove stood a simple bamboo hut. Before the bamboo hut was a table upon which rested 2 teacups. "Do have some tea," the weathered voice echoed, yet Yi Junlin clearly saw no one. Yet in a trance-like moment, he glimpsed an elderly man smiling kindly at him. The old man was truly ordinary, clad in rough hemp garments, his face etched with the traces of countless years. Anyone else would surely have mistaken him for a common mortal. Even Yi Junlin could not detect the slightest fluctuation of aura from this elder. Yi Junlin's expression shifted repeatedly. Previously he had sensed absolutely no living presence here. Yet now an elderly man sat plainly before him. "I wonder who this senior is." Yi Junlin did not sit down, but instead clasped his fist in greeting. Come, taste the tea I have brewed myself. We shall speak at leisure," the elder said with a smile. "Then this junior will accept your kindness rather than decline." Yi Junlin directly lifted the teacup before him and drained it in one gulp. To be honest, the fragrance of the tea was truly remarkable. However, upon entering his mouth, a dry, astringent bitterness erupted upon his taste buds. "How does the tea taste?" the elder asked with a grin. "This tea is truly rather distinctive," Yi Junlin replied with some bitterness. If he had not been certain that the old man harbored no ill will toward him, he would have absolutely believed the tea was poisoned. "I wonder what matter the elder wished to summon this junior for." Yi Junlin decided to address the matter directly, for the old man had shown no intention of speaking throughout. He merely kept observing him with occasional flashes of brilliance in his eyes. "This humble one is Mo Wentian, Lord of Samsara." In truth, young friend, you already have the answer in your heart. Why ask again? Mo Wentian said, looking at Yi Junlin. This humble one has long known that such a day would arrive and that you would come. Mo Wentian spoke. Lord of Samsara. Yi Junlin gazed at Mo Wentian in shock. To dare use the wheel of reincarnation as one's title, this old man was truly extraordinary. Since you have arrived today, it is now time for you to learn everything. Mo Wentian said with a smile. It should be soon, almost here. It is also time for me to dissipate. Mo Wentian raised his head, luminous beams appearing in his eyes.